still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face! Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years.
An invisible man sleeping in your bed. Ow, who you gonna call? Ghostbusters!
It's a live look at the Jersey Shore, Wildwood, New Jersey. Boy, it was a mess yesterday along the eastern seaboard, especially Jersey and New York. We had not just rain, hard rain, but very, very wind-swept rain. It was really, really going all day. It was very kind of spooky. That would have been more of an appropriate Halloween night, but I guess the kids couldn't go trick-or-treating. So it's all cleared up now. It's going to be windy tonight. That'll be kind of spooky. And we're free of rain here in this area. Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition on this no-tie Halloween Friday. I'm Jake Novak. Thank you so much, everyone who's joining us, especially on the Getter, Rumble, Substack, X platforms where you can watch live and you can also comment live. This is an interactive program. Hey, CNN's Jake Tapper says Gen Z will become much more conservative, or already is becoming much more conservative, because he thinks it is going to be a backlash from them over all the leftist politics that have been force-fed to them from really kindergarten on up. Let's ask our favorite Gen Zer on this program all about this. Emily Finn joins us right now. And Emily, I'm trying to figure out, do you think that Jake Tapper means they're going to be more conservative now while they're still young, or 10 years from now when everyone who kind of is hitting 40 anyway becomes more conservative anyway? Like, I think he's hedging his bets. My prediction is if he's right or wrong, he'll say, oh, the parameters have changed. That's my guess.
You know what, Jake? I did not wake up this morning thinking that I was going to agree with Jake Tapper, but he is absolutely correct. This is exactly what happened to me when I was in college. I was constantly pushing back against my peers, constantly pushing back against my professors with logic and just saying, look, this doesn't make any sense. I go out to San Diego for my internship, and then it was just game over for me after that. I knew exactly that Republican politics was the way to go in life, and I wanted to pursue that through journalism. So Jake Tapper is completely correct, and I will say, Jake, every person grows up and then they start paying taxes and they become a conservative. They become a Republican anyway. So I do think that it's interesting now that young people are waking up to all of this, and I think young people are just getting a whole lot more smart, Jake. You know, college as itself, people aren't even going anymore. They understand that it's a fraud. They understand that it's a waste of their money. It's not setting them up for good opportunities after, even just when it comes to a financial perspective. And so when it comes to politics, I think that college is definitely changing the minds of young people moving forward. I can attest that Jake Tapper is correct, and I am a perfect example of what he's trying to explain.
Yeah, well, good for you. It took me longer than when I was your age to make that turn. I was in my 30s already. But I'll tell you that one thing that we should do here as Americans is stop thinking that everything else is like America as far as our culture is concerned. Doesn't mean we have to bow down to it. We just have to be aware of it. And, you know, there are a lot of countries where actually the younger people are more conservative than the older people. You know, that's certainly true in Israel, by the way. The younger generation is much more conservative. It's true in some other countries as well, just because we think that this is the way it always is, that younger people are always more liberal. It's not necessarily the case. And the good news is, Emily, because, you know, Jake Tapper's talking about this kind of indoctrination in school, is that I just checked, And it's still true. Most kids are not listening in school. So we've got that going for us. They pretend to. I think they game the system. I bet you listened to school a lot, though, Emily. I know you did, right? You were always front row,
I must
right?
admit, I was the kid that didn't even go to class once I got to college. I was like, this is such a scam. I just need to, get as good of grades as I can and just get out. I graduated in 3.5 years and just wanted to start life and just wanted to go out and get out into the journalism world. So, look, I think it's going to continue on as a trend that young people are going to become more conservative, get back to their faith, because at the end of the day, it really is logic. And I think young people are waking up and getting smarter, maybe through the truth that's being put on social media these days. I'm not really sure. But something is happening that young people are waking up.
Yeah, I think also they're sick of feeling anxious. The anxiety epidemic in this country for people who are young, especially Gen Z, is off the charts. And they can either go in and listen to this political indoctrination, which ramps up anxiety, or they can go to their church, they can go to other houses of worship, they can start doing the kinds of things that reduce that. I think it's almost going to be like a dopamine hit for them, and that's going to go beyond politics. It's going to be about how they're feeling. Emily Finn, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you in the 8 to 10 a.m. hour on American Sunrise, and I'm going to give you a preemptive or an early have a nice weekend and happy Halloween. Thank you.
Oh, you too, Jake. Thanks.
By the way, your costume is better than everyone else's. All right, buy gold and get free silver. That's right. For every $5,000 purchased from Birch Gold Group this month, in advance of Veterans Day, they will send you a free patriotic silver round. I have it in my hand right now. It commemorates the Gadsden and American flags. It's a nice heavy piece of silver, by the way. I'm really proud to own it. Look, gold is up over 40% since the beginning of the year, and Birch Gold can help you own it by converting an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Plus, they'll send you free silver honoring our veterans on qualifying purchases. And if you're current or former military, Birch Gold has a special offer just for you. They are waiving custodial fees for the first year on investments of any amount. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, many of which are my viewers, I encourage you to diversify your savings into gold. Text America to the number 989898 for a free info kit and to claim your eligibility for free silver with qualifying purchase before the end of the month. Again, America to 989898. Do it today. And now a word from 1959.
Yeah. New Fords. 2 whole truckloads of them.
Really, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, Wally, how'd they get them off of there?
Well, you see, Beaver, what they do is, they got this, oh, heck, I don't know.
I don't know either. Let's go find out, huh, Wally?
Yeah, here's a hot tip. Don't ask Wally and the Beaver for any information on the auto industry. They're cute, but I've got some real car news for you in Moving America. That's coming up next as American Sunrise Early Edition rolls on.
Everybody scream in this town of Halloween. I am the one hiding under your stairs. Feels like snakes and spiders in my hair. This is Halloween. This is Halloween.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb? They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this. I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
Hi, my name is Tracy Down from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch.
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine.
I don't know if Halloween music and this beautiful shot of Longboat Key is work together, but who cares? It's a beautiful thing to look at, and it's kind of a kooky and fun song to listen to. Welcome to American Sunrise Early Edition on this Halloween morning, October 31st. By the way, Longboat Key, you almost never hear the person pronounce the T in the boat part of Longboat Key, and so growing up I thought it was Longboat Key, and I thought it was about like a Native American settlement was there, like the Seminoles or something. Anyway, good to see that that's been cleared up. Let's take a look at where the markets are today. We had a mostly down day on the markets yesterday, especially in the NASDAQ, but look at the rebound on the NASDAQ right now, well over 1% of the gain. I'll explain why the NASDAQ was down in just a couple of moments. You have gold, again, back now over the $4,000 per ounce level. That's a good sign that the Fed's probably going to cut rates again in December. You don't have a rally in gold when people think the rates aren't going to get cut, just so you know. Crude oil very safely there at that $60 a barrel level. Bitcoin, I was looking overnight. Bitcoin was making a nice rally, and I think Bitcoin is rallying again. Last time I checked, there it is, 109. Yeah, up $3,000 this morning, 3%. Still way off that 125 high, although not percentage-wise, but still about 16,000 off its all-time high. All right, Amazon blew Wall Street away after the closing bell. So after the NASDAQ was down yesterday, Amazon came out with its earnings report for the June through September period of this year. And needless to say, they exceeded expectations, especially, and this is almost ironic, in the Amazon Cloud Computing Unit, AWS, Amazon Web Services. That's where they made their most money, despite the fact that, you know, they may not make so much money this quarter, because you remember that outage about 10 days ago where even this program on some of our platforms was disrupted. That was Amazon's fault, but that was in October, not in September. So that's going to be this quarter's report. We'll see. But Amazon shares are up 13% in the pre-market on that news, and that's a big reason why you see that big positive number on the NASDAQ futures that we just showed you. Now, on the other side of the coin, you have Facebook parent Meta, which had a lousy day yesterday, one of its worst days in many years, the worst exactly in 3 years, after it announced a huge boost in spending on its AI projects. Now, Wall Street was expecting Meta and Facebook and Mark Zuckerberg to start ramping down that spending just a little bit, because they had already been breaking records with that spending going into last quarter. And Wall Street isn't so sure that Meta can use AI like other companies can. You know, here's a little bit of a real fact about people who go on Facebook and Instagram. It's to pay attention to, spy on, maybe even stalk, but also sometimes connect with real people. And Mark Zuckerberg has been obsessed with this whole virtual world stuff, virtual friends, and I can see how that could be popular on other platforms. But you go on Facebook to see if your old girlfriend got fat. Let's be honest. That's why you do it. I mean, that's the way I'm half kidding, but I'm sort of not half kidding. Anyway, it was an 11% loss for Meta shares yesterday, their worst day in 3 years. Also a bad day for Chipotle. The Mexican food chain lost 18% after it cut its full-year forecast for same-store sales. Look, this is something that I've been talking about on this program for a while. Anything that is above the price of a Pizza Hut, a Domino's, I mean, even McDonald's is getting too expensive for some people. Chipotle is clearly more expensive than some of those really bargain basement fast food chains. I'm not saying Chipotle is expensive, but it is more expensive than some of those other chains. And so places like Chipotle, places like Sweet Green, places like Cava, those places where, you know, it's $12 for a salad, they are really going to be struggling. I think the economy is doing better than some people think, but people who are eating at fast food joints or getting a quick lunch at work are not going to spend that kind of money. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. Moving America, sponsored by Artillery Tea Company. ArtilleryTeaCo.com. Use promo code LIBERTY for 20% off your order. Artillery Tea is all natural, whole leaf. The tea bags are chemical free, and each tea bag can be used twice. Artillery Tea Company is family and veteran owned and operated, and a portion of your purchase goes to help veteran and first responder charities. ArtilleryTeaCo.com. Promo code LIBERTY for 20% off your order. Hey, Stellantis, that's the company that owns Dodge. It says that Dodge is going to expand its Ram truck division to include Ram SUVs. They're going to make a Ram SUV, and the first one will be on sale just before 2028. It'll be a 2028 model, but you know how they roll those out a few months before the new year. There are further reports that Ram will now roll out a new mid-size truck for 2028 as well. Hey, best of luck to them. I think the Dodge Ram trucks have always looked great. They have a great look to them, but they just can't really seem to compete on any long-term level with Chevy Silverados and Ford F-150s. If you are an owner of any one of those three trucks I just mentioned, tell me in the Getter chat, the X chat, Rumble, anywhere. Let me know why. Let me know why these trucks aren't doing as well. I assume it has something to do with the reliability of the truck. I think that the Ford and the Chevys are more reliable, but tell me why. And maybe you are a very devoted Dodge Ram owner, and you'll explain why as well. I'd like to know the answer to that question, because I just think, I've looked at the numbers for 20 years, and Ram just can't cut into Silverado or F-150 market share. All right, here's another coming attraction. Uber says the San Francisco Bay Area will be the first market for its specially built autonomous taxis. Yes, self-driving. Now, that's expected to launch late next year. It's about a year from now. The San Francisco ride-hailing company, which is, again, it's based in San Francisco, said in July that it was developing a robo-taxi with electric car company Lucid and a self-driving technology company called Nuru Autonomous Taxis. Now, these things aren't new. I've been telling you about Waymo self-driving taxis for a while. But look, folks, let's be honest. When the world's largest ride-sharing service, Uber, adopts ride-sharing autonomous cabs, that's big news. Uber operates in 15,000 cities and in more than 70 countries. It's much bigger than Waymo. Waymo is owned by Google. It has been testing autonomous taxis for years. And by the way, those Waymo taxis, if you're interested, they're available in Phoenix, San Francisco, LA, Atlanta, and Austin, Texas. Again, as I've said on this program, I am a proponent of autonomous driving cars. I think that they are, at the end of the day, actually safer than human driving cars, but that's not why. It's because there are millions of people in this country who are disabled, who cannot get around, who are basically chained to their homes, and this autonomous car driving trend is potentially liberating for them in a way that will really make our country better. So it's going to help the economy. Those people will get out and start buying things and going to restaurants and you name it. Hey, I don't know if you know this, but the Toyota Corolla is almost always the world's best selling vehicle. Not here in the United States. It's a big seller here, but it's not number one here. But it is number one worldwide. But check this out. This doesn't look anything like any Corolla you've ever bought, does it? Well, this is the concept car that Toyota's been shopping around at a number of car shows around the world. And we've just learned that the Corolla that they're going to roll out sometime next year will look a lot like this. Now, that is a lot cooler than any Toyota Corolla I've ever seen. If it has the same reliability as Corollas have in the past, this is going to be a big seller, at least overseas, and maybe even here in the United States. That's my prediction. All right, I have just learned a new trick that I want to pass on to you. You all must try this if you are going to be in the market to test drive a used car. You're seeing on your screen there your friendly old check engine light. Now, you know how when you start a car up and you've just turned the key a little bit, it hasn't gone all the way, the ignition hasn't turned all the way over, and the lights all light up on the dashboard? If you don't see the check engine light when you do that, something is amiss. That means either the owner of that car or the dealer has taken the bulb out, has burned out that light on purpose because the check engine light would be going on when the car is fully in ignition, or there's something else wrong with the car. You want to see that light when you've half turned the ignition and just the power is on. If you don't see it, the light's been burned out either on purpose or by accident. So check that out. I'm giving you a little bit of tip there. That is something you do want to see before the full ignition is turned. Then, of course, you want it to turn off. Okay, coming up, We're going to dig into the real health of the U.S. economy. And later, I'm going to look closer at what's changed, even about the legal immigration experience in America today. It's not the same as the Ellis Island days. The Addams family immigrated to this country and made a lot of money. I'm just kidding. Anyway, American Sunrise Early Edition. We'll be right back.
When people come to see them, they really are a scream. The Addams family.
Neat. Sweet. Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this. I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it.
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/rav to join the Angel Guild.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch.
It's Friday, October 31st. Here are this morning's top stories. Trick or treat, Democrats in Congress aren't going to give you any candy. They are still not willing to reopen the government, even though millions of people will indeed lose their SNAP or food stamp benefits as of tomorrow. The Democrats are taking their chances and just hoping that everyone will blame the Republicans. It's not working. Now to the elections. We're just 4 days away from Election Day, and the latest major poll in New Jersey shows that Republican Jack Ciattarelli has erased a huge deficit, and it's a complete tie now with Democrat Mikey Sherrill in the New Jersey governor's race. Hey, if Sherrill loses that race, it would be a huge blow to the Democratic Party, potentially for years. And the reliable polls in Virginia say that its governor's race is also very close. And Virginia is also a state where the Democratic nominee once had a big lead in the polls. It's now almost all gone. But in New York City, Zohran Mamdani still has a clear lead in the polls, despite the fact that there's a sudden flurry of endorsements for Andrew Cuomo. Will it be enough? Doesn't seem like it yet. American Sunrise Early Edition continues now. Welcome back to this Friday, No Tie Friday, and Halloween Friday here on American Sunrise Early Edition. Oh, I forgot to give you a bit of interesting breaking news overnight. Just so those of you who know, if you're ever going to be writing a letter to him or inviting him to your party, Prince Andrew of Great Britain is no longer Prince Andrew. He has been stripped of his title as prince. He's been kicked out of his royal mansion, and that's that. Listen, I never considered him that much of a pearl anyway. The only real great pearl in that family, in my opinion, was Princess Diana. She'll always be Princess Diana to me. She's amazing. She's amazing even now, in memory and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, Prince Andrew, no longer Prince Andrew, so you don't have to call him that anymore. No awkwardness. I know that I've helped a lot of you overcome that anxiety about what to call that dude. No, just kidding. All right, joining us now is IntelliStake CEO Jason Dussault. And Jason, look, the elections are coming up in 4 days. And, they say that elections are about the economy, stupid. And I think we've had a much stronger economy than people realize. I think there's a lot of problems with it, but I think it's a lot stronger. And the latest news we got just a couple of days ago is that private sector businesses are adding jobs, something like 15,000 a week, just over the last month, or at least so far since the fall began here in this country. Jason, what's your assessment overall of the economy? You don't. If you had to give it a grade, are we A, B, C, incomplete? You haven't been to class. What's your grade?
Well, I would say, of course, it's always a little bit incomplete. It takes a little bit of time for a lot of these, for the economy to catch up with what the president is currently doing. I mean, every single time this guy gets on a plane and then gets off a plane, he's bringing billions of dollars into the economy. He's bringing in new jobs, and he's bringing in revenue through tariffs. So, yeah, I mean, I think you've definitely got a strong economy. I would give it C+ to B. But once a lot of these policies are, brought in, and we're seeing these jobs come back to America, and the tariffs come into the Treasury, we're going to rock up to an A.
Now, you're an old school guy. You say the gentleman C+ or B. There's great inflation the last 40 years, and people get a C now, and they'll sue the teacher, even though they probably deserved an F. I mean, that's pretty impressive. By the way, if you go to Harvard, you get an automatic A, and there's been a lot of complaining about that. So a non-Harvard C+ or B-. All right, listen, I think that's pretty accurate. Think that? No, because I think you're being you're being a real teacher. I mean, we're passing. It's a passing economy, and it's getting a little bit better. That's fine by me. But I know a lot of people hear C+ or B, and they think that's it. I'm a bad student. In the old days, that meant you were learning the lesson. All right, Jason, the last time you joined me, you talked about how crypto markets and the Trump policies on crypto are actually bolstering parts of this economy and helping us move into a more stronger, modern economy. But of course, Jason, the mainstream media is only focusing on the Trump family's crypto businesses and basically trying to cast a shadow over all of this. I guess, Jason, they'd rather have it be like with Biden or some of these other people like the Clintons, where they personally make money, their families make money, but no one else does. I guess they want the Hunter Biden economy, where they sit on boards of natural gas companies when they don't even know what natural gas is. I mean, I'm sorry. His sons have every right to get involved in a profitable business. And it's also been profitable for the U.S. overall, you say.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'd much rather the leaders of our country succeed. I want everybody to succeed. And again, I look to the leaders, I look to people who are successful, and I follow what they're doing, or at least, consider it. And there's no doubt about it. There's been a lot of press about, Bitcoin going down recently. But when you take a look at, what my partner loves to say is, when in doubt, zoom out. Bitcoin's up over the last year 62%. To put that into, relation to gold's only up 42% in the last year. So, yeah, no, I mean, I love having a businessman as president of the United States. As I said, when he gets off a plane, he's got another deal. And, the fact that he's not ignoring what's going on in the digital economy is very, very important. And there's a lot going on. It's really not about just about Bitcoin. Global ETFs just saw a record inflow this week. JP Morgan said adoption of the U.S. stablecoins could be over $1.4 trillion in 2027. We're moving into a crypto economy, and I want the president involved in it so that he's aware, right, rather than ignoring the future.
Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit more about JP Morgan in a second. But I love how you mentioned also the gold trade. I mean, honestly, if you invested in gold and Bitcoin a year ago, you did really well on both, and I'm all about diversification. I highly recommend you do both. Diversify at least. Jason, I want to talk about another really big elephant in the room when it comes to the American economy, and that's NVIDIA. It is now a $5 trillion company, and so much of this market rally over the last several years has really been about that. I would say that the mid-2000s turnaround in the markets that went all the way through maybe even 2014 was the Apple rally. I would say that. And I would say that this is the NVIDIA market. And I talked about this earlier in the program. President Trump has a really tough tightrope to walk. With the markets so reliant on NVIDIA and the whole AI spending thing, he has to walk a tough tightrope. He doesn't want to destroy that industry because that would hurt the markets, that would hurt our overall economy. But at the same time, Jason, he can't have NVIDIA selling all of its high-powered chips just willy-nilly to all of our enemies, especially China. I mean, this is a difficult place to be, but with a $5 trillion valuation, if he's going to do anything that would really hurt some of NVIDIA's profits, this might be the time to do it because they can certainly absorb it now, correct?
Yeah, I mean, listen, we're going through a revolution right now. You're going through a huge shift in the digital economy and also AI. You've got, two of these massive behemoths that are going to change our way of life in our world. And there's a couple of pain points there. One is going to be power. Another is, of course, compute and data. And that draws directly into the NVIDIA story. We are in a world economy, and so you're going to have to work with your partners around the world, but it doesn't mean that you let your partners take advantage of you. So it is a tight line, and Trump, I'm sure, NVIDIA definitely came up in the conversations with Xi Jinping in China this week, and he's got to walk that tightrope. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that all shakes out. Trump's done a masterful job as far as negotiating and using tariffs as leverage. But there's no doubt about it that our immediate future is all going to be around power, data, and chips, and who controls that. So again, Trump stepping in and having that investment in NVIDIA in the U.S. is very, very important. But we are in a world economy, and we do need to deal with I hate to call China an enemy. I'd rather call them a partner. And I think that's,
They're an enemy we have to deal with. They're an enemy we have
to deal with them for sure. But there is a line. Keep your enemies closer, right?
Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned power because it's not just AI, but before that it was crypto and Bitcoin mining and stuff that really woke the business world up to the emergency of our power grid in this country. President Trump talks about it a lot now, and that's great. But I'm so frustrated that other people in this country took so long to talk about it. I mean, so many of us for 30 years have been saying we need to get more power, we need to improve our grid, we need to get more sources. And I said for hospitals, for our military, for farming, and everyone was like, blah, blah, blah. Then all of a sudden, AI, yeah, we need to get micro nuclear power reactors, but suddenly they snap to. I guess I shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. At least they're getting to it now. But I do want to get back to crypto because you posted this interesting post earlier this week about JP Morgan and Jamie Dimon, which I really think is interesting. For those of you who don't remember this, or maybe you weren't following this kind of news, hey, my show's only been on for 11 months, so how could you? Jamie Dimon used to be a real trash talker on crypto. I mean, a real trash talker. He called it a fraud. He called it a joke. And now JP Morgan's all about crypto and doing that business. Gee, I wonder what changed his mind, Jason. Can you tell us?
Yeah, I mean, he's not the only one. A lot of people love to poo-poo new technology and, stay in the past. And that's what I love so much about our current administration is that they see the future and they see other companies were actually getting a lead on America. And so, yeah, I mean, I love seeing headlines like this because, as I said, he's not the only one. Bitcoin is undeniable. Stable coins are undeniable. I saw this viral clip that went up of somebody taking a video of Trump at some event. And, I'm a huge proponent of dealing with our debt through stablecoin and repricing gold. You can look that up on the net. There's a bunch of videos on this concept. But Trump sort of, in an off comment said, oh, well, maybe I'll just wipe out the debt with crypto. And I think there's something to that.
Yeah, listen, I'll tell you what, I don't know if I can pay the whole 38 trillion, but I can put some money down on it. I can put some money down. I can pay it. There you go. But I'll it's going to be, see if I can get a financing plan. And I'm just kidding. But anyway, Jason Dussault, thank you so much for joining us. Have a great week.
Thank you for having me. You as well. Happy Halloween.
Hey, happy Halloween. This has not been a scary show, but happy Halloween. Hey, listen, coming up, even for the legal immigrants in America, there's a roadblock now that stops many of them from truly assimilating into our society and culture. It's called technology. I will explain and see if David Brody is buying it when American Sunrise on this spooky Halloween comes right back.
every storm, every moment of uncertainty.
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty.
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Salute to that flag in the wind. It's curling. My hair is not curling. Welcome, everyone, back to America. You know, it's Halloween, so I thought I'd do some scary rap for you because it's scary when I try. Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition on this No Tie Friday, Halloween Friday. Hey, I rarely do this, believe it or not. I don't always do this, but I want to share an ex-post that I wrote this week about how legal immigration, the experience of illegal immigration in America, has changed, and I don't think it's for the better. You know, the old days, we used to say there's a melting pot. People come from all over the world, and they eventually assimilate into our culture. It doesn't mean that they lose their religion or their traditions, but they become Americans. Here's the problem. New technology is out there, and I'm not a Luddite. I don't want us to not have technology, but we need to figure out a way to make sure that new technology doesn't stop immigrants from coming to this country and basically not even becoming Americans. David Brody, I talked to you earlier this morning about my experience that I see with this. I see it in a lot of other venues, but I think the best example is when I'm in an Uber. I've been in dozens of Ubers over the last few years where the driver is in constant communication. He's not giving them an update about what's going on the day. It's not just a regular call. It's actually just him actually existing with his relatives and friends overseas 24/7 because technology is cheap now, and you can do that, and you don't have to learn the language. You don't have to even get new friends. Obviously, there are a lot of new immigrants who do this, and that's wonderful, but you don't have to. And the old country continues to be your present country. And boy, I don't even want to get into the radicalism that can start sometimes. But it's really, really stopping people from coming to this country and having to cut ties with that old world and becoming an American. And I think that technology, just as much as the radical Islam and other things like that, is keeping our immigrant population not American as much as they used to be. And I don't like it.
No, it's a great point. I've had that same Uber experience as well. And look, it's exactly against the promise of America. You know, when folks were coming across here to this great land of ours, there at Ellis Island back in the late 1800s and early 1900s, I know it went to about 1950 or so, but, you know, in that key period, we saw folks coming over here wanting a better way of life, and they didn't stop at Ellis Island to get their food stamp card or their benefit card. I mean, it just wasn't part of it. It was the pull yourself up by the bootstraps and get here, make your life better, but make your country better. And they cared and they loved America. And so when you don't assimilate, and a lot of these folks don't, they're just shooting themselves in the foot. I mean, what's the point of coming to America? Is the point of coming to America at this point pretty much staying in your own country in terms of your own bubble here in America and getting benefits? Is that why you're coming? The answer is, for many folks, absolutely that's why they're coming. And that goes exactly against what this country is all about. You're supposed to come here and not just love our country, but to use what this country provides and affords you the opportunity to make your lives better. So you're really shooting yourself in the foot. And so this idea that, assimilation isn't just about, sticking within your own culture. It's really just going against the promise of America. And I think that, to me, is extremely dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously some funny things happen when people try to do that. I'm thinking of the old Steve Martin, Dan Aykroyd sketch, two wild and crazy guys, trying to become Americans and failing at it. But you know what? I'll take it. I'll take two guys in loud shirts trying to go to discos and wearing bell bottoms any day over someone who's walking down the street and their entire mind and soul is still in another country. That doesn't work. And there needs to be a commonality. It's really technology is making this possible, and it wasn't possible before.
How about start with learn the language? Learn the language. Sorry, go ahead, Jay.
The language would help. Yeah, listen, watch Saturday Night Live and become a wild and crazy guy. Anyway, it's wild and crazy on this Halloween here on Real America's Voice. American Sunrise, a big show coming up for 2 hours. I'll join you there at 9. American Sunrise Early Edition returns on Monday.
American Sunrise is a great way to start your morning. Join us Monday through Friday from 8 to 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We've got the news of the day and some compelling interviews that you don't want to miss. Here's what you missed from yesterday.
This meeting with Xi and Trump, 2 hours. And without a doubt, these were substantive hours that changed perhaps the very ethos of our foreign trade and relations. What do you make of it?
What I take away is the contrast between anything that Joe Biden did during his 4 years, especially regarding China. I mean, remember when he sent Blinken and others to negotiate and China basically just stiff arm them and had their way with them, and it looked like China was in control. And now we have Trump on the world stage, and you see in meeting after meeting, whether it's the Middle East, whether it's sitting down with talking about Putin and Ukraine, or this with China, it shows American strength, American leadership, and Trump's ability to get the deal done.
J.D. Vance actually addressed a student in the crowd regarding Israel, because this comes up all the time with these, especially young males. They want to talk about how Israel is basically the devil, and that the Israel lobby controls President Trump.
Yeah, I thought Vice President Vance did an excellent job there in addressing what America First actually means. I mean, we have great allies around the world, Britain, France, Germany, all of the nations. When we go to the Middle East, our strongest ally there is Israel. And so we need to negotiate. We need to work out alliances, and sometimes they don't always agree.
President Trump just announcing that he is authorized, or really is pushing for the resumption of testing of nuclear weapons.
I believe our last nuclear weapons test was 1992, so some 33 years ago. We need to keep up with the times. You've got tanks on parade. Well, guess what? We're going to do some nuclear weapons testing as well.
Well, I also wanted to talk to you about the Trump administration's efforts against alleged drug trafficking boats in Venezuela. How many, just in your experience, how many drugs aren't coming into the U.S. because of this? And what will that mean to drugs on the black market, on the streets?
So we've seen over the past month or so, and this is a great question, these drug boats being sunk, and in one case, a drug submarine, which we've known about for decades, by the way. And this is huge. When you're sending the USS Gerald R. Ford, the largest, most capable, most dynamic piece of equipment the world has ever seen, carrying nearly 100 aircraft on board, and there's thousands of sailors on board there. And with that usually comes Marines and stuff on other ships. This is a powerful force and message to Maduro in Venezuela that he needs to knock it off. And so imagine now you're a drug runner. Are you going to get on that boat, seeing that some of your buddies, your fellow smugglers, have been taken out by American airstrikes? This is really going to help America.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty.
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Ahead on American Sunrise, government funding and government assistance programs are set to run out in the next 24 hours amid the current government shutdown, which is already historically calamitous. President Trump has called on Senate Republicans, though, to enact the nuclear option. So will they go for it? We'll have analysis throughout the show. Plus, Senators Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, Mitch McConnell, and Rand Paul likely will not get invitations to trick-or-treat at the White House. And yes, we are naming names this morning. Later, how they joined Senate Democrats to try and hamstring President Trump's tariffs on Canada. And no shrimp on the barbie for you. Why is one Australian city banning outdoor gas barbecues? Those stories and so much more right now on American Sunrise.
Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
we have breaking news to share with you.
Politics.
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
We've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrence.
And I'm Dr. Gina. Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Gina. Happy Freedom Friday. Happy Puppy Friday. There's some other holiday, I don't know, but I don't know. Some of us celebrate, some of us don't. Do you let us know in our chat? We want to bring in David Brody in Washington, D.C., and Terrence Bates in our Denver newsroom. And I'm here in the Palm Beaches, you guys. It's a lot of different things to a lot of different people. But for the city of Palm Beach, for the state of Florida, today is the day the president comes back home to open the season, as we call it. Goes from Halloween to Mother's Day, where Mar-a-Lago is open. He welcomes people there. And let's just say the traffic it's a whole other deal starting today. So, yeah, and he is coming home tonight, so I was mistaken about that, David Brody.
Very cool. Hey, guys, before we kind of get into the nuts and bolts of the show, David, what's the costume you're wearing today? Who are you dressed up as?
I'm dressed up as an anchor, and thank you very much. Anchor man. Stay classy, Gina. Stay classy, teammates.
Nicely
but this is it right here. It's the pocket square. It's my subliminal way. It's not really subliminal. It's right there with Halloween. But how about our control room? Are you kidding me? They've come all decked out today. Oh my goodness. Donald Trump directing the show today, which is, he does everything, Gina. He really does.
Those headphones don't quite fit, but yeah.
It's Curtis
Raised there. That's Curtis Lewa. Yes. That's impressive right there.
Yeah.
That's impressive. And here's the thing, they're all New Yorkers too. They're all New Yorkers, so it really fits, right?
Oh, that's right. They are all New Yorkers, so it does fit.
Yeah, well, good for them. Good for that. That's great stuff. By the way, President Trump was also trick-or-treating. Well, he wasn't trick-or-treating, okay, but he was giving out candy for sure. And can I just tell you, eventually we'll see the video, I'm assuming, but this McDonald's drive-thru yesterday, that was the best get-up of all the costs. There it is. Someone came as a McDonald's drive-thru. I mean, from a former McDonald's employee, Donald Trump, to see that. Paying homage. That's thank you, Gina. Perfect words this morning. Good stuff. By the way, he literally got back from Asia like an hour before that, an hour and a half, and there he is handing out.
See, this
candy.
is what
this guy.
This is what cheeseburgers and Diet Cokes can do for you too.
In our health segment today.
Yes.
Hey, so speaking of food and food that's not healthy for you, Dr. Gina, are you a full candy bar person, or do you give out the mini candy bars to trick-or-treaters, or do you just turn off the light? I'm not going to lie, tonight I might just turn off the light and act like I'm not home, but typically I'm not that guy.
Well, my family does celebrate All Hallows Eve, which was a Saints' Day, and we celebrate the harvest time. You don't feel it so much here in Florida, but it has cooled off just a couple of degrees. It's not too bad. But no, we celebrate fall and we celebrate harvest. And in that vein, we usually host the after party to the Mar-a-Lago season open. So at my house, we're frantically getting ready, and usually I throw some bag of candy that I don't even know what it is out on the front porch for my kids to pass out, because I'm usually honestly cleaning.
Well, let me just, for us, I got to tell you, you said turn out the lights, Steve Bates. Yeah, that's pretty much what we do. I hate to be Scrooge on, early, if you will, on Halloween, but we kind of turn out the lights and we just don't do that. We just kind of don't do it. We do Harvest Festival. I mean, welcome to evangelical world, right?
Yeah.
We do Harvest Festival. Look, I mean, and that's the way we roll. It's not a non-negotiable. Well, it is in our house, but I mean, in other words, do your thing, right? I mean, it's not like this heaven or hell question at all, but I'm just saying that's just our preference. That's just our preference.
No, I get it. I get it. I'm not.
It's just
I'm not judging. Knock yourself out. Whatever.
To be honest with you, David, if I'm going to judge, my judgment comes from people who give out just the smaller candy bars instead of whole candy bars. Like, that's my judgment. Like, if you don't do it at all, I'm okay with
that. But I don't even know.
My guess is they gave out.
I'm cool with that.
My sense is, I bet you if we did a survey, I bet you they were doing half candy bars more during Biden's term, full candy bars now during Trump's term. Anyhow, just saying.
Might be doing those Dubai ones with the gold that are like $40 a piece because, economy's good.
Ooh. Well, if you guys find a neighborhood that's giving out gold candy bars, call me. I'm coming.
You're the Willy Wonka ones, right?
I'm coming.
There we go.
Willy Wonka.
All right. Well, you guys, speaking about pure gold, let's check out today's Bible verse. This is the real treasure.
Nicely played.
Chapter 7, verse 38 and 39. He who believes in me, as the scripture has said, out of his heart will flow rivers of living water. But this he spoke concerning the Spirit, whom those believing in him would receive, for the Holy Spirit was not yet given because Jesus was not yet glorified. You guys, I got baptized in the Jordan, right where Jesus did in Israel this week. I sent pictures,
really?
Producers. Producers do not care that I had like an amazing spiritual.
We need those pictures.
I mean, that is cool. That was really, you felt it, and I was obviously baptized before, as I'm sure all of us have been. But that was special. That was really special. And then to be baptized by Pastor Jim Garlow, who was my pastor back in San Diego, was extremely special. All right, that they're waving the prompter at me, which means shut up and move on. We
they're
don't care about
things
your
at
trip.
you in a moment. Yeah, exactly.
That's all right. Well, listen, the government shutdown is raging on, and President Trump is calling on Senate Republicans to end the filibuster and enact the nuclear option. Trump posted on Truth Social, it's a sick form of now legendary Trump derangement syndrome that only comes from losing too much. They want trillions of dollars to be taken from our healthcare system and given to others who are not deserving, people who have come into our country illegally, many from prisons and mental institutions. This will hurt American citizens, he said, And Republicans will not let it happen. It is time for Republicans to play their Trump card and go for what is called the nuclear option. Get rid of the filibuster and get rid of it now. For more, let's bring in former White House Deputy Press Secretary Hogan Gidley. Hogan, great to see you again. Great always to have you on the show. I'm sure you have strong opinions on this. What's going to happen here? We don't have Hogan after that whole...
Those mornings. Apparently, the goblins and the ghosts and the ghouls.
Can I keep talking about my baptism, please? Actually, because
yes,
no, I'm kidding.
Please.
No, I mean, there's not that much more to tell. It was just really, really special, and I really, I pray that all of you get the chance in your lifetime to go walk where Jesus walked, and to get to do those kinds of things. It really is special, and it's just a spiritual bond and connection with him that's really, really hard to describe. And I mean, we all have those in our daily lives, don't we? When we experience a miracle. David Brody, you've experienced a miracle. A big miracle here recently. You know, so it's just that drawing closer to him, pressing closer to him as we continue to go through our lives, right?
You know what, if I can relate that really quickly to kind of what we're talking about in this government shutdown, it seems to me that there needs to be some divine intervention, particularly as it relates to Democrats, because the reality is what's happening and what's getting ready to happen is, I think it's fair to describe as inhumane. There are people who are getting ready to lose benefits. There are people who are suffering, people who are getting up every single day, going to work in order to keep this country safe and to keep this country operating, and they're not getting paid, and they're losing. They're losing. They're having to, their families are sacrificing, their families are suffering. And I think it's fair, in my estimation, David, it's inhumane, and there needs to be some divine intervention. You know, to put it plainly, the Democrats need Jesus right now.
Yeah, well, you're not going to find divine intervention in the halls of Congress, sadly. And that's the truth. You know, we always talk about we need more God in our culture and in our society. We need more God in Congress. And don't get me wrong. I mean, there are prayer groups and Bible studies going on all the time in Congress. But having said that, there's also entrenched political differences and philosophy, and honestly, or philosophies, I should say, and honestly, an actual way of life that both the Democrats and Republicans are fighting for. You know, I remember David Lane, who is an evangelical organizer. I'm very close with him. He always said this, and I agree. Someone's values are going to reign supreme. And that's what this is really about. It's a spiritual battle. The values that this whole government shutdown is just a proxy fight as part of a much larger fight as it relates to, you know, what values going forward are going to reign supreme, Gina. And, you know, when you leave God out of the mix, this is the type of stuff you get. You get, you know, folks that are affected deeply, not just from a societal standpoint, but in families. When you leave God out of your families are going to suffer too, Gina.
This is also why government is supposed to be very small. You all know how I feel about this whole thing.
We do.
I hope that this will result in major Doge cuts. What happened to Doge? Where's Doge? Can we talk about Doge again? I hope that this will result in people realizing that you shouldn't be working in the public sector if you can avoid it, because the public sector should be very small, very tight, very well conducted. I hope that this will result in efficiency and the elimination of our debt to foreign nations. That's what I hope this will result in. I know that that's not the party line I'm supposed to be towing right now. I do see what the Democrats are doing as the Schumer shutdown and as a complete game, because they've always been the ones, right, who were behind all of this, and they're the ones behind most of the spending. I'm not going to say Republicans are innocent, but we all know that it's mostly Democrats who like big welfare programs and all the rest. So my hope for this is that Americans will absolutely demand a slimmer, trimmer government, and one that is more efficient and much more privatized. Most things that government is doing could and should be privatized. All right, you guys, coming up, we're going to check out the hottest headlines from the Wrap newsroom with T. Bates. And later, ICE agents facing more and more threats. What's being done to stop this? We have those details soon on American Sunrise.
Something strange
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Break is brought to you by AMAC, Association of Mature American Citizens.
Gina's favorite song, Michael Jackson playing on a Halloween in October 2025. That's the White House. I can guarantee you President Trump is not sleeping. That is for sure. Welcome back, everybody, to American Sunrise on this Halloween. I'm David Brody. By the way, we were supposed to have Hogan Gidley on during that last segment, had some technical issues, so we are going to bring back Hogan. Don't worry, he wasn't raptured or anything. He'll be back next week. All right, we got a lot more coming up, but first, let's get to T. Bates with some breaking news. He's standing by with the latest headlines as well from the Real America's Voice newsroom, sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can right the...
Breaking news from Real America's Voice.
We're monitoring breaking news out of Michigan, where the FBI says it has foiled a plot for terror attacks in Michigan throughout this Halloween weekend. A number of people, we're told, are in custody right now. FBI Director Kash Patel is confirming that this terror plot, or this alleged terror plot, was foiled. He also says that more information is forthcoming, so we'll continue to monitor that for you throughout the day. But again, a number of arrests in Michigan right now following a foiled terror plot. FBI agents were able to put that terror plot down. Meantime, President Trump calling on U.S. Senate members to initiate what he calls the nuclear option and get rid of the filibuster in order to bypass Democrats and reopen the government. The filibuster, of course, a long-standing tactic in the Senate to give the minority party a check and balance on legislation. Overcoming a filibuster requires 60 votes, but doing away with the practice altogether would allow the majority party to move legislation along party line votes. In this particular case, it will allow the Senate's 53 Republicans to reopen the government despite Democrat roadblocks. Meantime, Americans who depend on federal food aid assistance through the SNAP program are bracing for the loss of those benefits. Starting tomorrow, food aid will stop as a result of the government shutdown and lack of funding for that program. Vice President J.D. Vance warning that the ongoing government shutdown is setting the stage for a holiday disaster during the upcoming Thanksgiving travel season. While meeting with the heads of American and United Airlines at the White House on Thursday, the vice president emphasizing that 13,000 air traffic controllers and 50,000 Transportation Safety Administration agents are being forced to work without a paycheck.
I don't think Americans should be afraid to fly because we've got great airline professionals who are keeping the safest aviation industry in the world afloat, but they're doing it with incredible stress. What I worry more about is that if you have, let's say, a pilot who's now missed 2 paychecks, who's now telling his kids that they can't do things that they'd like to do, who's now worried about feeding his family, maybe that guy doesn't show up to work, maybe he goes and gets a different job. That means greater delays for the American people. I worry about the air traffic controller who now has missed 2 paychecks, who's got to pay his credit card bill or his mortgage, but can't pay both, and decides, you know what, this industry is not for me.
While flight delays and cancellations have been negligible so far, airline industry leaders expect that to change in the coming days and weeks. They're, of course, encouraging Senate Democrats to vote on a clean CR in order to reopen the government so that airline workers can get their paychecks and focus on keeping the country's airways safe. Now to news from across the pond, where King Charles has stripped his younger brother, Prince Andrew, of all of his titles and kicked him out of his royal home. The 65-year-old former prince is being punished over his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Earlier this month, he was even forced to stop using his title of Duke of York. Now the disgraced royal is simply known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. In a statement, Buckingham Palace writes, quote, "These censures are deemed necessary, notwithstanding the fact that he continues to deny the allegations against him. Their Majesties wish to make clear that their thoughts and utmost sympathies have been and will remain with the victims and survivors of any and all forms of abuse." Andrew will move from his current royal estate to a private residence in eastern England. However, he'll reportedly continue to be financially supported by his older brother, King Charles. That's a quick check of your headlines. We'll, of course, have more headlines coming up here in a little bit. But next, California is looking like it could soon be getting a new congressional map. So how would this shape the state? Hear from a GOP candidate for governor next. Right now, though, a quick look at this day in history. It was on this date in 2019 that the House voted to authorize the first impeachment proceedings against President Trump. Public hearings with witnesses followed, and President Trump was eventually impeached by the House, but acquitted in the Senate. More American Sunrise coming your way in 2 minutes.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
It's Mama Rev in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rev, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Michael Jackson's Thriller, very popular on this Halloween. Is that Vincent Price that I'm hearing? Shall we pop that up a little bit?
Creatures crawl in search of blood.
All right, that's enough. Whatever. Vincent Price making an appearance today. He's dead, but he is making an appearance. Welcome back to American Sunrise, everybody. ICE agents are facing an alarmingly high level of death threats. New data showing that these death threats have gone up by 8,000%. And officials say bounties have been placed on their heads as well. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem says these threats will not slow them down in deportations. Join us now is Sheriff Chad Bianco, of Riverside County. He's also a Republican candidate for governor of California. Sheriff, thanks for being here on a Friday. How do you turn this around? What needs to happen? The Trump administration is doing everything they can, but you're on the ground and you know best.
Yeah, we definitely need to change the narrative. The narrative is that ICE is bad. ICE is doing something that's out of the ordinary, when reality is ICE is doing their job that they've been doing since really the beginning of our country, and that's enforcing border laws and deporting criminals. And the big thing that I see here, especially from our politicians, Governor Newsom, Mayor Bass, it's the lies that they tell about what ICE is really doing. And it's meant just to demonize them, to make them think that, they're out there doing these rogue things, these kidnappings and all of this stuff, telling them to rise up and fight back. And that's what we're seeing. So you have people thinking that ICE is doing something wrong, and they're justified in their crazy brain that violence against them is okay. And we're going to see people get hurt. And I truly blame the media that's not calling out these politicians. I blame the politicians themselves. And we have to do better of changing this narrative.
Sheriff, California Governor Gavin Newsom has called for more people to stand up against President Trump. Take a look.
Why aren't we standing up to principle? Why aren't we standing up? The founding fathers didn't live and die to see us as cowards. The richest, the most powerful people in this country selling their soul and selling out this country. I mean, that's how I feel. So yeah, forgive me. I'm sorry if people's feelings are hurt about this. I'm disgusted what's happened in this country. I'm disgusted by the supine Congress. I'm disgusted by how the private sector is conducting themselves. I'm disgusted by universities selling their soul and law firms. I'm disgusted that people are not more outraged. Forgive me.
Yeah, go ahead, Sheriff.
Yeah, so those of us in California, we know that he's talking about himself. We don't know if he's a Republican, if he's a Democrat, if he's an independent, or if he's communist or socialist. He leans toward those two. But we are standing up for our values, because we don't want boys and girls sports. We don't want doctors cutting off the testicles of young men. We don't want these things being taught to our kids, that America and their parents are bad. We're tired of the lies. We are standing up. And it's crazy to me that we have to watch in California what we know Gavin Newsom is, as he tries to convince the world that he is something different. And we're going to do a very, very good job here in California, particularly sheriffs, of making sure that he is never the president of the United States.
Well, Sheriff, let's drill down a little bit more on what's happening in California politically. The Hill has this headline, which reads, California seems poised to deliver redistricting win for Gavin Newsom. These sorts of moves are happening really around the country. In California, though, it would benefit, the Democrats. Your take on how this might impact not just your race, but politics in California in general. And I'd also like to get your thoughts on gerrymandering and changing districts and kind of this move that's happening really around the country.
Yeah, California is the most gerrymandered state in the country, and we've known it forever. And it just we can't get it to change. Going to independent redistricting, we did change a little bit, and we gained a couple of seats. But you have to realize we're 40-something% Republican in this state, and we only have 9 representatives, and they're trying to cut that down to 4. So it's absolutely horrible what they're doing. I think the polling I don't believe the polling at all. The lines at the polling places right now are extremely long of people dropping off their ballots. Here's an interesting thing. I think that it's a psychological warfare thing that goes on in California, where they try and convince people that something's going to happen, and it's so overwhelming that don't even try and vote. And I'll give you an example. I didn't get a ballot. Everyone's supposed to get ballots, but no one in my household got ballots. So we called the registrar of voters and they said, oh yeah, we're getting lots of reports, but that's not our fault. That's the post office's fault. So we go into a polling place yesterday to vote, and there are multiple people coming in to vote. Every single one of them Republican that didn't get their ballots. So people are going in to vote. We are voting. I don't believe that the polls are as lopsided as they are with this thing passing. I think people are sick of politicians in California, and I think they're convincing people, oh, just don't waste your time voting. Don't take the day off work and go in and make sure you vote because it's not going to matter anyway. But I think it's different here. We're going to do something different. I'm still very optimistic that we're going to get a no on 50.
So let me follow up on that. How did that happen exactly? What is your view as to why you didn't get a ballot and others didn't, and certain households are getting ballots? What do you think is the reason?
Well, I'm in law enforcement, and for the last, since 2020, 2022, and 2024, we have fielded the fraud complaints of our election process. If you don't think that there is fraud going on in California, I mean, I don't even know how to explain it or what to tell you anymore. There is tons of fraud. Mail-in ballots were designed for fraud. So you have so many different levels of where that fraud can occur. We have mailboxes getting broken into in law enforcement. We haven't found this in my agency, and we're large, but we haven't found this yet this year. But in all elections past, we find bags of mail dumped in fields or sent to the dumpster where we know it was a postman or someone at the Postal Service that was doing that. And it happens all the time. So having a whole bunch of Republicans not get ballots means that they have to take time out of their day to go in and physically vote in person or make sure they're available on voting day or voter day, which is not what the rest of the state has to deal with. So you're already handicapping that portion. So no, I have no proof that that's what's happening, but why is it that everyone I saw at the Register of Voters that's coming in to vote in public, why did I only see Republicans? There were no Democrats there. I haven't seen any Democrats online that said I didn't get their ballot, but all over you're seeing that Republicans aren't getting their ballots.
Where is your territory there? Where's your district?
We're in Southern California. We're large. We have a county of 2.5 million people. We're just north of Los Angeles, a little bit west of Orange County, San Bernardino. We're considered the Inland Empire. Between us and San Bernardino, we're over 5 million people. So we're a large part of Southern California.
It's fascinating to me. I lived in California for almost a decade. Not that long ago, and I would vote in someone's garage. No one spoke English. I would ask who the Republican, election officials were. There were none, ever. They never even spoke English, so they couldn't even tell me. They acted like they didn't understand what I was asking. And to this day, Sheriff, I've lived in Palm Beach now for 7 years. To this day, I still get all of my California ballots. They still want me to vote. I lived in a Democrat stronghold, though. That might be part of the reason they won't take me off the rolls there. Sheriff Chad Bianco, thank you so much for joining us today. Stay on top of this for us and keep us posted.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Coming up, time to turn back your clocks. 1 hour this weekend. What should you do to prepare? We have those tips next on American Sunrise.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't Don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
It's Mama Rev in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rev, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. G. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for not playing Michael Jackson's Thriller again, producers. It is time now for today's health news, sponsored by the Wellness Company. Under the microscope today, some tips to help you deal with the clocks changing this weekend. First of all, needs to stop. I think we need to eliminate. This has been a bandwagon of mine. What is taking our legislatures so long to just get this thing done? Eliminate this silly thing. I hate that it gets dark early. Okay, well, the first tip I have is to keep your sleep schedule the same until your legislature catches on and does the right thing. Go to bed and wake up at your normal times. At least that's the way you keep from being impacted by this. Keep good habits before going to bed, like obviously not drinking caffeine or alcohol 4 to 6 hours before bed. And, also get out in the sun during the day, get grounded, get your time out there, especially on Sunday morning, as it can help regulate your internal clock and set the pace sort of for the week that is to come. And keep your bedtime routines. I think that's really important, to have my own little bedtime routines with a candle and music and my Bible time and just those kinds of things. And it sort of tells your body subliminally that you're getting ready to go back to sleep, or getting ready to go to sleep, and keeps your schedule in check. And I've read a whole lot about melatonin, and I want to warn everybody about melatonin. I think be careful, because if you take it a lot, the things I'm reading today, the data suggests that it takes away your own body's production of melatonin. So you want to be careful about the overuse, anyway, of melatonin. And then there are the sleep drugs, which are now being found linked to things like Alzheimer's. So do your homework, study up on any sleep medications you're going to use, and if you do use them sparingly. A new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. But there's a lot more that we're going to have to do if we want to make America healthy again. It's going to start at home with each of us, and that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from their doctors all the time on this network. You know their products are the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe and healthy. The Wellness Company makes sure you're prepared for what happens with their series of prescription med kits. These kits contain an assortment of life-saving medications that assist in the use of they have guidebooks that assist in the proper use of the meds in the kit. Additionally, they offer a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss, and so much more that can help you stay healthy and live a longer, more satisfying life. Make America Healthy Again starts at home. Do your part, protect the health of yourself and your family. Go to twc.health/RAV today. Give it an order. That's twc.health/RAV. Use the promo code RAV to save 10%. I want to say one more thing, too. Watch out for those statins. I'm reading more and more about the statins and the terrible things that are happening. One of our own very loyal viewers has had horrible problems with statins, and I want to warn you to do your homework, read up, and know your own body and your own medicine. All right, we're going to go over to David now.
Good advice, by the way.
Yeah.
So many statins out there. All right, Dr. G, appreciate it. Now over to New York City. The off-the-year elections, by the way, are getting closer. They're just 5 days away. New York, of course, Zohran Mamdani still holds a commanding lead in the polls. These polls suggest Mamdani leads former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, I call him COVID Cuomo, and GOP candidate Curtis Sliwa by wide margins. There's a new I hate that word. Quinnipiac, I can say it, Quinnipiac University poll shows Mamdani has a 10% lead over Cuomo, nearly 30-point lead, by the way, over Sliwa. Then there's this Emerson College Picks 1 and the Hill poll. It shows Mamdani leading by 25 over Cuomo, and again, about 30 or so over Sliwa. So for more, let's bring in the host of Breaking Point, which you can see here on weekends here on RAV. That would be David Zier. David? Good to see you, sir. So what do you think? Any shot at a miracle here? Because this train seems to have left the station a long time ago, brother.
Yeah, good morning, David. I've been on the ground all week in Manhattan meeting with candidates for city council, the DA. I was with Sliwa the other night. 2 million voters approximately may turn out, the highest number since 1969, which had an 80% turnout, which is incredible. But 400,000 people have early voted so far, David, and it ends tomorrow. But the trend of voting for early voting is getting younger day by day, which may benefit Mamdani. It's 4 times the early voting numbers from the 2021 race. Mamdani has a 16-point lead in the aggregate of all the major polls. And if Sliwa dropped out even a few weeks ago, you aren't going to get enough Republican voters to swallow the pill and vote for Cuomo, who made New York a sanctuary state in 2017, passed bail reform, allowing thousands of violent recidivist criminals to commit violent crimes again against New Yorkers, and the 15,000 people who died in the nursing homes due to his policies. And then Cuomo doubles down and says he won't cooperate with ICE. So, I think Sliwa, who got the endorsements of Giuliani, Elise Stefanik, Nicole Maliotakis, and popular former New York State Governor George Pataki, endorsed Sliwa. So I don't see the Republican vote crossing over to vote for Cuomo, which is going to handicap him, right? So that could be a problem. And while super PACs raised $40 million against Mamdani, lining up behind Cuomo after Adams dropped out, I put the blame at Adams' feet on this because they all came out to support him and they had a little bit of a machine going. He drops out and he left everybody floundering. So that's why we're here. And Cuomo has not campaigned as hard as Sliwa, who's been in all 350 neighborhoods of New York City. And Sliwa accused him of hiding out in the Hamptons while he should have been campaigning. So, it's a real it's a quandary for New York, and I think Mamdani will probably be the next mayor of New York City.
Wow, I can't imagine what that's going to look like, but I guess we're going to find out. David, CNN pollster Harry Enton is shocked Republicans are not losing support in this situation, in the shutdown, rather. Take a look at this.
One thing that might end a shutdown is political pain if parties start to feel that it's hurting them. So let's talk about that, starting with Republicans. How has the shutdown seemed to have affected their political standing?
Yeah, you might think, given that the Republicans are in charge of both the House and the Senate, that a government shutdown might actually hurt the Republican brand. But in fact, it hasn't. If anything, it's been helped a little bit. Take a look here, the shift in net popularity versus pre-shutdown. When we're looking at the Republican Party overall, that brand actually up 2 points. That's within the margin of error, but clearly it hasn't dropped. Come over to this side of the screen. Look at the net approval ratings for Republicans in Congress. It's actually up 5 points since pre-shutdown. So what we're seeing here is the Republican brand in Congress has actually improved somewhat compared to where we were pre-shutdown, despite the fact that Republicans control. And that's the math that John Thune and Mike Johnson are looking at is, well, hey, why should we give, and electorally speaking, when our brand has actually improved a little bit?
Yeah, David, I really think part of this has to do with authenticity and communication from President Trump. I mean, he has been nonstop beating the drum, telling his side, telling the Republican side of things. And the Democrats hide and lie.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt about that. And I was on a call with Mike Johnson and Steve Scalise a few weeks ago in a new media event. And, they were basically outlining that this is about appropriations. They were only asking for an extension to November 21st because the big, beautiful bill took 6 months to put together. So there really was no reason for this shutdown. And remember, 1 in 8 Americans are on SNAP, right? And 42 million. But in New York City, a little trivia, I think it's 20% of New Yorkers are on food stamps. So the ire could maybe be working against Schumer, right?
Well, and yes, and David, aren't almost 70% of those on SNAP illegals from foreign countries?
I'm not sure of that number.
I've been reading that statistic this week. That's a shocker.
I would say that half the people on SNAP don't need to be on SNAP.
Well, that is more than true. Yes. Well, so David, what happens next?
Well, listen, it's going to be an exciting weekend in New York City. Early voting ends tomorrow. Tuesday night, we will be on the ground at one or several of the campaign headquarters to see the votes come in. I think New Yorkers may wake up with the first Muslim mayor of New York City. And I think Cuomo did too little, too late. Just my opinion, but I think we'll get by. And Trump benefits from this because Trump can hold Cuomo's perjury in front of Congress about COVID against him if he is the mayor, and get cooperation on ICE, maybe, right? Let's see. And also Mamdani, Trump can withhold funding, and I think it puts the Republicans in a great position next year in New York State to finally take back the governor's office.
Yeah, but the scary thing long term is if you read the Quran, it says very plainly, whatever Muslim territory has been taken can never be given back. So what are they going
almost
to do?
800,000 Muslims in New York, yeah.
David Zier, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Weekend.
Have a great weekend.
All right, coming up, one city in Australia is embracing a new woke policy. What city is it, and what is this new measure? All those details ahead next on American Sunrise.
I'm just an average man with an average life. I work from 9 to 5. Hey, hell, I pay the price. All I want is to be left alone in my average home. But why do I always feel like I'm just really tuning? I don't feel like somebody's watching me.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
It's Mama Rev in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rev, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. What if your morning coffee could actually help you stay younger longer? Rejuvenate Coffee is more than coffee. It's science-backed longevity fuel. Infused with CA-AKG, a compound naturally found in your body that's been studied for its role in slowing aging, repairing cells, and boosting mitochondrial health. That means every cup is doing double duty, giving you clean, crash-free energy now while supporting your body at the cellular level for the future. It's your daily ritual weaponized against aging. Go to 1775coffee.com/RAV and order Rejuvenate Coffee today. Fuel your body, protect your future. Rejuvenate. Now that we are caffeinated, it's time to stay awake, not woke, and the land down under is going extra woke. In Sydney, Australia, the City Council, led by woke Lord Mayor Clover Moore, has voted to ban outdoor gas barbecues in new buildings from January of 2027. The move, designed to force all electric homes and appliances under the guise of saving the planet, is seen as an attack on freedom and traditional Australian backyard culture. More claims relying on gas is bad for the planet, bad for our finances, and bad for our health. But many residents are fed up with this level of government overreach. For patriots who believe in choice, choice means gas or electric, not being forced into one system by elite bureaucrats. The next step for Americans should be to watch this trend closely, because if it can happen in Australia, it can happen here. Let's bring in Dr. Gina, David, and Terrence for more here. Gina, this is a major overreach.
Well, and it already has happened here, Emily. There are many states that ban they ban charcoal grilling, which frustrates me to death. I don't like gas grilling. I don't like it. I like the taste of charcoal. I'm from the Ozarks, and by golly, I want my charcoal. And I want to do my s'mores over there and have that toasty taste, not that gas taste. So first of all, they banned charcoal. I'm sure that was done a long time ago in Australia because they're wacko. And but also wackadoodle is what is happening. So in California, because I live there, one time we had a little tiny grill in our backyard on the beach in California. And do you know, we had 3 of our neighbors call and tattle on us, because if you tattle on your neighbors in California for using a tiny little camping grill, and they send 3 alarm fire trucks for this, by the way, which cost the taxpayers countless money. I don't even know how much. But if you do that and you tattle on your neighbors, the government of California sends you gift certificates, Emily, and it just so that you can tattle more. So when you're using your fireplace when you're not supposed to, when you're using too much water, your sprinklers, whatever, when you're using charcoal grills, using grills where they're not allowed, or gas ovens in a lot of cases in municipalities in California, your neighbors are paid to tattle on you, David Brody. Is this not Big Brother?
Yeah, of course it is. First of all, Clover needs to change her name. I'm not a big fan of Clover, but that's my personal opinion. But beyond Clover, she's 80 years old, something like that. I don't know why that matters. I guess it doesn't matter that she's 80. Only that she's been doing this for a long time. You know, she has done a lot of other controversial things. She put dozens and dozens of street signs in Sydney that says racism not welcome. She literally replaced the city street signs with racism not welcome city street signs. She wanted to do this other thing where there was a 18-hole golf course, and she said, no, that's too many holes. We're going to do 9 holes, and because we need a park for the other for the space for the other. So this is the type of stuff. But then again, T. Bates, this is coming from the country of Australia where they had COVID concentration camps. So,
I am just watching you watch that steak, and your face is getting more and more.
I'm glad you're not paying attention to anything I'm saying.
You know me too well. Yeah, I don't know what you guys have been talking about. I've been watching that steak being flipped. I couldn't tell you what any of you said. I will say this about Australians. You guys really have made all the points. Yeah, this is overreach. But anytime you're banning gas grills, you don't know anything about grilling anyway, because the reality is gas grilling is not really grilling or barbecuing. It's simply baking. That's all it is. You're baking meat. You're not really grilling anyway. Agreed. Charcoal is the way to go, and this is overreach. Agreed. So, yeah, we're done with that. Can we just please bring up that steak again? By the way,
now
Dr.
back
Gina,
to the steak.
Still owe me a steak.
Carry out,
but
please.
Can we just please bring that? Right.
Can we just have
I'm
some
so
net
embarrassed
sound?
because
Right. Sound of the
I
sizzle.
really was just mesmerized by this steak just being turned over. Oh my gosh, that looks
I love the direction that this story took. Now we know exactly what we're going to be eating this weekend. Awesome.
I mean, Terrence went from like this to like this. And
let's not rush out of this segment. Let's let this marinate, so to speak. Let's let it marinate.
Oh my goodness, you know me too well. And I was trying to have a poker face here, but yeah, mesmerized by this steak.
Live your life and grill. That's what we love to see. All right, coming up, what can the Bible tell us about the history of Halloween? The Bible history guy Jim Mosley tells us next on American Sunrise.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
associates, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Getter Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm Drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Bless the USA.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to American Sunrise. Time now for our moment of faith. It's brought to us by Lee Greenwood and the God Bless the USA Bible. So in focus today, every year, October 31st rolls around, a night of costumes, candy, creepy creatures. But have you ever wondered where Halloween really came from and what it has to do with All Saints' Day, the Bible, and even ancient pagan festivals? Well, we're going to get some answers now from Jim Mosley. Of course, he's the author of The Duke of D.C. He's also author of the appropriately titled Discovering Jesus' Disciples. He also co-wrote a new book with Dr. G called The Days of Creation by Heart. Go get it on Amazon. Teaching children how God made the world. All that said, we, of course, refer to him as the Bible history guy. Jim, good to see you. So, give us your faithful take on Halloween. Good morning to you, sir.
Well, good morning. Well, okay, the word Halloween comes from All Hallows Eve. So what's a hallow? Well, it means someone holy to God. When Jesus taught us to pray, hallowed be thy name, he meant let your name be treated as holy. So All Hallows Eve is the night before All Hallows Day, which now we call All Saints Day. It's the day to honor every believer in Christ, known or unknown. Now, in the Bible, the word saint doesn't mean someone canonized by the church. When Paul wrote to the saints in Corinth or Ephesus, he just meant all believers. So every true follower of Jesus is one of the hallows. Okay, why an eve? Because in the ancient church calendar, every feast began the night before with a vigil. In Scripture, days are counted from sundown to sundown. Genesis says there was evening and there was morning the first day. So a vigil was a time of prayer and worship as believers waited for the feast to dawn. All Hallows Eve was a holy night of preparation to honor God's people. Now, in the 8th century, Pope Gregory III set the date on November 1st. That made October 31st All Hallows Eve, eventually shortened to Halloween or Halloween. But long before Christianity came to Northern Europe, the Celtic peoples celebrated Samhain, which marked the end of the harvest and the start of winter, the season of darkness and death. They believed that on this night, the dead could travel to earth from the underworld. So they lit bonfires and people wore disguises to confuse wandering spirits who might be coming after them. It was kind of a spiritual camouflage against the powers of darkness. But Jesus said the gates of hell shall not prevail against my church. He wasn't saying that hell would invade our world. Gates are defenses, not weapons of offense. Jesus was promising that his church would storm hell's gates and conquer death. Now, during those same Celtic festivals, people offered treats or gifts to the Druid priests, hoping to avoid their curses. So in that sense, trick or treat was a dark bargain. It was a bribe to escape a trick. Then came the Reformation, and that rejected many Catholic traditions, including the feast days. So by stripping the holy days of their sacred meaning, they left only the customs, and holy days became just holidays. And as those customs came to America, Halloween lost nearly all of its sacred meaning and just became a night of masks, mischief, and candy. But behind all the demonic folklore lies the truth, that this night once began as a vigil of faith, and even now, it should remind us that light shines best when the world grows dark.
Well, that is for sure. And Jim Mosley, appreciate your take, and it's a great one. Of course it's a great one. That's why we have you on all the time. Appreciate you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're back with the second hour of American Sunrise in 2 minutes. Spooky, stick around.
Introducing the limited edition God Bless the USA Bible, inspired by Lee Greenwood's hit song and the most recognized patriotic anthem in America, God Bless the USA. The God Bless the USA large print leather-bound King James Bible also contains America's founding documents, the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and the Pledge of Allegiance, along with a handwritten chorus to Lee Greenwood's song, God Bless the USA. With its large print and slim design, this Bible invites you to explore God's Word anywhere, anytime. The God Bless the USA Bible makes the perfect gift and cherished family heirloom keepsake to pass on to future generations. Designed for an easy reading experience in the trusted King James Version translation, this large print Bible is perfect to take to church, Bible study, work, and for traveling. Order yours today at GodBlessTheUSABible.com.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Getter Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm Drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Coming up on this second hour of American Sunrise, peace through strength, as President Trump has ordered the Department of War to resume testing nuclear weapons, warning that China is on pace to achieve nuclear parity within 5 years. The announcement came on the heels of the president's meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping. We'll have analysis straight ahead. Plus, President Trump taking aim at the Senate filibuster. 47 calling for congressional Republicans to play their Trump card in the shutdown fight by going for the nuclear option to reopen the government. We'll have the very latest on the shutdown showdown in just a moment. And then later, millions of Americans are at risk of losing federal food benefits. SNAP, which is the country's largest food benefit program, is set to run out of funding tomorrow as a result of the ongoing government shutdown, potentially affecting tens of millions of people. Those stories and so much more right now on this second hour of American Sunrise.
Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
we have breaking news to share with you.
Politics.
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
We've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrence.
And I'm Dr. Gina.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second hour of American Sunrise. I'm David Brody, coming to you from D.C. Let's bring in Dr. G in West Palm, T. Bates in our Denver newsroom. Good morning. You know, I don't even want to say happy Halloween, quite frankly. You know, there's a lot of evil with Halloween and all that. I don't know. It's not my jam. And speaking of evil, I mean, we're seeing something this morning, T. Bates, from the FBI. And once again, I'll let you get to that in a second. But, you know, like fires all over the country sometimes in the past in Detroit. Now, there's always mischief going on Halloween. But I know we got some serious mischief this morning. Good morning, guys.
Well, I will say the mischief has been thwarted in this particular case.
Yes.
Kash Patel out with this ex-post saying this morning the FBI thwarted a potential terrorist attack and arrested multiple subjects in Michigan who were allegedly plotting a violent attack over the Halloween weekend. More details to come, he says, thanks to the men and women of FBI and law enforcement everywhere who are standing guard 24/7 and crushing our mission to defend the homeland. So the good news is has been thwarted.
Yeah.
Was it Dearborn? Oh, we lost Terrence. David, do you know if it was Dearborn?
I don't. I'll have to look. I think that's all that Kash Patel put out on it. I'm going to double check that, but that's what I've been scouring this morning. By the way, if you see any more information, folks, in the chat, let us know. But I'll check it out here in a moment. I know we've got some headlines to get to, and we're going to get to T. Bates in a moment, some technical difficulties. But Gina, we'll move on and just do some headlines, and then we'll... Do we have Terrence? All right, we don't. All right, so I'll do it. All right, President Trump here obviously calling on the U.S. Senate to initiate what he calls the nuclear option. We talked about that at the top of the show. And getting rid of the filibuster in order to bypass Democrats and reopen the government. The filibuster is a long-standing tactic. That's really what it is in the Senate to give the minority party a check and balance on legislation. So overcoming a filibuster requires 60 votes, but doing away with the practice altogether would allow the majority party, the Republicans, to move legislation along a party line vote. So in this case, it would allow the Senate's 53 Republicans to reopen the government. By the way, it's 52 because Rand Paul's not going to vote with them, despite all of these Democrat roadblocks. Meantime, Americans who depend on federal food and assistance through the SNAP program are bracing for the loss of those benefits. Starting tomorrow, food aid is going to stop as a result of the government shutdown and lack of funding for the program. All right, so in other news, Vice President Vance warning that the ongoing government shutdown is setting the stage for a holiday disaster during the upcoming Thanksgiving travel season. That would be a nightmare. While meeting with the heads of American and United Airlines at the White House on Thursday, the vice president emphasized that 13,000 air traffic controllers, 50,000 transportation safety administration agents are being forced to work without a paycheck.
I don't think Americans should be afraid to fly because we've got great airline professionals who are keeping the safest aviation industry in the world afloat, but they're doing it with incredible stress. What I worry more about is that if you have, let's say, a pilot who's now missed 2 paychecks, who's now telling his kids that they can't do things that they'd like to do, who's now worried about feeding his family, maybe that guy doesn't show up to work. Maybe he goes and gets a different job. That means greater delays for the American people. I worry about the air traffic controller who now has missed 2 paychecks, who's got to pay his credit card bill or his mortgage, but can't pay both, and decides, you know what, this industry is not for me.
That's a great point. While flight delays and cancellations have been negligible so far, airline industry leaders expect that change, or that will change in the coming days and weeks. They're also encouraging Senate Democrats to vote for a clean CR in order to reopen the government so that airline workers can get their paychecks and focus on keeping the country's airways safe. All right, now to news from across the pond. We've got King Charles. Well, he has stripped his younger brother, Prince Andrew, of all of his titles and kicked him out of his royal home. The 65-year-old former prince is being punished over his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Earlier this month, he was even forced to stop using his title of Duke of York. Now, the disgraced royal is simply known as Andy. No, he's known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. So in a statement, Buckingham Palace writes this: these censures are deemed necessary, notwithstanding the fact that he continues to deny the allegations against him. Their Majesties wish to make clear that their thoughts and utmost sympathies have been and will remain with the victims and survivors of any and all forms of abuse. So Andrew will move now from his current royal estate to a private residence in eastern England. He's out. However, he'll reportedly continue to be financially supported by his older brother, King Charles. All right, time to get a weather hit, if you will. In our last hour, we had asked you to head over to the Real America's Voice chats on Getter and Rumble and YouTube and all that to be chosen to get your hometown forecast live. And of course, you can do that with a quick photo of the QR code on your screen. And here with the results is Weather Nation meteorologist Brittany Lockley. Brittany, what do you think? Good morning to you. Who gets some forecasts today? Good morning to you.
Good morning to you. Now that forecast, we're going to have to bring it to you probably next week. We were having some difficulty, but I have that Halloween forecast for you. And for you, I have the countdown for the fall because you said, hey, I'm over Halloween. So let's go ahead and get right into it. We're 2 days away from daylight saving, so you get some extra hours of sleep. How about 27 days away from Thanksgiving and 55 days away from Christmas? But here at Weather Nation, we're going to give you that trick-or-treat forecast because we have some bone-chilling temperatures up in the north central. And how about some spooky sprinkles down into areas like Oklahoma? Relatively dry for the southeast. It's going to be quiet, but we do have that area of low pressure bringing some heavy rain to the northeast. That's going to be moving up towards the north. And we have our next system that's going to be pushing in towards the northwest, bringing some pretty heavy rainfall down towards Seattle. So we're going to be checking in on that forecast. The high temperatures for today in the 30s. If you're in Bismarck, 39 degrees. That's pretty chilly. How about Los Angeles? Nice, 80 degrees. The Dodgers are going to be in Toronto, though, and those temperatures are going to be in the 40s. Down in Miami, you're sitting at a lovely 79 degrees for today. Your trick-or-treat forecast, if you are taking the little ones out, it is going to be quite chilly across the nation. We're talking about 60s for the south, up towards the north, temperatures in the 30s and the 40s. And as we get into deeper into the nighttime for the older kids out there, they're still going to be dealing with some of the 30s and the 40s out there. But thank you so much. I hope to see you again. Meteorologist Tracy Anthony will be back on Monday.
Brittany, we really appreciate it. Thanks so very much for all of that. All right. By the way, for all of you watching right now, you see right down there, there's the QR code. You got that. Just scan it, and you can join the Weather Nation family and get your hometown forecast and all of that. All right, Gina, over to you.
All right. Well, President Trump is waking up in Washington, D.C. this morning after a long diplomatic trip through Asia this past week. Yesterday, the president announced he's reached agreements on tariffs and trade with Chinese President Xi Jinping, and now the president has ordered the Department of War to start testing our nuclear weapons in what appears to be a message sent directly to China and Russia. Here was the president on Wednesday.
It had to do with others. They seem to all be nuclear testing. We have more nuclear weapons than anybody. We don't do testing. You know, we've halted it many years ago. But with others doing testing, I think it's appropriate that we do also.
Any details around the testing, sir? Like where, when?
We wouldn't be, it'll be announced. You know, we have test sites. It'll be announced.
Joining us now with analysis, RAV Chief White House Correspondent Brian Glenn. Brian, good morning. Brian, you know, this sounds scary, but is it scary? Should this be alarming, or is it more scary that we weren't doing the testing before?
Well, good morning. I think it should be a little scary, but it's been about 33 years since the U.S. government has done any type of testing, which, by the way, the only site right now, from what I've read, is outside Las Vegas, Nevada. That is the only test site that's capable of having what they plan to go through. This is very expensive as well. It's about $140 million per test. So this would take years to prepare for, of course, tax dollars to pay for. But I think it does send a message to China, to Russia, and also to Iran. I noticed Iran even popped up within the last day or so, calling out the hypocrisy of us doing testing versus them doing testing, which that's completely different subject. But it does send a message to our adversaries that we are, we're basically making sure that we are up to speed. We have the latest technology and that we're ready to strike when we need to. I think this is more noise than actual substance on this. I think it just sends a message. And mind you, Dr. Gina, this was about 30 minutes before he met with the president of China. So maybe that sent a little subtle message in terms of how these negotiations should go. But nevertheless, President Trump obviously talking about nuclear testing, and let's just hope that we don't ever get to actually ever use those nuclear weapons.
Yeah, and even in his post, President Trump said this isn't where he wanted to go, and he talked about kind of the destructive nature of nuclear weapons. Is the White House being a bit more specific or talking at all about how these tests potentially would look? I was talking with Senator Ron Johnson yesterday of Wisconsin, and even he was saying, yeah, I have no idea how this would look or how we would go about doing this, if these would be underground tests or otherwise. Any idea, any word from the White House this morning specific to how this testing would potentially look?
No, they haven't, Terrence. That's a great question, and I've kind of dug around to see exactly what they meant by that post. And I think each response from the White House has been, we're just going to let president's words speak for itself. They're not really going into detail, which makes me think, in a way, this might have been more of a negotiation tactic before he met with China versus a legitimate reason to test our nuclear weapons. So we have more than anybody. So I would imagine they work. And I think at this point to undergo testing, I don't know if it's needed, but look, the president's going to do what he thinks is best.
For sure. Enough. Brian Glenn, great to have you on a Friday.
Thanks, guys.
Actually, now that I think about it, great to have you Monday through Friday. Thank you so much.
There you go.
Have a good weekend, Brian.
So we'll see you back on Monday. Thank you.
All right, coming up, scary music. Is Biden coming up next? More revelations on Jack Smith. Oh, okay, now I get the scary music. And the Biden-era Arctic frost investigation. It's all scary, and it's after the break. We're going to show you why the former special counsel sought records on more than 400 Republican figures and groups. Stay with us. You hear that, Jack?
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Getter Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorado. I'm Drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm American Sunrise contributor Emily Finn. It's great to have you with us this morning. Time now to drain the swamp, and this morning we are fleshing out former special counsel Jack Smith. Newly released documents show Smith sought records on more than 400 Republican figures and organizations, according to Senator Chuck Grassley, who made the information public this week. The documents reveal just how wide the Biden-era operation went, targeting media companies, Trump advisors, and GOP-aligned groups around the country. Joining me now to discuss more is Cowboy Logic co-host Donna Fiducia. Donna, walk us through all of this with Jack Smith. Make it make sense.
Just look at his eyes, Emily. The guy is crazed. But what I want to know is, since when is politics probable cause? And by the way, it's been nice knowing you guys, because the ever-growing list includes the J6 prison choir. And we have been showing the J6 prison choir's recording with President Trump for about 4 years now at the end of our show. So it's been nice knowing you guys. Oh, boy. We'd like to thank the Patriot Act also for all of this massive list of surveillance. Let no crisis go unused. But you know what I'd really like to see, Emily? I'd like to see the usual suspects arrested this time, like Comey, Clapper, Bolton, Lisa Monaco, Merrick Garland, and of course, Jack Smith. That would be the best thing, because right now I think MAGA Republicans are pretty PO'd. This is getting ridiculous. Let's talk about AT&T and Verizon. When the senators are targeted, they're like, hey, now we have to really look at this. This is something we've known for like years. But AT&T actually said, we might not give you Ted Cruz's phone records, whereas Verizon was more than happy to do it to the other 8 or 9 senators involved. But you know what else they had to do? They were asked to sign non-disclosure agreements. In other words, not to tell the senators and the congressmen for at least a year. I mean, this is so wrong on so many levels. And the thing that I think a lot of people aren't seeing also, Emily, is the fact that all the FBI field offices okayed all of this. So they protected Fannie Willis in Atlanta. They protected Tish James up in New York. And what I really would like to look into, and I'm not a lawyer, is the fact that this could have been collusion that framed Tina Peters. Is it possible that Tina Peters should get a pardon? Because this really came from the federal government. They try to say it's state charges, but it really came from the federal government. I'm just wondering at this point if the FBI can really be saved. It's almost like John Solomon has been all over this, by the way. His reporting has been great. But this was a leftist Democrat dragnet. Like, they went after the Tea Party decades ago, and they looked for dirt on anything J6. Crime, apparently, it was a crime if you were contesting an election. It was a crime if you said alternate electors, and obviously it was a crime if you questioned the ballots. So I think at this point, I'm wondering, the bigger story is, can the FBI be saved? And my doubts in that department, that's for sure.
Certainly a lot of doubts. But Donna, we know that you are going to continue to expose all of the things that need to be exposed with the FBI. Before we let you go, what is happening at the barn party this weekend? What are you covering on your show?
Amazing interview with Jonathan Cahn, who wrote Dinesh D'Souza's movie, The Dragon's Prophecy. He has a great book out called Avatar. J6 Cash Kelly, an amazing story with him. And the boy wonder, author Matt Palumbo. He's got a new book out about the heir. That would be George Soros' son. We'll see you at the darn party. The darn party? The barn party.
The darn barn party. We always love the barn party. Donna Fiducia, thank you so much for joining us this morning. The boys in the control room were trying to get me to put the cowboy hat back on. So next time I see you, I will have it on.
All right, love you guys.
Love you, Donna. All right, coming up, we're headed down to Wall Street for the opening bell and some insight on why not everyone spending big money on AI is doing it right. We'll be back with more American Sunrise in just 2 minutes.
Would you like to see something strange? Come with us and you will see. This our town of Halloween. This is Halloween. This is Halloween. Pumpkin scream.
Are you
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
You see what's happening out there? They are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real word of God. Don't go! I can't walk away! You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
I believe in you. I believe in this mission. But Nate, what if you don't come back?
We do this tonight for the Word of God.
The villains in this movie are not cartoonish, but rather insidious and real, as the moral dilemmas presented are quite true to today. It makes us think and reflect upon faith in our society as a whole, and perhaps the muster of our own personal.
Nothing spooky happening at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. President Trump and the First family waking up this morning after hosting trick-or-treaters last night. Many of you will be hosting trick-or-treaters tonight. Please give out good candy. Don't disappoint the young kids. This is some of the trick-or-treaters who showed up last night for President Trump there at the First at the White House. As you can see, this McDonald's drive-thru. This is pretty ingenious. Whoever put together that costume, kudos to you. You're making national news this morning. We're also getting ready for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. So far, so good. Pre-market trading looking perfect right now. The Dow, S&P 500, and the NASDAQ are all on the green. The rest of our board are also in the green. Let's see if it continues that way. Again, we'll take you to the New York Stock Exchange for the opening bell here in just a few minutes. First, though, let's get you over to David, who is not dressed up. He is an anchor every single day. Just a picture of perfection.
That's right. A picture of perfection. I don't think I've ever been described that way, T. Bates. So thank you for being the first ever in the history of, I don't know, my history. I don't know. Anyhow, let me move on. Time now for our daily dose of dollars and common sense. It's American Sunrise Early Edition host, the guy behind Jake's Take Substack. That would be Jake Novak. Jake, well, look, it's all about the AI spending in America right now. However, some companies apparently doing it better than others. And one of the losers right now, kind of happy to hear this, Mark Zuckerberg and Meta. Tell me more.
Yeah, you know, one of the good signs when you're in a bubble is when there are still some people looking at a huge bubble and saying, oh, there's a couple of things here I don't like. That gives me hope that actually we won't have a huge market crash because people are looking at the AI spending of Meta, Mark Zuckerberg, and they're saying, you know what? They're not doing it right. One of the reasons why is that, you know, Meta, this is Mark Zuckerberg's personal obsession. Meta's trying to create this whole alternate world, virtual friends, make-believe life. Here's a big thing I want everyone to understand, because you already know it. People go on Facebook to see if their real ex-girlfriend got fat or ex-boyfriend got fat. Not some. That's why you go on. Let's be honest. Not some imaginary girlfriend or boyfriend. And so the reality there. And so AI is not really something that I think Meta can use more than its back office operations. Of course, everyone can use AI to save money and be more efficient. But as far as making it a feature on the platform, no, I want to see if my real ex-girlfriend got fat. I want to see if my other friends from school are now losers. That's why I'm on Facebook. Admit it. And I don't want to see any virtual, who cares if it's virtual? I can make that up right now. So that is why AI spending at Meta is raising alarm bells on Wall Street. Meta had their worst day in 3 years yesterday, and this is why. They're spending a lot of money on a technology that doesn't completely work for them other than saving them money, but not as a product they can sell to their users.
Got it. So you got Mark Zuckerberg and fat in the same sentence. Congratulations. You win. All right. Jake, now let's look at one of the winners here, Amazon. So why is Wall Street cheering Amazon's earnings report that came out after the closing bell, right?
Yeah, Amazon shares are up 13% in the pre-market. That is, that's a big jump for a major cornerstone of the market. And they beat earnings and revenue expectations. That's not the big deal. The big deal is that where they beat it in their Amazon Web Services, AWS, their cloud services division. Now, one of the funny things about that is, of course, this report encapsulates the June through September period. As you all know, Amazon Web Services, AWS, had a pretty big outage 10 days ago that affected us, including us here at Real America's Voice. It affected everyone. That isn't included in this earnings report, so they better be careful about bidding up Amazon so much on this, because I think they may lose a little bit of money, or certainly not make as much on AWS in this final quarter of the year. But hey, this is, we talked about it when it happened. It's too much of a monopoly. Too many businesses got hampered by one company having a little blip. But now they're cheering how great it is this morning, forgetting that just 10 days ago we were all in hell over this thing.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, Jake, finally, I'm going to use the term Mexican food and also the term worst day in 13 years. And I'm not referring to my stomach, which can take a hit if that ever happened. But for Chipotle, this is about something else now. What's going on? I don't know how I got to Chipotle there. Kudos to you to get us there.
Well,
go ahead.
I mean, let's be honest. Every other time we say worst day in 13 years and Mexican food, we're talking about a stomach incident and probably some public embarrassment. Chipotle had a bad day yesterday, lost 18% on their stock price. Because you know what, David, Chipotle is still too expensive. People want fast food prices very, very low right now. And places like that, Sweet Green, Cava, the places that are a little bit more expensive, of course, they're not really expensive. It's not like going to a sit-down meal where you have to tip and you buy drinks. I get it. But people really, if they're going to do the fast food thing now, they want $10 or less. And Chipotle can't do that. And they need to figure out a value menu at Chipotle. That's my advice to them. And again, I'm just glad that people aren't getting sick there. That's all.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, yeah, that's for sure. By the way, you going to go dress tonight at Halloween? You're going to dress up like Jerome Powell? You should dress up as Jerome Powell and just be late to Halloween.
No, I'm not going to. I'm going to stay home, though, and I just want all the trick-or-treaters to know that I will be giving out Dubai chocolate, Chateaubriand, and goose liver pate. So please, those kids... No, it's going to be a really high-end giveaway tonight. So, yeah, I'm going to be home. That's right.
Here you go, kids. Sorry, don't have a Milky Way. I've got the goose liver pate for you. That's right. Jake Novak, thanks for being here. I got to get to the bell. All right. It's all sponsored by AMAC, after all. Here it is.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
Well, the applause is underway at the New York Stock Exchange, which means the bell is going to ring here in short order. And then we'll get an idea of how this final day of trading is shaping up. Amera is at the podium, so congratulations to them for being at the podium. And let's hear the bell. There it is, right on cue. The markets are now officially open, and oh, how things can change in literally just a couple of minutes. You may remember about 6 or 7 minutes ago, we showed you this board and everything was all green. Now we do have one blemish, but the major markets are looking good. The Dow, S&P 500, and the NASDAQ are all in the green, up slightly, but still up. That's always a good thing. You never want it to be in the red. In the meantime, you may want to consider buying gold, because you can also get yourself one of these right here. This is free silver. That's right. For every $5,000 purchased from the Birch Gold Group this month in advance of Veterans Day, they're going to send you a free patriotic silver round that commemorates the Gadsden and American flags. Gold is up over 40% since the beginning of this year, and the Birch Gold Group can help you own it by converting an existing IRA or a 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Plus, they'll send you free silver honoring our veterans on qualifying purchases. If you're current or former military, the Birch Gold Group has a special offer just for you. They're waiving custodial fees for the first year on investments of any amount. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of satisfied customers, many of which are viewers here on RAV, we really want to encourage you to diversify your savings into gold. It's as simple as texting the word America to the number 989898 and getting a free information kit and claiming your eligibility for free silver with qualifying purchases before the end of this month. Again, text the word America to the number 989898 today. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, oh, that was frightening. I didn't know what that was. That was a little frightening. A major legal reversal in Chicago. The Department of Homeland Security celebrating a victory after a court puts a controversial judge's order on hold. We've got that story and so much more. Was that a spider or something? All right. Anyway, we'll figure all that out, and we'll be back in 2 minutes.
An eerie sight, for my monster from his slab began to rise, and suddenly, to my surprise, he did the mash. He did the monster mash.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
You see what's happening out there? They are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real word of God. Don't go! I can't walk away! You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
I believe in you. I believe in this mission. But Nate, what if you don't come back?
We do this tonight for the Word of God.
The villains in this movie are not cartoonish, but rather insidious and real, as the moral dilemmas presented are quite true to today. It makes us think and reflect upon faith in our society as a whole, and perhaps the muster of our own personal.
All right, welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. Gina. Thanks for joining us this morning. We invite you to hop in our conversation on YouTube, Getter, and Rumble. We'd like to talk to you, so get on in there with us. It is time now to take the political pulse of America, and here is the beat today. The Department of Homeland Security is claiming a legal win after what it calls an act of judicial overreach was put on hold. On Wednesday, a federal appeals court blocked an order that would have required a senior Border Patrol official to brief a judge every day about immigration raids in Chicago. This ruling comes amid tensions over Operation Midway Blitz, a sweep that has led to more than 1,800 arrests. Here was Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem speaking about that operation just yesterday.
Just earlier this month here in Indiana, we saw an illegal alien from Serbia and Montenegro was operating his semi-truck without a valid commercial license. He swerved into oncoming traffic and killed Jeffrey Eberly. In August, Indian illegal alien killed 3 people in a reckless driving highway incident in Florida. And I think most of you remember the news coverage from that, but the devastating impacts of that loss. That CDL had been issued in California by Governor Gavin Newsom. Just last week, another Indian illegal alien killed 3 Americans on a highway in California. He was intoxicated behind the wheel of his truck. Every single time one of these individuals gets behind the truck, on the wheel of a truck, they are in front of a deadly weapon that can kill other Americans as well.
All right, for more, let's bring in David Brody and Terrence Bates. See, David, I had a really good question for you. I completely lost it with that. No, I know.
I'm distracted as well.
Yeah. Wait.
I thought they were taking you away from us, or like a gremlin. I don't know what was going on there.
A big Colby paw over here trying to snatch me right off the set. Here's the interesting thing. So when Kristi Noem was then asked about illegal aliens attaining regular operational vehicle licenses, regular driver's licenses, she said, no, that's up to each state. So there are many states that grant, I think most states, in fact, grant regular driver's licenses. And by the way, a car is also a deadly weapon. And let me guess, the Democrats are much less concerned about this as sort of a deadly weapon, even the big trucks that are causing so many deaths, than they are guns, which they love to talk about, David.
Yeah. You know what the Democrats' ace in the hole is in all of this is the federal district and appeals judges across the country. Yep. And this is a victory here, right? We just talked about, okay, small victory for the time being. But that's like the New York Jets. You get a victory once in a blue moon, but overall you lose all the time. And this is kind of what's been going on with Trump and the administration. Look, did some research. Once again, cue the line where I say I had nothing better to do. And I looked, and in Trump's first term, there were 86 nationwide injunctions against his policies, compared to 28 nationwide injunctions against Biden's policies in his first term. 86 to 28. That's all you need to know, T. Bates. There are the numbers for you.
There you go.
Yeah, the numbers speak for themselves. And unfortunately, many of these judges are still overstepping their bounds when it comes to some of President Trump and the administration in general's policies, and it's really impacting us. But back to the whole driver's license thing, and many of these illegal immigrants who are driving trucks and causing accidents, it really gets back to the fundamental issue for me. You shouldn't be here. You were in this country illegally, and if you weren't in this country at all, if you weren't breaking law, then you wouldn't be putting lives at risk here in this country. Maybe in your own country, but that's fine. You wouldn't be putting lives at risk here in this country. And that's really ultimately what it gets back down to.
And this
Dr. Gina,
and you make such a great point, Terrence. This is why it's so critical that we repeat this narrative, because the Democrats love to say, we hear it all the time, right? They love to say, oh, they're coming into neighborhoods, they're going and snatching small children out of Halloween parades and deporting them. This is why, if you did the first illegal thing of coming into our country illegally, that's the same thing as coming into our homes when you don't live there. It is not okay. Go back to your country and come in legally if that's what you want to do. We can never lose sight of that narrative, because this is the one place we cannot compromise. And the reasons you just stated, Terrence, are exactly why.
Yeah, and
there's certain life.
Go ahead, Terrence. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to. There are certain life rules that just are consistent. I remember as a teenager, I took my mom's car and I went to a party she told me not to go to, and I got in an accident. Somebody hit me. And I said, oh, Mom, it wasn't my fault. Mom, it wasn't my fault. Like, the other person hit me. And she said, well, you weren't supposed to be at the party in the first place. The rule is the same with illegal immigration. You're not supposed to be here in the first place. And if you weren't here, if you weren't doing something wrong, then the other consequences, everything else that happens, wouldn't happen. Life rule, there's certain things that are just pretty consistent, David. Sorry. I know that's a bit of a stretch, but I think it really is appropriate.
Oh, that's perfect. I'm shocked that you did that.
Yeah. Well, listen, here's the thing.
Me too, still, 30 years later.
And here's the thing. The media continues to talk, when they ask questions to the White House, they always say, well, why are you arresting people that did nothing illegal? And it's like, no, you came across the border illegally. Hello. But, that's not Anyhow, okay, we got to move on. We're following the latest on the government shutdown in D.C. No end in sight at this point. Well, maybe 5%. Democrats have blocked every single measure to reopen the government since the shutdown began. There it is, the Schumer shutdown. Now, by the way, SNAP benefits, in other words, food stamps, they're set to run out of funds tomorrow. It's going to be the first time the country's largest food benefit program has been disrupted in this way. Well, joining us now with the reaction is the content creator known as the older millennial, Joe Redding. Good morning, Joe. Look, you've been following this story very closely. Funding for SNAP set to expire. Curious to get your take on this. Good morning.
Well, thank you so much for having me here. Well, I mean, this is a huge thing on social media. This is something that we talk about probably on a daily basis, and it's kind of a debate of two narratives. On the Democrat side, or at least the liberal creator side, they're talking about how this is a Republican shutdown, and because Republicans control the government, they're responsible for it. But the reality is that we try to explain is that all the Republicans are asking is the Democrats to vote for the exact same bill they already passed 13 times, and they're just choosing not to do it.
Yeah, and that's the problem. They're choosing not to do it. Do you see any end in sight? There's elections on Tuesday. Is that going to be enough to potentially prompt Democrats to turn around to make a 180 over the weekend? SNAP benefits, as you said, are getting ready to end. There's going to be a lot of people suffering. What's it going to take ultimately for Democrats to come to their senses?
Well, honestly, that's going to be about the only thing conservatives are going to accept. We're not going to accept bending on the Republican side. We're not going to accept half measures or agreeing to additional spending because, what we want from our politicians is exactly what they said they're going to do. That's what we voted for them to do. And if the compromise comes on the Democrat side, great. We're all for that. But the compromise can't come from the Republicans. We put them in charge for a reason. And for the good of America, it has to be done that way. And do I see them changing? Sadly, no. Because you can see they focus on the House, and the reality is there's nothing to be done in the House. They've already passed the bill. It lies with the Senate, and they've got to do their job.
Can we put that chart back up that our producers had up for a moment? Because that's the chart I've been trying to reference this whole show, where it shows that the vast majority of those who take the food stamps in the first place are this one. Are not Americans. Americans are way down there at the bottom. It's a shocking number of people from other countries that are taking the food stamp benefits. Joe, what will this mean in the conversation about all of this?
Well, the sad thing is this is something we've also talked about across social media, and it's looking at what we've somehow managed to do is import people that depend on the American people. And that's like, I'm all for immigration. I don't know any conservative that's not for legal immigration. But if we're just bringing in people, and that chart clearly shows the people we're bringing in, they're not being brought in to make America better. They're being brought in to depend on the American people to take care of them. And that's just not a sustainable program. You can't have a future where 59% of the people that are being paid for, that their food's being paid for by the American people, they're not even citizens of the country.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Joe, are you shocked that Republicans are actually sticking together on this? I mean, they always splinter. I tell you what, it's nice to see some cohesiveness. The Democrats are always sticking together. Well, it's finally nice that the Republicans are doing the same. What's your take?
It is a rare occurrence to see Republicans not infighting and attacking each other over a topic and trying to play the blame game. I being a skeptic as I am, I hope that's not just a product of being more than a year away from the midterms. But it is great to see that even though they do disagree on things, they do agree on how to move America forward with smart economic policy like this.
And we showed that SOT a little earlier, Joe. I don't know if you were watching the show earlier where we showed this SOT where the liberal media was flipping out that actually Congress's approval ratings on the Republican side have gone up since this shutdown. Here's a little note to Republican congressional members. That could be why, because you for once in your life stuck together. Love it.
Yep, that's right. That's exactly right.
It's amazing. It's almost like the Republican voters want them to do what we voted for.
Amazing. Shocker.
Oh, what a novel idea, right? Joe, thanks so much, my friend. Good to see you.
Absolutely my pleasure.
Thanks, Joe.
Absolutely. Well, folks, the tax extension deadline may have passed, but for millions of Americans, the real trouble is just now beginning. If you happen to miss the October 15th deadline, or if you owe back taxes, the IRS is ramping up enforcement. Every day you wait only makes things worse. Here's the harsh reality, though. The IRS can charge a penalty of 5% per month up to 25% of your total tax bill just for not filing. That's in addition to what you already owe. The good news is there's still time for Tax Network USA to help. Self-employed or a business owner, even if your books are a mess, they've got you covered. Tax Network USA specializes in resolving financial chaos and getting you back on track fast. With tools like property seizures, bank levies, and wage garnishments, the IRS is applying pressure at levels that we haven't seen in years. It's not too late to regain control, though. Your consultation is 100% free, and in one short phone call and a few simple questions, the experts at Tax Network USA can determine how much you can save. Call 800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV and let Tax Network USA help before the IRS, makes the next move. Let's take a quick break. When we come back here on American Sunrise, President Trump calling for an investigation into former FBI agent, labeling him a dirty cop. We'll bring you the full story when American Sunrise continues.
For 250 years, they've stormed beaches, broken lines, and made history in blood and valor. From the black sands of Iwo Jima to the streets of Fallujah.
Get ready to move!
No enemy too strong, no mission too hard, no fight too far. This Saturday, Real America's Voice takes you to the heart of the Marine Corps legend. RAV will have a front row view of the action, joined by battle-tested veterans and military experts who live the brotherhood of the Corps. Explosive action, raw power, unshakable pride. This is Marine 250, from sea to shore. Coverage begins this Saturday at noon Eastern, only on Real America's Voice, because freedom wasn't given, it was earned.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love RAV? If you ever talk to the hosts, you can do that on RAV. And the RAV family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
Let's spill some tea.
Let's spill some tea, fueled by Artillery Tea Company, the only America First veteran-owned tea brand. Their mission, maximize flavor with whole leaf blends and chemical-free tea bags. No junk, just real tea. And here's the tactical advantage: each bag brews twice. Just go to artilleryteaco.com and use the code LIBERTY for 20% off your first order. Again, that's artilleryteaco.com. Premium tea, mission-driven, and brewed for the brave. It is time now to spill some tea, and in the cup today, President Donald Trump has called for an investigation into former FBI agent Walter Giardina, labeling him a dirty cop and claiming he played a central role in politically motivated probes against Trump allies. Giardina is accused by Trump and his supporters of verifying the Clinton-funded Steele dossier, wiping his laptop of critical material and helping orchestrate the January 6th and Russian collusion investigations. The allegations reflect the larger narrative that the justice system has been weaponized by the deep state, with Trump repositioning himself as the agent of accountability. For patriots who back America first, this is beyond a scandal. It's a battle for transparency, sovereignty, and fairness in federal law enforcement. The next step will be whether Congress or a special prosecutor steps in to uncover the truth and hold the bad actors accountable. For discussion, let's bring in Dr. Gina, David, and Terrence for more. Terrence, we talk about accountability on this show so often. Do you see any accountability will come from this?
I'm not so sure. I just had a conversation yesterday, and I mentioned it earlier. We had a wide-ranging conversation with Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson, and he was saying that what he wants in many of these investigations is initially that the information gets out there, that the public has access to this information and knows what was going on. And his argument was that once charges are brought or once this goes into the legal realm, then information is typically withheld because it's an ongoing investigation and it's an ongoing prosecution. And so he wants the information to come out publicly first, all of it, and then to be followed up by potential prosecution or accountability. That's the word that we've been using here. And it does make sense. While I obviously want accountability in the long term, the idea that the information come out first and is in the public arena does make sense, Dr. Gina.
No, I agree with you, Terrence. That's really interesting, and I hadn't thought of it that way. And I think it's important. You know, we're going to have to reorganize the way some things are done because the way things have been done are not working in our legal system, as you know. And so, David, you know, being inside the Beltway, I'm sure you have some great insight on this.
Well, I mean, look, a couple of things. First of all, it's like whack-a-mole in the deep state. That's part of the problem here. You know, everything keeps popping up. So maybe you get this guy, or at least you try to get this guy, but there's so many others right behind him, thousands and thousands. So, you know, I don't think you're really going to ever solve the problem. I think you can mitigate it. I mean, I'm just being honest. I mean, we're talking about entrenched bureaucracy. And, you know, I'm a glass half full guy, but, you know, being in D.C. for as long as I have and seeing what I've seen, you're not gonna fully change the system, but you can dent it, and that's what Trump has done. There's no doubt about that. And I think what you need to do is basically you have to follow through on some of this. You can't just talk the talk. You got to walk the walk. And I think we're starting to see some of that from Republicans. But once again, I just feel like in D.C., okay, so they announce this and goes to a grand jury, and then that's the end of it. I mean, I feel like we're not seeing the accountability we need to see. And once it goes to a grand jury, well, I shouldn't say grand jury. Once it actually goes to a jury trial, you know, at that point, it's out of your hands. They did what they could do, but I don't know. I'm not high on it. I'm pessimistic, to be quite frank with you.
Yeah, I must admit, David, I think I want Donna Fiducia to be the head of the whack-a-mole department in D.C. She would make sure there was accountability for everybody. All right, we'll be right back with more American Sunrise after the break. Stay with us.
For 250 years, they've stormed beaches, broken lines, and made history in blood and valor. From the black sands of Iwo Jima to the streets of Fallujah.
Get ready to move!
No enemy too strong, no mission too hard, no fight too far. This Saturday, Real America's Voice takes you to the heart of the Marine Corps legend. Rev will have a front row view of the action, joined by battle-tested veterans and military experts who live the brotherhood of the Corps. Explosive action, raw power, unshakable pride. This is Marine 250 from sea to shore. Coverage begins this Saturday at noon Eastern, only on Real America's Voice, because freedom wasn't given, it was earned.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
This is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? If you ever talk to the host, you can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. Gina. Colby has his Trump comb over. He is completely ready for whatever trick-or-treating is necessary for him tonight. We are glad you are joining us this Puppy Friday. It is time now for our Sunny Side Up. In the pan today, his comb over looks really funny. It's a little distracting. I'm going to sit you down. Just got back from Israel. I just want to say what a profoundly meaningful, amazing trip it was. There we are with Gal Kalev. You see him on the show all the time. Those are some viewers, some Rav viewers who came up to me in the shuk and said hello. They watch the show all the time. Gal and his beautiful wife, Tamara, whom I absolutely adore. Jeff Balaban, who's a patriot warrior out there as well. You might know that guy. Got to stop by the embassy and say hello to him. Actually, that's at the residence there. He has two fantastic dogs. I don't know if we have a picture. Oh, that's me on the camera.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, you know, really amazing just to, as I said before, walk where Jesus walked. This is at the CBN headquarters, David Brody.
Nice.
And got to meet a lot of your friends and fans there and do a little bit of some of their shows. But just an amazing time, really beautiful trip. I encourage everyone to do it, especially in this day and age. I don't want to get heavy in the last block of the show. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot to know. There's a lot of history to study. There's a lot of conversations that we need to have in this country right now. If you talk to your Gen Z children and grandchildren, you know very well that there is some great, very important conversations that need to be had regarding Israel, regarding funding, regarding what's happening to Christian landmarks there. And Christians really around the world. And so I just want to say that I think it's a really important conversation we will continue to have. I feel like I learned a lot there. Mostly what I learned, though, when I learn a lot, guys, I don't know about you, is how much I don't know about whatever it is. And I want to give a special shout out and thank you to our producers and editors who scrambled to get that together, because I really did want to say that. Even though it's Puppy Friday and we're supposed to be light and fun, so let's be light and fun. Yeah.
Let's be light and fun.
But David,
I love America. Yeah, I mean, I love America first and foremost, full stop. That's the end of that. As for Israel,
I love America.
What a beautiful country. What a beautiful country. Sorry. Excuse me. I know you were thinking about a steak, but I was speaking to... No, just kidding. I'm just playing with you.
I was just going to add, I love America. I also love Twix, Snickers, and Milky Ways. If you happen to be dropping by my house today and you want to share some of your candy, or even next week, those are my candies of choice.
Yeah, I'm going to send the guy $5 who puts a big old fat steak right in your bag tonight when you're trick-or-treating, Terrence.
Oh, that'd be good.
I would happily have that. I'm still thinking about that tomahawk steak that we were looking at earlier.
Yes.
I know you are.
That was beautiful.
I know you are.
That was beautiful. All right, you guys. Well, listen, we will be back with you, of course, this Monday. Coming up now is War Room, one of our favorites. You're not going to want to miss it. Always something spooky there on War Room. You guys hug your children. Love God. Go boldly now. Have a great weekend.
See you.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Friday, 31 October, year of Lord 2025. That was, well, let's bring in Cleo Pascal. By the way, we're going to talk about this very special event that's happening right now. And to give the audience a heads up, the President of the United States is going to be departing the White House momentarily. Can we get that beautiful shot? Do we have the establishing shot of the White House? The leaves are starting to change here in Washington, D.C., and the White House looks absolutely spectacular. President Trump had the trick-or-treat. And now I realize I had it yesterday because he is leaving this afternoon. In fact, he's leaving momentarily. We'll cover that. And also we will cover the, I'm sure he's going to have a few minutes to share with the media. Let's go to, I want to start. Cleo, why don't you set you brought this to my attention, and I'm glad you did. Why don't you talk to us about what is this all about? What did we just see?
So there are still many, many Americans left to be brought home who fought in battles around the world. And there are some people, including the people who are with History Flight, who are trying to find them. History Flight is it's a private charity. They've been doing this on the ground forever. They first came to my attention because I've been looking at what the Chinese are doing in places like Tarawa, and History Flight is on the ground in Tarawa trying to find those men and bring them home. And when they do, they get, sorry, I'm a little bit touched by what we just saw. They get full honors. They get brought home. They get reunited with their families if they can find them, which is why it's very important if you have missing family members to let the Department of Defense know, so that, or History Flight or something like them, so that they can do the DNA matches, because there are also bodies that are waiting to be identified. History Flight was founded by Mark Noah, who's an aviation fanatic enthusiast, and so had the capability to do the transport and get around and know what was going on. And also Sergeant Major Justin LaHue, who is the hero of Nasiriyah, Navy Cross winner, an unbelievable retired Marine, who at this very moment is walking from Ground Zero, from the memorial site of the Twin Towers in New York, to Quantico. He's walking 250 miles to arrive at Quantico on the 250th anniversary of the founding of the Marine Corps, because next year they want to bring 250 more men home. So that's one of the History Flight events that you saw, and that's what's going on right now. You'll see him walking through. I hope he's escaped New Jersey now, but he'll be by the side of the road. He's with another Marine. He gets joined along the way, and he's done other walks. The map that you have up now is the one that they did across the entire country. It's called the Long Road, and you can go to historyflight.com to hear more about History Flight, and the Long Road also tracks their route.
Let's bring in Sergeant Major Justin LaHue. Sergeant Major, walk us through again, so I understand this. You've left Ground Zero. You're walking to Quantico. You're going to arrive on Monday, the 250th commemoration of the birth of the Marine Corps. Just take us through the whole thing, the logistics of it. What are you doing, and why are you doing this?
Steve, thanks for having me on. And Cleo, I don't think that could have been a better, more encapsulating intro. So kudos to you. We started this on October 26th. This is about the fourth leg of our 2022 continuation journey. In 2023, it was 300 miles arriving at the Pentagon on National POW MIA Day. 2024 was all the way across 120 miles across the Florida Keys, highlighting the history of the Florida Keys, the military history of that region. And then this year was from ground zero on 9/11. We really started at Fort Hamilton, very historic Fort Hamilton, as everybody should be aware. And we've been covering 20 miles a day, 20 to 40 pound packs, and for the 250 miles for the 250th anniversary of the world's finest fighting force. And we're currently, last night we walked into Philadelphia, and Philadelphia is the home base. It's ground zero. It's the birthplace of the United States Marine Corps. Just held a fabulous ceremony here for the city just about a week and a half ago, and went down to the Tun Tavern sign. We are going to continue. We took a day off today. Going to continue on down the road through Wilmington, Delaware, down through Baltimore, Fort McHenry, down through Washington, D.C., the Marine Barracks, the War Memorial, the 9/11 site, the Pentagon, past Arlington National Cemetery, remembering all those for veterans who have fallen in the service of their nation or served in the service of their nation, and then ending up at a cake-cutting ceremony on 10 November at the beautiful and historic National Museum of the Marine Corps. And a few years ago, Steve, I walked into a post office in 2022. We were coming out of the pandemic shutdown that really killed a lot of international operations and recoveries of our service members abroad. And it was, I found out that black POW MIA flag that flies over every federal installation, every post office, and is the only flag that is authorized to fly underneath the American colors in all 50 states and territories. Now, if you're from Iowa, you can fly the Iowa flag underneath the U.S. colors. You're from Ohio, the Ohio flag. But there's only one other flag all the way across our nation that's authorized to fly in all of those states and territories, and that's the black and white POW MIA flag. And I found that people were really forgetting why that was created and what that was. And I walked into a post office to mail a package in spring of 2022. I talked to a very nice young lady. It had a tattered POW MIA flag. I asked if I could replace that for them. They said that they had that on order. And when I kind of walked out after thanking the package and I offered to put one up for them again, she just stopped me and she said, "Can I ask you why that matters so much? I've worked here a long time, and a lot of people ask to replace the American flag, but no one has ever asked to replace that flag, and you're the first one." And after about 5 minutes of talking to her, that woman was in tears. And she said, "I will get right on that, sir." And when I walked past that post office the following morning, that flag was up. And I figured, if I can have a 5-minute conversation and do that with one person, maybe I could walk across the nation or do a few other things and go where the rubber meets the road and talk to individuals and get out there in the hometowns of America and remind people what that flag means and that service and sacrifice. So it's an incredible honor right now, walking 250 miles. We were in a rainstorm yesterday, about 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts. A lot of people saying, "Hey, you knew that weather was coming. Why didn't you just take the day off yesterday?" And it was like, you know what? Since 1775, our nation and Marines have hiked in a lot worse weather than that. And it was an honor and a privilege to be able to walk into the beautiful city of Philadelphia yesterday under those conditions, representing 250 years of the United States Marine Corps. So that's a little bit the tidbit of why we're doing what we do, a little bit of motivation behind that, Steve. And again, thanks for having me on the program today.
Sergeant Major, we had after 17 years, we had the first premiere of the Last 600 Meters, a film that Michael Pack wrote and directed. I produced with his wife. And for 17 years, it's been suppressed by by the PBS, who paid for it. And so we screened it for an audience of Marines last night who were actually in the film. And it's the battle of First Fallujah, Najaf, and Second Fallujah. We got a couple of minutes here. I'm going to hold you through the break. But one of the young Marines, who's not young now, it's, the film was really made 20 years ago, said that the thing that got him about the Marine Corps when he first showed up is the sense of history that they instill in you every day. Give me a minute or so about that before we go to break, sir.
Well, Steve, it's coincidence that you said that, because I was a first sergeant in Charlie Company, 1st Battalion, 4th Marines, and I fought in that 4.5 square mile cemetery on August 5th to August 28th of 2004. One of the finest fighting units that I think America's ever put on the field of battle. I mean, everywhere that you look, nobody teaches you how to fight inside of a cemetery. Everywhere you look, 125 degrees on the ground, 40 pounds of kit on these Marines. I had 162 of the greatest warriors that anybody has ever put on the battlefield, I think, in the history of the world. And we pushed into that cemetery and fought for those 25 days to secure elections, to secure a very hostile city, and basically be the first ones fighting the house-to-house, street-to-street. That just a couple of months later, units like 3rd Battalion, 1st Marines, and all of that, were going to push into the city of Fallujah. And Najaf set the precedence for that. U.S. Marines have been fighting hand-to-hand and house-to-house and street-to-street like that since 1775. And because we have people like that, Steve, we're going to be fighting like that because we're Americans. We were born in war. We're going to fight like that for the next 250 years for our survival. And God bless it, we have an organization like the Marine Corps that's going to do more than their share for that.
Sergeant Major, hang on for 1 second. Sergeant Major Justin LaHoo was awarded the Navy Cross, the Hero of Nazareth, next in the war room.
For 250 years, they've stormed beaches, broken lines, and made history in blood and valor. From the black sands of Iwo Jima to the streets of Fallujah.
Get ready to move!
No enemy too strong, no mission too hard, no fight too far. This Saturday, Real America's Voice takes you to the heart of the Marine Corps legend. Rav will have a front row view of the action, joined by battle-tested veterans and military experts who live the brotherhood of the Corps. Explosive action, raw power, unshakable pride. This is Marine 250, from sea to shore. Coverage begins this Saturday at noon Eastern, only on Real America's Voice, because freedom wasn't given, it was earned.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? If you ever talk to the hosts, you can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet?
No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites: Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, Sergeant Major Justin LaHue is with us, the hero of Nazaria. But let me go back for a second to talk about Najaf. I want to make sure, as we roll up to the 250th commemoration of the birth of the United States Marine Corps, now more than ever, as we're trying to unwind ourselves, and remember, we're the anti-get involved in Ukraine show. It's also the Middle East. We got to watch all these things now in Venezuela. When we commit American troops, we have to commit American troops to win. We have to unleash them. You only commit it if you're in it. If you're in this to win it. And last night it was very painful to sit through first Fallujah, Najaf, and second Fallujah. The climax of every scene is the Marines fight through with Army assistance. The Marines fight through. They reach their objective. At the very moment when they reach their objective, which is victory, they are shut down by the U.S. government. In first Fallujah, in Najaf, in second Fallujah, and really the Najaf's the worst. Sergeant Major, I think it took you 30 days. The cemetery is unbelievable. It's I don't know, 3-4 times the size of the one in New Orleans, all above ground. It was 115 to 125 degrees. You guys fought really tomb by tomb, and then you got into the city. You got into the old city. You fought block by block to get to the mosque. What was that like, sir?
You know, nothing, as we said in the earlier segment, nothing really prepares you for looking out into a cemetery and in the direction of north, south, east, and west. And as far as the eye can see to the horizon is nothing but above ground tombs, crypts. And on August 5th, when you're getting an order at 130 degrees of heat that day, roughly about 4 p.m. in the afternoon, that says, you know what, we're going to take it to the enemy now, because these were exclusionary zones before. When we first took over Najaf from the U.S. Army, we were briefed that there were certain areas like Kufa and the cemetery that were off limits. They were red zones, exclusionary zones. You could not go in there. And the Marines instantly knew, well, that's where they're at. So when we took over and a police station was attacked and a helicopter was hit on August 5th, it was, we're going to pivot to those areas and we're going to start putting bayonets on weapons, and we're going to route tomb to tomb and street to street, and we're going to clear 400 and 500 and 600 meters of this from stone to stone, above and both below grounds. There is no amount of training or sitting in a school arena that ever has prepared Marines to fight in a cemetery that is thousands of years old and is about 5 square miles. People cannot even encapsulate that inside of their head. And when you have the best people, the most tested people, the best grown military, and the United States Marine Corps are putting in, you know, we don't leave our dead and wounded on the battlefield. We only go forward. We don't go backwards. Once you unleash that on the enemy, if you let that continue to go, they are going to rout out every position. They're going to rout out every insurgent. They are going to secure every block, and they are going to hold every position and every line in any place that you send them around the world. That is the confidence level that we had in 1st Battalion, 4th Marines when we were in the cemetery fighting Najaf. Steve, that was the confidence level I had when I rolled into the invasion of Iraq in 2003 on March 23rd in Nazaria. And that was the confidence level that I had in 1991, and you name it. That was imbued in me as a young Marine, that we fight and we win. We win our nation's battles. And we are in a nation that we have the most powerful military on the face of human existence to do that. And we have a military, unlike a lot of other countries, that is not controlled in a martial society. And I do believe that the United States, rules of engagement come up all the time. I believe more than probably any country that's been out there, the United States has adhered to more of, you hear of atrocities and a few other things, but not at the scale when you deal with U.S. troops. United States troops, when they're unleashed onto an objective, Steve, we call it controlled chaos. We know exactly what we're doing. We know the mission at hand. We know the target set that we need to employ. And we know the objective before we even start on to the issue. So being an implementation of that kind of policy on the ground gives you, north, south, east, and west, and the man to your left and your right. It gives you the utmost confidence that there is no nation on the world that is ever going to take a piece of ground away from a U.S. Marine.
Talk to me about, so the best review the film ever got was 15 years ago when Michael and I were taking it around and showing it to Marine Corps groups. And Michael lined up a group in, I think it was in Northern California, and it was alumni of World War II, the Greatest Generation. It was the Force Recon Marines of Peleliu and Tarawa, which I would argue are the best of the best. They watched this film of you guys in Fallujah, in Najaf, and in Second Fallujah, going tomb to tomb, going door to door, kicking down doors. What is it? 1 million rooms in Fallujah when finally the Marines went through there for the second battle. And at the end of it, one of the Marines, and had to be in his 80s or 90s at that time, said, "I can't believe the valor and courage of these young guys." And, of course, Michael goes, "Well, hang on, what are you talking about? You're Force Recon of two of the most historic amphibious landings in not just Marine Corps history, but human history." And the guy said, "Hey, look, we were 17 or 18 years old. We were trained you hit the beach, you clear-cut everything in front of you. You don't ask a question. You just go, and you do not back up an inch. You just go." He says, "Here, going door to door, and all the pressure and tension of the little children and women running around." He says, that's a very different war. He said, that would be 100 times harder. And I'm sitting there going, wow, Tarawa and Peleliu, the best of the best, the hardest of the hard, sitting there and talking about what the Marines is one of the reasons I've, worked so hard with Michael to make sure this picture gets out there. Because you see, and this is nothing but grit for an hour and a half. And the reason is it's how Marines live their life day to day in combat. The whole film, 90 minutes, you're in combat the entire time. There's no strategy. There's no big picture. There's nothing about the politics of the war. It's just Marines, what they do every day. But this is why I'm so intrigued by your walk. People don't realize at Tarawa and Peleliu and other these places in the Pacific, which is so important to the United States today, geopolitically, this is so important. They're men who have not been brought home. Can you tell us about that for a second? Because I think the audience is going to be shocked that we actually have, and it's not a government effort, it's kind of a private charity effort to do this. Can you walk us through what exactly is happening with Tarawa and Peleliu?
Absolutely, Steve. Tarawa, most people don't know the Kiribati Island chains. When you're talking about island chains in the Pacific, and you're always hearing about the first island chain, and you're always hearing about strategic impacts out there in the first island chain or others. What most people don't look or are aware of is when you have an overabundance of concentration, say the Senkaku Islands or these contested areas between the Slots and the Philippines and that. What has happened is on 20 November in 1943, 18,000 Marines took on 4,600 Japanese Ruka Sentai. Japanese Marines are special naval landing battalion individuals. Admiral Shibasaki, Kenji Shibasaki, said it would take 1 million men 100 years to take the island of Tarawa. It took the U.S. Marine Corps 76 hours. And upon those 76 hours, in that brutal, hellish condition where basically there almost wasn't a living thing across that 800-meter wide, 1.5 mile long spit. Once the Marines secured that island, that was the test case for Admiral Nimiz's island hopping campaign. I mean, Guadalcanal was right before that. the Macon Island raid. Every one of these pieces were testing how much farther we can go, what kind of equipment we're going to need. Push, push, push. Tarawa was the first full-scale amphibious invasion that put people on a bayonet point and just rooted them out. There was only 17 Japanese survivors on that island. And one of them said that we thought we had the Marines dead to rights. Out 700 meters into the water is a reef that circles the island of Tarawa, Basio. And he said, we thought we had them. We saw all their landing boats stop right there. We saw the Marines start to spill out over the sides, and they started to have to wade to shore 700 meters, and the Japanese were just slaying them in the water before they could get. And then he said, my troops were emboldened. We were going to win. And then he said, we saw then these landing craft crawl up over the reef with Marines inside like spiders, and then start crawling more and more towards us, and they just would not stop. And he looked at his troops and he said, the gods of death have come. This has secured our fate. We're all going to die here. That was the test to take those amphibious landing craft and those assault forces of Marines that were going to then move into Saipan, into Tinian, into Kwajalein, and just push all the way up into Japan. By the end of that battle, there was 1,026 individuals that were killed, and there were over 541 of them that were left on that island. Most people, Steve, most people don't even grasp.
Sergeant Major, hang on 1 second. We're going to go to a short commercial break. Cleo Pascal, Sergeant Major Justin LaHoo on a Friday in the War Room, awaiting the president to leave for Palm Beach momentarily.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's 1 part Pride and Prejudice and 1 part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/RAV and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or movie on Angel's platform. And you'll also get exclusive behind-the-scenes access leading up to the premiere. So go to angel.com/RAV today to get that access, follow the journey of young Washington, and help make this the #1 movie of 2026.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
I don't know if we could have a more signal, not noise start to a show. And yes, we got a lot of politics to cover, a lot of economics, a lot of capital markets, but you have to separate out the most important thing. And one is that we don't leave our dead on a battlefield. This thing, correct me if I'm wrong, Sergeant Major, I think it was History Flight a couple years ago. Didn't they say it was at Tarawa, I'm pretty sure, not Peleliu, that they found some of these bodies, it was underneath the tarmac of the runway they had built there, that somehow they've been under there. But the 300 bodies, there's 300 bodies of Marines who died in combat that are scattered around Tarawa somewhere, correct? Either under this tarmac or in other places just buried in the sand or just where they fell?
Yeah, that's correct. And what's even more abhorrent than that, Steve, I think when people see, they think of American cemeteries or burials, they envision Arlington National Cemetery or Omaha Beach or something of these really brilliant, beautiful headstones and crosses laid out in these fabulous rows. Well, the problem is out on Tarawa, that's not the case. So on that small little island that's 800 meters wide and about 1.5 miles long, there were 541 U.S. Marines that were left on that island at the end of the war. And in 1946, the American Graves Registration Unit was given a tremendous task. And that task was go all over the world in a year and try to locate and return any of America's fallen and missing in action. Most people don't understand in 1945, we were celebrating in Times Square and everything, but we're bankrupt as a country after fighting since 1941. And they're given this normal task, so they go out. In some cases, they're told, hey, just get the skulls because it has dental records. Just get the femur if you can and move on down the line, just something to try to get an identification of an individual. And so in 1946, they return, they consolidate all those records, and then the American government sends out another wave of telegrams. Now, understand, we're getting ready to go into the holiday season here in America, but specifically the Battle of Tarawa, of the 1,051 Marines that were killed and sailors on that island, most of the American families received a telegram that their son was killed on that island. Over 1,000 of them on December 23rd and December 24th of 1943. So Christmas decorations are in the windows, Christmas trees are out, knock on the door, Western Union telegram, Merry Christmas, your son was just killed on Tarawa. 1946, they get another telegram. Not only was your son killed on Tarawa, we looked for him and he's still unaccounted for. And then in 1949 must have been the most heartbreaking telegram. It said not only was your son killed, not only is he missing, but we're no longer looking for him. And I found that to be abhorrent because those individuals are not buried underneath these beautiful cemeteries like you and I know. They're buried underneath pigsties. They're buried underneath public urinals with no marking whatsoever of their heroism, valor, and sacrifice. They are out there right now because the CCP has moved into a lot of these islands unobstructed, it seems, and they are doing construction projects. And now there's a Chinese backhoe or anything else out there on Tarawa just digging up the ground and scooping up American boys and probably for the most part just dumping them out in the ocean somewhere very unceremonially while they're building the next parking lot. And that is absolutely abhorrent to me, Steve, because that's not just one island. It's like that all through the South Pacific and in other places around the world.
So the purpose, I want to make sure that people are focused on, the purpose of your walk is obviously to commemorate the history and tradition of the Marine Corps, but very specifically, you are working with History Flights to identify where the actual bodies are on places like Tarawa and other places to get people over there to start looking for them so that we can collect them and bring them home?
Absolutely, Steve. Since I retired from 31 years in the U.S. Marine Corps, I was the sergeant major at Training and Education Command with a great commanding general named Major General James Lukeman. And we held a honorary Marine ceremony, and that honorary Marine ceremony, there was less than 100 of those in history. I mean, Chuck Norris is one. There's some children with cancer. It's a hard bar to make. And Mark Noah was being honored that year for his efforts on trying to do this. And that is where Mark and I linked up. So about 3 years later, when I called it quits as a career, Mark and I circled back around again. He asked me after a short interview, I laid out battle histories and everything else. And he said, hey, I'd love for you to come over here and run this organization. I signed on there with him as a great partner. As the chief operating officer and now the chief executive officer. And we have searched with offices in the Philippines, Cabanatuan, Palawan, operations going on there. The island of Tarawa that's still being contested by the Chinese, which we've had work visas frozen out to go back in to get those individuals, Steve, for going on 5 years now. And the pace is not moving. Even contact through the U.S. State Department doesn't seem to move the needle. And a lot of other people that kind of say, well, yeah, we're kind of working on that. Well, I don't know how much, we're kind of working on that is actually happening.
No, we can't tolerate that. President Trump, when we first took office in 2017, he put a executive order out about Vietnam and the MIAs and the POWs still there. What was it? Correct me. Give me the details. The 56 boxes were sent back, I believe, immediately. What was the outcome of that?
That was in Korea. Right? So of course, there's no operations going on in North Korea, and that's where a predominant amount of American troops were either incarcerated, died in prison in Chinese prison camps, or were killed outright in North Korea. So in Korea, there's roughly still about 7,400 missing. Probably about 5,300 of those are in North Korea. And in 2017, President Trump had negotiated with North Korea to return 55 boxes of remains. Now, in those boxes of remains, those should not be equated to an individual. Those were not just 55 individuals. There were commingled sets of remains inside each of those boxes. And when those were turned over to the Defense POW MIA agency in their great labs out there in Hawaii, they started to cull through all of the bones and start to run down families, do DNA, try to get some material evidence, whatever they could. And of those 55 boxes and remains, there were about 250 individuals when that was all laid out and all tested that have now been positively identified from those 55 boxes of unilateral turnover of remains. And I really thought at that point, wow, we get it. We're on a trajectory. If we can do that and do that with North Korea, we should be able to do that with just about anybody on this great humanitarian mission around the world. But in a lot of ways, since 2017, access to a lot of those areas, not just in North Korea, but these other contested areas we're talking about, really hasn't opened up the door for this great humanitarian thing we have going on. And a lot of momentum is not being moving forward. And now, these remains that still are out there getting turned up in the ground, Steve, without people, without the money, without the resources, without the passionate people out there to do that, they're going to get lost forever.
Sergeant Major, I'm going to ask for your coordinates. I want everybody to pile into this. But I want to give you a reality check. How many of those remains were men that were killed by the North Koreans and the Chinese after at least the armistice or the ceasefire? We're not at peace in Korea. Understand the Korea Peninsula is still essentially in a suspended state of war between North and South. But when that was agreed to, I think in 1953, that kind of armistice, how many of these Americans that got shipped back were still held in prison camps, being tortured and died in North Korean and Chinese prisons after the armistice?
You know, I don't know if a lot of people can put the number on it, Steve, but you're correct. When I was walking across the nation in 2022, I met a very nice, spry couple in their 90s, and Cabrera and his wife, Madeline, they were missing Madeline's brother, Jack Mather, United States Army, missing from Korea. Well, he was in POW. He was known to be in POW Camp 5 for a while. When the remains and everybody else who died in captivity at POW Camp 5 were turned back over at the end of the war, Jack Mathern, a known POW, his remains was never turned back over. Or his remains lay in an unmarked grave waiting for DNA testing. But there are a lot. When that ended, and it never ended, I don't think you can put a finger on how many Americans suffered at the hands in those brutal winters up there, probably for 1, 2, 3, who knows how many years after that.
And in 1946, people, I mean, you get a telegram, and a couple of years later, you get another telegram. People just moved on. Well, we ain't moving on. Anyway, Sergeant Major, your coordinates, where they get to everything about History Flight, where they get to everything about your walk. I know you're putting up stuff every day, video. We're going to continue to follow this, and we'll obviously be there and have people there when you finish on the 10th. The 10th all day, we're going to be celebrating, commemorating the 250th birthday of the United States Marine Corps. Where do people go to get you, sir?
www.historyflight.com for the main overall mission. You'll find a lot of fabulous information about returns, recoveries, and things like Cleo was talking about how to get DNA and how to find and help other families. The walk is www.teamlongroad.com. That'll give you the overall thing from 2022 of the mission of the Hawaii. We are out there doing it, and right now we're streaming, Steve, on multiple social media platforms, between X, Facebook, and over on LinkedIn, to try to capture, because not only are we out here just raising awareness for that, we're out here to raise funds in the private sector to be able to go after and try to be one of the last hopes that a generation or American family has. So, if I'm pulling down between 25K and 50K out here, which is a nice swag window to be, we've been out here for about 8 days now, and we are getting and generating some donations. But we're not in that sweet spot. We got another week and a half to go, and every dollar that anybody donates over here, Steve, goes right to the field to give another American family possibly their last chance at hope to bring home their fallen American hero.
Thank you, sir. Sergeant Major, we'll cover this intensely. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you doing this and appreciate you coming on the show this morning.
Thank you very much for having me, Steve. God bless America.
We spend $7 trillion a year. What is it? We're going to, was it $40, $50 billion? Was it the SNAP program? That, I think 20% of this, 25% that goes to illegal aliens and foreigners that are not American citizens. And we got dead and unburied Marines on an island in the Pacific, and the Chinese Communist Party is telling us, well, you can't get a work permit to come and get them. It's a hell of a world, isn't it, folks?
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or movie on Angel's platform. And you'll also get exclusive behind-the-scenes access leading up to the premiere. So go to angel.com/Rav today to get that access, follow the journey of young Washington, and help make this the #1 movie of 2026.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you
War Room, here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
I want you to put in perspective exactly where we are. We're in a government shutdown, whatever you call it, right? And it's over the Democrats. Everything around them has to be illegal aliens. Are people who are not American citizens. And for them, politically, they think it's working because next Tuesday in New York, they're going to win with Marxist jihadist. 25 years after New York City was attacked by jihadists from Saudi Arabia. By the way, when we're talking about Kennedy and going to the files and the UFOs, I got it, and all it has to be done. What about, is it the 22 pages in the official 9/11 report? Why don't we just unredact that? Let's start there. Let's start having some real conversations. You have a Gold Star mother, Tina Peters, that's in prison in Colorado. And I think it was Jocelyn Benson, whoever that demon is out there, she's bragging about the other day. She got 9 years. Tina Peters, a woman, I think in her late 60s or early 70s, in a prison, in one of these crappy state prisons. Medium security, by the way, too. Medium security is very tough. Tina Peters is in a prison. A Gold Star mother's in a prison. We have dead. You talk about the greatest generation. Why don't we start treating them? Why don't we treat them like the greatest generation? Why don't we just go get their bodies and bring them back and have full military honors and bury them in Arlington National Cemetery? Or if the families want, there's a magnificent cemetery in the Philippines. If they want their loved ones to stay in the Pacific, stay in Asia where they died for their country. At the same time, you get the Democrats with $1.5 trillion for illegal alien Medicare, and everything's about that. You look at these bills they're putting up. They want LGBTQ parades, in like Romania. It's insanity. And it's got to be brought to an end. How do we bring this to an end? Solomon's going to be with us in the next hour, and we got to get, Hermit Dillon. I love Hermit. I'm a huge fan. But down in Georgia with these, I think it's 400,000 ballots, we sent a strongly worded letter yesterday. It's time. The time for strongly worded letters is over. We're burning daylight everywhere. We need to hire more prosecutors. We need to get to the bottom. We need to actually take over this government. Internally, they're fighting Trump every day. And you see everybody coming out on the Trump 2028, they're ready to move on so fast it'll make your head swim. And when they move on from Trump, they're going to move on from Trumpism. Understand what's happening. They're tapping Trump along. He's doing amazing work. Don't get me wrong. You never had a guy like this since Lincoln or Washington. But the system on his side of the football is working against him. Yep. You can tell it. They're waiting out the clock. So we either go now or there's no assurance. You know, one thing in life, you're not guaranteed tomorrow. You're not guaranteed tomorrow. You got today. You got this moment. The power of this audience, the reason people are awed by it throughout the world is that you are anti-fragile. You are resilient. You can take a punch. And Arctic Frost is just the bureaucratic tying together the paperwork of the bureaucrats. You know, the paperwork they had to have, if you've seen everything about the Holocaust, all the paperwork and the bureaucratic paperwork of everything, every repression that ever went on in any country of the world. Is it the bureaucrats use paper clips or they use staples? That's what it gets down to. In the bureaucratic administrative function, the administrative state, as they're crushing you. This is what the whole, Sergeant Major said it. We were born fighting. We were born in battle. We were born, was it 19 April 1775 at Lexington and Concord? The British Army came out to go to the arsenal, and hey, a handful of the patriots said, suck on this. And then as they retreated, they gave them something they'd never seen before, shooting behind every tree, understanding they could get their ass kicked because you're fighting the British Army. They didn't matter. So now, as the inheritors of that, we got to get on with it. And there can't be any more excuses and no more strongly worded letters, because strongly worded letters is just playing into their game. This is why Trump is a disruptor. This is why he's just going to do it and is going to challenge you to stop him. If you don't understand Trump 2028, if you don't get it, then you don't understand Trump and you don't understand the Trump movement and you do not understand the core of MAGA. We're not playing by conventional. We're not going to play by the conventional order. If he played by the conventional rules, he wouldn't have been president of the United States in the first place. All these people, all these pundits, they got this, is all crap. We're in a war. You don't think we're in a war? Look what's happening in New York City. Look what's happening out in Portland. Look what's happening if we didn't have Trump. We didn't have Trump in 2016. You had Hillary Clinton. You had Merrick Garland in the Supreme Court. Where do you think the country would be right now? Where? If Trump, in his moral courage in early months of 2021, when he got cut off every credit card, every bank, all of it, if he didn't have the moral courage to come back, where in the hell would the country be? Look on that stage in 2016. Those 15 people against him, and there's some very good men and women on that stage. Not one of them would have been anything more than controlled opposition. You think the country got in this shape just by some, it just kind of happened? No. We had every opportunity to stop it for years and years and years and years. You want to know the lesson of the last 600 meters and why I'm pushing this film after 17 years, make sure people see it. It's not simply the valor and heroism of the Marine Corps, which is unbelievable in their day-to-day efforts as they've done every day for 250 years. It's what stopped them. The power that stopped them from victory. At the end of the film, you feel awful. You feel so empowered by the Marines and so awful about the political apparatus that runs this country, and it still runs it today. They see Trump as a passing summer storm that they can wait out. Are you prepared to wait it out? Are you prepared to go along with that? If you are, change the frickin' channel or cut it off right now. I don't want to waste my breath. I want the fighters and I want the warriors next in the world.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It is Friday, 31 October in the year of Lord 2025. John Solomon. So we played this film last night, and then Sergeant Major just joined us, Lahu. The key to the actual being on the point of victory of these battles in Fallujah, Najaf, and Fallujah is the Marines always pressed. They always pressed. Every second of every day it was press forward, keep the pressure on the enemy. Be relentless. Don't let them get up, and don't let them breathe. John Solomon, we've got to do that against this deep state. I think some people are just thinking this is some normal, legal, let's send a couple of, tough worded letters, harshly worded letters, and it's going to happen. Nope. It's not going to happen. This scandal is so deep, and as you read this, the bureaucratic nature of how they were using the entire administrative state. Understand something. They're using the deep state had actualized the administrative state to crush Trump in the entire Trump movement. Understand that, folks. That's what we're talking about. Pull the camera back and see exactly what's happening. And if they had to wiretap U.S. senators who seem like they potentially could get out of line, the guys like Josh Hawley, they would wiretap U.S. senators. That's how much of a threat they knew MAGA was, and how much of a threat that Donald Trump was to the system. So Solomon, walk me through that, but then we have one opportunity to take this down. And if we miss this opportunity, it's over for this country. John Solomon.
I agree. I agree with your stakes here, Stephen. I'm going to agree with something you said in the last block, too. This is not going to be solved in 2 years. Republicans are going to have to hold the elections in 26 and 28 to meaningfully dismantle this. This is one of the largest dismantlings in American history that's going to happen. You have to literally defeat a mindset that's infused in hundreds of agencies and tens of thousands of federal workers, that their job now is to carry out the political wishes of an ideology, the Democratic Party's ideology, not their job. They're on our dime. They have all of our money and resources, and they're turning their resources against us. So this is a 2 or 4 or 6 year. And so election winning is just as important as the continued nonstop pressure to get the truth out and then to create accountability for those who corrupted our system. It is a long process, and no one should be under the illusion that this is going to happen short, quick, or without electoral victories beyond the one that Donald Trump won in November 2024. This is a cultural change in the government, from people who came to serve government to people who came to serve a political ideology, and it's going to take some time. Now, there are strides made, but just think about the story I broke this morning. 4 years after Crossfire Hurricane and the October surprise of trying to drop a fake Russia story into Americans' laps before they voted for Donald Trump, the FBI was at it again. After all that was learned, after all the hearings, after all the letters written by angry senators and chairmen, the FBI felt absolute impunity to do this again. 2 weeks before the election, there is an FBI team in the Washington field office where a lot of this stuff starts. By the way, this isn't Arctic frost. This is pre-Arctic frost. Post-Crossfire Hurricane, pre-Arctic frost. Someone sitting in the FBI thinking it's a good job, good idea, 2 weeks before Election Day to go through all of Donald Trump's campaign finances and see if I can find something I can hang a criminal investigation on. And their idea that they actually issue an official bulletin on, an intelligence bulletin, is, hey, I looked at this money. Donald Trump pays his vendors. The vendors pay their people. And one of the people who got paid goes out and gambles. That could be criminal. All right. How is getting a paycheck and using it for gambling criminal? But that's what they're doing. And then they have to admit that this is pretty lousy investigative work. So they put it at low confidence level that that this is probably a true crime. And then they recommend, let's go investigate anyways. Go take the steps to get this to be a criminal investigation against Donald Trump. Now, you're not doing that 2 weeks before an election because it just showed up on your deck. Someone is driving this for political purposes. That's what it looks like when you look at these documents. Now, contrast this to what was going on in the same Washington field office, in the same FBI under Chris Wray. In that same time frame is when all that intelligence comes in that China might be intervening in the U.S. election, getting fake driver's licenses and fake ballots so they can help Joe Biden win. And what does the FBI do with that one? It says, circular, we're going to throw it in the garbage can. That is the FBI in 2020. It was just as bad and maybe even worse under Chris Wray than it was in 2016 under Comey. The mindset was not crushed, and it became more emboldened in 20. And then in 21, 22, you see how emboldened it is when they get to Arctic frost. This cancer kept spreading. It kept metastasizing. And more people thought it was okay to settle political scores under the power of government color. And I think that's the cancer we're now fighting. And it's more deep-rooted today than it's ever been. There's been a lot of, progress made in firing and moving people. But there are agencies we don't even talk about, like the National Archives, that were in on this. They were helping this machinery to crush MAGA, create the MAGA dragnet and crash the MAGA movement. And we have a lot of work to expose who all those people are. We're hardly, maybe 3% into the project.
At the same time, this is why I just gave that rant and the setup to you in the previous block. We have to remember when John breaks the story this morning, and you got to watch this because you're kind of like, I can't believe these guys. They're relentless, and the reason they're relentless, they're in the process of a coup, right? Yeah. And they know they got to pull it off. They got to get Trump out. They have to get Trump out. Remember, the president, Trump is the president of the United States. His FBI director is a guy named Christopher Wray. His attorney general is a guy named Bill Barr. And they got all their like-type colleagues over there. This is my point about the official political apparatus. It doesn't matter whether they're Republican or Democrat. That's irrelevant. This is the uniparty determining that there is a danger out there, and that danger has to be eliminated. And they don't care about. They're going to use, in fact, they're going to weaponize the law to go after him. Yeah. This is the same group in this same time frame is when the heroes of Miranda Devine and Emma Jo Morris at the New York Post worked with Rudy and myself and a couple of lawyers to basically put out the laptop from hell, of which the system goes in at this exact same time. As you know, John, you've reported so well, the intelligence and national security apparatus goes in to say, this is all Russian disinformation, right? That's right. They had the laptop from hell that showed the crimes of Joe Biden from November of 2019. And they suppressed it. It was only, so you got
March
this going on at the FBI. Yes, go ahead.
April of
you also got the laptop from hell. They're sitting there, the intelligence community saying, no, this is actually Russian disinformation to support Trump. John Solomon.
Well, let's keep in mind what happened before Miranda. A year before Miranda, I wrote the original 7 or 8 stories on Hunter Biden. And that's when Burisma, remember the tape comes out? You don't get your $1 billion unless you fire the prosecutor. I write those original stories. Now, I've been in the mainstream media my entire life. I've got enough awards to justify, do some pretty good journalism in the mainstream media. And my profession turns against me. And a whistleblower claims that my stories are Russian disinformation. And they try to sideline me. That's why I have to leave the mainstream media and start Just the News, because I get sidelined. But in December of 2018, it's the first time I've ever told this to anyone. December 18, the only other people that know this are the federal prosecutors in New York who went through my reporting records in 2022. I had the FBI's file on Hunter Biden, a good part of it. I knew that the FBI knew that Hunter Biden was a crook, that he had tax problems, that he hadn't paid money on taxes. I did all that original reporting, and then I'm portrayed as a Russian disinformation artist and conspiracy theorist. Then Miranda comes behind me, and she gets that treatment. And then the American people get that treatment because of the bogus letter. They weren't only going after Donald Trump. They were going against anyone who was in favor of getting the truth to the American people. And when I look back at this now, you keep talking about getting up to 50,000 feet, and I think that's so important, Steve. They were trying to crush a movement of populism in America, like what Brexit had done in Great Britain. Why? Because in the 20 years before this, after 9/11, the administrative state, the government, replaced the people as the deciders of what happened in America. And they saw in the Donald Trump movement the idea that American people were reasserting themselves, taking their government back. And all those who got a check and made power and contracts out of the big government that we built after 9/11, they saw this as a threat to their livelihoods. And they weren't just crushing Donald Trump. He's the leader of the movement. They were crushing anyone who believed that liberty was good and people should have a say in their government. That's how big this attack is. We, all of us, everyday Americans, we're the ultimate target of all of these dirty tricks.
John, where do they go to get more of your reporting?
We'll have a lot more coming out this weekend and next week, justthenews.com. And on social media, you can follow me on Jay Solomon Reports on all platforms.
John, incredible reporting. We look forward to getting more of it, even more of it. Thank you, sir. As Solomon says, this is the way you're going to get to the bottom of this. Cleo Pascal, do we have Brian Harrison?
Yes.
Okay, hang on for a second. Cleo, hang on for a second, because I got to take a couple of minutes with you. Brian Harrison. Correct me if I'm wrong. You're being embraced. We talk about people that are embraced by the Republican Party. You're being embraced by the establishment Republican Party down in Texas now, given your good work in assisting the president and getting the redistricting done, correct? I just want to make sure I got the right story.
Yeah, they love me so much, the official Republican apparatus, especially in the Texas House Republican caucus. They love me so much that they censored me last year because they were so appreciative of my work, both with President Trump in his first administration, as well as trying to make sure that the state of Texas was a force multiplier for the president. That's how much they love me. So much they censored me.
So what is? Talk to me about the censure.
Yeah, no, we went out there. There was a bunch of rhinos down here, and I spent a lot of time last year going around the state exposing the corruption of the fake Republicans in the Texas government, how they were selling out President Trump on pretty much every agenda item you could imagine. And as a result of that, I got censured because apparently in the state of Texas, especially in the Republican caucus down here, you are not allowed to expose the treachery of the fake Republicans and the rhinos. And so, yeah, it is probably safe to say that, all joking aside, I am public enemy number one for the corrupt liberal Austin Swamp down here. And
so tell me about are they going to try to run a candidate? Are they going to try to gin up one of these Texas Democrats and put a Republican label on it and try to run somebody against you?
Well, yeah, they're absolutely going to do that. And in fact, what a lot of folks don't know is that Texas has some of the earliest primaries in the country. We are only a few short months away from the primary voting starting down here in the state of Texas. And when the swamp comes in to take out somebody like me, a rare Republican in Texas who's willing to stand up and call out the complete corruption of the anti-Trump Republicans down here in the state of Texas, they come in big and they will drop millions of dollars to silence a voice like mine, who quite frankly has just been too effective for them. I mean, Steve, you and the posse, we have delivered too many victories over the corrupt Austin establishment, like knocking off the liberal Obama appointee who was the head of Texas A&M, getting rid of the Planned Parenthood official who was regulating all doctors down here, making sure that the Trump White House got at least 5 new congressional maps. We've had too much success, so they are running to take me out. There's nothing they would love to more than to silence me. And yeah, they're running somebody who's like a far left radical. I mean, I'm talking ultra radical, ultra liberal, never Trumper, hates the president, and who has in fact advocated not just for open borders, but wants to literally tear down President Trump's border wall. That's the kind of Republican they're trying to take me out with down here.
Brian, can you hang her for a second?
Yeah, you bet.
I want to talk to you some more about Texas. Cleo Pascal's also with us. On by the way, the president. Have we cut to that? The president's leaving. The beast is open. Not yet. Okay, the beast is there, and they're ready to roll. We'll take a short commercial break. Maybe go live to the White House, see President Trump leaving. Next in the War Room.
Suggest you take a look inside. 'Cause I think you changed already. You went and lost your pride. But I'm American made. I got American heart. I got American faith in America's heart.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that Rav News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Just some wind if you want to start talking.
Okay, there's the president. Not going to be any press avail. Going right out to the beast, heading to Andrews Air Force Base. President's going to be going to Palm Beach for the weekend. Maybe he will do a press avail outside of Air Force One, but it doesn't look like it. But we'll track the entire thing. Incredible. You would think he's done some great press avails on Air Force One. So maybe he does one on Air Force One, maybe he does one at tarmac. Well, we're going to get it all. As it's breaking, let's go to Brian Harrison. Is there going to be actually a challenge for you in the primary?
Yeah, there is. They would love nothing more than to swap out somebody like me who helped President Trump secure the border, for example, with Title 42 in the first term, with an open border so-called Republican, somebody who that literally took to social media, my opponent. The swamp is absolutely running an opponent against me, somebody who has advocated, who hates President Trump, never Trumper, advocated to tear down President Trump's border wall. And I'll tell you why this matters. Texas is the line in the sand for the future. We're not, unfortunately, always going to have a president as bold as President Trump in the White House. And the next time we get a Democrat president in the White House, it's going to be the state of Texas. Unfortunately, that's probably going to have to step up again and secure the border and protect this country. And the fake Republican they are running against me, and I'll read you his words right here, talking about President Trump's border wall. He says, "We are on the wrong side of the construction process." And it says Reagan was a fan of tearing down walls. And for those of you watching who support President Trump and border security, my opponent, fake Republican, said, "It makes me sick to hear so many people cheering every time the border wall is mentioned." So that's my opponent. He wants boys and girls bathroom. He literally said that the Privacy Act, that the bathroom bill that we're working on here in Texas, makes him cringe. We're in a battle for the future of Western civilization, and the machine, the deep state machine that's going after President Trump in D.C., they've got to take out bold, conservative, effective voices like mine, and the Austin liberal corrupt swamp is absolutely going to do everything they can to get rid of me and get me out of here, and that voting starts in just a few short months. So yeah, I definitely could use any help from you and the posse and everybody across the country who cares about having elected officials in office and are willing to stand up against the corruption, the bureaucratic state, the deep state, to make sure that Texas remains the line in the sand for the future of liberty. We lose the state of Texas, we get more fake Republicans down here. We lose Texas, we'll never have a bold Republican back in the White House. Those are the kind of stakes that are on the line in this upcoming primary down here in Texas.
I told Brother Harrison when he first came up and said, "Hey, we got to do this on the redistricting, and we could get 8 seats, but let's you know that they're going to fight us every step of the way. We got to get to 5." That this day would come. So where do people go to find out about your campaign? Where do they go to find about you?
Yeah, please go right now. Whatever you're doing, if you want to make a tangible difference today to protect liberty, not just for Texas, but for the entire country, please go to my social media on X, at Brian E. Harrison, at Brian E. Harrison on X. There is a link in my profile. Please click on that. $5, $500, $50, $5,000. If you want to make a tangible difference to protect freedom and liberty from nanny state totalitarians and fake Republicans and rhinos that want to destroy our country, throw our borders wide open, put men, sexual predators in girls' bathrooms, please go there and please pitch in. I'm so grateful, Steve. You and the posse, we got those 5 seats. It should have been 8, but I don't think we would have had the 5 if it weren't for the posse stepping up. We never would have gotten rid of that leftist Barack Obama, DEI advocate leading Texas A&M if it weren't for the posse. So if you care about chipping in one more time today, just go to x.com, at Brian E. Harrison. Whatever you can do to help, I promise you it will make a difference to preserve the blessings of liberty for Texas and for the United States of America.
And we have not, correct me if I'm wrong, all the Texas delegates that fled to Illinois for the 3 or 4 weeks. They haven't lost a parking spot, nothing, right? Correct? Nothing
no
happened to them?
No seats were vacated like we're promised. 0 arrests. No offices defunded. Not one penny in fines. You're right. They still have their parking spots. They got their mail. They got their paycheck. And you know why? Because fake Republicans control the Texas House. Fake Republicans control the government in the state of Texas. And the whole country is likely to have to need Texas, to rely on Texas the next time we get some radical leftists in the White House. As goes Texas, so goes the nation. As goes the nation, so goes the world. We're in a fight for the future of Western civilization. If we can't even hold Democrats in Texas accountable, we got some big problems. But I have hope. And if the policy can just stay with me on policy fight after policy fight, there's no shortage of them. We still got an NDEI down here. But if they can go like, follow, share at Brian E. Harrison, chip in $5 a day, it would actually make a difference in saving Texas, saving the country, and holding these liberal rhinos accountable.
Brian Harrison, always good to have you in the fight. Look forward to continuing fights. You got to save Texas. There's so much. They're trying to pour so much evil into Texas. They're trying to take Texas back. And Brian Harrison's 100% correct. We lose Texas, we lose the country.
Texas is the crown jewel of the left's plan. Amen.
Thank you, brother. We beat off Soros first, but they're back now even bigger. Cleo Pascal, ma'am, I think people in the chat, et cetera, are kind of stunned about the Marines, but even more so, the Chinese Communist Party is now involved in Tarawa and stopping the work permits. What is going on? You've warned us about this, but specifically, why do they have any say-so in Tarawa?
So we are losing the second battle of Tarawa. Tarawa is in the country of Kiribati, which is quite a large country. Every island gets a 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone as per the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. So Tarawa is not very big, but it gets 200 miles around it, as does every other island in Kiribati. So the population of Kiribati might be about 100,000, but it covers about as much of the planet as India. It's very, very big. And the Chinese flipped it from Taiwan to China in 2019, the same year they flipped the Solomon Islands, which was, of course, the Battle of Guadalcanal. And ever since then, and Sergeant Major was talking about not being able to get permits for about 5-6 years, that was when the switch happened. And so you've got Chinese proxies in place in Kiribati, so in Battle of Tarawa, Battle of Macon, but also in Solomon Islands, Guadalcanal, who are taking control over the levers of power, and they are blocking access for things like the recovery, but even more to the point, U.S. Embassy can't get set up, Peace Corps can't go in, any U.S. development project is going to try to be blocked. They're achieving through political warfare operations and unrestricted warfare what the Japanese could have only dreamed of. There's a situation now in Solomon Islands where Henderson Field, again, where so many Marines died, looks like it's about to be redone by a Chinese company. The Chinese control the only dialysis machine in operation in the Solomon Islands. And so if you had, about 40% of the population has diabetes, and we had an incredible pro-democracy leader in Solomon Islands who went into the hospital about 3 weeks ago with kidney failure. And it was a Chinese doctor on a Chinese machine who would decide whether or not he got treatment. And he died in hospital. So they are controlling the levers of power from sort of social credit, life or death decision making at the very human individual level. We've got the modern equivalent of the Coast Watchers dying, completely unreported. And so not only are the men who died there just over 80 years ago not being able to be brought home, we have modern heroes who are dying on the field trying to keep the Chinese out this time, and it's not being discussed at all. Except here. Thank you.
No, we got to get this sorted. Talk to me about the history flight. This is so important. I want everybody to go check the site out today. Although the U.S. government should be doing this. So we spend $7 trillion, and so much of even the SNAP program going to illegal alien invaders and or foreign nationals that happen to be here that are not U.S. citizens. And somebody presented a bill, yes, I think it was Randy Fine, about people here illegally not getting a whole host of things. It's boggles the mind that in this budget process we haven't rooted it all out. And particularly, you got situations like Tarawa, and I tell people you got to watch 12 O'Clock High. I think I gotta get the number. I think there was like 10,000 unrecovered airmen from the 8th Air Force and others that died over the skies of Europe, particularly Germany, in World War II, and Eastern Europe, where they were making other bombing runs that have never been recovered. It should be a priority of the U.S. government to get these back. These guys got abandoned. They got the letter. The people get the telegram in 1946 that we're searching for the body, and if we can get it, we'll come back to you. And in 1949, you get this third telegram. A grateful nation tells you that we couldn't find them. Tough break. There's Tarawa on a map. Go buy yourself a ticket and go out there. Think about that. 1949, interesting year. The year the State Department and General Marshall turned over China to the Chinese Communist Party. I know. We're not going to connect dots here. I'm just laying it out there. Cleo Pascal, you've been at the cutting edge of all of it. I'm going to have you back on because this meeting the other day, the way the South Korean government set it up, there's some footage there, particularly of the U.S. delegation being forced to walk back to the plane, and the Chinese are being, getting the cars pulled up. Something was not right about that, but I'll have you back on about that. Where do people go to get all your writings in the interim, ma'am?
Well, you can see me on X, but I would say just go to History Flight. Go to History Flight. I'm going to repeat it. Go to historyflight.com. I'm always around, but they're doing the walk now. So please support them. And if you go to Hawaii, go to the Punch Bowl. Go to the cemetery in Hawaii and visit the men who were brought home. It's a very moving and touching location. That's the place to go.
Stunningly beautiful in its simplicity. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
While we're talking about Texas, Patriot Mobile, Glenn Story and the team, stop giving your money to companies that hate you. A company that provides the best mobile service, also supports your values, patriotmobile.com, or better, 972-PATRIOT. You're going to get an American citizen and customer service. Talk to them. Tell them the War Room and Bannon sent you. You get the first month free after you switch. Short break.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that Rav News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love Rav. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because we have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. Want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
So we're going to break down this afternoon, and then tomorrow we're going to break down the Chinese deal as more details come out about it. A huge win was this lifting of the restrictions on rare earths for a year. I don't think people, war room audience knows, but most people out there don't know how critical this was and how the globalists put us into this situation. Like I said, President Trump had a horrible hand. But if anybody knows how to play bad cards well, it's President Trump. Still trying to get our hands around actually understanding the whole chips part of it. And, of course, today they're out with earnings and talking about this massive investment in AI. Is it circular? Are we in a virtuous circle? Our favorite Jensen Huang is up there telling us how it's all going to be sweetness and light. And it's $100 trillion. This is his quote, $100 trillion of capital equipment. Basically, the entire computing system has got to be rebuilt. The stacks, as he calls it, the stacks have to be rebuilt. $100 trillion, I think, over the next 10 years. And massive, I think, $280 billion in the last quarter. Is this the president right now? Okay, let's go to the screen. Is he going to give any kind of comments? The media is there. If the president walks over, we will get it. Right there is the president at Andrews Air Force Base. He is going to Mar-a-Lago for the weekend, going to Palm Beach, and it's one of the reasons they had the Halloween festivities yesterday. That was quite something. Thought that was pretty amazing. The First Lady and the President out there enjoying themselves with the trick-or-treaters. Let's keep the split screen on that. Jillian Barbary joins us. Jillian, you're in Canada today. Why are you in Canada?
Visiting my parents. My mom is in the hospital, and she's doing really well, though. She's recovering. Both my parents, 87, and if they could vote, they'd vote for Trump. They are both big fans of Trump.
Hold it. So north of the border, we have some Trump. Your dad is your mom and dad are MAGA.
Oh, 100%. My dad's right here. Dad, you're MAGA, yeah?
Yeah.
100%. He said they need a MAGA up here. They need a Trump up here.
No,
the 51st
I don't know. I think Trump could help, but man, Canada, we love Canada and love Canadians. Been a great ally, but man, that thing's a mess, is it not, sir?
Yeah, that's what my dad thinks too. He thinks it can all be done in one fell swoop. He just thinks that he thinks if a person commits a crime, what do you say, Dad? Commit the crime at 9, dead by 5. I don't even want to go there. My dad's very, very hard right. Let's put it that way.
The apple been far from the tree. Jillian, hang on for 1 second. The president's arriving there on the tarmac at Andrews Air Force Base, right there with Air Force One. Want to thank Rev. What a great shot right there. Right up. Okay, I will tell you, there's not going to be any press avail today. No gaggle. They call him gaggles when he walks out of the White House. No gaggle. this morning. Nothing getting on the plane. Maybe he does something on Air Force One. If he does, we'll put it up for you immediately or as soon as we get it. The President of the United States, I think the First Lady is going also, but I didn't see getting into the car. I think she's going down to also go to Mar-a-Lago. They both did the trick-or-treats. President Trump. And off for the weekend. Brian Glenn, I guess Brian Glenn's going to get the day off. There's the president right there. That signature move he makes. Look, waving right at the Real America's Voice camera. How's that? Waving it. Another 24/7. Always working. Think about it. He got on that plane exactly at 1 o'clock. He said, he told Xi, hey, I've got an appointment I got to make, which is the trick-or-treaters. I thought that was great. He goes to the plane. It's a monster flight. It's a monster flight back. He gets right off the plane, refreshes himself, and then is out with the trick-or-treaters. How special is that? Does not stop working. 24/7. Jillian Barbery. The debt situation with these credit cards, although there's been a cut in the Federal Reserve, so interest rates a little better, but in credit cards, your APR is still, I don't know, in the mid-20s. When it can eat you alive, and this is why it's got to be addressed. You had this problem. Why is done with debt? What's the advantage of calling people that can help you negotiate with the credit card companies?
So if you are out there right now and you're stressing out about your money, which is also an emotional stress, right? It's financial, it's emotional. Do not pay another bill until you go to donewithdebt.com. They are master negotiators, and they have a way, without putting you in bankruptcy, without putting you into one big consolidated loan, of getting you back on track. And they can do it pretty quickly if you are in line with them. They speak with the banking institutions. They are very close-knit right now with the credit card companies. So they have ways of speaking to them and turning things around. Doesn't always wipe out, but they'll say, listen, pennies on the dollar, or go pound sand, essentially. They have gotten through some people not only to erase their debt, but have money in their pocket at the end of the month. It's really an incredible way to approach debt. It's like having your own team. I always call them like your own Doge team that goes through every little nook and cranny. And they're the masters of what they do. But you have to go to donewithdebt.com. It's a consultation that's free. Look at all of the testimonials that you'll see there. Steve, people have gotten out of debt. It's like that big black cloud that hangs over you, the phone ringing, it's dinner time, you don't want to answer, and the letters in the glove compartment, or you just stuff them away. It doesn't go away. So the first step is to not pay another bill. Call or go to donewithdebt.com right now and look at the testimonials and talk to somebody there. You will be surprised. They are on your side. They want to get you back on track.
Look, it's a free consultation. It's a free consultation.
Yeah.
It's a free consultation, and it's a free consultation. And when you get the letters and you put them in the glove compartment, you put them in the drawer. When you get the letters, whether it's the IRS or the credit card companies, just because you put it in the drawer, not only doesn't mean it's going away, it's getting worse. This is where every day that you do it, because interest compounds, right? You got to stop the bleeding. How do you stop the bleeding? Contact Done With Debt and just talk to them. Tell them your tale of woe. They'll listen. They do this for a living. There's nothing you can tell them they haven't heard before. Trust me. They've heard it all, and they will come back and give you some advice. One more time, Jillian, where do they go?
That is donewithdebt.com. They will make the phone calls, the harassing letters stop in about 2 days. I'm not kidding. 2 days. They just stop. It's almost like,
you, ma'am.
It's like glory.
Appreciate you. Say hi to your parents. We love MAGA north of the border, and one day, hopefully, a Donald Trump-like figure will come and help save Canada. That hope's still out there. Divine Providence can still work. Jillian Barbery, donewithdebt.com. Go check it out today. Stop the harassing phone calls. Stop the compounding of the interest. Stop it all by going done with debt. These guys are fantastic at the deals they cut, and they've helped so many people. Just look at the testimonials. Go to the website and look at the testimonials. You heard in Canada, they needed Trump. This is why I say a guy like Trump, I don't know, most of the times just comes along once in a country's history. We've been fortunate enough to have a couple of other giants. General Washington, as I say, during the Revolution and the building of the country and the constitutional area, so the birth of the nation, President Lincoln and the rebirth of the nation, and President Trump in the rejuvenation and reclamation, reclaiming the nation and returning it to its greatness. Just incredible. I got Kevin Roberts in a very interesting, that's kind of blown up on the internet, and some people getting all over him. It's pretty basic what he said. Do we have that? Let's have Dr. Kevin Roberts, who's a frequent guest on the show.
I'll have more to say on this in the coming days, but today I want to be clear about one thing. Christians can critique the state of Israel without being anti-Semitic. And of course, anti-Semitism should be condemned. My loyalty as a Christian and as an American is to Christ first and to America always. When it serves the interests of the United States to cooperate with Israel and other allies, we should do so with partnerships on security, intelligence, and technology. But when it doesn't, conservatives should feel no obligation to reflexively support any foreign government, no matter how loud the pressure becomes from the globalist class or from their mouthpieces in Washington. The Heritage Foundation didn't become the intellectual backbone of the conservative movement by canceling our own people or policing the consciences of Christians. And we won't start doing that now. We don't take direction from comments on X, though we are grateful for the robust free speech debate. We also don't take direction from members or donors, though we are inherently grateful for their support. And we're adding more every day. This is the robust debate we invite with our colleagues, our movement friends, our members, and the American public. We will always defend truth. We will always defend America, and we will always defend our friends against the slander of bad actors who serve someone else's agenda. That includes Tucker Carlson, who remains, and as I have said before, always will be a close friend of the Heritage Foundation. The venomous coalition attacking him are sowing division. Their attempt to cancel him will fail. Most importantly, the American people expect us to be focusing on our political adversaries on the left, not attacking our friends on the right. I disagree with, and even abhor, things that Nick Fuentes says. But canceling him is not the answer either. When we disagree with a person's thoughts and opinions, we challenge those ideas in debate. And we have seen success in this approach as we continue to dismantle the vile ideas of the left. As my friend Vice President Vance said last night, what I am not okay with is any country coming before the interest of American citizens, and it is important for all of us, assuming we are American citizens, to put the interest of our own country first. That's where our allegiance lies, and that's where it will stay.
I mean, what a state of the country when that's controversial. That's pretty basic. Dr. Roberts, pretty straightforward guy. The venomous coalition. Ooh, wonder who that was aimed at. For Tucker having Nick Fuentes on, they wanted to crush Tucker. I think Tucker's solid as a rock. We don't totally agree on everything. I don't agree with everything of anybody, right? But you got your own thoughts, your own beliefs. But Tucker, there was a meltdown because Tucker had Nick Fuentes on for an interview. I just don't get it. Last night we had Yaakov Katz on while Israel slept. I know a lot of people, some people might not be able to catch the 6 o'clock hour. I strongly recommend you watch that. I'm going to try to have Yaakov on again because we only got through the first part, which really the intelligence failure. We didn't really get to the IDF's response on that day. I want to do that because I think it's very important for Americans to understand that. Remember, our objective here in MAGA and America is make America great again. It's America first, but also always American citizens first. American citizens got to get a premium deal, not be at the end of the line all the time. And that's kind of what this country's devolved into. Look at Tarawa, if you want a lesson. Short break.
We will fight till they're all gone. We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that Rav News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love Rav. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Okay, there's what timing? There's Air Force One hurtling down the runway at Andrews Air Force Base. We don't do the joint base stuff. Andrews Air Force Base, liftoff right there, heading to Florida, heading to South Florida, Palm Beach, to Mar-a-Lago, the classic historic, home, one of the great homes in America. Of course, in court in New York, it was, it was valued at $17 million. Got to be $1 billion worth of real estate there, at least. The only part in Palm Beach that touches both the ocean and the and the inlet. Look at that magnificent. Is that magnificent right there? President Trump hurtling. Maybe he gives a gaggle on the plane. If he does, we'll get it as soon as they put it out. If not, maybe he does a gaggle on the tarmac in Palm Beach. We'll cover that too. And if not, I'm sure the president will somehow get with folks today. He's got to be a little tired. That triumphant tour of Asia, we still got to get our arms totally around this, what the CCP is doing. And President Trump doesn't trust him. You can tell that. He speaks very highly of Xi, as he should, as the leader of the free world, and Xi trying to be the leader of the dark side of the unfree world. We're going to have a lot to talk about this afternoon and tomorrow on capital markets, what's going on, particularly gold. The CCP is leading an effort of de-dollarization. They're working around the clock in all these deals they do, like with Venezuela, where they're buying, 1 million barrels a day, in Persia, where they're getting oil from the Iranians, which they shouldn't be, but they're getting it, black market and otherwise. They're trying to do all these. I'm not sure in India. I'm sure in Russia the same way. I think they're doing all of these in their own currency. They're trying to de-dollarize. They're trying to get the world off of the dollar. Now, there's an argument, should we be the prime reserve currency or should we not? That is a policy debate that should be had. It definitely should be had because being the prime reserve currency comes with many, many responsibilities financially. Do we still want to burden those? And what's the advantage of it? I will tell you, at least in the post-war international rules-based order, it was the backbone of that system. And having the dollar as a prime reserve currency had many benefits to it. But right now, the BRICS nations, which have the vast majority of natural resources in the world, are on a jihad led by the Chinese Communist Party to de-dollarize and to do it rapidly and quickly and try to cripple the United States' economic and financial power. At the same time, they try to thwart the military power of the United States. And a lot of this is going to play out in the Western Pacific and around East Asia. That just happens to be reality. And we're going to make sure you're up to date on all the nuances of that because it affects not only your country, not only you as a citizen, your community, but you personally. Birchgold.com, promo code Bannon, End of the Dollar Empire. Start there with the 7 free installments. We're working on 8. And, had Philip Patrick on last night. Trying to get Philip again tomorrow. He's fantastic. The best thing we can do is actually set you up to have a relationship with Birch Gold where you can spend time with them and get their perspective on the gold market. Pretty smart guys. Have really had a good working relationship with them to put this series together. If you want something more succinct, just take your phone and text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, at 989898. You get the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals, because don't forget about silver. In the age of Trump, and that's what this era in politics is going to be called, just like it was the age of Jackson before the Civil War, this will be the age of Trump. But get it today. I think it's got a lot of not just analysis about the gold and silver market, but also the methodologies you use. You have IRAs, 401ks, all types of tax-deferred, tax-free. You got to understand those. That's where Birch Gold is the answer. And, of course, always talk about physical gold, the ownership of physical gold. So Charlie Kirk, the Charlie Kirk shows, follows us. Then Basovic after that. You got the great Steve Gruber, Eric Bowling. If I can get organized enough today, because it's all about organization, I want to have a handoff with – I love the handoffs with Bowling. But normally we're frenetically trying to put the show together. My producers are quite organized. Me, not so much about what we're going to start with, what's going to be in the cold open, how we're going to do it, all of it. So we love doing the changeovers with Bowling. One of the great guys and great journalists. Love what he does and how he does it. Hopefully we'll do a churn today, and we're going to be back at 5 o'clock. Mike Lindell joins us. Arctic Frost, Lindell. We're helping organize, I think, a more aggressive, let's get after the deep state. But man, oh man, when I read the documentations, they were really coming up. The deep state hates you. Why do they hate you, Mike? You're a nice guy. You're reformed, degenerate gambler and drug user, and you've turned your life over to God and to Christ, and you turned great company. You've got a Christian network. You got a network of Christian rehab centers to help people find Christ and change their life. Of course, the Muslim Attorney General of Minnesota doesn't think too highly of that, and the deep state wants to. So why are they picking on you, Lindell?
They don't want secure elections. They don't want that. They're still upset that I was raising my hand back in 21 and for the last 4.5 years to get us to paper ballots, hand count, and get secure elections like 132 other countries have in the world. And then, when I went all in for our great president, they still block that. This Muslim Attorney General in Minnesota, he's after my recovery network, I believe, just because it's a Christian network. But so many, in Arctic Frost, we were attacked, I believe, more than anyone. MyPillow's been the most attacked company in world history, and I am heading to D.C., Steve, for a whole week to meet with the senators and meet with all these people that are involved in this, and we're going to get to the bottom of it. But you guys, I wanted to get on here, too, and say, you guys have helped make us through, which was impossible. These are two sales are colliding today. We have the Made in the USA sale, where we end that, all our made in the USA products, our pillows, our beds, everything they have made that we make in the USA, bed frames, adjustable beds. Then if you go to mypillow.com/war room, and as you scroll down, and you guys are going to see this other sale, this 50% off or more sale. This is a War Room exclusive, and all the products we have that I went through them all this morning specifically for the War Room posse. You guys are going to have our towels. All our new towels just came in yesterday, by the way.
Yeah.
You guys were looking for colors and stuff. Those all came in. They're 50% off for the War Room posse. But you guys go to mypillow.com/war room and use that, get all the 50% off sale. Call 800-873-1062, promo code War Room.
Perfect. We'll have you back here at 5. Mike Lindell, fight on, brother. Mike Lindell in D.C. for a week. Think about that for a second. Ohio has just approved a map with 2 more Republican seats. More live at 5 p.m.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
I think Gen Z is going to be a lot more conservative. I sense much more skepticism and I think it is a reaction to Gen Xers and millennials forcing on them progressive views.
Americans have been pushed out of affordability in the housing market, and this isn't helpful what the Fed's doing here. And when I look, rents are down, and that's one of the biggest components of inflation. So it's like they want to have a nation of renters and not owners.
If the average age of a home buyer is 38 years old, that's probably only going to go up. And so how do we fix it? Well, again, we need more supply of homes. We need less people that are buying them. So deport 20 million people, build 10 million homes. We need to fix all the regulation around the homes. We also need to use more automation and more robotics in how we actually build the homes, which will bring down the price of homes. But also, we need to cut rates. Now, cutting rates is not everything. Cutting rates is not the entire picture. Cutting rates is not the whole thing. because the price is still high, but it will unlock more capital for people that are right on the edge of purchasing a home.
The top 1% leave at 1/4 the rate of other income brackets in New York City. And when they do leave, it's often to other high-tax states, as they're described, as well as for the reason of quality of life. I say all this to say that I'm confident that New Yorkers will choose to not only remain here, but also that others will choose to join us in this city.
And people say, I like Mamdani because he's authentic. But authentic to what? And what is he aiming towards? He's aiming towards a devolution. It's bad either way. By the way, if he eats with his rice with his hands, whether he means it or not, he's either authentically gross or he's being a fake, disgusting person. And in some of the comments of the TikTok video I made, people said, but Charlie, who are you to judge other cultures? No. That's the point. We in Western culture believe that our way of life is the best. We're better than Mohammedanism. We don't do female genital mutilation. Well, I guess the trans people do. But we don't do female genital mutilation. We in the West don't have child marriages. We don't believe in honor killings. We don't believe in polygamy. We believe in American exceptionalism. We believe our culture is better. You see, in the modern world, happiness is the goal, feelings are the guide, judgment is the ultimate sin, and God is the ultimate guest. And let me say that again, judgment is the ultimate sin. You're not allowed to judge others. Guess what? I'm going to judge you if you eat rice with your hands. That's bad. That's wrong. Assimilation is a necessity, not a suggestion.
I really am scared to death about what's going on in this country. I really believe it is code red. It's 5-alarm fire. It's breaking every hour of every day. We won't have a country. We won't have an election that's fair and free if we don't stand up.
The Trump administration all of a sudden believes that they don't have the authority to do something that Congress has clearly given them the authority to do. But these are extremists who are willing to actually starve their own folks.
This whole thing of like 40 million people are going to go hungry. First off, those 40 million people average an extra 40 pounds on them over the average working American. If you took the average person that's on SNAP getting free food and the average person that gets no free food from the government, the average female who gets no free food from the government is 146 pounds. The average SNAP recipient is 211 pounds. So is it a food? I know. First off, we talk about going hungry. Nobody could benefit from a nice fast more than the SNAP recipient.
What is an American? I can tell who is not an American. An American is more than paperwork. If you think someone becomes an American just because they have their paperwork filled out, our country's done. Zohran Mamdani is not an American. He's not. He's something else. Zohran Mamdani is a foreign influence with Marxism and Islamism coming to America's greatest city. But he has a U.S. passport. What I'm getting at, everybody, is a deeper question that we've ignored for the last 50 years because of mass migration. Just because you have a U.S. passport, does that make you an American? You might technically be an American, but you don't share our values, you hate our Constitution, you don't know our founding. There's a Greek word called thumos. It's one of my favorite words. It's the spirit, it's the soul. We really don't have a good English equivalent for it. The first thing for an American is you must be all in.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face! Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch the senior by going.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
All right, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett here. I'm a little bit remote today, but I am joined, of course, by Blake Neff, our not-so-secret weapon, and Mikey McCoy in the studio, holding it down. Hello, gentlemen. Welcome, welcome.
How we doing?
Howdy,
Andrew.
How we doing? Hey, Mikey, it's good to see you again, man.
Yeah, thank you, guys. It's nice to be back. I know a lot's happened since I've been gone. And so I'll just say what happened in Utah was the worst day of my life and following the worst 7 weeks of my life, of our life, Blake and Andrew. And it's still really traumatic and difficult to talk about. I haven't really been able to. And so I just wanted to thank you and Blake. I wanted to thank you guys.
Of course, man.
Thank you.
Well, you're doing great, Mikey. Blake, you're doing great. Everybody's doing great. I want to say that our team is doing heroically, actually. When you see what we accomplished this week at Ole Miss in Oxford, Mississippi. And then, by the way, guys, we had our first, the kickoff of our high school tour, which is our Club America tour. We had over 500 students come out for that in Nevada. I'm just really proud of the team. We're doing heroic work, and this has been honestly a tremendous, tremendous week that it just shows the spirit that Charlie implanted into so many of the people that run Turning Point and that are still a part of Turning Point. And we're going from strength to strength in so many ways. So, Mikey, from us to you, you're doing a phenomenal job, genuinely.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. So, Blake, why don't you kick things off and just set the table on this filibuster discussion that's happening right now? So last night, Trump sent a shot across the bow.
Yes, so we'll get into that. First, very quickly, I do want to flog something because Charlie would be angry at us if we didn't. Mm-hmm. There are elections next Tuesday in New Jersey and in Virginia. They are tough races. They are races, to be honest, we are unlikely to win, but we are going to try to win them. We talked with Cliff Maloney the other day. He said there were about, 80,000 unreturned Republican mail ballots in New Jersey. So if you're one of those people in New Jersey who has one of those ballots and hasn't returned it, shut off this show, fill it out, and turn it in right now. In Virginia, the last day to early vote is tomorrow. So if you're in Virginia and you're allowed to early vote and you haven't yet, shut off this show, go to your county courthouse or wherever you're allowed to early vote and do it now. Thank you very much. We're going to flog that next Monday and we'll be broadcasting the election results on Tuesday. All right. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Well, hey,
now,
I just want to throw this up, Blake. Throw the 329. This is the recent polling. We got Cheryl is up by 1 point, according to the latest polls. This is from Emerson College, and Jack Ciattarelli. So it's 49-48. We got about 3% undecided. But remember, there's two little pieces of information I want you guys to hold deep in your hearts as you go out there and you seize the momentum. Independents are backing Ciattarelli by +9. And here's another one. If you are asked, who do you support, they'll say it one way. But when voters are asked who do they think their neighbors are voting for, guess what? Ciattarelli's up by 6, which is a very interesting way to poll this, because sometimes people will say, oh, of course I'm going Democrat to a pollster. But when they ask who do you think your friends and your families and your coworkers, your neighbors are voting for, to see Ciattarelli up 6 is a very, very promising sign. So keep the faith in New Jersey.
All right. So anyway, the filibuster thing. So this just came up over last night and this morning. It's flaring up. It's coming thanks to President Trump. We have the ongoing government shutdown. It's still going, and we're possibly hitting a crisis point tomorrow because SNAP benefits are set to expire. Lots of stuff to be said about that. But President Trump's response, so last night on Truth Social, he said this. He had a pretty long post. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but he was saying Democrats have gone off the deep end. They have Trump derangement syndrome. They have trillions of dollars, blah, 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 blah. And then he says, it is time for Republicans to play their Trump card, all caps, and go for what is called the nuclear option. Get rid of the filibuster and get rid of it now. Never have the Democrats fought so hard to do something because they knew the tremendous strength that terminating the filibuster would give them. They want to substantially expand PAC, the U.S. Supreme Court, make Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico states. It goes on and on. It's actually quite the long thing. And then he doubled down on that. This morning, he made a post that said, because of the fact the Democrats have gone stone cold crazy, the choice is clear. Initiate the nuclear option, get rid of the filibuster, and make America great again. Now, I would guess the Senate is probably unlikely to go for that, but Trump has a lot of power to pressure people. And I think it's an interesting debate. We were talking about this, should it be gone for? And my impulse, and what I would tell Charlie when we would discuss this, is if you're going to get rid of the filibuster, you've got to do it basically as a day one thing. They should have done it the day Trump took office, because you need to maximize what you get out of it. And then you go in, because there's all these things we want to do that we can't do because you need 60 votes to do it. Change our immigration laws, change environmental laws so it's easier to build things in America. Change our budgeting process, do maybe entitlement reforms, all these numbers of things you'd want to do. And it would be a huge misfire, I think, if we were to get rid of the filibuster, get rid of the 60 vote barrier, and all we get out of it is we end a shutdown and we resume SNAP benefits. And then if Democrats take office after 2028, God forbid, but it's a possibility, then they come in and they're getting that day one, no filibuster thing where they get to run wild. And I think that would be my concern, and probably Charlie's concern if he was here to talk about it with us. How about you guys?
Well, I feel a little bit conflicted, because I think the one main thing that would be worth ending the filibuster for is immigration reform, either an immigration moratorium or at least a dramatic reduction and a replacing of our current model with something that was more merit-based and more interested in what does America get out of it. I think immigration is the first, second, and third, and fourth, and fifth most important issue in our country. I think it's all about the future of America. So if you're going to do it, you got to have the guts to do that. I don't think it's worth blowing up the filibuster to just turn SNAP benefits back on or get the government going. I mean, I think we are in a winning position when it comes to the government shutdown. We, as the Republican Party, have tried to open the government multiple times. The Democrats have blocked it time and again. They have even tried to pass a clean bill to turn SNAP benefits back on for people. So this is the newest, flashpoint are these SNAP benefits. But here's the deal. If we do this, there will come a time, and we've just got to be perfectly honest about it, where they will make Puerto Rico a state, and that's 2 more Democrat senators. They will probably try and make Washington, D.C. a state. That's 2 more senators on top of that. So you could be staring down the barrel of a situation where if you take this away, then we might not ever have a majority in the U.S. Senate again. I mean, we could. Now, J.D. Vance said at our Turning Point event at Ole Miss, we shouldn't be afraid to do stuff just because we know that the Democrat Party is going to do it. Well, this is one instance that, at least in the previous iteration, we had Kyrsten Sinema and we had Joe Manchin that blocked the nuclear option from being on the table for the Democrats, and that probably saved the Republic. So I feel very, very conflicted. Obviously, it's tempting to do. Anytime a party's in power, it's tempting to do. But I think we have to be very, very cautious about doing this. And we've seen that Mike Johnson has come out against blowing up the filibuster. So I don't know if you have final thoughts there, Blake, before we hit the break, but it's a hornet's nest. That's for sure.
It's you always just anytime there's a lot of things Republicans have wanted to do, and anytime you're going to do something politically, you have to think, what will happen next? You always want to think the medium-term consequences of what you will do. And this is one of the biggest ones of all, where you have to think that out. So be careful what you wish for, is what we would say.
Yep. All right. I'm going to tell you guys about Patriot Mobile. You got to support the guys at Patriot Mobile. Glenn and the team in Texas, they're phenomenal patriots. They support this show. They support Turning Point USA. They support all kinds of conservative activism and grassroots mobilization. They are amazing people. They stand up for 2A, for pro-life, all the things. So if you still have not made the switch, which at this point it's getting a little bit, I'm gonna have to ask for some excuses if you haven't, because we've told you about this. You will get exceptional nationwide coverage on one of the 3 major networks, or you can have 2 networks on one phone with the dual SIM, which is what I do. Stay connected with flexible, unlimited data plans to fit your lifestyle, high-speed data, mobile hotspots, international roaming, all the things you want right now you can get with Patriot Mobile. So go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie, patriotmobile.com/Charlie, or call 972-PATRIOT to get a free month of service with promo code Charlie. We'll be right back.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
Flashosaurus in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
Making sense of the insane. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to The Charlie Kirk Show. Got our mobile setup here. By the way, we got to go mobilebitcoin.com studio. This is a thing that we're getting back into here, mobilebitcoin.com studio. But in the meantime, I want to tell you guys about yrefi.com. The good folks over at YRefi have been so good to this show, so good to Charlie in the past, so good to Turning Point in the present. And we're so grateful to them. And what they do is they take your distressed or defaulted private student loans that other people won't touch, and they help you create a custom loan payment plan that you can manage each and every month. So if you right now are looking at a pile of bills and statements on your kitchen table, that are just piling up and you're getting behind and you're stressed out and you're just ignoring them at this point, don't be that guy. Take control of your financial situation. Go to the good folks at yrefy.com. That's YREFY.com. And they're going to help you with a payment plan you can manage. Even if you have bad credit, even if you're behind, they're going to set you up in a way that you have financial independence, financial security. You can make your monthly payments, live within your means. That's the key. So go to yrefy.com or dial 888-YREFY34. That's YREFY.com. Check it out today. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Hopefully we have 3:30 loaded. I believe we do. I want to play this. This is Speaker Johnson coming out against President Trump's tweets. Let's call them truths in anger. Totally understandable. And it's 31 days into a government shutdown. The Democrats have not shown any desire to negotiate in good faith. So we understand where it's coming from. Play cut 3:30.
What you're seeing is an expression of the president's anger at the situation. He is as angry as I am and the American people are about this madness. Do your basic job. I'm going to say this again. We have put zero Republican policy priorities on the CR. It is Biden-level policies and spending. They have no excuse at all not to support it. They have no excuse to put all this pain on the American people, except that for what we've just articulated and repeated here every day.
All right, so Blake, this is obviously Speaker Johnson trying to do a little damage control, but I think Trump is dead serious. I think he's fed up. He's throwing his hands up in the air and he wants to do this.
He is. But I think you think about how Trump likes to approach things. Trump generally is a guy who's very much what is immediately in front of me. He's a guy who wants wins. He's you don't want to say he's a guy who's looking directly in front of him, and so he's thinking, I have a problem now. What could resolve that problem now? And people say like, oh well, the filibuster keeps us from doing this, and he'd say, let's get rid of it. And we're getting a lot of emails from different directions, and I want to flag. One person said, for example, we got an email from Greg here who says, nuke the filibuster, fix everything, then put it back.
But also we have one saying when Dems take control, first thing on their list will be to end the filibuster. So why don't we just do it?
So a few thoughts there. First of all, Democrats had power under Biden, and they did not manage to get rid of the filibuster. They had Joe Manchin didn't want to vote to do it. Kyrsten Sinema didn't want to vote to do it. Now, both of those people are gone, so that would be an argument. Maybe next time they will get rid of it. On the other hand, you might also see next time there could be a different Democrat who decides they enjoy the power from being the most right-wing Democrat. That gave them a lot of influence. That gave them a lot of play in Washington. There's always the temptation to be that. So it's always been harder to kill the filibuster than people expect. I've been around for 20 years. People have been telling me the Democrats will nuke the filibuster the next time they're in power, and they haven't done it yet. So there's that factor. The other thing about, that get rid of it and put it back. And we're looking at, this is the power of norms. This is the power of tradition. The truth is, once the filibuster is destroyed, it will be gone. That's the way of it. Yet there is this power it exerts as long as it exists. So you can't really get rid of it and then put it back because it could just be voted away again. What has kept it in place is the fact that it is in place. And so if you're going to approach the matter of getting rid of the filibuster, of making it a 50-vote thing instead of a 60-vote thing, you do have to think about the timing of it. What really will justify you getting rid of it? And I'd say the only, in my opinion, strong argument in favor of this is, at least if you're doing this, you're probably, to bring back SNAP, you're probably doing it for something that most Americans generally approve of. Whereas if you're nuking the filibuster to push a very strong right-wing priority that maybe isn't polling 80-20, that could produce some political blowback. But that's why you want to do it at the start of your term, too. You do your most aggressive, most ambitious stuff right at the outset. Whereas if we're getting rid of it now, we're unlikely to pass any of those big immigration reform things we want to do because they'll be all nervous. They won't want to do big, ambitious stuff during the midterm election year.
Well, here's what I would say. Trump is not going to have the votes to get rid of the filibuster. Right. I mean, let's just be honest. We've got 4 Republicans that have just gone against him on tariffs. Right. It's going to die in the House. It's dead in the water anyways. But you're not going to get the filibuster nuked anyways. The question I have is more of a theoretical question. Would we be better off without the filibuster? Both ways. Here's my thought. The Democrats have more lasting change that they can accomplish with Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C. becoming states. You can't undo that if that happens. You can't roll those things back, really. I mean, you could probably, but it's highly unlikely. I'd give it a 0.001% chance that once you create two states, you could undo the creation of states. I don't know what the legalities of that are. Those are two lasting, permanent changes that they could affect within the body politics. So the question is, do we have similarly worthwhile changes that we could affect? Could we create East Washington, East Oregon? I don't know. But the point is, the options at the disposal of the Democrats are far scarier than the options we have. Now, I do believe that immigration, it would be such a huge, huge change to the country, but I'm still not convinced that we have the votes for that. I guarantee you, Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, Rand Paul, these guys would still try and block a really robust immigration reform policy, even if we nuked the filibuster.
Yeah, I think in the long run, this is a longer discussion. Maybe we should even go through the break to discuss this, because in the long run, sure, I do think there's let's do that. Let's go into the break, because I want to give a long answer to that. Like, the filibusters had a very warping effect on American federal politics, and it's very interesting what would happen if we got rid of it. Let's get into that in the break.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
Flashosaurus in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice News headlines. President Trump is calling on the U.S. Senate to initiate what he calls the nuclear option and get rid of the filibuster in order to bypass Democrats and reopen the government. The filibuster is a long-standing tactic in the Senate to give the minority party a check and balance on legislation. Overcoming a filibuster requires 60 votes, but doing away with the practice altogether would allow the majority party to move legislation along a party line vote. In this case, it would allow the Senate's 53 Republicans to reopen the government despite Democrat roadblocks. Meanwhile, Americans who depend on federal food aid assistance through the SNAP program are bracing for the loss of those benefits. Starting tomorrow, food aid will stop as a result of the government shutdown and lack of funding for the program. Meanwhile, Vice President Vance is warning that the ongoing government shutdown is setting the stage for a holiday disaster during the upcoming Thanksgiving travel season. While meeting with the heads of American and United Airlines at the White House Thursday, the vice president emphasizing that 13,000 air traffic controllers and 50,000 Transportation Safety Administration agents are being forced to work without a paycheck. Take a look.
I don't think Americans should be afraid to fly because we've got great airline professionals who are keeping the safest aviation industry in the world afloat, but they're doing it with incredible stress. What I worry more about is that if you have, let's say, a pilot who's now missed 2 paychecks, who's now telling his kids that they can't do things that they'd like to do, who's now worried about feeding his family, maybe that guy doesn't show up to work. Maybe he goes and gets a different job. That means greater delays for the American people. I worry about the air traffic controller who now has missed 2 paychecks, who's got to pay his credit card bill or his mortgage, but can't pay both and decides, you know what, this industry is not for me.
Now, while flight delays and cancellations have been negligible so far, airline industry leaders expect that the change in the coming days and weeks. They're also encouraging Senate Democrats to vote of a clean CR in order to reopen the government so that airline workers can get their paychecks and focus on keeping the country's airways safe. Now to news from across the pond, where King Charles has stripped his younger brother, Prince Andrew, of all of his titles and kicked him out of his royal home. Those are your headlines. We return now to the Charlie Kirk program.
Voice of generations is the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I want to tell you guys really quickly before we bring in the one and only Michael Knowles, who's just been testifying before the Senate subcommittee. It was really important, actually, and very relevant to this show. But first, I'm going to tell you about Hillsdale College, history, economics, the great works of literature. Did you study these things in school? Probably not. But even if you did, it's probably time for a really important refresher course from the one and only Dr. Larry Arnn, who's put out this amazing new 8-lecture course where you're going to learn about 4 novels, 1984, Brave New World, Darkness at Noon, and That Hideous Strength. Even though these novels were written in the 1930s and 40s, they are more relevant today than probably ever before. You're going to learn about what tyrannical governments can do to your country, to human nature. More importantly, they show us that faith, family, and friends and this country are worth fighting for. So maybe you read these books long ago in school. Maybe you heard others talking about them and they seem intimidating. They don't have to be. Let Hillsdale College help you make the most of them. So right now, go to charlieforhillsdale.com to enroll. That's charlieforhillsdale.com, CHARLIE.com, or forhillsdale.com to enroll. Plus, there's like 40 other courses you can take. If this one doesn't strike your fancy, you can find one that does. I guarantee you. Learn, be an autodidact. It's so important. It's what Charlie taught us. All right, without further ado, I'm so excited to bring in Michael Knowles, host of the Michael Knowles Show, and just all around good American, good Catholic American, because that seems to be, I'm going to get into that with you, Michael. Little JD Vance dust up about Usha, but we're going to start with the most important. Tell us what you did this week. You went before the U.S. Senate. It was a subcommittee hearing on the rise of political violence. It was hosted and chaired by Senator Eric Schmitt from the great state of Missouri. Tell us what that was all about, Michael.
It was a really important hearing. I was honored to be invited and to go testify. Chairman Schmitt called it, and at as timely a moment as you could imagine. He opened it, by the way, with a beautiful tribute to Charlie. And if people haven't gone to see the testimony, just even that opening, I think, was really beautiful. And that was obviously the cause of the testimony, because there's been a lot of political violence, and it has been increasing. There was a Pew poll just came out. 85% of Americans think that political violence is getting worse in our country. When 85% of Americans agree on anything, I think you can acknowledge that it's happening. And so he said, all right, obviously this is a longstanding problem that has reached this horrific, tragic climax in Charlie's assassination and in the reaction to Charlie's assassination, and the minimizing and the excusing and the justifying and even the celebrating at all levels of the American left. And so we need to figure out what's really going on here. So I felt it was important to go. The Democrats called their own minority witnesses. What was really disappointing is that half the Democrats on the panel didn't even show up. The ones who did show up asked, I thought, ridiculous questions. You know, they would just bring up January 6th or whatever. They wouldn't even let us answer on the points of January 6th. I think because they know the answers would be devastating to them. And then there was one moment in particular that I thought was really crazy, because one of the guys on this subcommittee is Cory Booker. And Cory Booker has endorsed Jay Jones for Attorney General of Virginia. Jay Jones, who has called for Republicans to be killed, and he's clarified he wasn't joking about that. So Cory Booker shows up late. He uses up all his time just bloviating, saying it's really a both sides issue, but actually secretly it's entirely a right-wing issue. And anyway, we need to be more careful about our words. We need to take back our words when we say things we shouldn't have said. We need to be introspective. The questioning then goes to Senator Blackburn on the other side of the room. I'm listening to her and I say, okay, well, that's a good question, but I want to get back to something Senator Booker said. You know, if he's really serious about this, it seems like he's setting the stage to withdraw his endorsement from Jay Jones. He should do that now. I turn. Booker left the room. There's a Cory Booker-shaped hole in the wall. The whole thing on the Democrat side was completely disingenuous. It was crocodile tears. And the conclusion that I have to reach from that is the Democrats don't want to talk about political violence because, one, it's coming from the left. Even the Atlantic magazine admits it. And two, because their base supports it. And I can't come to any conclusion other than the Democrats in government are more or less fine with the political violence, too.
Well, I fear you're right, Michael. There's a clip here that from Jennifer Welch, who I confess I had no idea who she was until about a week ago. And she apparently has amassed quite a following as a podcaster. She's a former Bravo reality star that became a podcaster. And she says some pretty troubling things that lead me to believe that your conclusions reached after the subcommittee hearing are sadly more likely than not true. Play cut 283.
So listen up, Democratic establishment. You can either jump on board with this or we're coming after you in the same way that we come after MAGA. Period. They're that are beholden to the same corporations that helped Donald Trump get elected. Kudos to Bernie, to AOC, to Zoran. And that woman out in somewhere middle America saying, Charlie Kirk, he was a racist, he was a piece of There are so many more of us than there are of them. And these Democrats that continue to play patty cake with corporations, nobody wants that. Nobody wants you.
So, Michael, is she right that the Democrat base does not want to moderate, that they do not want to confront the demons in their own closet and their own activist militant base?
You know the polls as well as I. After Charlie's assassination, YouGov conducted surveys, showed that people who identify as very liberal are 8 times as likely as people who are very conservative to justify political violence.
Let's throw that image up. This is 31, image 31, please. And I believe this is the poll you're looking at. And that crazy, we've shown it a number of times on this show, Michael, but this is to me the scariest graph that exists in American politics today, where you have 18 to 39-year-old self-described progressives with that wild standout node, that blue left dot on the screen, where you contrast that with the same age group among conservatives, and they are among the most, if not the most, peaceful of all the cohorts on this survey.
Well, this is what's really scary. This is kind of like the second part. So if you just look at all age groups, very liberal, 8 times as likely to justify political violence as very conservative. Then you zoom in on what you're showing, and it breaks it down by young people, middle-aged people, older people. And if you look at the older people, the liberals and the conservatives, basically about the same. Liberals are a little more likely to support political violence, but it's almost the same. Moderates, the least likely of all. When you zoom back to the younger groups, something changes. First of all, the moderates and the conservatives flip. The young conservatives are much less likely than the young moderates to support political violence. They're the least likely of that age group. Then it's moderates, and then the young liberals spike in their support up to 26% for political violence. So not only is this today a major problem on the left, it's getting worse because you're looking at the young people. It's a crystal ball for the future. So I suspect Jennifer Welch is probably right about this. I like you, had never heard of her, never seen her face before that viral clip. However, she's not just some fringe nobody. There are other interviews where she's sat down with Hakeem Jeffries, Democrat leader in the House. In that interview, he lauds her, he praises her, and she says, I've sat down with a bunch of your colleagues too. So, this is not an aberration. I think every single data point we see, the public opinion polls, the statements of the prominent liberals, and all the way down to what we were discussing at the Senate testimony, which is the actual cases of political violence, they're coming from the left. What's so amazing about those data now is that even the Atlantic has to admit, okay, political violence is primarily a left-wing problem, not a right-wing problem today. That's using data sets that don't even count all the left-wing violence. Because if you look at all of these data sets and even the federal numbers, they're not counting the BLM riots that left dozens of people dead and $1 billion in property damage. That doesn't count as left-wing political violence. They're not counting all sorts of attacks on pro-lifers.
Tesla attacks.
The Tesla dealerships. And then the incident that I was called to testify about was a campus event at University of Pittsburgh. 2 Antifa operatives who are card-carrying members of Antifa show up, throw an explosive at cops, seriously injure a female police officer. These are people who were claimed by the Torch Antifa network, Torch Antifa soliciting donations through a tax-exempt nonprofit organization for them. This is as clear ideological violence as you can possibly imagine. That incident was not counted as left-wing political violence. And so the only conclusion you can reach is that the left doesn't commit a lot of political violence when you don't count the political violence the left commits.
Interesting how that works. It just seems like, the go-to grab bag option of the American left in 2025 is to just simply, rig the results in your favor. But Michael, you can't argue with this. I believe this is the article you're talking about. Throw up 337. Top Trump officials are moving onto military bases. Stephen Miller, Marco Rubio, Kristi Noem, and others have taken over homes that until recently housed senior military officials. So this is straight from the Atlantic, and it is no longer safe for members of the Trump administration to live out in the general public. They have to be housed in secure military bases for their own safety and for their family safety. This is what it's come to.
What's crazy, that's actually not even the article I was referencing. There's another article that says left-wing terrorism is on the rise. That's the headline. I actually hadn't even seen this headline until you just showed it to me. The fact that we have civilians, we have people just working in our government, ordinary political order, who now have to move to secure locations for military leaders, it shows you that something really horrific has happened in this country, as if the Rubicon has been crossed. I suspect that happened when the Democrats started prosecuting Trump, the chief political opponent and the predecessor, when they started raiding his home, when they started going after all of their enemies and even justifying his assassination, which nearly happened in Butler, nearly happened again, actually, later on. It does feel like something just seismically has shifted in the political order, and it's a lot bigger than some one podcaster making nasty comments or I don't know, one Democrat in Congress. It seems like this is a major shift of the whole left.
Yeah, it feels like the whole tree has become rotten from the root. And it does feel like there is a seismic shift. It's an ideological movement-wide shift. And you could see it about the way that they talk about President Trump, or they talk about Charlie, Nazi, fascist, bigot, racist, homophobe, xenophobe. All of this language that has basically said this movement is a bunch of Nazis. And what did we have to do with Hitler? We had to eventually, take him out, right? And I think that's becoming more widely and widely accepted within the left-wing political movement. Michael Knowles, 10 seconds, then I gotta take a profit timeout.
Just listen to Joe Biden. Get it from the horse's mouth. Is it the horse's mouth? Some part of the horse. When you say that there's an existential threat to the country, as he said about Trump, existential threats are a justification for assassination. I think they knew exactly what they were doing.
Yeah, I'm concerned you're right, Michael. Real quick, I want to tell you about the tax extension deadline may have passed. But for millions of Americans, the real trouble is just beginning. If you miss the October 15 deadline or owe back taxes, the IRS is ramping up enforcement. Every day you wait, that's the key here, don't wait. Every day you wait only makes things worse. And here's the harsh reality. The IRS can charge a penalty of 5% per month, up to 25% of your total tax bill, just for not filing. That's in addition to what you already owe. The good news, there's still time for Tax Network USA to help. Self-employed or business owner, if that's you, even if your books are a mess, they've got you covered. Tax Network USA specializes in resolving financial chaos and getting you back on track fast. So call 1-800-958-1000. That's 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com. That's tnusa.com. We'll be back more with Michael Knowles in just a second.
It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
The Charlie Kirk Show, where talk meets action.
All right, we're back, and I want to give Michael his due. He got a great moment. 264. Play it.
Democrats have lied about the statistics on political violence. They've covered them up. They've shed what I think we have to reasonably conclude are crocodile tears, and they want to pretend that nothing's happened. Senator Booker came in. He said we shouldn't cast any aspersions. We shouldn't say that the violence comes from one side or the other. He then launched into a diatribe about how the violence really comes from the right. And then before I had a chance to respond to that, he left the room. And I think it's particularly rich and hypocritical coming from someone like Senator Booker, because Senator Booker continues to endorse a man who would be a top law enforcement official in a state who is called for the murder of Republicans and our children. But to your point, Martha, looking at Ole Miss tonight, looking at this amazing show of unity from the vice president and from Erica Kirk, and looking at all of the students who are going to come out and support a healthy exchange and a good future for our country, they give me a lot more hope than the Democrats on Capitol Hill do.
Well said, Michael Knowles. We're going to welcome back our national radio audience in just 1 second. Hang right there, and we'll be right back. right, Blake, while you were gone, Trump destroyed a historical monument at the White House.
I was out. I was out for 2 weeks.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I want to bring in Blake and Mikey in the studio if they're still there for this conversation. This is really important stuff, actually, because it kind of went, I think, night one, right after Ole Miss, nobody really talked about it, Michael. But then the day after, people are talking about that. They think JD was so rude to his wife Usha, and they can't believe that he would want his wife to become a Christian. So let's play the clip from the Ole Miss event, 286. Play it.
Now, most Sundays, Usha will come with me to church. As I've told her and I've said publicly, and I'll say now in front of 10,000 of my closest friends, do I hope eventually that she is somehow moved by the same thing that I was moved in by church? Yeah, I honestly do wish that, because I believe in the Christian gospel, and I hope eventually my wife comes to see it the same way.
So I wanted to bring in, obviously Mikey is the son of a pastor. Blake is a Catholic. You're a Catholic. We're all Christians here. Is that rude to say that you hope your wife would eventually one day see the world and have faith like you do?
Yeah, I think it's crazy because Christianity has proven you live a happier life. Charlie used to talk about it as the missing piece for everybody. Once you found that missing piece, you lived the life that was there for you. And he would argue about the necessity of God over the existence of one. And so no more than you would wish someone who's an alcoholic to no longer be an alcoholic, would you wish for them to find Christianity, the missing piece that would bring them peace and happiness.
Yeah, I don't know. I basically have nothing to add over what Mikey said there. It's very bizarre to say, I guess, like JD Vance wants what he thinks is best for his spouse, whom he loves, and someone has to come in and be like,
quite a row, though. This has become quite a controversy online. I was looking, so JD is reacting to a clip from ACYN. I never know how to say that guy's Twitter handle, but a lefty on Twitter, on X, and that thing has 10 million views. Like, it's a lot of engagement. Michael, what is this? Just much ado about nothing? I mean, is the
no, it's better than that.
Go ahead.
It's much ado about something. It's just something good. I mean, I think we need to state it out the gate. What JD and Erica did was magnificent. The fact that Erica has the strength to do this is just superhuman, first of all. And then what the vice president did in the Q&A was magnificent. I know we're all admirers of the vice president here. He was pitch perfect. I would not have changed one syllable about any answer he gave. It was just a phenomenal showing on all of these different matters, and some questions that were a little bit hostile. And on this, I think you're seeing the poison of secularism and atheism in our culture setting in people's reactions, because it's not that they disagree with the vice president on religion. It's that they don't even seem to know what religion is. But JD understands what religion is, and he has a living faith. And so, as we've all said here, he wants what he believes to be good for his wife. He recognizes that religion is not just like a taste. You like chocolate and I like vanilla. He recognizes that religion is a habit of virtue that inclines the will to give to God what he deserves. It's not a question of like or dislike. It's a question of truth or falsehood. And so he's being very respectful to people of other faiths, including his wife, of course, but many other people too. He's just saying, look, I have this view of religious truth, and I think that truth and goodness and beauty and all these things go together. And so because I love my wife, and by extension, by the way, because I love other people, I want to share that with you. That is the Great Commission. That is the gospel. That's like the whole point, guys. And the fact that people would attack him for it is one thing. The fact that they don't even understand what he's saying is so damning about our culture and how we think about the deepest questions.
I think that's exactly right. Blake and Mikey, take us home at the end of this hour one with Michael Knowles. The floor is your guys's. You have faith.
The other thing that I love too, not just the religious aspect of JD's speech, but also he's backstage and he just goes, what was the thing that Charlie used to always say? Disagreements come to the front of the line. And I was like, yeah, that's it. And he goes, I'm going to do that tonight. And I just keep telling everybody, you can't even find a senator, a congressman, or any person on the right who's a public speaker that would welcome disagreements at the front of the line, let alone the vice president of the United States, who has much to lose by.
I hope it spreads, because we've seen how much better JD has gotten from just being in the arena all the time, whether it's on the Sunday shows or doing something like this. And think how much better our politicians would be as a class if this was expected of all our senators and all our representatives. Make them be smart people who can answer hostile questions on the fly. We'll get better politicians, and that means better laws.
Yeah, it really reminds me of Charlie. Like, I see a little bit of Charlie in JD and how he does that.
Well, speaking of taking questions, we're doing it in the next hour.
Yeah, and Michael Knowles, we thank you, my friend, making the time. Appreciate you.
Good to be with you guys. Thanks.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
Followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer, in the moments I'm afraid. There's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky, when I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music. So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
There's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna.
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room. In a culture that celebrates the weak, show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Buy gold and get free silver. That's right. For every $5,000 purchased from Birch Gold Group this month in advance of Veterans Day, they will send you a free patriotic silver round just like this that commemorates the Gadsden and American flags. Look, gold is up over 40% since the beginning of this year, and Birch Gold can help you own it by converting an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Plus, they'll send you free silver honoring our veterans on qualifying purchases. And if you're current or former military, Birch Gold has a special offer just for you. They are waiving custodial fees for the first year on investments of any amount. And with an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, many of which are our very own listeners, I encourage you to diversify your savings into gold. All you have to do is text America to the number 989898 for a free info kit and to claim your eligibility for free silver with qualifying purchases before the end of the month. Again, that's the word America to 989898. Do it today. And now let's get to today's headlines. Here's some news from across the pond, where King Charles has stripped his younger brother, Prince Andrew, of all of his titles and kicked him out of his royal home. The 65-year-old former prince is being punished over his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Earlier this month, he was even forced to stop using his title of Duke of York. Now, the disgraced royal is simply known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. In a statement, Buckingham Palace writes, quote, "These censures are deemed necessary, notwithstanding the fact that he continues to deny the allegations against him," unquote. Their Majesties wish to make clear that their thoughts and utmost sympathies have been and will remain with the victims and survivors of any and all forms of abuse. Andrew will move from his current royal estate to a private residence in eastern England. However, he'll reportedly continue to be financially supported by his older brother, King Charles. Meanwhile, the FBI has apparently thwarted a potential terrorist attack. On X, FBI Director Kash Patel posted the following. This morning, the FBI thwarted a potential terrorist attack and arrested multiple subjects in Michigan who were allegedly plotting a violent attack over Halloween weekend. More details to come. Thanks to the men and women of FBI and law enforcement everywhere standing guard 24/7 and crushing our mission to defend the homeland. And in some global news, the president had his highly anticipated meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping yesterday. The trade truce entails a reduction of Chinese export tariffs from 57% to 47% as a result of Xi's promise to reduce fentanyl coming into the United States. Trump also said that China will resume buying soybeans from America, which had been a major issue for American farmers. China also agreed to back off limits of rare earth minerals in exchange for the U.S. also backing off some of its own export restrictions. Now, the minerals are critical to military equipment and other technology. This meeting capped off a week in Asia, meeting with leaders of Malaysia, Japan, and South Korea. And it also appears that the Justice Department is turning up the heat on the use of AutoPen by former President Joe Biden. AG Pam Bondi stated that the investigation is centering on Delaware and Washington, D.C. This comes on the heels of a 100-page report that the House Oversight Committee has released probing the Biden White House inner circle and whether there was knowledge of the ex-president's mental decline and a cover-up of AutoPen allegations. We will keep you up to speed with any developments from the Justice Department and the AG. Yesterday, 4 Republican senators voted with Democrats to approve a bipartisan resolution to repeal President Trump's global tariffs, including steeper rates on longtime allies such as the European Union, Japan, and South Korea. Senator Rand Paul, the GOP sponsor of the resolution, and Senators Mitch McConnell, Susan Collins, and Lisa Murkowski voted for it. The measure is likely only symbolic, though, as Speaker Mike Johnson is unlikely to bring it up for a vote in the House. Now, President Trump is calling on the U.S. Senate to initiate what he calls the nuclear option and get rid of the filibuster in order to bypass Democrats and reopen the government. The filibuster is a long-standing tactic in the Senate to give the minority party a check and balance on legislation. Overcoming a filibuster requires 60 votes, but doing away with the practice altogether would allow the majority party to move legislation along a party line vote. Those are your headlines. We'll be right back to Charlie Kirk in just a few moments.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
Always followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer. In the moments I'm afraid to There's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky when I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now.
All right, welcome back to Hour 2 of the Charlie Kirk Show. This is Friday, Hour 2, which means we take your questions. The Ask Us Anything hour, members.charliekirk.com if you want to join and you want to ask questions. So first up, we have Josh. Josh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yourself. There you are, Josh. What's going on?
Well, I got a question here for Ohio and campaigns. I know that Vivek is was a big friend of Charlie's and TPUSA and part of the War Room Posse. Wanted to find out if TPUSA has any plans to help campaign here in Ohio for governor. And then also two-part of the question with the redistricting that's supposed to happen here in Ohio. I know our biggest challenge is the Rhino State Supreme Court justices, and wanted to see if TPUSA is involved or might be involved with, say, the War Room in getting our state redistrict for Republicans.
Yeah, so the backstory here is that there is a redistricting plan that actually Governor DeWine has ultimately decided to endorse and support, which is a good sign, which would take it up from 10 out of the 15 seats in Ohio that would favor Republicans to 12 out of the 15 districts that would favor Republicans. So yeah, your point is well made on the Supreme Court. That's going to be because the maps have to be submitted and approved by the state Supreme Court, and so that's going to be the big fight there. I will immediately after the show get involved with or I'll get in contact with Tyler Boyer on the C4 side, Turning Point Action. I've seen some let's just say communication going back and forth on that. We are supportive of the redistricting, and in Indiana where we unfortunately got flummoxed by a one holdout Republican. But I think Ohio has a good shot of going through because you have somebody like DeWine that's voiced his public support for that effort. So to the extent that Turning Point Action can be helpful, we 1,000% want to be. And we can get you more answers on exactly how that might look in shows to come.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. And I think Vivek's going to end up running away with the nomination and the governorship in Ohio. That's just my personal opinion. We're very supportive of Vivek. We're still in communication with Vivek. And that's what do you think about that race?
I like Vivek. Only problem is the Ohio GOP is corrupt, and they've already endorsed a candidate before a primary, which I think a lot of people might have issues with that. They did the same thing when DeWine was running. They endorsed him before a primary and ran, I forget her name, the lieutenant governor in her case, out of the race, and she was the conservative there. I like Vivek. I'm excited about him, and I think he's the best candidate we have here in Ohio.
Yeah, that's been our conclusion as well. I don't know if Blake or Mike have anything to add, but we in general are very supportive of the redistricting. I will tell you.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add to that. We're supportive of. I don't think just regarding Vivek specifically, we haven't endorsed anyone specifically in that primary. I know there's still multiple people running. We will obviously be supportive of whoever the Republican is. It seems like Vivek is doing very well, and if he's the candidate, we will of course back him, and we'll back him on. We'll back the redistricting effort, which has become very popular all across the country. Pretty straightforward on that front. If it becomes about rejiggering the state Supreme Court, we'll be involved in that too. Although there's so many layers to this. It starts off with us just having to, try to redraw maps, and then it's okay. Now we have to win an election, and then we have to recall or replace state Supreme Court justices, and then this suddenly is a multi-year thing. It's quite the process.
Yeah, and just for the record, I do want one minor little correction. While Blake is right on the Turning Point Action side, Charlie did endorse Vivek for governor personally before, obviously, he was taken from us. So, next question. Who's next?
Let's do
Christine.
Yeah, let's do Christine.
Hi guys, how are you today?
Hey, Christine. Doing well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm sure we all want this shutdown to end, right? This Democratic-driven shutdown at 31 days. I was wondering if we could use the TPUSA platform to maybe encourage 5 moderate Democratic senators who might likely flip. Maybe a viral campaign could flip their votes for a clean CR. Thoughts on leading that charge?
Do we really feel we're the right people to make Democrats change their POVs on that one? I feel almost like I feel dirty, like I'm in an oil slick on myself or something.
But shouldn't we be the ones encouraging them to do the right thing?
Yeah, to find the phone numbers and to call the office, and we've done things like that in the past.
Well, there's a few senators that have shown that they are looking for an excuse. So Slotkin would be one of them. Obviously Fetterman. There are swing state senators that are looking down the barrel of electoral upheaval if they don't get the government open, and if they fear credibly that they're going to be saddled with some of the blame for this. So I think your instinct is right, and I think once again, I'm gonna take this recommendation. Tyler and I have a call this afternoon, so we're gonna take it right to Turning Point Action. I don't think it's a bad idea. Anything can help, but again, we have a couple races that we're looking at. Right, we're looking at Virginia, we're looking at New Jersey. We are that's our focus right now. We have to be prudent about the way we deploy resources, and money is finite, and so we just have to be good stewards of that. And at the end of the day, this is not our main focus, if I'm being candid with you. And I think Democrats are going to have to realize that I think that they've already maximized the amount of political upside for themselves with the shutdown, but we don't know how it's going to play out. We really don't. And I think when we talked about this in hour one with the government, or with Trump sort of bringing up nuking the filibuster, I think that's saber rattling. I think that's to scare Dems and to get them compliant and to break ranks and finally open the government back up with a clean CR. So that's my personal opinion on the matter. But we have another question here from Michael. Michael, if you are with us, unmute yourself. You're welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Yes. Good day.
Hey, Michael. How you doing?
Which question am I to ask? I gave you 2.
Whichever one you prefer.
Yeah, whichever.
All right. Well, I like them both, but I'll go with the North Carolina one first. We have suffered from, I think, a lack of really Republican senators here in North Carolina. Burr's left. Now Tillis is left. We've got that seat available. Looks like Cooper and Whatley are going to be running. What do you think of Whatley? He's a first-time candidate for anything. His chances of winning this state, and I guess, will TP Action be working in North Carolina? Have you decided to make a move to help us here?
Well, North Carolina is an interesting state. Blake, I don't mean to talk over the top of you. It is I think it's, the definition of a purple state, but we're maybe like light red, pink. Especially on these state level races, right? You had Dan Bishop running for AG, didn't get in. He was a great candidate. It's a tough state to win at the, whether it's senators or governorship. It tends to kind of like flip back and forth between, governor and AG and senators and presidential races. So it's just one of those crazy states. But we do have a good track record of winning senators from the state of North Carolina. So let's hope that holds. As far as Michael Whatley goes, Michael's been a friend of Turning Point Action, friend of Charlie's. I think he did a great job as chair of the RNC. And this is the candidate that President Trump wants. And so I think once you get that endorsement, there sort of necessarily has to be a coalescing of support around a single horse, so we can get that horse over the top. So I don't have more than that for you right now as far as what, again, Turning Point Action. Listen, we get asked to go in a billion directions, and I just want to say we've gotten really good at saying no, something Charlie told us, and we have to point our resources where they're going to be the highest and best use of those resources. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
Followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer, in the moments I'm afraid. There's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky, when I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music. So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience anytime. So just go to angel.com/Rav and join there.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Fact first. America first. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this fine show, joined by Blake Neff and Mikey McCoy. It looks like, Blake, you have an email you want to read here.
Yeah, I just wanted to flag this. So someone sent this to freedom@charliekirk.com during the break, and I wanted to flag it. Caleb said, please shout out TP Action field rep Hudson Price, who is organizing coalitions in the Raleigh area. He is doing a great job and can use help. So if you are in the Raleigh area, maybe you will hopefully be able to meet Field Rep Hudson.
He's great.
Help us turn North Carolina from a purple state to a solid red state, which we are always fighting to do. So we'll shout out Hudson there. Thank you for that email, Caleb.
Awesome. Do we have any more? So technically, we're going to welcome back national radio in about a minute and a half here. Don't we have a few more emails, Blake, that you were going to read?
We have a variety of emails. There's one I want to get to when we get into the Beast segment because I think it deserves a longer response. What else do we have? All
right. Well, hey, in lieu of that, Blake, I'm going to tell everybody about YRefi. YRefi.com. The great folks at YRefi, they were just with us at Ole Miss in Oxford, Mississippi. They are tremendous, tremendous people. So if you find yourself in a position where you have private student loan debt, which there's billions and billions and billions of private student loan debt in this country. Some of it's federal, but a lot of it's private. If that's you and you have distressed or defaulted private student loan, YRefi can help you take them up on it. They are easy to work with. You're not going to work with some nameless call center. They're patriots. They will work with your specific financial situation to make sure you can make your monthly payments. You can get ahead. You can get this behind you. You do not have to let that pile of statements on your kitchen table pile up and make you stressed out. You can get mom and dad off your loan. They don't care what your credit score is. You can even skip a payment every 6 months up to 12 times. This is crazy stuff. Nobody does this. YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com, or call 888-YRefi34, 888-YRefi34. We are going to welcome back National Radio in just 1 second. We'll be right back. Back to the Charlie Kirk Show. And, you know, it is Halloween today, Blake. Do we say Happy Halloween on this show? Like, what are the rules?
Oh, Mikey's an anti-Halloween.
I'm an anti-Halloweener.
Hater. We should have had you last night. Oh.
I know. I had a dinner I had to make.
I have a dinner. You could have blown off the dinner.
Are you a Halloween fan?
I am pro Halloween.
That's not going to work for us.
I'm pro too. Charlie and I would disagree about this. To be fair, Charlie was very against it. He was very against it.
Charlie was against it.
He thought it was playing with the occult and toying and getting dancing.
Don't play with the occult. Don't do your Ouija boards then.
Yeah, my whole thing is
okay. You guys are the exception. I would say a majority of people they play along. So it's a problem. Just get rid of it. So most people just like to filibuster.
Most people just do spooky, scary skeleton stuff.
Nuke it.
Yeah.
Nuke Halloween.
It's just kitschy. Most of it's just kitschy. And I will tell you, my kids love it. They dress up like princesses and ninjas, and we go to a party with a bunch of other Christians, and we do the whole harvest party thing, and then we go trick-or-treating, and then when it gets like a little too dark, everybody comes home. And then they get candy, and they're excited. And then we make them only eat one piece a day.
Yeah, I do not have kids.
Charlie was letting himself get a little too swayed by the same, he was a Protestant. You Protestants, you give you guys too much rope, and you guys want to ban Christmas. I'm just saying.
Blake, let's open it up to the audience. You tell us, are you pro or anti Halloween? Send us an email, freedom@charliekirk.com. Blake will be forced to read them, even if they disagree with Blake's position on Halloween and mine. That's freedom@charliekirk.com. We want to know what you think about Halloween. A lot of people argue about the roots of it. Is it Christian? Is it non-Christian? Let's say, Anthony, you're up next.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Anthony, how you doing?
Good. So my question is this. My high school, McQuaid Jesuit in Rochester, New York, there are 90-plus students and 3 staff or faculty members that have signed a petition to start a Turning Point chapter. They have had 2 meetings with administration, and it's the way it goes. It's the principal and the dean of students, which is the assistant principal, because it is a private school. The dean of students is supportive of the boys. The principal is refusing to look at any petition. He's refusing to hear anything out. He is refusing to talk, and this makes it even weirder. A board of trustee member or a board member at the school even went to the principal, and the principal refused to listen to he or she. But the school allows a gender equity club, a black student union, a pride club. And when I graduated in, I'll say it, the class of 2002, we never had that because the slogan was men for others, and we didn't care what you looked like. And now all of a sudden it's starting to shift. The students are conservative. The staff is leaning with some staff is leaning to the left. And I found out from the TP rep, who's been great, that some staff or faculty are actually making nasty comments to the boys about the chapter not being approved. How do we, myself or other alums go about helping them? Because 90 plus students in a school of a little less than 700, and this is 6th through 12th grade.
Well, first off, why am I just not surprised this is happening at a Jesuit institution? I needed to say that. Jesuits, man, they're something really wrong with them. You had the news with Loyola University in New Orleans where the student government said no to the chapter. That's probably going to go to a lawsuit, and that'll change everything. But like, how can these boys get support nationally? And I've made comments on private Facebook groups, and it's gone viral in the community. Even my own high school is trying to Rochester, New York.
In what school?
McQuaid Jesuit. It is in the town of Brighton, but it uses the address of Rochester, New York. I've actually been discredited. The TP rep said there's been talk about you being discredited, not being on Charlie's show before and everything. So I sent her the clip of the day I called in the Friday before the memorial to share my memory.
Yeah,
and everything.
Well, we totally have your back, and I think we should probably blow this up a little bit more.
Yeah.
Well, I think we should, because the principal actually was a counselor at the school, but then worked in the public school system before ever coming to McQuaid. So there's really no tie from what I can see and everything. So I would love to blow it up.
Yeah, I mean, I went to a Christian school. Actually, a couple weeks ago, I said they didn't start a chapter. They actually did start a chapter. I know that we've been trying to for years, but leadership is important. Rob Black, who's the president of Oaks Christian, he was incredible. He got the chapter approved. He's just the best with the school, but not all schools are like that. I mean, Oaks has been great, and their chapter is huge right now. But you got to just stay on top of it. I mean, we can definitely help. I just wrote it down, but the principal seems like that's the problem there. I don't think you guys are as blessed as my high school was with a great, headmaster and president of the school.
Well,
but
the best head, the best head.
Blow it up.
We have a president of the school, so So it goes president, principal. Well, actually, there's a vice president of operations who leans to the left a little. I found out. So it goes president, vice president, principal, dean of students, which is assistant principal. So it goes kind of in that pecking order. So
all right. We unfortunately have to take a radio break, so we'll be right back. More with the Charlie Kirk Show coming up next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve America.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice News headlines. Some news from across the pond, where King Charles has stripped his younger brother, Prince Andrew, of all of his titles and kicked him out of his royal home. The 65-year-old former prince is being punished over his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Earlier this month, he was even forced to stop using his title of the Duke of York. Now the disgraced royal is simply known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. In a statement, Buckingham Palace writes, "These censures are deemed necessary, notwithstanding the fact that he continues to deny the allegations against him. Their Majesties wish to make clear that their thoughts and utmost sympathies have been and will remain with the victims and survivors of any and all forms of abuse." Andrew will move from his current royal estate to a private residence in eastern England. However, he'll reportedly continue to be financially supported by his older brother, King Charles. Now for some scary news that has been thwarted. Thankfully, the FBI has thwarted a potential terrorist attack. On X, FBI Director Kash Patel posted the following. This morning, the FBI thwarted a potential terrorist attack and arrested multiple subjects in Michigan who were allegedly plotting a violent attack over Halloween weekend. More details to come. Thanks to the men and women of FBI and law enforcement everywhere, standing guard 24/7 and crushing our mission to defend the homeland. We do have to appreciate and support those law enforcement officials. And in some global news, the president had his highly anticipated meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping yesterday. The trade truce entails a reduction of Chinese export tariffs from 57% to 47% as a result of Xi's promise to reduce fentanyl coming into the United States. Trump also said that China will resume buying soybeans from America, which had been a major issue for American farmers. China also agreed to back off limits of rare earth minerals in exchange for the U.S. also backing off some of its own export restrictions. The minerals are critical to military equipment and other technology. Now, this meeting capped off a big week in Asia, meeting with leaders of Malaysia, Japan, and South Korea. Meanwhile, it appears that the Justice Department is turning up the heat on the use of auto pen by former President Joe Biden. Attorney General Pam Bondi stated that the investigation is centering on Delaware and Washington, D.C. Those are your headlines. Now we return to the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Great music. I'm loving it.
Yeah, very good. I have a feeling Mikey called for that. So, Andrew Colvin, executive producer of this fine show. Blake Neff, our other producer of this show. Mikey McCoy, chief of staff, Turning Point USA. Honored to be with you. Blake, you've got a write-in question you want to
Yes. So this is a write-in question, and it's on something we've gotten a lot of questions about, you can imagine. But I thought this one was well formulated, and so Mikey and I wanted to say something to it. So this is from Dennis. He said, just wondering if you would be willing to comment on the recent interview Tucker Carlson had with Nick Fuentes. I was quite frankly surprised, as Nick had said some very hurtful comments about both Charlie and Erica Kirk. I wonder if this interview may have platformed Nick. Personally, I would have a very difficult time interviewing someone who made those statements about a dear friend. I understand being willing to have open debate, but there are also boundaries we as believers need to draw as well. Curious for your thoughts. It was from Dennis's email, but it is from Katie. Katie, who is probably his wife, I imagine, wrote that. So thank you, Katie. I wanted Mikey, I thought you might want to respond first.
I know that Charlie loved Tucker, and specifically Tucker being at America Fest this year, that was a Charlie pick. And I know Charlie was always very anti what he would call moral blackmail, where people would just kind of say, you cannot have this speaker there. And Charlie would respond with, that's all the more reason for me want to have this speaker here. He would double, triple down. And so Charlie that's kind of the Charlie response here.
The context there, because some people have said, like, they want to disinvite Tucker. They want to push Tucker out of the movement because he interviewed Fuentes and all of that. So that's the context for what there. And Charlie was, as you said, he used that phrase. He disliked moral blackmail. He was this very combative Scottish guy. He didn't. If you were going to say you can't have this person there, that made him more likely
I'm gonna have
to want them there. And he faced that pressure repeatedly over the past summer, and pretty much up until his murder. And so I think that would strongly influence that. But I actually do. I want to say something brief here. I am disappointed that Tucker did do that interview. At least in the manner that it did. It's perfectly fine to say I am an open platform who will interview and speak with anyone. But what we did get what was a very friendly interview. That was a chance for Nick specifically to look very positive, very reasonable. And there was not much effort to bring up a lot of the reasons people do dislike him. Like, it's not simply that Nick has criticized Israel, and so people like Ben Shapiro have attacked him over this. It's more extreme than that. He's used phrase where he says world Jewry is this thing that we need to fight against. He's referred to Israel as the Antichrist. He has said pretty extreme things. I think he may have even said, implied that we should kick Talmudists out of America. Don't quote me on that one. I am not an expert on all Fuentes lore, but these are things he's said. And I think if you are going to interview him, you should at least bring them up. And instead it was just this, it was very generous in tone. And, one thing I was thinking about is when Tucker has those guests out onto his show, it's always a very friendly thing where they come out and he has dinner with them. They're there for a little while. Yeah. And the natural dynamic there, Tucker's a super friendly guy. Anyone who's met him knows Tucker's very generous. He's very friendly. He's very open. He's very welcoming. And when you're doing that setup for every single person you speak with, he's not going to turn around and then be super tough on a person that he's been having, that he had a friendly dinner with just a matter of hours before. And I think that constructed what that interview was, because if you watch it, he does bring up some of those things. He does point out to Nick where he says, I don't think your tone is always as helpful as it could be. I don't think that it's good to fixate on, basically to push anti-Semitic stuff. But a lot of people didn't really catch that. It came in later and it wasn't super strongly formulated. And frankly, I'm also going to say this. I'm disappointed he didn't bring up, you are getting in, you would attack Charlie all of the time. You would say these incredibly harsh things about Charlie. I think he called Charlie a false Christian before. And he said hurtful things about Erica. And Tucker was friends with Charlie. We know that. And I kind of wish he had stuck up a little more for the man who, among other things, stuck up for him repeatedly. And again, we oppose moral blackmail. We're not going to just cancel Tucker off the face of the earth for this sort of thing. But I'll be truthful. I do wish more had come out of that interview than what we got.
Yeah. I think that's well said, Blake. It's you can be disappointed with the way the interview was conducted, but you could also realize that, we're going to honor Charlie's wishes. And, we all have relationships with Tucker as well. He's always been nothing but incredibly kind to me and to Blake. Blake has worked with Tucker for a long time. So I think that basically sums that one up. Next up, we have Brandon. Brandon, you are on the Charlie Kirk Show. Welcome.
Hey, guys. So I'm writing a research paper on the negative effects of immigration in the United Kingdom. And
no shortage of those. No shortage of those.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy paper to write. But I was wondering what podcast it was that I think it was you, Blake, talking about your experience in the UK when Charlie was debating at Oxford. You were talking about the businesses and how you couldn't understand the language for the most of them.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, we'll definitely. I'll try to shoot us an email at freedom@charliekirk, and I'll try to get a more detailed look at that. But I can repeat.
Yeah, repeat it. Let's get some red meat for you. We're going to get some red meat.
Mikey was with us too. Was with us too. We landed in the UK. We were staying in Knightsbridge was the neighborhood.
Yeah. Oh, talk about the TV channel.
Yeah. So we're in Knightsbridge. This is a neighborhood, an expensive neighborhood, central
Very
London.
expensive.
You are walking distance from Buckingham Palace. You're walking distance from
everything.
Westminster. And a ton of the businesses, expensive businesses, they have Arabic language lettering on the windows, so it's in Arabic. I went into our hotel, and our hotel was this weird, hideous thing. It looked like a prison that you'd like keep Lex Luthor in. But anyway, I was flipping through the TV channels of our hotel, and maybe out of 60 channels or something, I would say 20 to 30 of them were in Middle Eastern
TV.
languages. There was several Saudi channels. We had the Saudi Children's Channel. They were playing a Spyro,
Yemen TV.
Spyro the Dragon TV show, but in Arabic. There was a Lebanese, Omani,
Yemen,
Pakistani,
Yemeni.
All of these channels, and again, this is in presumably a hotel. A lot of wealthy, Muslim Arab visitors would stay in, and you saw the signs everywhere. You're just walking through London, and
I will say the food was really good, but every storefront was just Arabic writing.
You could really feel like you were in a country that is being kind of taken over, being culturally converted. I remember seeing signs, no antisocial driving. I thought was an interesting one. I looked that up. They drive very antisocially in London now. Or even a minor one that really got me thinking. There was a statue to some guy who had a role in British India 150 years ago. And I could tell that someone had mildly defaced this. Like they were scratching out the India on the statue. And you just think Britain has brought in people who are hostile to Britain's history, Britain's people, British religion.
Yes.
And we're seeing this, churches are being converted into mosques. There are far more Muslim believers now in London than there are Christian believers.
It's like you take London and all of its beauty, you keep it the same, but you add more trash on the streets and then Arabic writing everywhere.
Yeah. And
it just seems similar.
It's truly heartbreaking.
It's just not.
And you'll see this, Brandon, if you look up the statements. We had members of the British Parliament who were spiking the football because an Israeli soccer team was going to play in Birmingham, a ton of Muslims in Birmingham, and they just campaigned. They said the fans of this Israeli soccer team should not be allowed to attend this game. And they successfully got that to happen. They banned the fans from this game, and then these Muslim MPs celebrated this. They just publicly celebrated it.
I think it might be in Manchester, where in the most recent election that they had in the UK, someone ran as an independent, so not part of the Conservative or Labour Party, just as an independent, and they said they're running as the Palestinian Party. Just that was their only thing they're running on. He won.
And there's polls where they ask people, this was a recent poll just this month, you can look this up, Brandon, where they were asking by different background what you think the top issues are. And so for white British people, the number one issue was migrants recently. And then, people of Hindu or black background, they said the cost of living. And then people of a kind of Muslim background, it was Gaza. Was I think either the number one or number two issue.
Yes.
And that's after the ceasefire.
That was after.
It is. You can look everywhere you'll look, Brandon. There's just one sign after another of this is not an assimilation. This is kind of an ongoing cultural conquest of the UK.
And Blake. Oh, I was just going to say, Charlie's favorite verse on this was Deuteronomy 28:43. Foreigners who live in your land will gain more and more power, while you gradually lose yours. They will have money to lend you, but you will have none to lend them. In the end, they will be your rulers.
Yes, which is why you see it being okay that Muslims can take over London and all of the UK, but old ladies are being arrested for Facebook posts about free speech. That you are losing your rights in the UK. Muslims are gaining theirs.
I want to read some of these email replies about Halloween. Matthew says, Andrew and Blake are correct. Don't play with things you shouldn't, and Halloween is just fine.
No, there's got to be different emails. Yeah, you're picking. This is crazy.
No, don't be like my ex and play with tarot cards and crystals. Thanks. That's Matt. I grew up Catholic when October 31st was All Hallows Eve, a holy night of remembrance. Later, as a born-again believer, I was told it was evil. But then I learned the Wesleyan quadrilateral scripture, tradition, reason, experience. Now I simply see Halloween as a night to love my neighbors well.
How about this one? Satanists that have become Christians say that Halloween is a special day for them and that evil spirits are the most active on that day. How about that?
Yep. Well, Mark agrees. He says, without any doubt, against this pagan so-called holiday, Jesus Christ took care of this issue long ago when Satan and his sidekicks lost their wings, then grew tails and horns. Ban this satanic pagan ritual. That's from Mark.
I like Mark.
I like to think of the St. Michael prayer that Catholics pray, where we say, and by the power of God, cast into hell Satan and all evil spirits. And that is a Halloween prayer, if I ever heard one. It is saying demons exist, but they can be beaten and thrown into hell.
And protect us against the wickedness and snares of the devil.
By the power of God.
This is a very contentious issue in our emails. I will tell you. This is like legitimately 50-50 split.
We literally got in the same minute. In the same minute, we got emails with the headline Halloween, and the next one, no Halloween. Right in a row.
This is very split. I'm going to tell you guys really quickly. I think we should keep reading some of these next segment because it's really good. But really quick, I'm going to tell you about done with debt. When you're buried in credit card and loan debt, it's human nature to put it off and say, I'll deal with it later. If that's you, here's a hidden fact. The debt strategy experts at Done With Debt shared with me. They discovered a little-known strategy that works in your favor, to dramatically reduce or even erase your debt altogether. They aggressively engage everyone you owe money to this fall. So right now, right during Halloween, where the demons are out. And here's why. They know which lenders and credit card companies are doing year-end accounting and need to cut deals. They even know which ones have year-end audits and need to get your debt off their books. That means you need to get started with Done With Debt now. So if you have ignored my warnings, heed them right now. Get started right now. Done With Debt accomplishes without bankruptcy or new loans. So get started now while you still have time. Go to donewithdebt.com. That's donewithdebt.com and talk with one of their specialists for free. Donewithdebt.com. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
When you see what's happening out there, they are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real word of God. Don't go! I can't walk away! You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
I believe in you. I believe in this mission. But Nate, what if you don't come back?
We do this tonight for the Word of God.
The villains in this movie are not cartoonish, but rather insidious and real, as the moral dilemmas presented are quite true to today. It makes us think and reflect upon faith in our society as a whole, and perhaps the muster of our own person.
It's time for a whole new generation to wise up and rise up. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Just really quick, I want to keep reading some of these emails, Mikey and Blake. So this is Marty. It says, Halloween was the most fun I had with my family and neighbors here in my little community in San Diego. My husband and I rushed home from work to get ready. My mom would hand out candy while Grandpa, my husband, and I would gather our son to join neighbors for a few hours. We never did any occult stuff. It was so fun. I truly miss those days. Got MAGA anti-Halloween. Gentlemen, Charlie was so right about Halloween, as with so many other things. When your eyes are are open spiritually, you clearly see how dark it is. The enemy uses it to get a foothold in families on a surface level, while the dark forces deeply involved in the occult use the day to bring forth evil in the spiritual realm. We have another one that says they want a freedom hoodie. So Daisy, they want a freedom hoodie. Makes it a bit easier standing up for the truth and a little bit easier in negative 10-degree weather. So we have another one. No Halloween. I have a 10-year-old daughter. We go to Harvest Fest. She has a police costume, and that is what she wants to do when she grows up. It's all over the place, guys. It's all over the place. Becky says, Blake, have you read C.S. Lewis' Screwtape Letters? Demons against Christian values can't win.
Exactly. I have read it, in fact. It's been a long time, though, but I have read it. It's a good book. Charlie loved it, too.
He did the Monster Mash. It was a graveyard.
Now I just feel like our studio is trolling the anti-Halloween contingent in our audience.
No, I'm standing strong in the office. I think I'm the only one.
Listen, I feel like I have carved out a nice middle ground where I'm saying princesses and ninja costumes, good.
I don't know.
Demons and creepy stuff, not so good. I'm not. Listen, if I told my 7-year-old daughter we were not going trick-or-treating tonight, we would just basically have to.
Make new traditions.
That would unleash demons.
No, make new traditions.
A real demon.
Make new traditions. Make new traditions.
No,
you can do more exciting things.
My daughter is so sweet about all the spiritual stuff. She prays to Jesus. We sing the worship songs. It's like the cutest thing you've ever imagined. But man, if I told her she couldn't dress up like Jasmine tonight, that would be a real problem. And I know that's going to get me in trouble.
No, the real reason not let her dress up like Jasmine is that Jasmine is an Islamic princess.
Well, I know well, we're not going to get into the theology.
Yeah, come on. Blake can talk to her about it if you want.
My daughter just thought she's pretty and wants to put on the outfit. Okay, here we go. We got Carol next. Carol, if you're with us, unmute yourself, please. You are on the Charlie Kirk Show.
Hello. Hi, guys. Yes,
hi, Carol.
Anti-Halloween. My grandchildren are all grown up. Almost. They're all teenagers. But anyway, be not of the world, blah, blah, blah. I think we're playing with fire there. Compromise. But, my question. I guess, am I supposed to ask it?
Ask the question. Yeah.
What's your question?
My question was about California. I'm here in California. We got all these Trumpers out here. And I just feel like I heard on Bannon, he was talking about how the GOP in California, they didn't want Trump involved. And so we're just dying out here. We're about to lose the state. If this Prop 50, it's going to pass. Steve Hilton's trying to fight. But, this show, all these shows, Charlie Kirk Show has been a real help to, get people going. So I don't know.
Yep.
I know other people are asking for help in their states. You guys have your priorities, but
yeah,
I just wanted to know,
Carol, we're actually going to have Steve on the show next week to talk about Prop 50. I've gotten a bunch of notes from the grassroots in California that want us to help and raise the alarm bells. I have a feeling you're probably right that if things hold, Prop 50 is going to pass. It's a complete abomination. They're going against a referendum vote that created an independent commission to district the state. And by the way, just so you know, those independent commissions get completely corrupted as well. They're completely dependent on how good of the quality of the people that staff them, right? So it's, the independent commissions are not foolproof either. You've got even Arnold Schwarzenegger is out being very loud about this. And it really puts into perspective that we need to get Indiana over the finish line. We need to get Ohio over the finish line. We need to get Texas over the finish line. So all of our efforts have to counter Californians, because at this point you've got 40% of the state that is voting for Trump in the last election, and you've got what it's like 6 or 8 of the seats go to conservatives. It's essentially like 20% or 18% of the congressional districts are have conservative representation in a state that has 40% Trump vote. But Blake and I have gone back and forth on this.
They cheat. And nobody's, we can't get any traction with that. So, they were still counting 30 days after the election, although they called the recall within 30 minutes for
Carol,
Mr. Newsom.
Carol, I agree. So, Carol, we're gonna talk more about that next week. So, thank you so much for being a member and for calling in. We're gonna get to Greg really quick if we can. Greg, if you were there,
Greg, you got a minute. If you can unmute yourself,
we'll talk about Halloween.
How's it going, guys?
Great.
How's it going?
Question fast, 60 seconds.
Real quick. The SNAP and DBT. What can we do as a Doge, or what can we do to get a better vetting system to sort of get the deadbeats and the people that are abusing and cheating the system, and basically now robbing the stores blind?
Well, here's a good start. If we end up nuking the filibuster to bring SNAP back, they should at least also use nuking the filibuster to say we're changing the rules around SNAP and who gets it. Because if you look at how many people got it, it went up. I think it nearly doubled during COVID, or went up about 50%. Huge bloat, massive amounts of waste. And there's this feeding frenzy where people are practically looting every government program in existence. And we've got to buckle down and say that this is not acceptable, or we are actually going to go totally bankrupt as a country. And that will be very bad. And that will mean, probably no more SNAP for anybody.
Don't forget, Blake. Don't forget, Blake, tomorrow's National Looting Day if the SNAP benefits don't get turned back on. Those are the real demons, the real occult. Greg, thank you for calling. Thank you, everybody. What a great show. We will see you Monday, The Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
You see what's happening out there? They are chasing down every hint.
This program for a special live report.
And we interrupt this program to take you live to Palm Beach, where President Trump's plane, Air Force One, has just touched down, and he's taking some questions from reporters. Let's take a look in.
I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what's wrong with them. They've never done a thing like this. They've become crazed lunatics. All they have to do is say, let's go, let's open up our country, and everything snaps back into shape. So there's something wrong with them. I'm always going to meet. All they have to do is open up the country. Let them open up the country, and we'll meet. We'll meet very quickly. But they have to open up the country. It's their fault. Everything is their fault. It's so easily solved. You know, we have a number of Democrats that have already voted for this. But the Republicans are very unified. They're very strong. And they want to do what's right for the country. They don't want to see trillions of dollars wasted on people that came into our country illegally, many from prisons and many from areas that you don't want to even know about. So we'd like to see this taken care of rapidly. You have a lot of, we have tremendous support, but it's not even support, it's common sense. Open up the country. Obamacare has turned out to be a disaster, as I've been saying for years. It can be fixed or redone. People don't get good health care, and their premiums go up every single year. So we should change it. It's a disaster. Obamacare is bad health care at a very high price. So tonight we have a big celebration of Halloween, and I'll see you later. Thank you very much.
And as you can see, that is President Trump. He just came off of Air Force One that you can see in the background there, heading into his limo and on his way, presumably to Mar-a-Lago and a Halloween celebration that he said tonight. You did see the president celebrating Halloween with the First Lady last night and handing out tricks and treats, hopefully not tricks, mostly treats to all the young children that were there. Thanks for watching. We now return to Jack Posobiec.
This is what happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Deliver us from evil.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard to a very special edition of Human Events Daily. Today, we are going to be rerunning our discussion recorded last year with Dr. Taylor Marshall, entitled The True Story of Halloween, the Occult, and the Apocalypse. We put this together last year to provide the truth about the Christian origins of Halloween and debunk a lot of the rumors and myths and hoaxes that could spread this time of year that Halloween was some kind of pagan satanic holiday. Now, that doesn't mean that Satanism isn't real. And that doesn't mean that the demonic isn't real, but we have to put it into proper context. We actually later won an award for this episode from the Tellys for 2022. So I'm very proud to present to you Human Events Halloween Special, The True Story of Halloween, the Occult, and the Apocalypse, with Dr. Taylor Marshall.
Every year at Halloween or Hallowtide, All Hallowtide, if you're Catholic like me, you get this sort of response from the internet. Every time I post something like the family photo, we did Adam's Family last year. We're doing, not going to tell you what we're doing this year. You'll have to look, but we're in the works. You know, Tanya Tay is hard at work making the kids' costumes, and it's going to be great. My mother, of course, also helping out, making so many of the costumes. But what I wanted to do was explain the true history of Halloween, get into this. Is it a Christian holiday? Is it a pagan holiday? Is it Satan's holiday? What is it? And I thought, who better than to talk about this and really get in, by the way, to the occult, into paganism, exorcisms, all of these different things. The author of the new book, Antichrist and Apocalypse, my good friend, Dr. Taylor Marshall. Dr. Taylor Marshall, welcome to the program.
Hey, great to be here. This is going to be a good show. This is a good topic.
So right off the bat, answer the question, right? Is Halloween, was this, we are told every time I tweet about this, I get a comment, this was just a pagan holiday. It was this Irish thing. It was Samhain or Samhain, however they say it. You just stole it and you converted it to Christianity, and the Pope stole it and he forced everyone to do it. And that's what Halloween is. Is that true?
Well, it's a little more complicated than that. I mean, we know early in the church, St. Ephrem the Syrian, St. John Chrysostom, these are guys in the 300s, 400s. Yeah. They know of a holy day of All Hallows or All Saints, celebrating all the martyrs. Originally, it was more of a spring harvest. It was after the festival of Pentecost, which is a Jewish feast that we Catholics received and continue to celebrate even this year. And it's really to remember all the saints. And Halloween is literally short for Hallow Evening, the evening before Hallows Day. What does hallow mean? Well, if you say the Lord's Prayer, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. What does that mean?
It's right there. It's right there. Hallowed, holy.
Hallowed.
Right? It's same word as holy, saint, and it essentially means saint, right? It's an old English word for saint.
Yeah, the Latin is sanctificator, saint, and so hallow, holy, saint are all the three same meaning. So just in an older English, instead of saying holy be thy name, they said hallowed be thy name. And when they referred to the saints, they referred to a hallowed person, a holy person, someone with a halo. If you want to keep.
Well, okay, so hold on. So let's say that you're listening to this and you have no idea what you're talking about. What the heck then is All Saints Day? Is that tied to anything? Is there any day after it? What's All Hallowtide? What are these things?
Yeah, so in the early church, for the first 300 so years, I mean, martyrs galore. I mean, just if you were a faithful Christian, I mean, they're getting killed left and right all over the Roman Empire. And so what early Christians would do in local regions is they would say, you know, our bishop, our pastor, you know, every August 4th, that was the day he was killed by the Romans. So every August 4th, they would come together and they'd have a memorial service. We call it a mass, a requiem mass. They would usually go to his tomb and they would celebrate the Eucharist, the Lord's Supper, the body and blood of our Lord Jesus Christ, and commemorate how he conformed his Christ as a martyr, his life to Christ as a martyr. Now, over time, it was like, well, there's so many people who are holy and went to heaven, they're hallowed, and they don't have a day on the calendar. Right? I mean, we Catholics have a saint pretty much for every day on the calendar, but, you know, there's so many other saints who have never been
calendar's
canonized.
Getting pretty full. Calendar's getting pretty full.
Yeah,
at that point.
full.
Yeah.
So there was this idea that we need to come together and, you know, everyone who's in heaven should be recognized like, high five. You made it. You're part of the big cloud of witnesses that surround us here on earth.
And there was the early church believed, and they teach, and they still do, right? That if you are martyred for the faith, I mean, you are just considered a saint.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
When you see what's happening out there, they are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real word of God. Don't go! I can't walk away! You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
I believe in you. I believe in this mission. But Nate, what if you don't come back?
We do this tonight for the word of God.
The villains in this movie are not cartoonish, but rather insidious and real, as the moral dilemmas presented are quite true to today. It makes us think and reflect upon faith in our society as a whole, and perhaps the muster of our own personal faith. Make sure you catch this introspective film on Angel by going to angel.com/RAF to become a member. You'll immediately get 2 tickets to any theatrical release by Angel, and also exclusive access to all the great streaming series and films there. You watch, you vote, you choose. Sounds like freedom to me. Angel.com/RAF.
Through
And they teach, and they still do, right? That if you are martyred for the faith, I mean, you are just considered a saint. That's just exact.
You are good.
You're good.
Yeah. I mean, if you give your life for Jesus Christ, you are a saint. That's correct. Yeah.
Right. Period. That's it. Yeah. So, Swiss Guards, 1527, saints. Boom.
Yeah. You're good. You're good. So, so that's kind of the whole idea of an All Saints Day. Now, originally, it was commemorated the first time formally in Rome. It was in the Eastern Church and the Syrian Church. It was May 13th, which is an important day because that's Our Lady of Fatima. That's in 610. And Pope Boniface IV, there was this huge temple in Rome called the Pantheon. It's still there to this day. It's an amazing building. It's round.
Pretty well known, right? Really. I have. We were just there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's in Da Vinci Code, if you know those kind of movies. But it's this round building with an oculus in it, and that was a temple to all the gods. Pan, all, theon, gods, all the gods. Well, the Pope was like, that's bogus. You can't have a temple to all the gods. So what he did is he consecrated, well, first he did an exorcism on that building to drive out the demons because it's a false, temple. And then he consecrated it as a Christian church, as a Catholic church. And he brought in, get this, cartloads, wagon loads, wheelbarrow loads of relics from the catacombs.
Wow.
Remember, in the catacombs, there are all these people who'd been martyred, right, and saints. And he brought them into this church, and said, this church is dedicated to the Virgin Mary and all the martyrs and all the saints. And so it became custom to commemorate all the saints in Rome on that day when the Church of all the gods was exorcised and then reconsecrated to all the saints of Jesus. So that happened in the year 610 in Rome. And then later on, as you get more towards later in the medieval era, in the 800s, 900s, you start to see its transition to celebrating it in the fall. And that's where we get November the 1st as the feast day of All Saints. And the eve of that is, of course, October 31st. And a lot of that has to do with the harvest. And as you know from the book of the Apocalypse and Jesus' teaching in the Gospels, the bringing in of souls to heaven is usually referred to as the harvest of Jesus Christ, bringing people in. So this harvest idea kind of was more appropriate, for an All Saints idea. And that's how it got lodged at November 1st. So it's All Saints Day, All Hallows Day.
Which then, of course, is also followed by All Souls Day. So that's All Souls is just everyone. And that's a little bit of a different concept.
Have you ever heard about the creepy volcano story, Jack?
Lay it on me, brother.
Okay,
Lay it on me.
So this is pretty interesting. So as you know, we Catholics, we pray for the dead because the Jews in the Old Testament prayed for the dead. The early Christians, all of them prayed for the dead. You can read that in 2 Maccabees chapter 12, verse 42 and forward. Martin Luther removed that from the Bible. A little bit of controversy. We won't get into that right now. But there's instances, by the way, as well in I believe Acts and in the epistles where it seems like they're referring to the practice as well. Yeah, in the epistles, there's one place in particular in Paul where it very much he refers to someone in the past tense and he's saying a prayer, and it seems like most people say that he's talking about a dead Christian. So yeah, that's another show. Unless you want to just go into prayers and the dead right now, maybe.
But my point is though, is that it's lodged right there after All Saints Day. So it's a day for the dead. It's All Saints Day, and then prior to that is the first day of that. 3 days, right? So this is All Hallowtide, right?
Halloween, Hallows Day, November 1st, and then All Souls. So All Saints is everybody in heaven. All Souls is everybody in purgatory. We got to talk about purgatory. So here's the cave story. Listen to this. This is interesting. So in the 900s, there's a French pilgrim returning from the Holy Land, and he's coming back to France. And he meets this hermit who lives near a cave. And near the cave is this opening in the earth, like a volcano, where lava comes out, and there's this noise. And the hermit says that when he prays, he can hear voices coming from the volcano. All right, this is a legend, but it's kind of an interesting story.
Okay.
And he hears the demons complaining about all these holy monks at Cluny, which is a monastery, who are praying so much and freeing souls from purgatory. So this hermit goes and tells the abbot of those monks, hey, I met this hermit who lives at a cave next to a volcano, and here's what he told me. Your monks are praying so much and so well that it's delivering all these souls from purgatory. And the abbot, whose name was Odilo, was so moved, he said, that's it. The day after All Saints, we're going to do just an all-day prayer fest for the souls in purgatory on November 2nd. And then that spread to the whole church. But it all started with the volcano story.
So it starts with the volcano story. So coming up, right, lava coming up, like a very hellish kind of
hellish thing going.
But also a connotation of burning, which is tied towards the word purgatory. Of course, it's the same root word as the word for purification, right? That's the process.
Exactly. Yeah, purging. Yeah,
purging.
And
so we're coming up. We're coming up on our first break. Got about 1 minute left. But close out on this idea that these dates. I mean, I don't hear you mentioning anything pagan here.
No, and remember, everything that's holy and sacred to God, the devil wants to attack. So Christmas is about the birth of baby Jesus. So what are they going to do? Materialism, like all the, just the indulgence, and all the bad things that can go on with Christmas. That's just the devil attacking a holy day. Same thing with Easter. Easter is the resurrection of Jesus. The devil wants to thwart that. So again, of course, if you're talking about all the saints, people who are disciples of Jesus Christ and became holy, the devil hates that. He's going to thwart that. So I think we'll talk about this more. It's not about running away and abandoning a holy day. It's about reclaiming it.
Reclaiming the holy days, reclaiming all of our holy days, the practices of the early church, praying for the martyrs. It started with martyrs, then it extended to saints, the hallowed. So Dr. Marshall, last year, when I was getting into this online debate, and you know me, if you follow me on Twitter, I like to get in these debates, that I found a website, believe it or not, on the Halloween debate called historyforatheists.com. Now, I know not exactly the kind of website you'd think that, a good Catholic boy, Polish Catholic would be reading. But I said, well, hold on, let me see what it says, because it's very interesting. Because this is an analysis of Halloween. By the way, they also have articles on Christmas and Easter that has no dog in the fight. Right? They have no dog in the fight as to whether it's pagan, whether it's Christian, whether it's a bunch of mumbo jumbo. They just want to know what's the actual history of the practice. And they come in completely on the side with resources and references. I mean, the whole thing is like 5,000 words. Highly recommend everybody read this, because it's a completely secular account of, and it includes everything that you just talked. I don't know if it has the volcano story, actually, but it talks about Samhain and the fact that Samhain was not celebrated in November. It talks about the early church. It talks about the dates, how that was moved around from different places. And by the way, it also gets into the point that that part of Ireland was not part of the Roman Empire at the time. So the idea that the emperor or the Frankish kings or the Pope would be referring to something that's taking place beyond the bounds of the empire, beyond the bounds of any part of Christendom, or what's considered Christendom, it just doesn't make any sense, right? The dates don't match. It's not like today where they're just, Googling, hey, what's a cool pagan holiday we can steal, right? And what's interesting, though, in all this is a piece of it that a lot of this comes back to, and I want to read this, that the idea, where does this idea come from? And it spawns all these pop culture blogs, and it comes from basically this really bad 19th century, like a lot of bad things that came from the late 19th century, early 20th century, idea of comparative religion. Right, this idea of the study of comparative religion. And the original book of this, or the most influential book, I should say, was called The Golden Bough by Sir James Fraser. And in 2 volumes in 1890, which eventually expanded, it caused something of a scandal for treating Christianity like any other form of ancient mythology, but effectively established the discipline of comparative religion in the English-speaking world. And so in their reasoning, all religion is just the same thing. This is for the comparative theologists. They would say, well, no, every religion just takes something from the religions that came before and then adds a little something to it, adds their own spin, but it's really all just the same thing and it's all mixed up. And that's what we're getting today. And in doing so, you actually lose the rich tapestry, not only, by the way, of actual theology, but just human history. Right, because that's not how it happened in any way. You had wars, certainly. You had, but you had this great religious debate that was going on at the time. I actually said this on another show recently, but the reason that atheists aren't discussed in anywhere really in the Bible is because they didn't exist in biblical times, right? Everyone believed in something. Everyone believed in whether it's the God of this tribe or that tribe or the God of the Canaanites, whether it was Baal, it was Moloch, a lot of Moloch worship going on today still. And the fact was they were dealing with establishing the one true God, right, for the ancient Israelites, and then eventually going into Jesus by fulfilling that through coming of the Messiah. And so this idea that they would be borrowing things from other religions, it's anathema to what actually happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. Like you were saying that, Ireland wasn't even, that's kind of the narrative that people hear, is that they took these jack-o'-lantern myths and somehow imported them into Rome. But one of the big, wrenches in the machine is the Pope, who eventually made All Saints on November 1st and moved it from May to November 1st. He was the last non-European Pope until Pope Francis in 2013. He wasn't even from Europe. You know where he's from? Syria. Okay, so the Pope,
it's, Pope Gregory, right? The fourth?
Pope Gregory III. He's the one who, started this process, and he was from Syria. So I don't think he was like trying to get like Irish.
It wasn't like an Irish Syrian,
Yeah, he was like Irish Syrian fusion. No, it's just like he's as far away from Ireland as possible, and he's the Pope who starts putting this stuff in place. So.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
From Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
Howdy, Rav fans. It's Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
Yeah, it's just a lot of really bad research and really bad history that's actually been debunked by secular historians for a long time. But it is a popular idea because it's used to combat the church. It's used by secularists. It's used by Satanists and occultists to say, aha, look at you. You took your thing from us and now we're taking it back from you. If you go to the city of Salem, by the way, we happen to be there passing through about a year ago, and it's all occult there. Everything is occult in Salem now. And it's celebrated. It's absolutely celebrated. And I have no idea what was going on back there in Puritan times. The witches, were they real? Or they witches? Or was it just I have no idea, right? We can't really know. But what I do know is there's a lot of witchcraft there today. Absolutely. I mean, it is a nexus point.
It's like
when you're there.
It's like you and I have talked about before, Easter eggs. People are like, oh, Easter eggs are pagan. They mean this. It's this goddess. It's like, no. In the medieval era and up until recently, you couldn't eat meat or eggs during Lent. It was part of fasting. It was penance. It was to make your life hard, no protein, right? You're living on basically a vegan diet during Lent. And then on Easter Sunday, you got to eat an egg. And it tasted so amazing because you hadn't had an egg in 46 days. And people would paint them and be excited about it. It wasn't pagan. It was
which, by the way, for those of you who don't understand how chickens work, chickens don't know that it's Lent, so the chickens continue producing the eggs. So you've got all these eggs just stacked up around your house, and because the chickens you can't just go to the chicken and say, hey, wait. So you've got to do something with the chicken. So there you go. Yeah, that's for all the city folks that are listening.
Yeah, it's just practical Catholicism, and I think, since our society, since the Reformation became more Protestant, especially in America, and then now that we live in a post-Christian era, all of the Catholic nuts and bolts and the underpinning of our culture, it's all forgotten. And then now we have all these people on blogs who are like trying to impose Wicca on everything,
which is completely made up, by the way.
Completely, yeah. So it's just. It's kind of ridiculous. It's not even. It's if you were an ancient pagan, an ancient occultist, you were definitely not a Wiccan, because that was made up. Right. Yeah. So we should talk about that a little bit. So we're I feel like that's enough. And for anyone who wants to read this full article, I'll actually link it here. So I know, right? Jack Posobiec and Taylor Marshall linking to an atheist website. That'll be fun, but put us in good standing with our fellow Catholics, for sure. And. But let's get into this idea that the occultists really have perverted this holiday and so many other Christian holidays the same way that in all occultism, it's always a perversion of the true faith. You have the Mass, you have the Black Mass, you have 3 p.m. becomes 3 a.m. 3 p.m. the traditional, by tradition, we believe that's when Christ died on the cross. So 3 a.m. becomes satanic hour. You see this in movies, by the way, The Exorcist, right? There's a lot of Catholic, obviously, right? There's the overt Catholic motifs of the rosary, the holy water, the crucifix, the young priest, the old priest, but there's even deeper stuff if you know the background of 3 a.m., 3 p.m., et cetera, like this. By the way, just another note on that, that's one of the coolest things about growing up Catholic is that, number one, you never actually have to have this discussion because you just know, inherently that's what it is. But then also that it always means that you get the day after Halloween off. So just saying. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, as long as you go to church.
For us, November 1st is a high holy day. It's a holy day of obligation. And that means we have to go to Mass. It's just like a Sunday. We have to go to Mass. We get to go to Mass, but we're required to go to Mass because we come and we commemorate all the saints in heaven. And we Catholics like saints. People say, well, what about
in Eastern Europe, I don't know if you know this, but in Poland, All Saints Day and All Souls Day are massive. Just absolutely massive. And All Souls Day, what the Poles will do, and you would see this in Ukraine as well, probably not, this year, obviously, that might be harder. But I take that back. I guarantee you will see this on November 2nd in Ukraine, even in wartime, that in Western Ukraine, you still have a lot of Catholics. They will go to the cemeteries, and it's candles and it's flowers for your family, for your ancestors. And there's sort of this idea that if you're not taking care of the graves of your ancestors, that you're like, it's a shame, right? It's a personal shame. It's a familial shame that you are not, because the idea being that you have to honor your ancestors, which, by the way, last time I checked, that wasn't a recommendation. That wasn't a suggestion from God. Honoring your ancestors, that's a commandment, right? That's a commandment. And this idea that, and then of course that hopefully that someone will do that for you at some point.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Huge. And I think, people who aren't Catholic get that. They're like, why don't you just worship God? Keep it focused on Jesus. And we do. And we have a distinction in Catholicism. We have this Greek term called dulia and then another term called latria. And dulia is what we give to humans. You can say you can give it to the American flag, the cross. Like, we show respect and honor. We salute.
Veneration is not worship.
Yeah, it's a veneration. It's not. And then the other term, latria in Greek, is for God alone. So only the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost get latria, the true adoration of worship as God. And then the saints get our dulia, like you would respect, in a monarchy, a monarch. Well, we should even respect our president. even though we're not thrilled with who he is. But I mean, we show, you like you were in the Navy, you salute the rank, you salute the uniform,
you salute the uniform, you salute the rank.
You're not like, someone can't come and like, why are you worshiping that general or that
why are you worshiping that admiral, right? Yeah, no,
or why are you worshiping the flag? Well, I'm honoring the flag.
It's actually called customs and duties. It's considered a duty.
Yes, exactly. And we believe that we have a duty that we should honor those who were exemplars in following Jesus Christ. St. Mary Magdalene, St. Paul, St. Luke, and all the way into our own time, St. Therese de Lisieux, all these great saints who, and maybe they were martyrs, and maybe they were just in their quiet way through suffering or illness. They carried the cross of Jesus.
I want to ask you another question, a serious question, maybe a spooky question. Are demons real? Are these spirits, these ghosts, these ghouls, these goblins, this spiritual world that we're called to believe in? When I watch a movie like The Exorcist or a series like The Conjuring, they talk about things like this. When I read the Bible, when I read the gospel, Christ performs exorcisms, including transporting demons like Legion into a herd of pigs at one point. They fall off the cliff, they run off the cliff. And so am I supposed to just overlook those things? Am I supposed to think that these are just, that was just an early form of mental illness, and he was just he was curing them through a form of celestial therapy or something? Or are these things real, and should we as believers take these seriously?
They're most certainly real. If you read the Bible, Old and New Testament, there are fallen angels, and that's what a demon is. So we as Christians believe that before our world, our human world was created, that God made the angelic world, and he gave them a test. And there's some speculation of what that is, and I talk about that in my book. But basically what happened is Satan said, non serviam, I will not serve. I will not serve. And he fell. There was another angel in our tradition who said, who is like God? In Hebrew, Mikael. Who is like God? And Mikael is Michael. St. Michael, the archangel. And so he asked him that question, like, who can be God? Satan, you can't be God, And right. So Satan was kicked out. About a third of the angels fell, and Satan and those third of angels became demons. They became dark angels. And ever since then, they've been wanting to thwart and bother and bring us to hell. And you see that in the opening of the Bible, Adam and Eve. Right? Satan comes and he starts talking to Eve. And in the book of Job, you see Satan comes before God and says, I want to go after Job. He's so holy. He thinks he's so righteous. That's because he has such a great life. Let me start taking things away from him, and he will curse you, God. And God says, no, he's a just man. And he allows Satan to start tempting and taking things away from Job. And for some reason, in God's providence, he's decided to allow these fallen angels to remain around us, to influence us, for us to fight against. And we call it spiritual warfare. And we have to be prepared for that. We have to be in a state of grace, have to have the sacraments, read the Bible, live holy lives, help the poor, alms, all these things. And so the demons are real. And then we find in the Bible that not only can the demons influence us, they can tempt us. Remember, Satan tempted even Jesus Christ.
Oh, and even the devil can quote scripture.
He can quote scripture. These demons are smart. Well, there used to be angels.
There's also this idea, right? So if you're a demon or a fallen angel, and you want to wage war on God, you want to attack God. Yes. Well, you can't attack God head on, right?
You already lost on that one.
You'd be obliterated. You're done. There's nothing you could do. But here's what you could do. What you could do is find God's creatures, find God's believers, find God's flock, and you could go and you could target them. And you could target them and take them away from God, because you can see that God is working with them, and God wants them to come closer to him because God wants them to attain heaven. And so you can go and then try and work to thwart his plans. And so they say every every challenge in every time we're faced with something like, it's also that perennial question, why do bad things happen, right? And you say, well, every suffering is a chance for repentance. And that's tough. That's a very tough lesson. I struggle with that lesson. With that lesson, that teaching, but it is something that I just say in my head over and over. Every struggle, every suffering is a chance for repentance.
Yeah. Yeah, every setback is a setup, and for some reason, God's allowed that. And people, when they get possessed, there's two reasons. I just interviewed an exorcist yesterday, a real exorcist, Father Chad Ripperger, and I asked, how do people get possessed? What's happening? The main way people get possessed is they go looking for it. They get involved. Right? Yeah, well, you can make a pact with the devil, which is not, he says, not actually a pact or a deal with the devil, because the devil has no legal rights because he's already a defeated foe. So his covenants and his contracts are void. But people who make these with him enter into partnerships with him, or you can do that explicit where you just say, I want to make a deal with you, Satan. Or they get involved in extremely sinful or demonic behavior, witchcraft, seances, Ouija boards, some of these dark arts, dark magic, these kind of things, paganism, pagan rituals, sexual rituals, or really, really criminal activity.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elf, Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
From Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
Howdy, Rav fans. It's Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
Mass murdering, these really rapes, child rapes, all these kind of things. These invite the demons into us. And the exorcists say that the demon, when you're possessed, he's not in your soul. A demon can't get in your soul. Demons are actually in your bodies. And when you read the accounts of Jesus exorcising people, you see that the demons are in their bodies, not in their souls. So that's the main reason why people get possessed, is they open themselves up to the satanic. So if someone says, hey, let's do a seance, or hey, let's get the Ouija board out, or let's do any of these, you just run as far as you can from that. Because if you want demons, that's how you get demons. Now, the other thing that's kind of
on that, it's not what is it? I don't know who makes it, the Ouija boards, Fisher Price or whatever. It's not like the company's making a satanic instrument. It's what you're doing with it that becomes satanic. It's not like you go to the store and it's Satan. That being said, you can go to a Spirit Halloween and find all sorts of occult paraphernalia there, just right on the shelf. And they have a little section for it. And the point is, it's not that stuff doesn't come into your home and make you satanic, but what it does is it opens you're opening yourself up to it. You're opening up that world. You're inviting it in. You're giving it license, right? You talked about legal rights. You're giving it license, giving Satan license, or some of the lesser demons license to be able to come and then partake of your life, of your corpus. Your spirit is still there. And you do see this in, like you said, some of these, even the original Exorcist movie, there's this idea of the struggle within the young girl that which by the way, people don't realize that's based on a true story. Some of the more theatrical elements were added, walking on the ceiling and all, but the, speaking in tongues and the lesions and knowing information about the people that she's talking to that, you couldn't possibly know, saying, I'm here, I'm speaking with your mother, knowing the mother's name, all of that goes back to
sometimes they speak Latin, Greek, Hebrew, ancient languages that a person wouldn't normally know. And those are the kind of preternatural signs that's like, okay, there's something in this person. So when you do this occult stuff, you're doing something spiritual, and you're not doing it with God and his angels, you're doing it with the underworld, and that opens you up, and it's really bad. But the other way you can be possessed, and this is kind of scary to think about, is sometimes extremely holy people, God allows demons to come into their lives. And they're usually, almost always victorious. And The Exorcist yesterday told us a story of a very holy nun who was in Bavaria, one of the holiest nuns in the region, and she was possessed. And the Exorcist came, and she said that it was revealed that because of a sin that had taken root in the area, God had allowed this sign to happen to get everybody's attention. And he said, what is the sin? And he says, divorce. People are turning to divorce. Wow. And so once they knew that, he did the exorcism, the demon came right out, and the nun was fine. Like the supernatural thing that God wanted. So sometimes you can be very holy and not do anything wicked, just like in the story of Job in the Bible. He was a very holy man.
Sure, obviously, there's no rules for God. If God decides to allow something, it's he's in.
Yeah, but he said almost every single time you're dealing with someone who's possessed, there is some sort of magical, dark art, wicked, occult practice that has happened. That's usually traumatic to a person, and they always do a triage to make sure this is not some kind of mental illness, and they want to confirm that there's something preternatural, spiritual in this person that's not just psychological. And once they have that and get approval, they do an exorcism, and an exorcism is no joke.
Right, and by the way, there's no your sanctioned exorcisms are done by priests, right? There's no lay exorcisms. I mean, you can pray for the person, and you can hold whatever you want to do, pray there, and you should be praying for the person, obviously. But the idea that you're going to be performing this outside, I mean, that's like saying you're a member of the laity and you're going to go perform open heart surgery on somebody. It's not, probably not.
Yes, exactly. Or you're just a lay person, and I'm going to go do a SEAL Team 6 op by myself. It's just not, you're not trained for that. Right. And there's a lot that goes into it, and rituals and preparation. And
you open yourself up too.
Well, that's what they say. If a lay person or someone, even a priest who's not an exorcist, let me emphasize this, even a priest who's not an exorcist who tries to do one, he can get retribution and have demons come into his life. So you have to be properly, appointed, certified in order to do it.
You can tell a little bit into this. I've read a lot of the work of Father Amworth, watched his videos quite a bit. He was the Vatican's exorcist. He was someone who's been very public about this. And at one point, he actually made a video, and we're saying in the break that you haven't actually seen this yet, so you got to go watch this now when you're done, that he allowed the director of the original Exorcist movie to actually film an exorcism in Italy that he was performing. It was this Italian, she was a young mother, and you hear the speaking in tongues, you see the sort of contortions that the body is doing, and you're able to watch this. No, it's just him. It's the director, some members of her family, no camera crew, just him, single camera in the room. They show the entire thing.
Wow. Yeah. I've never been to one, but I've spoken to exorcist priests who have done them, and it's not just like you come in and 5 minutes it's over. Like, these can go on for months, actually.
Well, that's right. It's a very long process. It's not like you see in the movies. It's you don't just go in once and then it's done. It's multiple times, because at the end of the day, and correct me if I have this wrong, and we're coming up on a break here, but it's not just that you're performing the exorcism because that person has been possessed. God has allowed them to be possessed, and that person has to repent for that sin they committed, their whatever they let in. They have to repent for their actions, and then the exorcism will begin to take place.
Yeah, the person needs to be right with God. And the exorcist I spoke to yesterday says, look, you have to, he gives them a whole list of things they need to do before he'll even begin the exorcisms, because they've got to be spiritually right.
We've been talking about the Christian history of Halloween. Yes, the Christian history before the pagans had anything to do with it, which they never did, and before the occultists tried to come in, pervert it, take it away, and steal it, as they do to all things Christian. And actually, Dr. Marshall, we were talking a little bit in the break, and I think we should say this on air as well, though, that the original book of Dracula, right? The original book of Dracula, so we said the movie The Exorcist obviously has a lot of Catholic motifs, but the original book of Dracula, it is so much more Christian based that I don't think people realize, where essentially it is the family of Dracul has made this deal with the devil, just like you were talking about. And the idea is that he's been possessed by Satan. He has to drink the blood of the living in a perversion of drinking the blood of the eternal, right? So it keeps him undead as opposed to dead and then achieving apotheosis, coming to heaven. And then this sense that this is also why crucifixes and holy water are things that ward him off. So some of it has translated into the movies, but not quite.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a perfect segue into the book of Revelation, the Apocalypse, because in the book of Revelation, Satan is called the dragon, and in Greek, it's
asbestos fibers in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. If you or a loved one served in the Navy or other armed forces, or worked in any of the industries or trades listed on your screen, and were later diagnosed with mesothelioma or lung cancer, even if you smoked, call our asbestos exposure helpline now. The attorneys and staff working with Victims Justice Group have
Black Mirror, analogy that's bent towards the demonic that comes from Christ. So he's talking about baptism. He's talking the Eucharistic language of eating the flesh of the body and blood of Jesus Christ, as in the Lord's Supper, the Eucharist. All this sort of Christian theology is inverted and perverted by Dracula, the little dragon, Satan himself. And he is possessed by Satan. As you read the novel, you begin to realize that he's in need of an exorcism. And what he's doing is he's trying to have this Eucharist on other human beings. He's eating off of them in order to preserve his life. And we know that Jesus says, unless you eat my flesh and drink my blood, you have no life in you. That's the true gospel of Jesus Christ. Right. And then Dracula has completely subverted it in a satanic ritual. Yeah, and even the whole idea of virgins and consecrated virgins in relationship to nuns, and all these things are going on in Dracula that are...
It's very obvious once you kind of just say it to somebody, and then when you read the actual novel, you realize, oh, well, it was overt in the novel, and it's just been through Hollywood's lens that they've diluted all of this.
It takes place, of course, in Transylvania, which is kind of Romania-ish area with some interesting Christian motifs in the background there.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through rap. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
It kind of shows a perversion of what true Christianity is and how Christ is our life and how we're incorporated him and consecrated to him. And that's what gives us eternal life. And I think, our culture now is kind of the same thing. People prey on other people to perpetuate their lifestyle or their life. And it's just, it's totally.
No, it's very sad. And so, I mean, my final point on that is just, if you're going to celebrate Halloween, celebrate. Have fun with your kids, go out, have a good time, but also don't forget the original part of it, right? Don't forget the origin of this, the martyrs, the holy saints, understand the history and the true rich tradition that you're actually taking part in by celebrating not just Halloween, right? So that's my point. If you're going to celebrate Halloween, don't just celebrate Halloween, but also celebrate All Saints. All Souls. So now you're completing what's called the Hallowtide. But what was interesting is that you mentioned as well, though, that All Saints is that it's a holy day of obligation, high holy day for Catholics. But the reading on All Saints Day is always from the Book of the Apocalypse, also known as the Book of Revelation. Is that correct? So what's the connection there? Why is that the direct connection?
Well, when you read the Apocalypse, the Book of Revelation, as in my new book, Antichrist and Apocalypse, there's seven churches, 7 seals, 7 trumpets, and then 7 plagues. That's the sevenfold cycle that just starts cycling, literally twirling around in the Book of the Apocalypse. And as you go through it, you realize that there's this very strong harvest theme in the Book of the Apocalypse. And this goes back to the Gospels where Christ says, the harvest is plentiful, but the laborers few. The angels will come and collect the harvest. I mean, there's all these parables that have to do with harvesting, right? So, and it's harvesting of souls, right? And Christ even has him in the Apocalypse, he's even depicted as having the sickle and reaching the sickle down into the earth and harvesting souls. So this whole idea that he is kind of this great farmer. Remember, Adam was a farmer, right? Adam and Eve, he was cultivating the garden. Christ is the new Adam. He was found in the garden. Mary Magdalene thought he was the gardener. Remember that on Easter Sunday? So he is, in a way, cultivating a garden, but is it just like grapes and grain? Well, in the Eucharist it is that, but it transubstantiates in his body and blood, and somehow it brings in this harvest of souls. And so on All Saints Day, traditionally, we read from the book of the Apocalypse. And it's this whole idea, and it's the reading from Revelation chapter 7, where the angel comes and it marks on the forehead with the sign of the Tau, which is a cross, on all the faithful on earth. And it marks them and denotes them that they are to be harvested for Jesus Christ. They are to be taken for him. And that's the beautiful imagery in the book of Revelation for All Saints' Day, is that we have been marked on our heads with the sign of the cross. In baptism, we're baptized on our heads. And then in the Catholic tradition, the priest also puts chrism on our heads and marks us with the sign of the cross, the seal of the cross of Jesus Christ, and tells us to preserve this baptism until the day of our death. So in a way, he marks us for the harvest. This is why eventually I think All Saints' Day was moved to November 1st, because it fits with this apocalyptic book of Revelation harvest theme, because that's the time of the harvest, that final fall harvest of bringing in everything before it turns winter. So yeah, there's all these things.
Which, by the way, is obviously just as a normal fall tradition anywhere you are in the world. It's not tied to paganism. The fact that it's becoming, fall and autumn, and we're collecting the crops, right? That's just life. That's again part of God's creation. But there's no direct. And by the way, if you end, for anyone who ends up reading that article, I hope you do. It points out that even by the way, if you go into the Irish Harvest Festival in ancient times of sowing, there was no connection to paganism whatsoever. Just a harvest festival. That's it. That's all it was.
Yeah, I mean, you bring in a bunch of grain and you have tons of food and your work is all done. What are you going to do? You're going to eat great food and bake some pies and have fun and let the kids eat the apples and just have a grand old time. And that's kind of part of it is it's celebrating, as we read in the book of Revelation, that Christ has marked us and he is coming back for us. We're special to him, and he wants to bring us into his storehouse, which is heaven. And that's the great hope of it all. And that's what All Saints is all about. We look to those who already made it. It's kind of like if you're overcoming alcoholism or drugs or a sex addiction, meeting and knowing people who have been successful in that journey inspires you, like, okay, I can do it. I can do it. I can go one more day without a drink.
When I say, I'm 17 years sober. I try not to, that's like bragging. But I try to mention that every once in a while. We just had that, it's just a couple of, 2-3 weeks ago, was my anniversary. And I try to mention that. Often. It's not like, oh, look, I'm better than you think. No, it's not like that at all. It's a message to anybody that is struggling out there that, hey, 17 years, boom. Didn't think I could do 17 years, but here I am.
It's possible. And that is just an analogy to where we look in this life, like, is it really worth being a Christian? Is it really worth trying to live chaste? Is it really worth going to church every Sunday and, praying every day and this family? And then you look at the saints and you're like, they did it. Thousands of people have done it.
And one day though, when we realize that, I had a priest once who said, the best place to count your money is in the graveyard, best place to check your bank account, that this is a testing ground that we're in right here. Exactly. This reality that we're in, whatever it truly is, right? It's set up for us as a test. That's the true life, right? Beyond this. And this is, so your answer to the test will take place there, not here, and you're going to be there a whole lot longer than you are here.
That's right.
Final words. We're almost out of time. Dr. Taylor Marshall, the new book, Antichrist Apocalypse, available everywhere that books are sold. Hasn't been banned yet. Get it before it is. We're definitely going to have to order some because all the producers are asking me for a copy now. But what's the final word? Why should people read this book now?
Well, everything creepy. The book of Revelation has a lot of creepy, scary, unusual stuff in it. And all of those things are there, just like the demonic, just like death, just like all these things we're talking about as we get close to Halloween. All of that there is to inspire us to have hope and confidence that Christ conquered death. He conquered the demons. He conquered the devil. All these things that scare us, he's conquered, and we have hope in him. And that's the message of All Saints. Be a saint.
Memento Mori. Memento Mori.
Memento Mori.
Dr. Taylor Marshall, the book is Antichrist and Apocalypse. Thank you so much. God bless you. Happy Halloween. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share, share, share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Potentially be the longest shutdown in history. That is pretty scary. As Chuck Schumer and the Democrats continue to hold the government hostage, many Americans are starting to feel the pain. We'll discuss that with Congressman William Timmons of South Carolina today. Also, voters are headed to the polls for next week's elections set for Tuesday, with key elections in New York, Virginia, and California. Every vote counts to ensure that the Democrats can't hurt this country any more than they already have. More on that today as well. And then later, a Florida school teacher has been placed on administrative leave for supposedly forcing students to address her with the gender-neutral term MX, despite Florida's banning of DEI practices in schools. All the details and updates coming your way today. But first, it is Halloween, and so we would like to start off with something very fun. It is Halloween, and that's also called All Hallows Day, as it's known. And given the frights and scares of today's theme and all of the other accoutrements that come with it, I thought we would explore and profile the 10 ghouls of Halloween today. These 10 people certainly give a fair degree of fright to people, and let's be honest, deservedly so, given their antics. So I think we've got to dive in first with our first ghoul, and that is Zoran Mamdani, aka Kami Mamdani, who very well might become New York City's next mayor. He scares people with his economic plan that would create a mass exodus from New York and the downfall of, honestly, one of America's greatest cities. Sadly, his comments about the NYPD and IDF have not scared New Yorkers enough. New York's mayoral election is November 4th, and the city's future may hinge on this election. The youth vote is undeniably in favor of Mamdani and this anti-establishment figure, but for all the wrong reasons. And what is perhaps scariest is that he seems authentic, and that lure deceives so many people. So he is certainly a ghoul that should frighten far more New Yorkers than he is right now. And speaking of being deceitful, let's take a look at this video from the Free Press.
Socialism. This is Zoran Mamdani. He's running for mayor of New York and currently polling second. Here's what he normally sounds like.
We gather tonight in the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest country, in the history of the world.
But in an interview in South Africa, he sounded a little different.
I actually created a playlist for Mira, who also happens to be my mother. Nepotism and hard work goes a long way.
And in an interview with the Turkish-American podcast, Mamdani sounded different again.
I'll be honest with you, Brother Mansoum, is that at this point, not many people are thinking about it.
And here is Zoran during his rapper days.
You know, it would have been here earlier, but worldwide tour is a worldwide tour is a worldwide tour. As in, you can't just stop it.
Worldwide tour, Benny. Well, I'm joined by Benny Ray Harmony, who's co-hosting with me today. Benny, who is our second ghoul today?
Bo, our second ghoul is Senator Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. Now, Bo, listen, we did not get the name Schumer shutdown from nowhere. The shutdown, it truly rests squarely on his shoulders as he tries to prove that he's this big, tough guy to Republicans. Take a look at what he had to say back in 2013, where he actually scolded Republicans over threatening a government shutdown. And guess what it was over? Healthcare.
Well, we have this extreme hard-right group in the Republican Party, and they have chosen this moment once again to pick their fight on Obamacare. They're perfectly blunt about it. They think threatening a government shutdown, holding the full faith and credit of the U.S. hostage, is the place they have the most leverage. Now, we agree. They want to keep debating Obamacare, fine. But there's a time and a place for everything. It's called the election of 2014. Republicans should train their efforts at 2014. But to hold everything hostage, which in this kind of government set up by the founders they can do, it's wrong substantively, it's wrong politically. When they threaten a shutdown, they're telling cancer patients that research on cures for diseases can't go forward until we kill Obamacare. They're telling highway construction workers that your paycheck and your project are on hold until we've killed Obamacare. They're telling middle-class families who want to buy a home they can't get an FHA loan till we've killed Obamacare. Many of the public's against Obamacare, but very few of the public says, hold up everything else till you repeal it.
It's quite a coincidence considering he is the one holding the government hostage today over health care for illegals, of course. Schumer kind of looks like the Batman villain, though, so he's scary enough as it is.
I agree with you, Penny, and that actually brings us to our third ghoul of today. It's Ilhan Omar. It was Omar who said that Charlie Kirk has no legacy to honor and refused to apologize. Take a look at this.
I have nothing to apologize for. It is a tragedy that Charlie Kirk was killed in that way. But there is no legacy to honor. It was a legacy filled with bigotry, hatred, and white supremacy. Mm-hmm. And as a black woman and as a Muslim in this country, I refuse to join the chorus that changes the history of what is on the record from this man.
What I find jarring is that there are so many people willing to excuse the most reprehensible things that he said, that they agree with that they're willing to have monuments for him, that they want to create a day to honor him, and that they want to produce resolutions in the House of Congress honoring his life and legacy. It is one thing to care about his life, because obviously so many people loved him, including his children and wife. But I am not going to sit here and be judged for not wanting to honor any legacy this man has left behind. That should be in the dustbin of history.
Well, she also called him a reprehensible human being and a stochastic terrorist. Now, does Ilhan Omar even know what terrorism is? The terrorist group Al-Shabaab comes from her native country of Somalia, so Ilhan Omar is a fright and an embarrassment to all. She doesn't even need a Halloween mask for that, Benny.
Agreed, Bo. Okay, we are on our fourth goal now, and this one might be the scariest, in my opinion. We have House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. And now this guy, he continues to try and push the false narrative that this government shutdown has actually been caused by Republicans. Take a look at this clip from CNBC.
Yeah, we haven't shut the government down. Donald Trump is the president. Republicans control the House and the Senate.
And what we've repeatedly made clear is that we would not support a partisan Republican spending bill that continues to gut the health care of the American people in an environment where Republicans already enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. Hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health centers are closing because of Republican policies in their one big ugly bill all across the country. Medicare is facing a $536 billion cut at the end of the year unless Congress acts, again connected to the one big ugly bill. And now Republicans are refusing to even consider extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits when open enrollment starts on November 1st. This is a now issue.
But Leader Jeffries, you kind of conflated a spending bill with a clean CR. It's only 24 pages. It keeps the government open at this point. And the House passed it. It's ready to go. The Senate has it.
The Democrats have voted to keep the government shut down now 13 times, with the last vote being on Tuesday, and there's still no sign of them coming together. So definitely worthy of a spot on our goal list for today.
Indeed, Benny. He's pretty scary looking as it is, if you ask me. But our fifth ghoul is AOC. We couldn't leave her out, whose unbelievable rant sent shivers up even skeleton's vertebrae. Let's take a look at this.
This city was built by the Irish escaping famine, Italians fleeing fascism, Jews escaping Holocaust, Black Americans fleeing slavery and Jim Crow, Latinos seeking a better life, Native people standing for themselves, Asian Americans coming together in Queens, in Brooklyn, in the Bronx, in Manhattan, in Staten Island, in this country, in a vision to build the freest, toughest, and greatest city on earth.
Wow. Forget Freddy Krueger, forget Chucky. That terrified me.
Okay, Bo, we cannot forget our ghoul, Gavin Newsom. He uses his daily dose of gel on his costume, and I'm convinced he spends more time on podcasts than running the state of California, you know what I mean? And maybe that's why California went from a $100 billion surplus to a $70 billion deficit. Yet he continues to criticize President Trump. Take a look.
As a Democratic Party, we have a lot of work to do to make up for our failures in the past. We got crushed in this last election. And now we're in a position where we are struggling to communicate. We're struggling to win back now the majority in the House of Representatives. And that's a big part of what I'm doing, not just today in terms of the work out here, raising money, but also raising awareness around how Donald Trump is trying to rig the midterm elections and how I fear that we will not have an election in 2028. I really mean that. In the core of my soul, unless we wake up to the code red, what's happening in this country, and we wake up soberly to how serious this moment is.
Okay, so while California continues to go down the drain, it seems that Gavin Newsom, he's out campaigning on the same lies regarding the midterm and 2028 elections. It's pretty ghoulish behavior, if you ask me.
Yeah, you know, Benny, they used to call him Greasy Gavin. Maybe we call him Ghoulish Gavin now. Our seventh goal is Virginia Attorney General candidate Jay Jones, whose text messages condoning violence continue to plague him. He sent texts longing for then Speaker Todd Gilbert to get, quote, 2 bullets to the head, and longing for his kids to, quote, die in their mother's arms. Now, when we are in a politically tense nation like we are right now, where Charlie Kirk was assassinated, this kind of rhetoric is disqualifying at the very least. So he should scare everyone in the state of Virginia.
Absolutely. And our eighth ghoul of Halloween is DNC Chairman Ken Martin. Don't even get me started with this guy. His party is in disarray, to say the least. They have no message, and it's just all about thwarting Donald Trump. They have no laurels to rest on, no achievements. And now, Bo, should they win the New Jersey and Virginia governor's races, it'll give them some life. So that's why these elections next Tuesday are really worth paying attention to.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Well, ghoul number 9 is Maine Senate Democrat candidate Graham Plattner, who has now tried to backtrack on a large chest tattoo that resembles the Nazi Totenkopf symbol. He says he got the tattoo while drunk when stationed as a Marine in Croatia. I mean, hey, you know, people get drunk, they get tattoos, but you have to know what you're getting inked on yourself. I don't have any tattoos myself, Benny, but if I did, I would make absolutely sure that my tattoo could not be misinterpreted.
Yeah, you're right. And finally, we could not have a complete list, Bo, without the ghouls, without mentioning our favorite TV show cast, okay? The View. These ladies scare the bejesus out of people daily with their leftist screeds, me including. They just love to talk highly about themselves, all while bad-mouthing the Republican Party.
I think that we should have more Republicans on the show, but they don't want to come on. They're scared of us. It's like Marjorie Taylor Greene says that she finds the Republican men afraid of powerful women. Well, that may be true of all the political persuasions. But if they would come on this show and they can explain to us what they're trying to do to this country.
When you said Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm happy to say that she's going to be here on Tuesday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's election day.
Because
it happens to be election day.
And you know, I don't know how many things we agree on, but I know the one thing that she and I and all of us at this table agree on is this should not be affecting the American people.
Bo, did you see the look on Joy's face when Whoopi told them? If you ask me, she had the look of a ghoul.
I would agree with that. And actually, I think that all the ladies on there are ghouls, if you ask me. But that was pretty scary. But hey, MTG, to her credit, is going on the show November 4th. They'll have to deal with that. Well, that wraps up our list of the top 10 ghouls of Halloween of 2025. We have so many more that wanted to be put on the list, but with only 10 spots, we had to pick out the very best of the very worst. Coming up after the break, the government shutdown has been in effect for 31 days now, and Americans on both sides of the aisle are starting to feel the financial repercussions. How long will the Democrats hold the government hostage? We'll talk about it next with Congressman William Timmons of South Carolina. Don't go away.
Music licensing reimagined.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through rap. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
Out there at Columbia, South Carolina. Welcome back to America's Voice Live. Democrats on Capitol Hill are facing 13 and it's clear that the American people are fed up with their antics. Here to discuss this with us is Congressman William Timmons of South Carolina's 4th Congressional District. Congressman, thank you so much for being with us. You know, the shutdown has been in effect for 31 days now. Schumer, along with Hakeem Jeffries, continue to put blame on the Republicans when it seems that they are the ones who are on the record for saying that they need leverage. What are your thoughts?
It's important to remember this was a bipartisan vote in the House. We voted for a clean CR. We had Jared Golden of Maine join us. And then the Senate has voted multiple times bipartisan to keep the government open. And here we are 31 days in, 42 million Americans are about to lose their SNAP benefits, their WIC benefits. You got millions, hundreds of thousands of government employees and soldiers and sailors, airmen, Marines that are not getting paid. It is absolutely ridiculous.
And Congressman, do you think that Schumer is trying to hold off so that he has a better chance against AOC for senator in his state?
That's exactly what it is. This is all about New York City. Mamdani is a Marxist. He's a socialist, and they are terrified of him. You have Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. They are terrified of the election results coming up on Tuesday. I do think that after the election on Tuesday, the Democrats are going to be forced to come to their senses. But again, they've been playing games with millions of Americans' well-being, and it's just outrageous. They're going to be held accountable in the midterms, and they don't have leaders, they don't have policies, and they don't have a direction. So they're rudderless, and they're spinning around in circles.
Congressman, what do you think it's going to take to end this shutdown and reopen the government? I mean, someone's got to bend or break, and the Democrats obviously have been, spineless, but they're trying to hold their ground, as you said, for political purposes. What's it going to take?
Again, I think this is going to be over very soon. The election on Tuesday is going to give them what they need. They're going to see what happens in New York City, and they're going to find an off-ramp. They're going to probably say something about how they have the framework to discuss a solution to this problem. But again, I agree that we need to address healthcare, but the answer is not with a gun to the government funding's head. This is extortion, and they're asking not for billions of dollars, for $1.5 trillion in subsidies for COVID-related Obamacare spending. It's just outrageous. So they know that they don't have a plan. I think the Democrats are struggling more and more. Their staff are no longer getting paid. Everybody on the Hill misses a paycheck right now. So we got to find a way out of this, and I think it's going to be with Schumer folding.
And Congressman, we wanted to talk to you about this while we had you. The FBI just announced that they thwarted a potential Halloween terror attack that Kash Patel said was planned out for this weekend in Michigan, seemingly inspired by ISIS. What are your thoughts on this and just the issue of political violence in America?
I just think we're extremely fortunate that we have new leadership in the Pentagon and at the FBI. The military should fight and win wars. That's all that they should think about. And the FBI should investigate crimes and enforce the law in our country. And so we have gotten everybody back on track, and we are safer because of it. Kash Patel's doing a great job at the FBI, and I'm happy that he was able to keep us safe this weekend, and he's going to continue to do so.
Congressman, just some final thoughts here. We only have you for about 30 seconds left. Your thoughts on next week's elections and how Republicans are feeling about those, especially in Virginia and in New Jersey.
I mean, I think New York City is what I'm watching first and foremost. That city has survived a lot of challenges, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to survive a Marxist as the mayor. And Mamdani is absolutely crazy, and the policies that he's espousing are simply un-American. They have never worked anywhere in the world, and they will not work here. So while we're watching a number of different elections, Virginia, New Jersey, I think New York City is going to be the most important one, and it's what is driving Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries' decision-making. And so we'll see if Cuomo can pull a rabbit out of a hat, but I have a feeling we're going to have a Marxist as the mayor of New York City come next week, and they're going to have to deal with that.
Congressman, thank you so much for joining us today. We hope to have you on again very soon, and happy Halloween.
Hey,
and coming up after the break, things are heating up as voters head to the polls for Tuesday's election, with key races in New York, Virginia, and California. Every vote could tip the balance of power in Congress and statewide. More details straight ahead.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to
Elections are Tuesday for many states, with heated races that will decide the power of Congress as well as state and local elections. The biggest races are New York City's mayoral race between independent Andrew Cuomo, Democrat Zohran Mamdani, and Republican Curtis Silva. Virginia has a one-term limit across the state, and Republican Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl-Sears and Democrat Abigail Spanberger are battling it out. California has Proposition 50, a measure to override the Independent Redistricting Commission and allow Democratic lawmakers to redraw congressional districts for the 2026 to 2032 cycles. Now, that could let the already blue state gain even more Democratic seats. Of the current 52 districts in that state, only 9 are red. Elections are won in the off years and in the primaries. These are just a few of the big ones that we're tracking right now, but every single one is huge when the margins are this slim. Here to discuss this, the Conservative Caucus President, Jim Pfaff. Welcome.
Good to be with you. Thanks for having me.
Jim, so let's break down these races a little bit. Let's start off with the New York mayoral race. Democrat Zohran Mamdani is polling at 43%, but he's facing a criminal referral over alleged illegal campaign donations from foreign sources. Do you think this will affect the election outcome at all?
I mean, I can't see it at present. If there is substance to all this, it's going to take a little bit longer than Tuesday to get that resolved. It'll be interesting if there is substance to see what happens afterwards, and that could be a short bit of chaos, and we'll see how that plays out. But no, I don't see that affecting the outcome. This thing has been strongly in his hands for months now, and I just don't see that changing. New Yorkers, people in New York City, I guess they've decided they want to be ruled by socialist, frankly, communist government.
And in the Virginia race, Earl-Sears, she would be the first black female governor if she wins. Spanberger has said that she won't work with President Trump to create jobs. So where do you think this race could go, and what should we know?
Well, right now, there no doubt through all the polling that I'm seeing that Winsome Earle-Sears is gaining ground and maybe right there within striking distance. It's going to be very difficult. I mean, remember, Northern Virginia, where I sit right now, is filled with Democrat government employees, and in some cases, former government employees if they haven't yet moved from the area. And they're kind of hot against Donald Trump right now. Of course, that's a deep state problem that we need to be fixing. But Northern Virginia is always a big challenge in recent decades for Republican statewide candidates. That does not mean that she can't do well. We're seeing heavy energy outstate. Republicans are energized in Virginia. The question is, are there enough votes to bring her over the top? Now, I think Attorney General candidate Jason Miyares is going to beat Jay Jones, who had those rancid texts where he was wishing on the death of former Speaker of the House and his family. And I think that negativity has definitely penetrated that state, so Miyares has the upper hand. If there's energy enough there, that oddly enough may sweep right up into the governor's race and help Winsome Sears out.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough one and a pretty close call there. Let's shift to California. So Prop 50 will allow Democrats to redistrict before the next census. And now this potentially flipping up to 5 Republican seats to Democrat for the 2026 through 2030 election. Give us your thoughts on this. What are you seeing?
Well, the polls seem to indicate that it's going to pass, but there may be some legal challenges to this that are quite serious that could thwart Gavin Newsom's efforts to do this. And also, there is some evidence of real Republican energy in the state and showing some concern about this. Absolutely, with many Republicans in districts that they would lose their congressman and have to be represented by a Democrat. But, I mean, if I had to put money on it, I think it's going to pass. But you're seeing an effort across the nation. It just got finished in Ohio. We've seen Missouri and Texas do this. Florida's likely to do it. Indiana has had Governor Braun called a special session there. There are a lot of Republican states that are going to counter whatever gains Gavin Newsom can pull out of his hat in this one.
Well, Jim, thank you so much for your expertise and sharing this with us and our viewers. Great discussion. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. Good to be with you.
Buy gold and get free silver. That's right. For every $5,000 purchased from Birch Gold Group this month in advance of Veterans Day, they will send you a free patriotic silver round that commemorates the Gadsden and American flags. Look, gold is up 40% since the beginning of the year, and Birch Gold can help you own it by converting an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Plus, they'll send you free silver, honoring our veterans on qualifying purchases. And if you're current or former military, Birch Gold has a special offer just for you. They are waiving custodial fees for the first year on investments of any amount. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, many of which are listeners, I encourage you to diversify your savings into gold. Text America to the number 989898 for a free info kit and to claim your eligibility for free silver with qualifying purchase before the end of the month. Again, text America to 989898. Do it today. And coming up after the break, we'll discuss a case in Florida where an elementary school teacher was placed on administrative leave after trying to force students to address her with a gender-neutral term. More on that after the break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination?
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to
Welcome back to America's Voice Live. While some of us would like to forget going to school, one of the common things that we all remember is the simplicity of simply calling your teacher, male or female, Mr. or Mrs. Well, in Talbot, Florida, a school teacher has been placed on administrative leave for supposedly forcing students to address her with the gender-neutral term MX. And now this is despite Florida's banning of DEI practices in schools. Governor Ron DeSantis made this clear back in 2023 when he signed a law that strictly prohibits K through 12 teachers from using any pronouns not related to their biological sex. Joining us to discuss is Turning Point USA contributor Morgan McMichael.
Thank you, guys.
Morgan, you spent a lot of time on campuses and just advocating for the next generation. We see instances of teachers asserting these LGBTQIA, whatever you want to call it, talking points in classrooms often. Why do you think that is?
You know, they want to continue to share their woke leftist ideology because they have this power grab. A lot of these public school teachers think that they can get away with anything, especially on college campuses if they're tenured or if they have the school board backing them, to where they're going to continue to spout things like you can change your gender or asking for students to use their preferred pronouns, which I think is absolutely ludicrous. And it also is the result when there isn't truth and false anymore, when you are actually promoting the idea that things that are inherently incorrect can be correct. And so even something as simple as she, her versus he, him, Mr. and Mrs., and using the pronouns that are assigned to you biologically at birth in a classroom, which is the appropriate thing to do, is now getting the lines blurred, which I just think is really unfortunate to these students' futures because it is vastly confusing to young children. And I'm sure that parents had no say or knowledge in this until it was brought to the public eye.
Yeah, and Morgan, I think back to Jordan Peterson. When I first got, interested in what he was saying, I remember I think it was the province of Alberta that was trying to force him to say these pronouns, and he said, I would do it, but I don't want to be forced to do it. And that was at the college level. So it's important to recognize that these are elementary school children. They're not even college-age kids. So why do you think some of these teachers insist on forcing these young ones, so young at the elementary age, to adhere to such a ridiculous concept?
Like I said, I think it's a power grab, and I think it's because they genuinely believe this ideology that is so damaging to our society that they will do anything that they can to try and persuade the youngest generation that we have, that we're supposed to be raising and protecting, to get them to believe something that is not true. And I think that these teachers should be fired for it. I think that school board members that are trying to have pornographic books in the library should be fired for that. I think that anybody who is trying to remove reality and common sense from the classroom needs to be held accountable for it.
And Morgan, can you comment, or do you have any words on what parents are saying about this situation? You are always on the ground and always getting that information, and we just want to hear your perspective.
Yeah, anytime I talk to parents, especially conservative parents whose kids still are in public schools, maybe they don't have the option to send their children to private schools or homeschool their children, are very concerned with what public education is heading towards. A lot of these school boards just aren't being held accountable for the decisions that are being made, or aren't listening to the parents in their districts. And I think it's really important for parents to be directly involved in their parents' or in their children's educations, so that they know exactly what is happening in those classrooms.
Morgan, I was really encouraged. A couple of weeks ago, I went to the Moms for Liberty Summit in Orlando, and there was a middle school charter pilot program for Turning Point ambassadors. These two young kids, it was amazing. They did Build-A-Bears with Charlie Kirk. You probably know about this. I think this is great that Turning Point is getting involved even at a younger age. And my understanding is that the girl had to convince Charlie to do it, and now here we are. So what do you at Turning Point say to those young students? Because it seems like you've got to get younger and younger to get them aware of what's going on around them. What does TPUSA teach students at a very young age?
Absolutely. I mean, something that Charlie and Erica have always said is, it starts at home. It starts with the parents, and the parents being able to educate their children properly and be educated themselves on what to do. And I can happily say that Club America has hit college campus or high school campuses, across this country. We are seeing over 1,000 chapters, and more are continuing to be chartered. And I know that high school students, at the young age of 13, these freshmen in high school are hungry for the truth and to carry on Charlie's legacy more and more every single day. And it really is just a beacon of hope and encouragement to see that high schoolers even are getting involved politically. And I know we're only going to continue to grow.
Yeah, it's just getting bigger and bigger. And I really thought that Ole Miss event was fantastic as well. Well, Morgan McMichael, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, guys.
Coming up after the break, I'll discuss the National Education Association and their questionable partnership with a nonprofit association to tailor a curriculum that's more in line with indoctrination than education. More on that after the break. Stay with us.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
kids, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to
Welcome back to AVL. The National Education Association, or NEA for short, is the largest coalition of educators in the U.S. who are responsible for the development of the curriculum in the name of advancing education. The association, however, is coming under fire for their partnership with the Zen Education Project, a nonprofit that promotes what's frankly revisionist history, as they make school lessons tailored to rewriting the facts of historical events to fit with social justice narratives. Now, what's more is that the Zen Education Project is actively involved with organizations such as Black Lives Matter, making this partnership between the NEA and the Zen Education Project seem more like a play for indoctrination than education. Joining me now to discuss this is the president for Accuracy in Media, Adam Gillette. Adam, thank you so much for being with me today on this spooky Halloween. And this is actually a pretty spooky story, to be honest with you, because DEI seems to be persisting across all levels of education. So what I want to know is, how is Accuracy in Media exposing instances like this?
Well, we have a team of hidden camera investigators that go across the country to find these people breaking the law. I've personally been in over 200 school districts across America in red states. And what I find time and time again is that these highly paid school administrators brag to me about lying to parents, deceiving parents, circumventing laws, and breaking laws. And we see this not just with the Zen Education Project, but with a news service called Newsella, which is in 90% of school classrooms. 90% of them have it. And Newsella partners with Zen, with the 1619 Project, and with the Southern Poverty Law Center, and they've got that in red state classrooms.
Wow. So you have hidden cameras. This is amazing. It's almost like an O'Keefe thing here. I'm very impressed with this. And my mom was a public educator for almost 40 years, so this is even better. Do teachers now have a say in what schools include within their lesson plans, or is it forced upon them nowadays?
That's a great question, because what we've seen in the last couple of years is more and more districts, dare I say most school districts, hired equity officers. And you might think that's only in Boulder or Berkeley. Fort Worth ISD, one of 20 school districts in the Fort Worth area, has a dozen full-time non-classroom equity officers. I'm sure they've printed new business cards since that became illegal, but I'm sure none of them lost their jobs. And what those staffers do is work to ensure the principles of DEI are integrated into every facet of education. This isn't about right or wrong history or revisionist history. They've got this stuff in math class. So even if you're an educator who's not keen on making politics a big part of math, these folks are going to make sure you do it.
So does that mean if you correctly answer 2 + 2 = 4, that's racist somehow? I mean, look, amazing that this is even in math. Well, so let's follow the money then. How are these lesson plans getting funded?
Well, Newsella, for example, has a free version, but they also have a paid version, and many school districts use COVID bailout funds to pay for Newsella. And going back to the NEA, people forget they are the biggest donors in all of American politics. The teachers' unions donate more money than George Soros, more money than Charles Koch. And what are they donating? Our money. Even if students don't learn, and by all objective measures, we are raising a generation that will be less educated than the generation before them. Even if students don't learn, every 2 weeks without fail, the teachers get paid. Every paycheck without fail, a portion goes to the union, and every 2 years without fail, that money goes to far left candidates. More states need to do what Florida has done, which is instead of the state government collecting the union dues for each employee, the employees have to cut a check on their own. Once we did that in Florida, union enrollment declined precipitously.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned Florida. I was at the Moms for Liberty Summit just a couple weeks ago in Orlando, and you've got these alternatives now to unions. How prolific do you think that's going to be when teachers realize that they have an alternative to joining a union where they don't even know where that money is going? Well, we know now, but they might not even know where their dues are going.
Well, exactly. I mean, I think the whole marketplace of education is changing in America right before our eyes. More than 50% of all students in the country now live in a state with some form of significant school choice. Many states like Florida, Ohio, Arizona have universal school choice where the money follows the child. Essentially, we fund education the same way we fund food stamps. You're not geographically assigned a store to buy your groceries. You get the funds and you use them how you choose to a degree. And that has led to a proliferation of charter schools, of classical academies, of new private schools popping up. And those people aren't going to automatically join the NEA. These teachers are more likely to join alternative associations instead, where they're not essentially funding far left politics that they may not agree with.
Yeah, school choice, parent choice, teacher choice. I agree with all of those. And one thing I think I learned, Adam, at this Moms for Liberty Summit that I don't think I would have known had I not gone is that they really have a great ecosystem built in to affect change. When they see problems, there's a chapter that even if it's not in your hometown, that you can get the nearest chapter close by and go attack the problem. What do you recommend that parents can do in situations where they encounter a problem where DEI is being forced down their kids' throats at school? What can they do?
I'll be honest with you. Like I said, I've been undercover in over 200 school districts across the country in red states. And these administrators and principals, they may seem really kind and well-intentioned to you. And I meet with them with hidden cameras. They seem just as kind and well-intentioned. But what they intend for your child might be dramatically different from what you intend for your child. I got to say, if you have a child in traditional K-12 education, take them out tomorrow. These are radicals who consistently stay one step ahead of the law in order to push their agenda into every facet of education. There are so many alternatives, like we said, with classical academies, charter schools, homeschools, learning pods now. And most Americans, as I said, live in a state with school choice. Pull your kid out of traditional K-12 education. Yours isn't the good one. I've met with those people, and as I said, they brag to me about how they lied to you.
Well, Adam, real quick, just a couple seconds. Tell us where we can go to find out more about what the work you're doing at Accuracy in Media.
Sure. Our website is aim.org, AIM.org. We're active on every social media platform. We just released another hidden camera investigation from Dayton, Ohio this week, and then we have several more coming out next week. The law means nothing to these radicals running higher education and K-12 education.
Well, thanks for all the good work you're doing. We'll make sure we keep posted on all your great work. Adam, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Well, the tax extension deadline may have passed, but for millions of Americans, the real trouble is unfortunately just beginning. If you missed the October 15th deadline or you owe back taxes, the IRS is ramping up enforcement. Every day you wait, well, it only makes things worse. And here's the harsh reality. The IRS can charge a penalty of 5% per month, up to 25% of your total tax bill, just for not filing. And that's in addition to what you already owe. What's the good news? Well, there's still time for Tax Network USA to help you. If you're self-employed or a business owner, even if your books are a mess, they've got you covered. Tax Network USA specializes in resolving financial chaos and getting you back on track fast. With tools like property seizures, bank levies, and wage garnishments, the IRS is applying pressure at levels we haven't seen in years. And it's not too late to regain control. Your consultation is 100% free. In one short call and a few simple questions, the experts at Tax Network USA can determine how much you can save. All you got to do is call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. Let Tax Network USA help before the IRS makes the next move. After the break, Benny will have a story that reminds us of just how wonderful America really is. Plus your answers to America's Voice's question of the day. What is your favorite Halloween tradition and why? We'll be right back.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts. I love RAV because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat every day.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Welcome back to Real America's Voice on this Halloween Friday. So what makes America wonderful? We do this every day with the hope of putting a smile on your face. So today's story is coming to you right here from the nation's capital, where President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump took time last night to ensure trick-or-treaters could receive candy at the White House. And now listen, after coming back from his weekend trip into Asia, President Trump and First Lady Melania, they quickly fixed themselves up. I hope Trump took a little nap, and then they positioned themselves at the bottom steps of the South White House lawn. They received a huge line of trick-or-treaters, so many kids, and while there were many memorable costumes, the best it had to be the siblings who dressed up as the McDonald's drive-thru. It was an obvious nod to the president's favorite fast food joint, and I have to agree with Trump on that one. While things are very serious in this world, it's nice sometimes to just take a break from all the headlines and stories to bring some much-needed positivity. And President Trump's gesture yesterday reminds us of what makes America wonderful. He even continued the tradition of putting the candy bar on top of a kid's head. Now it's time for your Real America's Voice question of the day. Okay, drum roll, please. What is your favorite Halloween tradition and why? Here are some of the answers we got on our social media. Up first, we have B-Sore Todd, and they said cider donuts dipped in hot apple barrel schnapps. Stephen Gale up next, and he said, it's the greatest pumpkin Charlie Brown. How sweet is this? Growing up on a farm in Kentucky in the 70s with no cable, it's the TV shows from my childhood that make the holidays for me. Now listen, I agree with that. I'm from Illinois, so I am missing those small town harvest nights as well. And a couple more, we have 12 SK7 said going to a bar and toasting with a mug of beer. And then someone else said, I love seeing Elvis at the gas station and some Smurfs and witches at the grocery store. It makes me smile. And one more before we head over to Eric Bowling, but this one says, decorate the house, and I answer the door with a Halloween mask, and it freaks all the kids out just a little. Let's bring in Eric Bowling for the handoff to our next show. But Eric, I have to put you on the spot, okay? What is your favorite Halloween tradition?
So now or then? Now, I literally, we put a big table, a big, long, one of those rectangular table, put a bunch of chairs around that. We bring bring the bar out to the driveway. And when parents come to bring the kids down the street, they may hang out and have a cocktail for a while and let the kids go trick or treat down the street. When they come back, they pick them up and they go. We do this every single year. And I absolutely love that. But my best, I'll tell you what, you want to know something, Benny? But the best Halloween tradition I have, I go to Halloween Horror Nights. I was there 2 nights ago. I was in Halloween Horror Nights in Orlando. I was there till 2 in the morning, acting like I was 15, but I had the best time of my life. Absolutely adore being scared by just crazy people. And they can't touch you and you can't touch them. So, it's not going to really be happening. But when you're in these haunted houses, it really scares the bejesus out of you, as they say. So,
well, Eric, thank you so much. It's great to see you. Have a great show, and happy Halloween.
Well, happy Halloween to you too. I'll take it from you guys. Can we take it from now? We can take it from here, can we? Yeah. We'll do it. Let's do it. Let's do it a little bit. And you want to know something? We have a minute before the market closes. This way, I can tell you what's going on with the market before it even closes today. So right now, Dow Jones Industrial Average up. We have an update in the Dow. We have an update in the NASDAQ. Again, right? We're pressing up against record highs in all 3 of those. The Dow, the S&P, the NASDAQ. Good news. VIX is even. Not bad news there. Gold was up about $30 an ounce earlier today. Up. Well, it's right around unchanged, down $3 right now. Still over $4,000 an ounce. We're going to talk to Phil Patrick in a little bit about the direction of gold. Also, oil moving up just a bit. Crypto bounced back. Thankfully, crypto finally has found some footing. 110 to the Bitcoin. It was 106 and change yesterday at this very time. Then Ethereum bounced back a little bit. XRP, all of them. We look at Sierra. We look across the board. A Friday, folks. Trump finishes his deal making with Xi Jinping in China, rare earth deals, maybe lower tariffs. Again, I'll stand by this. Tariffs are not healthy for any economy, theirs or ours. Just throwing it out there again. Don't yell at me, Rumble chat, like you always do, but that's where we are. So good news across the board. Really, really, really nice run. We got to keep an eye now because interest rates seem to be flattening out for a while. So the long run isn't going to be another interest rate drop, which is always helpful to things that are kind of traded based on interest rates being lower. We want it to happen. So anyway, that's the markets. And let's do this. Let's jump right into this. Every choice we make, well, that's an opportunity to stand for freedom. Even something as simple as your cell phone service. Here's the truth. Most cell phone providers don't care about you. They just want your money. Patriot Mobile's different. For over 12 years, they've stood with the American people who believe in faith, family, and freedom, contributing millions upon millions of dollars to Christian conservative causes. The best part is with Patriot Mobile, you don't have to sacrifice quality or service. Patriot Mobile offers premium access to all 3 major U.S. networks, so you'll never have to worry about coverage. Think switching is complicated. It's not. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Either way. Patriot Mobile's 100% U.S.-based team will get you activated in just minutes. Stuck in a contract or still owe money on your current phone? No problem. They've got a contract buyout program. So what are you waiting for? There's no reason to wait. Just go to patriotmobile.com, patriotmobile.com/RAV, or call this number. Easy, 972-PATRIOT. Never forget it, 972-PATRIOT. Use the promo code RAV for a free month of service. Switch today, patriotmobile.com/RAV, or call 972-PATRIOT. RAV promo code will get you 10% off. All right, folks, ladies and gentlemen, I give you the apparent Democrat front runner, that Weasley liar and economy destroyer. You know him, slick Gavin Newsom.
All the pardoning, all this great grift, the biggest, most corrupt administration in history.
All the pardoning, says Gavin. Do you believe that? All the pardoning, says Gavin. And he's not even talking about the auto pen. Well, it was, in fact, Joe Biden who used pardoning as a personal superpower like a swampy mafioso. But worse, most of the time, it wasn't even him. It was his power-hungry minions running around all over the place, the White House. They all covered up his downfall into dementia pretty well, not so well. Not really at all. But in hindsight, I would say it hurt them. The House Oversight Committee is apparently all over it.
He often would confuse names.
Do you think it got worse as you knew him?
Yes.
Are you sure you're being honest with yourself when you say you have the mental and physical capacity to serve another 4 years?
Yes, I am.
I did not have the experience that it took him longer to answer a simple question.
He could stumble. He was a stumble physically.
What is it, Chief?
It was something that we did not coin. It was something that the media coined.
Did you or did anyone ever verify if the videos you were talking about were in fact cheap fakes?
I believe so.
But there were instances where videos were circulated of President Biden appearing confused or freezing for a moment that were real, correct?
Not that I recall.
Not that I recall. Not that I recall. Covering for his condition. And then to make matters worse, they faked Joe's signature, giving out pardons like candy.
Do you know who the people who were actually operated the auto bend were?
I do not.
Do you know any of the actual staff who were using the auto bend?
No.
You don't know their names?
No.
Have you never seen a decision memo laying out the breakdown of when the president should hand sign a particular set of documents?
Not prior to prep.
Did he hand sign all executive orders?
He did not. He hand signed many executive orders, but he did not hand sign all executive orders.
Can you read your response?
I approve the use of the auto pen for the execution of all the following pardons. Thanks, Jay-Z.
Did you yourself write this email?
I do not believe I did.
Jay-Z, look at that. Look at that. That was a cool graphic, Mad Dog. Do not believe I did. And I'm quoting that person right there who trains these jackals on their answers anyway. Well, it looks like they might not get away with it after all. Fingers crossed. Thought I'm holding my breath. I'm not, because Trump's on it. I think they're going to try and hold these folks accountable. I hope they are. Is there an actual reckoning coming? Is it actually going to happen at all? Well, Whoopi may not like it, but Whoopi had better brace herself.
Instead of investigating a man who is no longer in office, I would like y'all to find out why the U.S. military is striking vessels without verifying who's in them.
They really, really, really want this to go away, don't they? Because they know it means that heads will roll. The more the truth the old House Oversight Committee uncovers, more heads will roll. Also, how do they say things like that without even a shred of irony? Let's not investigate a man who's no longer in office and focus on the one who is currently in there. What about those 4 years, Whoopi? We want those 4 years of our lives back, trial after trial, a mugshot. Are they kidding? Are they kidding when they say this stuff? We're talking about something far worse than Watergate, Whoopi. Here's Mike Donilon, part of the massive cover-up, admitting that there was a hefty bonus coming to those who continued to hide Joe's mental downfall in order to help him get elected.
Were there any circumstances in which you would have received a bonus?
Yes, it was.
What were those circumstances?
That Joe Biden would have been reelected president of the United States.
What would the bonus have been?
I believe it would have been $4 million.
In addition to the $4 million that you were already paid?
Yes.
$4 million. In case it was hard to hear, the guy who's part of one of the most treasonous and disgusting cover-ups in American history. If Biden barely was there mentally, was the guy who couldn't stay up on a stationary bike, who couldn't find his way out of a round robin without a note card guiding him. Mr. President, sit down. You sit now. These people actively worked to cover up all of that, to hide from the American people the fact that the leader of the free world was in a mental free fall. Why? Because they knew a big payout was coming, $4 million if he was reelected. Screw the American people. That's what they were thinking, obviously. Who cares about this country as long as Eyebrows over there gets his millions and puts Weekend Bernie's back into the Oval with his hand on the nuclear codes? Think about that for a second. They know this is bad. Their media minions have come out for months trying to play it all down. There's nothing to see here, folks. So it looks like I have to educate the leftist media. Once again, the difference here is, and why it's worse than Watergate by a mile, is because unlike what the Washington Post is trying to imply in that article, just one of many of the like they put out by the subservient arm of the Democrat Party machine, the auto pen wasn't just used to sign a letter congratulating some teacher in Kalamazoo for her 40 years of teaching kindergarten. It was used to pardon a man who created a deadly virus in a Chinese lab that killed millions of people and then laughed in our faces about it.
I created it.
That's right. You let it loose.
I was in my kitchen.
You let it loose. Yeah. Okay. Gain of function. Here we come. You're making arancia, Italian meatballs, and that's a gain of function. All right.
7 million people died. 1 million Americans died. I'm on the cover of magazines. Pardoned. Look, we all know that Joe Biden's executive orders and pardons were signed via AutoPen by a 27-year-old staffer with green hair, with 63 pronouns to his, her, they, them name. All right, fine. We all know that Joe had no idea what day it was, let alone what was being signed in his name, and yet nothing will ever be done about this because it will be too big of a shock to the Democrat system, and it will open a sort of political Pandora's box whose contents are unknowable. I'm old enough to know how this thing goes. This is the deep state we're talking about, the lowest depths of the disease-ridden swamp. See what I'm getting at? They carried out one of the most devious, treasonous acts in our history, covering up for a degenerate president, a guy who didn't even know what day it was, calling out dead people. Where's Susie? Mr. President, she died 2 weeks ago. Oh, okay, got it. A congresswoman. And then when they knew he wasn't getting in again, they broke laws to give out pardons in order to do everything in their power to cover their tracks. We know what happened. It's fact. Mark my words, it's just that we've seen this too many times. Can the American people finally get what we deserve, the truth, retribution? How about a perp walk? How about someone behind bars for breaking the law? For once. We have 2 million people in our prisons in America, 2 million Americans in our prisons. Can we put one politician who broke the law worse than half of the people in our prisons? Can we put one of them in prison, please, so they stop doing it? Would it help to pretend like the fate of this republic depends on it? Maybe, because it actually does. Now let's do something about it. All right. Little video here. This is Tristan Ham. He is an absolute bad dude. He's a great guy. I shouldn't say bad dude. He's a great guy, but when he's in the ring fighting, he is a bad dude. He's fighting, he's working his way up the card. He's looking to fight Jake Paul, but the edge is all about guys like this, who on his way up, everything was going smoothly. He's an outdoorsman. He had a outdoorsman business, and then he gets accused of things. He gets slammed. He hits rock bottom. But does he go away? No. He picks himself up and decides, I'm going to start boxing. 2 years ago, he started boxing. All of a sudden, this guy's a heavyweight. He's knocking people out left and right. He's going to be a superstar. He's looking to fight Jake Paul. Great episode on a series of great episodes. The Edge, again, top 1/10% of all new YouTube channels. Killing it. Subscriptions off the charts because of you. Because if you hit that QR code, if you don't mind, Mad Dog, there it is right there. You can use your phone. Just shine your phone on that, hit that yellow line. You'll be automatically subscribed again. Never, ever, ever charge. I promise you that. Never. Just get you to the page very quickly when you go on YouTube. Or youtube.com/@EricBowlingTheEdge. /@EricBowlingTheEdge. I appreciate you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your viewership. And most especially, thank you for your subscription. Folks, we'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, My name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts. I love RAV because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat every day.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
The Fed cut rates again this week, quarter point, even though inflation's still above the target 3%. They're looking for 2%. Here to give us insight is Birch Gold Group's precious metal specialist. Welcome back, Patrick Phelps. So we get the quarter point move down. Markets are reacting. Gold, it's sitting very, very, very strongly at 4,000 an ounce. I mean, this is incredible. Up almost 50% year over year. Next move, your thoughts?
Look, I think it continues to move up from here. We had Jamie Dimon come out very recently. They're upping their prediction, JP Morgan, on gold quite significantly. They're saying could hit $8,000 an ounce in the next few years. So, and it's not just JP Morgan. Investment banks around the globe rapidly upping their predictions. I've said before, but I think what we're seeing now is a structural change. There's a move away internationally from government debt towards gold, and I think it's supporting higher gold prices moving forward. I think gold's been undervalued for a long time. Now it's being marked to reality.
Yeah, and Philip, I got to point this out. And folks know that I do business with Birch Gold. We love Birch Gold. You guys are great. And here's the point. If you're going to do something like buy gold, you have to trust people. You have to trust their reputation. I love gold to the point where I literally bought gold coins from a friend of mine who, he owns a jewelry store. He sells high-end watches, and he takes gold coins as part of his payments on some things. He said, "Do you want the gold?" I said, "I'll take it." And it was literally yesterday I bought gold because I believe in the price of gold and the future of gold. And I did it because I trust them, but I do also work with Birch Gold. And I think that is the point. You got to trust who you're dealing with when you deal with something as valuable as gold. And Birch is one of the best, if not the best.
I agree vehemently, and it's so important to find a company you trust who do things right. We are that company. We're the biggest in the United States for a reason. Anything you purchase from us is guaranteed. We assay everything. It's all in good condition. And you're right, you have to find a trusted dealer. So you have us, of course, and you have your friend. As long as you trust them, buy gold. It's the right climate to do it.
Yeah, and if I find out one of those gold coins I bought isn't real, I'll be back to Birch Gold, and I'll be knocking on his door as well. So you know, the Fed, the 3% inflation, is this the new normal now? I mean, the target rate is 2%, but we seem to be getting acclimated at 3%. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think we're moving into a climate of just persistently higher inflation. There wasn't really a rationale for the Fed to lower rates. We need it. We got to ease debt service, right? We need to boost the economy. But that's not really the Fed's job. The Fed's job is stable prices, 2% and maximum employment. Inflation's at 3%, right? 50% above their target. The rationale for them was concerns over unemployment. But even those numbers were, in the context of history, historically low. Unemployment's averaged 5.7% since 1945. We were in the mid-4s. I think what's really happening is we're starting to see what's called fiscal dominance in real time. Basically, this is the moment where it's debt driving policy more so than data. I think the Fed understand the government cannot function with high interest rates, so there isn't really a choice but to lower interest rates, let the economy boom, and inflation smolder.
So I've been talking about this for a while on the show. Tell me if I'm being accurate in your opinion. Oil prices have come down. $60 a barrel is great news for the economy. It's great news for inflation. The risk is that inflation rocks up and feds have to raise interest rates again, and that would be a little bit of a headwind to the gold price. But it doesn't seem like that's happening. Lower oil prices, lower inflation is generally a good thing for gold.
Generally a good thing for gold. And honestly, I don't think they can really raise rates that much. Every time they raise 1 basis point on the federal funds rate, it adds $380 billion a year in interest costs. And that was kind of my point. That shouldn't be the Fed's concern. They should be laser focused on maximum employment and price stability, but they're straying beyond that mandate because the country cannot function today with high interest rates when you got $38 trillion of debt. It's not happening. So you either raise rates, freeze the economy, and cripple the government with debt service, or you lower rates, give the economy some stimulus, and let inflation rise. And I think it's the latter we're going to have to go for.
Got it. We're going to leave it right there. Mr. Philpatrick, have a great weekend. Birch Gold Group, we love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. It's almost like Democrats have forgotten that there's something called the internet where videos exist forever. While they hold the government and the country's SNAP benefits, the food benefits, hostage in order to maintain leverage over the Republican Party. Their words, not mine. Let's look at what their party, their main guy, their dude, their bro, Barack Obama, said about that very thing, way back in 2013, shall we?
No Congress before this one has ever in history been irresponsible enough to threaten an economic shutdown, to suggest America not pay its bills, just to try to blackmail a president into giving them some concessions. I will not negotiate on anything when it comes to the full faith and credit of the United States of America. We're not going to submit to this kind of total irresponsibility. Congress needs to pay our bills on time. Congress needs to pass a budget on time. Congress needs to put an end to governing from crisis to crisis.
See how it works? When they're in power, they blame the other side. And now that they're not in power, Obama said, do it. Open, get your butts back to the bargaining table, sign a clean CR, and open the government. Everyone's happy. Not me necessarily, because it just raises our spending, but whatever. At least people will start getting their checks again. Speaking of flashbacks, so CNN's Caitlin Collins cornered dollar store Timu Obama on what he said about shutdowns back in 2013. And here's what Hakeem Jeffries had to say when his own hypocrisy was shoved in his face.
We're in the midst of a government shutdown right now that is unnecessarily forcing pain on the American people. It's a shutdown that was manufactured by the House GOP that has resulted in a situation where Americans all across this country have now been put in jeopardy. That's a tragedy of epic proportions.
I wonder what Hakeem Jeffries of today would say to the Hakeem Jeffries of 2013 who had that message in terms of wanting to pass a clean CR so Congress could get back to work.
Well, the Hakeem Jeffries of today definitively agrees with the Hakeem Jeffries of yesterday.
It's unbelievable. The hypocrite. It's why I can't stand politicians. Left, right, center. They get there and they just feel that they can lie and pretend nothing they've ever said in the past matters right now. Ooh, those bats. Ooh. Well, it's clear that Americans have had it with the shutdown and the nonsense. It's also clear that Americans know exactly who's to blame, and even their own supporters are pointing it out. So imagine when the people coming to your defense are America-hating politicians like, I don't know, Ilhan Omar, who loves Somalia more than America.
People are angry. So why is Hakeem Jeffries talking like he's Chuck E. Cheese Obama? Okay? What are we doing? What are we doing? Come on, man. Come on. Clearly, the Democrats don't have the leaders they need to meet the moment.
He says Democrats don't have the leaders they need to meet the moment. Is he right?
We have leaders. The problem is the leaders on the Republican side are refusing to meet with our leaders. You cannot have a government that functions without there being leaders having a conversation. That is where the core of the problem is.
I'm not really sure what she was saying. Basically saying I have no answer for this because when it was the other way around, we told you to open the government. Now it's our turn and you won't open the government. So what are you doing? I don't know. Let's ask Hakeem Jeffries. He thinks he's Obama. When you look up the phrase lack of self-awareness, that first person that comes to mind should be Kamala Harris, or at least it should be, as I said, she continues to lie about Joe Biden's mental decline, as we showed you yesterday. And Kamala continues to serve her infamous word salads on her book tour of embarrassment after embarrassment. Here she is suggesting that we should lower the voting age because of, the weather.
I think we should reduce voting age to 16. I'll tell you why. So, Gen Z, they're age about 13 through 27. They've only known the climate crisis. They missed substantial parts of their education because of the pandemic. If they're in high school or college, especially in college, it is very likely that whatever they've chosen as their major for study may not result in an affordable wage. They've coined the term climate anxiety to describe fear of not only being able to buy a home, but that fear will be wiped out by extreme weather, but fear of having children.
She was almost president. And she thinks she wants to be president again. Are you kidding me? What was that? Yeah, lower it to 13 because 13-year-olds are a good place to vote because they're worried about the climate and you need more votes. In case you were wondering, now, remember when that Australian journalist thrashed Kamala Harris when she claimed that Joe Biden was mentally fit to be president and even run again? Kamala Harris is still living up to her deal with the devil. Even Jon Stewart calls her out on it.
I believe he was fully competent to serve.
Do you really?
Yeah, I do.
That surprises me, actually.
No, I do. But there's a distinction to be made between running for president and being president.
What's the distinction?
Well, being a candidate for president of the United States is about being in a marathon at a sprinter's pace, having tomatoes thrown at you every step you take.
That sounds lovely.
I was thinking, remember she said, I didn't just fall out of a coconut tree. What's a coconut tree? Isn't that a palm tree? I mean, really, that one, I don't know. If that's the best they got, God bless them. We'll be back 2.5 minutes. We have more show, a lot more show coming up, and scary, spooky stuff, fake news.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Had to free Trump knife JaceSixer.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rattle, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Flashosaurus in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with a family I love.
All right, folks, our next guest is a former NBA player, current GOP candidate for the United States Senate, and the host of the Royce White Show right here on Real America's Voice. Happy to have Royce White with us. Royce, good to have you, my friend. We'll get into your Senate run. This is really fascinating. Such an important. It would be amazing to get a GOP senator or a conservative senator in the state of Minnesota. Fingers crossed. But let's talk a little bit about the Schumer shutdown. I mean, Chuck Schumer is on the hot seat, but they keep deflecting. They got Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer out there pointing the finger at Trump. All they have to do is move 5 U.S. senators over from the Democrats, reopen the government. They don't even have to take. Schumer could say, I'm against this, but 5 went, and guess what? The government's open. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are the progressive wing of the Democrat Party has all but captured the Democrat Party, and even your middle of the row, who they play like they're middle of the row. I don't really view them as middle of the row, but who used to be middle of the row is being held captive by the progressive wing of the party and making demands that aren't realistic.
So unrealistic. They have Trump derangement syndrome. You know what the really strange thing is, Royce? I remember going through this, the Health Care Act, the Obamacare Act, in 2009 or so. Democrats put this whole thing together. And you know what they did? They said in 2025, at the end of 2025, the healthcare, this payment for Medicare and Medicaid expires. It sunsets. This is their wording. Conservatives were against the whole darn thing. And somehow now they're still trying to blame Republicans, mostly blame Trump.
Yeah, I mean, they'll lie, and that's what we're up against. I think that the conservative movement and the MAGA movement and the America First movement and all your libertarians, any Christians, anybody that's out there that has any remembrance of a normal has to stop messing around and understand that these people will outright lie. They have no equivocation about lying to the American people, lying to the opposition, lying to the other side of the aisle, lying to themselves. They lie to themselves. So, we have to find a way, I think, to muster up the courage to play hardball with these people once and for all.
And so you're running for U.S. Senate in the state of Minnesota. Klobuchar isn't the one. Tina Smith, I believe, is the one who said she's not going to run, and that's the
Tina Smith, right?
You're looking at, Bryce. Tell us, number one, why did you decide to run? Who else is in this race, on both sides, really, that you would say would be competition for you?
Well, I ran against Amy Klobuchar in 2024, and we gained about 5 or 6 points. She's one of the most well-funded Democrats in the entire country, also one of the most radical. And we flipped 27 counties, which is a sign that the greater Minnesota is swinging towards not only MAGA, but somebody who's regarded as an extreme MAGA candidate. I don't think I'm that extreme. I say all the time on the show, we're not the far right. We're just right. But that was a good sign. And I had very minimal support from people like the NRSC and other, conservative Republican institutions around the country, many of which have sold us out just as bad as the Democrats have in many respects. So there was only one, option was to turn the campaign around and run again for Tina's seat. I didn't know that she was going to resign and it would be an open race, which bodes well for me and the rest of the Republican Party here in Minnesota. Peggy Flanagan, who is currently our lieutenant governor under Tampon Tim, is considered to be the front runner for the Democrat side. Also, Angie Craig, who just got an endorsement from transgender House Rep Sarah McBride. I don't even know what his real name is. But so there's going to be a primary. There's going to be a primary on the Democrat side, and the internal polls from Peggy Flanagan's campaign say that the generic Republican is only 2 points behind in their projections. So Minnesota officially a swing state by the Democrats' own measure, and we're in a great position to do something special.
Let's point that out as a very important comment you just made there. The generic GOP candidate is only 2 points behind whoever Peggy Flanagan or Mr. McBride or Mrs. whatever the heck they are. That's amazing because you're a very popular person. You're a former NBA player, conservative, African-American. These are the types of things that really open that seat up where you got a legit chance. And I just a little piece of advice, Pete Hegseth's a good friend also from the state of Minnesota. Might not be a bad idea to grab an endorsement from him real quick, if you know what I'm talking about. And if you need to, if you need to call him, I got his cell phone number. I used to work with him for a dozen years at Fox. But this is great. This is really, really important that you could, because Minnesota, honestly, man, from doing this a long time, has just slid into the abyss. You have Ilhan Omar, you got that lunatic that was running for mayor. The Somali I don't even think he speaks English.
Omar Fateh.
Yeah. Fateh. And the Tampon Tim, as you point out, it's become everything that progressive liberals represent. Man, it would be nice to fire some fresh blood into that, some conservative blood.
Yeah, no, we call it the belly of the beast for a reason. Minnesota is like ground zero for the radical Democrat agenda, and it's going to be an interesting race. I think for the first time, and again, in Minnesota, we voted for the Democrat candidate in the presidential election 13 consecutive times. So Minnesota has been firmly blue for the presidential for 13 years. This will be going on 14 if we do it again in 2028. I think for the first time, we're going to be able to appeal to the people of Minnesota and say, can we just try something different? I mean, do you remember a time when you didn't have to worry about men being thrown in women's prison? Do you even think that's remotely appropriate or reasonable? I think we're going to be able to make that appeal now, and I think Omar Fateh and some of his radical things in the mayor race are going to help. I mean, you already see down in Minneapolis, the liberal elites are backing his opponent, Jacob Fry, because the crime is out of control and it's a stone's throw from where they live around Lake of the Isles, Calhoun, Kenwood. So, Minnesota's changing, and hopefully by the time 2026 rolls around, we'll be able to lead a MAGA wave here in Minnesota. And again, I don't think that we're far right. I don't think that we're extreme. It's not extreme to say we want a border. It's not extreme to let President Trump do what he's doing with the tariffs and all of the good things happening with the economy. It's not extreme to end wars. None of these. It's not extreme to say we want women's sports to be women's sports. None of those things seem extreme. They've kind of gaslit us into believing that. So hopefully Minnesota is going to see some change here.
Great. Have you filed yet? Have you filed the paperwork? And you can declare.
Oh yeah,
okay.
I filed. Good. I filed a year ago. Right away. I filed right away.
Good. Royce, while I have you, just a couple of minutes or so, can you just weigh in on this? I believe it's a multi-tiered, multi-onion layered scandal. The NBA players, the coach, they get involved with. It's almost a movie script, right? Get involved with the mafia, the mob, La Cosa Nostra, and they were bringing in whales, and they'd sit at the table just so they could sit with NBA players to play poker. And then they had the tables jacked. They had glasses on that could read cards. They had contact lenses that could read cards. They had shufflers, automatic shufflers that were pulling out the cards that they wanted not in the game. Amazing. Your thoughts on it? It's got to be bigger than just a couple of players, right?
That wouldn't shock me. No, that wouldn't shock me at all. I think, first of all, shaving points and it's just one of the most un-American things you could do, bottom line. And the integrity of our sports has to mean something. It's long since been, that our sports and professional sports specifically had any greater societal integrity anyway. I mean, the woke agenda has basically ransacked professional sports. Now you're starting to see people pull back. For the first time, athletes are stepping out and saying, hey, we support President Trump. We believe in Jesus. We we're willing to talk about our conservative values. So that's swinging in the right direction from the athlete standpoint. In the NBA, it's a strange dynamic, because the cultural consensus in the black community is still that the Democrat Party has our best interests at heart, although that's changing as well. But it's strange to see, players, coaches, anybody who is getting paid as much as they're getting paid be involved in something like this. The American Cosa Nostra we thought was all but dead. Seems like they're still thriving in the shadows there and starting to make a comeback. I hope that it's contained to a few people, but it wouldn't shock me if it was widespread as well.
And I think basketball, the NBA, basketball, college, and pro is probably I would say the easiest place to shave points. Again, part of the scandal was high-level poker games, and part of the scandal was leaking information, shaving points to some of the betting sites so they can move lines accordingly, all screwing the viewer, for one, and also the bettor, the gambler like me, which just has such a bad taste. Probably easiest to do in the NBA versus some of the other team sports, because there's so much more. But you get a key player who wants to, miss a shot here and there. But it's a lot easier than to, try and hit a home run really hard. You know what I'm saying? So I just wonder if it's going to end up in other sports as well.
Well, yeah. I mean, yes, the NBA and basketball is very easy to rig in some respects, or much easier than other sports. And I think that there has to be a conversation about the proliferation of gambling across all professional sports. I'm not one to be, in huge favor of it, although I don't think it should be illegal either. But the NBA has to do a better job of a bunch of things. Number one, the overall integrity of their institution is deeply in question, and a lot of these things are moral hazard, right?
Well, I don't mean to cut you off, but
it's hard to pull it in.
They're really good at making sure no one's juicing, right? So, and if they're that aggressive, making sure no one's using performance enhancing drugs, maybe they should be just as concerned about whether they're shaving points, faking injuries, doing things that could actually also affect the outcome of games as well. Royce, I got to jump, my friend, but can I just tell the folks, watch that man right there. I just have a really good feeling about you in the Minnesota race. But in the meantime, you can always catch Royce on the Royce White Show right here on Real America's Voice, Saturdays 9 a.m. and again at 4 p.m. Royce, really good to meet you for the first time. I wish you very, very much luck, and we'll get you back on and talk about a lot of other stuff as we move forward.
Thanks, brother. God bless you, man.
And you as well. All right, folks, we'll be right back.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Flashosaurus in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
All right, folks, time of the week that we look at the NFL, by the way, week 9 picks, and we bring in our own Rav Washington, D.C. correspondent and sports expert. Britt McHenry joins us right now. Britt, we'll go through a couple of games. The big college game, I mean, Penn State, what happened to them? There was so much hope for Penn State at the beginning of the season. They kind of fizzled a little bit. Ohio State just pumping on all cylinders. What do you like in this one, Penn State, Ohio State?
I would love to give the underdog in this scenario a chance, Eric, because they started off ranked number 2 in the country. Yeah. And then we saw the 3-game spiral. I will always continue to say I love that once they actually lost to Northwestern, that was the straw that broke the camel's back when they said, James Franklin, you and your $50 million plus need to go. He's reportedly signing with Virginia Tech also. So keep that in mind if you're watching the coaching carousel. I would love to give them the benefit of the doubt. Look, we saw UCLA go on a 3-game winning streak under an interim coach. I do not think that's going to happen. Ohio State is a behemoth. You know, it's funny to discuss, oh, maybe their running game's not so great. Like, they're still Ohio State. Still
number,
in the driver's seat.
And number one.
Yeah, they're number one.
And at Ohio State. And Penn State's, can't seem to find its way recently. Let's jump over to the pros. This is a big game. I love this game. I'm all over this game right here. Chiefs, Mahomes is playing lights out, or he doesn't show up. You never know which Mahomes you're going to get. At the Bills, and this is really strange. Bills are playing so good. They're just hitting on all cylinders. They're banged up a little bit in the secondary. But why in the world are the Bills getting 2 points at home playing the Chiefs?
I really like the Bills in this. Okay, but I also say this. Every year, I take them in the postseason, and what is it, like 0-5 that they've gone up against the Chiefs and been successful?
I think I'm not sure. I think it's 0-4 in the postseason, but I think they're the opposite during the regular season. I think they dominate during the regular season. That is true.
Yeah. That is true. So that's another reason, if you're betting, I like it. We're seeing that Josh Allen magic again, 162 yards in the last game. I loved, Eric, that everyone was saying, oh, the Carolina Panthers are so good, though. We are seeing this turnaround. And they got shellacked 40-9. Like, when the Bills are the Bills, they are still just as good as Kansas City. I will never forget the game, AFC Championship, when they lost with 7 seconds to go because Patrick Mahomes was the good Patrick Mahomes and has that ability to turn it on. But I will tell you, I had to watch Monday Night Football. We know on this show I am partial to the Commanders. I made a bet, Eric, with a friend. They would not lose by double digits. And at halftime, it looked blissful at 7-7. Then the Kansas City Chiefs just had like a 2-minute drive to score back-to-back touchdowns. I don't like betting against them because they've cost me, but I really like the Bills, and I think we're seeing the coasting they usually do in the regular season.
52-point over. I bet the over. I went heavy on the over on this one. I bet the Bills a little bit because I'm a little nervous about the secondary. But since their secondary is banged up, I went with the 52-point over. It's a big number, but you got two usually high-scoring offenses.
Yeah, it'll be a shootout.
Monday night, Cards, they call it, our guys call it the toilet bowl. Arizona Cardinals at the Dallas Cowboys. Dallas shows signs of being great, and then they just fall apart. It's such a, I don't know, schizophrenic team. Your thoughts?
Yeah, when I saw us calling it the toilet bowl, I first thought that was Penn State. That would fit for them as well, going up against Ohio State. This will be a really interesting game because I think the Eagles are completely in the driver's seat for the NFC East, but Dallas has such a great offense, with CeeDee Lamb and Higgins. I mean, they really can turn it on, but their defense is problematic. If you can let a banged up, basically third string Commanders offense score at least 22 points on you, that is a problem when you're going to be facing better teams. The Cardinals, however, went on a 5-game losing skid. Both of these teams don't know their identities, and so I don't know which one I would take in this. I honestly might go with the Cowboys. I think so. The Cowboys.
I'm going to agree with you on that one. There's a game that I really like. we've been betting. I've been talking about Indianapolis all year. They're just what a great team, hitting in every single offense, defense, special teams. At Pittsburgh, Indy at Pittsburgh, also playing very well with Aaron Rodgers. And who do we have there? They pulled the line off the betting sites, and maybe some key player. But as of the last, we're looking at, looks like a 3-point line, Indy, giving Pittsburgh, right, guys? I can barely see them. I think that's what it looks like. So let's just call it, which one do you like?
I know it's like the cool answer this season, which I never thought we would say about the Indianapolis Colts. I love that the Irsay daughters are on the field. Everyone was trolling them on social media. Well, look at their record now, right? Danny Dimes, I guess he had to go to Indianapolis. Most would not find that to be the place to find your groove, how Stella got her groove back. That is Daniel Jones. He's been playing incredible. Their starting running back has 14 touchdowns, so the running game is going well in addition to that. And I personally chuckle if Aaron Rodgers takes an L. So, this could be an upset, though. I think this is one that if you're betting, I could actually see the Steelers winning, but how do you bet against the Colts with how they've been playing? It's really tough.
Mad Dog,
they're the best team in the league right now.
Mad Dog, are you on the horn?
Yes, sir.
Who are your Rams playing this week? Oh, look at this.
We are playing the Saints.
They're playing Rams, Saints at the Rams. I mean, let's talk about that. It was a big 14-point spread there, but here's the only trick to this one. You notice they pulled Rattler before halftime, I think, in the last Saints game, which is the former South Carolina quarterback, if I'm not mistaken, who's never very so. And this other kid came in. He's about 6'2". He was lighting it up. I'm not sure that's too many points to give this team. What are your thoughts on this one?
Tyler Shough came in. First of all, that was the worst pick six ever. I can't imagine having that moment be the defining, we are now going to the bench. Look, I want to send all the prayers, the blessings to the Saints. They are in a huge rebuild. That rebuild's going to take them years and years because they just don't have the picks and the cap space. But when we look at this, the Rams have such a solid defense. They didn't allow any sacks. So I don't know. I don't see how this is a David and Goliath. Yes, you could have a 25-year-old new quarterback. I don't see how they can derail the Rams, if we're being honest.
Okay. Oh, well, not for the win. I'm just going to take the point. I'm going to take the new kid and
You're
the 14.
You're taking the Saints?
I'm going to take the Saints plus 14. I mean, NFL, that's a lot of points in the NFL. And for some whatever reason this year, the underdogs have performed pretty well comparably to prior years. Mad Dog, are you going to get mad at me for taking the Saints?
Yeah, it's not happening.
It's money. It's not emotion, and that's what you got to do. You can't bet with emotion. You have to bet with your feeling, your gut, and your brains and whatnot.
I'm gonna be I'm gonna be at the Seahawks primetime Commanders game. These haven't been going well for me, as we've documented here on this show, but I will be in attendance Sunday. And do we have to even if you weren't going to go to that, Terry McLaurin comes out with a vintage Odell Beckham Jr. catch in the end zone against Kansas City, and then immediately right after, Eric, he is injured again. So he will not be in the game.
I like this.
I actually do like this.
I like this bet
I like this for the Commanders.
Yeah, I call them the Redskins. Pardon me, but I call them the Redskins. The Redskins. I like them plus 3 at home. That's not bad.
Jaden Daniels, JD5, I got 5 on it. He's back. So I actually think this could be a turnaround. This is dire for the Commanders, too.
All right.
They need to.
We're going to leave that. What's your best bet of the week? Very quick. Best bet of the week, are you taking the Commanders?
Yes, but that's biased. But I'm taking the Commanders with the W.
My bet will be the over 52 points in the Kansas City at the Bills. All right, Brett, always having you on Fridays. Always great. We'll see you again next week and have fun at the game.
Thank you. Have a great weekend.
And a happy Halloween. All right, folks, before we go, I just want to take a look at this very quickly. The Edge absolutely pumping on all cylinders because of you. You guys are subscribing, and that's really what it's all about. This young guy, Tristan Ham, great guy, professional boxer now, was an influencer, big guy, big dude, big strong guy, outdoorsman, hunting, bow and arrow hunting. He's got his dog. He's got bears over there. He's shooting deer, and he decides one day it's time to start boxing, and he's just dropping people left and right. Kobe Covington, he put other guys down as well. Keep your eye on him. He's part of the Edge in a series where we're dipping into what it takes to be that guy that gets knocked down, hits the canvas face first, and get yourself back up. It's the Edge defines the people who are able to pick themselves up and continue forward and not just survive, but thrive. And that's what The Edge is all about. And for whatever reason, we're top 1/10 of 1%, all new YouTube channels. Quickly, there is the QR code. You can hit that with your camera. If you don't have time to do that, it's all right. YouTube.com/@EricBowlingTheEdge, YouTube.com/EricBowlingTheEdge. Off the charts. I appreciate you. I thank you. Thank you for watching Rav. Thank you for watching the show. Thank you for sharing what you see here. And thank you for your subscription. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive. He's dead. Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store.
So did you notice there's something that runs across the screen? Have you noticed that? Were you paying attention? Because apparently every 5 minutes something runs across the screen. They tell me that's the Easter egg that we've been talking about. Mad Dog, can I see the control room shot for a second?
Yes, sir.
On Halloween. Look at that. Oh, Curtis Lewa. Curtis, can you please step down and give Cuomo a chance to beat the socialist Mamdani? Can you please do that?
Yes, of course.
Okay. No, Mr. Trump, should Curtis step down? Yes, he dancing.
He said yes.
Jones dancing. What's up, guys? You got the cowboy. There's the boss in the background over there. That crew is the best crew on television. I worked with the best at Fox. I've worked with some people at Newsmax. These guys are bar none the best. Hey, I have a picture. I want to show you guys a picture while we have the control room. Can you put the Little League picture up? This is 11-year-old me in that picture. You have to figure out which one is me. I'm like, these guys don't know. Mad Dog, you think you know which one was me, right? Which one do you think? I'm 11 years old here, by the way. We won the City of Chicago championship, and we didn't win the state, but we won the city. We were sent to the state. But which one do you think it is?
I'm thinking all the way one on the right, three down.
What? 3 down.
First row, second. That's what Drew said. On the left-hand side.
Bottom row, second from the left. That's it. Who said that?
Side.
Drew got it.
Drew said that.
You got that. Drew, you got that. They all.
He knew that information.
All right, here's a bonus. I did not tell him. Here's a bonus question. See the 2 coaches there? One of them's my dad. Oh, there's 3 coaches. Yeah, 2 on the left, 1 on the right. One of them's my dad.
Left.
Far right. Far right. All right. One more picture, if you don't mind. Adrian and Ari, Halloween tonight. We're going to go dress up. We're going to have some fun. There's Adrian, my wife, and there's little Ari girl who goes absolutely crazy when people come to the door for Halloween candy. All right. You got some voicemails, my man?
I do. The first one is Mamdani is an opportunist.
Opportunist, Mamdani. See, he wants rent control, food control, land control, wage control, police control, take control of child care with brainwashing. Sounds to me more like Ayatollah Mamdani. Ayatollah Mamdani. What do you think, comrade? Your comrades out there going to vote for him? You're silly. You believed in AOC? What did she do? How did she turn out for New York? At our last town hall, they booed her. They didn't like her. They said she didn't deliver. You think he's going to be any different? Think about it. Think about it, New Yorkers. Cheerio.
Cheerio. Carry on, New York. It's amazing. There's a high Jewish population in New York. Mamdani has already proven himself as being, I'll call it somewhat anti-Semitic already. I can't understand. Something like 40% of Jews say they're going to still vote for Mamdani. The guy said he's Muslim, number one. He's pushed Sharia law in other parts. He's got rap videos that are really disgusting if you look, and somehow they're going to still vote for him. And there's a high gay population in New York City too. If you're gay, you're not even allowed to be in the Muslim religion. You're considered infidel and should be thrown off the roof of buildings. True story. I mean, somehow this guy's going to win though. All right, what else you got there, Mad Dog?
The View is losing their feathers.
Ooh.
Yeah, Eric, I watch your show all the time. I'm from Eastern Oregon. I'm a 73-year-old retired farmer. And, you know, I watched a clip about the girls on The View and Mad Max and all those people, all those women. All they are is a bunch of old hens that went in molten stage, and they're losing their feathers and raising all sorts of hell. And the guys are mad because they can't get anything out of those old hens because they're over the hill. So anyway, you have a good day. Bye.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your viewership as well. Yeah, listen, The View, we got some. Trish, can I tell them the news? I'm going to tell them the news. So MTG is going to be on the View on Tuesday. We know that because Whoopi's been talking about it all week, and the audience are like, ooh. MTG, after going on the View, she's going to come and do our show right afterwards. So we will be the show that she talks to us after experiencing the View, which I've been on twice in my life, and it's something to behold. It's no easy feat. I don't know, Mad Dog. I rather than doing another voicemail, I want to see your costumes again. You guys still have the hats and the face. Hurry up, Ben. Ben, by the way, Ben is president.
He took it off.
He took it off. Wait a minute, I thought Trump was there. Oh, my goodness. Is that Drew? Drew, is that you? I can't see from here. Is that Drew in there?
Oh, there we go.
There we go. There we go. All right. Well, we love it. 888-601-0032. I got a lot of voicemails to go through. I know it. I owe it. But I love hearing it. We all love hearing because we really kind of move the show in the direction that you like and you want to hear. That's it for us. Have a very, very safe Halloween tonight. If you're out there with the kids, just make sure everything's cool. Make sure you don't let them eat any questionable candy. Take care of yourself, and we will be back here again tomorrow. Bannon is on deck, so I hear. War Room coming up. Have a great night. See you Monday.
Donald Trump's Justice Department has targeted another what they will call liberal group. The Associated Press reports the Department of Justice is now investigating whether leaders of the Black Lives Matter organization and other Black-led groups defrauded donors in 2020. We should note that parts of this probe launched during the Biden administration, but in recent weeks, the government issued new subpoenas as the Trump administration put new resources into the case. As a reminder, we learned last month that the Justice Department is pressuring prosecutors to investigate the so-called liberal foundation started by George Soros. Meantime, Trump is also using the department to keep tabs on elections in Democratic-led states. Next week, the Department of Justice says it will monitor polling sites while New Jersey and California conduct state elections. You heard that right. California says it will send its own observers to monitor the Trump observers. And California Senators Alex Padilla and Adam Schiff has signed on to a letter from a group of Senate Democrats denouncing the White House's effort to reinvestigate Trump's 2020 election defeat. warning that it's a pretext for Trump to declare a national emergency in an attempt to undermine the results of future elections.
Of everything written in Project 2025, how much has been accomplished so far by the Trump administration? John Lemire, you're the smart one here. Why don't you tell us? What do you think? How much of Project 2025 has been enacted?
What if I just start talking about sports right now?
Yeah,
that would frustrate everybody.
You can.
A fair amount. I mean, it's guiding ethos, of course, is slashing the federal government, and we saw Doge do that early on, and we're seeing Russ Vought attempting to it now. But it's also beyond just simply like cuts. They're defanging the federal government. They're trying to destroy the Department of Education. We have seen them, reverse a lot of the Inflation Reduction Act, Joe Biden's signature achievement. Right. A lot of that has been undone. We're doing, of course, a lot of the DHS immigration pieces are part of 2025. And more than anything, its guiding principle is to empower the executive, to make everything come from the president of the United States. The unitary theory of government is what they call it. And we have seen that. I mean, we see it each and every day. This president basically acts like Congress doesn't exist, and it's helped him do that by ceding a lot of their power. And for the most part, not entirely, but for the most part, the courts have gone along with it as well. So that, to this point, Project 2025 has been deeply successful.
Donald Trump's Department of Justice is not acting on the merits. Donald Trump's Department of Justice is going after his political opponents. Look at the poor woman, the candidate in Illinois. I mean, you think in any rational world, you think she would have been indicted the way in which she has been indicted in that case, but for the fact that she is a prominent Democratic candidate who is speaking out against ICE? You really think that Black Lives Matter or any of these organizations are not being targeted by this Department of Justice based on ideology? If you do, I've got a bridge to sell you. I mean, this is all we need to get out of the mindset of assuming that there are a bunch of good faith career prosecutors sitting around this place making decisions on the merits. You know what happened earlier this week? A couple of career prosecutors put in a sentencing memo that someone involved in the insurrection, that should go into their sentencing on a new crime, and those two people were fired. So what makes you think the people looking at this haven't learned that lesson?
That Donald Trump could declare a national emergency to take control of future elections. These are suggestions from many election deniers like Cleta Mitchell, who is now very much so still within the orbit. It is not It's not hyperbole to say that we are on the march to these things coming to fruition. The pieces are being put into play here.
Absolutely. And it's done through the normalization of the completely abnormal. So let's take troops on the city streets. It started with, we need to send a few troops, a few National Guardsmen to L.A. because there are riots. And then it became active duty Marines. And then it became a second city and a third city and a fourth city. And in Washington, D.C., as you know as well as I do, they're still there. Right? I mean, and so the number of cities that we now see are more and more, and it is less and less newsworthy. It's just a matter of fact now that you have troops in major U.S. cities. These poll monitors caused a little bit of stir when it first happens. I promise you, by the time we get to 2026, it'll be treated as old news. So there'll be more DOJ people in more places, maybe FBI people in more places. The Insurrection Act, he keeps saying, I could invoke the Insurrection Act. I could. He's getting people used to the idea. And when it comes to this idea of a national emergency for elections, how far does it really have to travel from monitors, false claims of fraud, election denialism, city streets with ICE agents disappearing people, active duty military maybe under the Insurrection Act, to then saying there's a national emergency, right? This is Donald Trump's modus operandi. It is the way in which authoritarians act. And what we need to do, what all of us need to do, is not let it ever be normal. Not take the bait to say, maybe John Bolton did something. Maybe Black Lives Matter did something. Maybe the congressional candidate shouldn't have stood in front of a car, right? It's like all of these things are just trying to get us to normalize something so that they can further move the goalpost towards authoritarianism.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime.
Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Friday, 31 October, Year of Alert 2025. We've got a lot to get to, but I want to start with the great Matt Bull. Matt, I made that... Our great team here in Denver and in Washington, D.C. of the War Room and Real America's Voice made that cold open, especially for you. Mark Elias officially is in total, complete meltdown of all the moves that Donald Trump is making to try to secure the country. Your thought? I'm going to get to your magnificent article, which is a great tee-up for Tuesday's elections next week about the real Democratic Party. But give me your assessment of Mark Elias and MSNBC, their complete and total meltdown on everything that Trump's doing to try to save the country domestically, sir.
Well, it doesn't sound like a party that's very confident in their future prospects, does it? Right? Like, so I think that, look, I don't know what's going to happen on Tuesday in the off-year elections, right? But, I mean, I think we do know what's going to happen in New York City, but we'll see in New Jersey and Virginia. But the fact is that the outside of those, when we look towards a year from now, the midterm elections, that's where the real power is going to be decided. If the Democrats take the House majority, look, we see what they're doing right now with the government shutdown. That continues now a full month, and they're going to keep it going for another week or two at least before they finally relent and open up the government. But the fact is that that's nothing compared to what they'll do if they get the House majority back. If they get the House majority back, they intend to grind Donald Trump's second term to a complete screeching halt, right? Like what they want to do is not only are they going to impeach him, and they intend to impeach and frog march everybody around him, right? Like you start hearing people on the left talking about, they use the word collaborators, right? Like, and it was amazing to me to see like Nicole Wallace the other day trying to say, oh, well, nobody's called Donald Trump a Nazi. She herself has done it repeatedly on her show, right? Like, and as have many of her guests.
Every day. Like, it's like every day. It's not even close. They call them Nazis. We're all fascists.
So what they intend to do if they get the majority back, and I mean, they're very clear about this, right? Like, listen to guys like Eric Swalwell and Jamie Raskin and, Nancy Pelosi and Hakeem Jeffries. I mean, they are explicit that they intend to go after Donald Trump. They want to go and investigate all the peace deals, all the trade deals. They want to go after any countries that have worked together with him. They want to go after any businesses that have worked together with him. So like the companies that are proactively doing like the Maha agenda, all that kind of stuff, they're going to be targeting everybody. It's going to make the Biden era weaponization of the Justice Department look like a walk in the park, right? We see all this Arctic frost stuff coming out right now. Well, that's nothing compared to what happens if they get the levers of power back, right? Like, and so now that being said, they still aren't confident that they have it, and I think that's abundantly clear based off of the way that Mark Elias is talking in those things right now. And I think that is it should be a siren warning shot or call, or to the Republican base out there across the country. This is your bugle call, right? Like, this is your wake up, right? Like, there's a shot here. We can defy history. We can beat these guys once and for all, and crush them. If they don't get the House back in 2026, the Senate's a lot harder for them to get, and I don't think they're going to get it. But the House is where the battle is, and if they don't get the House back in November 2026, a year from Tuesday, then they're in deep trouble as a party. I think they have a really tough shot of getting the White House back in 28, and then the real fight is about the census in 2030 and whether or not non-citizens will continue to be counted in the apportionment of congressional districts.
Well, that's all dependent upon 28. That's what 28 is so important. Let me ask you something. As a predicate, the connective tissue of what we just heard and what's going to happen on Tuesday, and I think I'm being very realistic and kind of grim on what's going to happen Tuesday. The lead story up on Breitbart, so go to the great site Breitbart, which everybody's got on their got their app up. Analysis reveals how Democrats are now the party of the rich. I'm told every day on CNN and MSNBC, the New York Times, Washington Post, that the Democratic Party, Mamdani tells me this. He tells me it's the party of the working people. It's a party of the working families party. It's a party of the DSA. What analysis do you have, Matt Breitbart, to make such a claim that the Democrats are now the party of the rich, sir?
Yeah, well, and speaking of Mamdani and the rich thing, I mean, did you see this amazing moment where Governor Hochul was campaigning with them, and the crowd at the rally was chanting "Tax the Rich," and Governor Hochul came out afterwards and thought they were chanting "Go Bills." This is what she claimed. They were chanting "Tax the Rich." Well, that's their people, right? Like, and we have their numbers now to prove it. So this is an analysis that a Republican lobbying firm, CGCN, produced. They gave it to us exclusively before it was publicly released. It's called Class Dismissed 2. It's based off a previous analysis that they did a couple of years ago that was similar, where they went through all 435 congressional districts around the country, and they ranked the top 30 and the bottom 30 in terms of median income, right? So the higher income in the top 30 districts are ones that are around 135,000 annual income for an individual earner in the top 30 congressional districts in terms of wealth in the country. Of those top 30 congressional districts, now 23 of them, or 76, more than 76%, are represented by Democrats. They include some of the names we just talked about there, like Jamie Raskin, like an Eric Swalwell, like a we just said Jamie Raskin, like a Nancy Pelosi, like Ro Khanna, who's thinking about running for president, etc. Like Jerry Nadler from New York City. So what we see is the wealth is concentrated in the areas that vote for Democrats. In addition to that, we see that an analysis of the last three presidential elections, where Donald Trump has been the Republican candidate, shows that nearly 2/3, or sometimes even as high as 3/4, in the case of the Biden election in 2020, of the GDP of the nation is in the areas that voted for the Democrat, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris, whereas it's very low percentages in the Trump areas.
Matt, can you hang on 1 second? I want to continue this conversation. Tuesday is going to be a huge night. Matt Boyle, as usual, is absolutely correct. Holding the House is central to everything. We've got this government shutdown today. The SNAP benefits run out. We're going to see. There's supposed to be, looting stores tomorrow. We'll have to see about that. But Tuesday night's going to be kind of a defining moment here. I happen to believe you're going to have a quite new and different Democratic Party by midnight Eastern Daylight Time on Tuesday night. Mamdani, you got a Marxist jihadist. Talk about disgraceful. 24 years after 9/11? Incredible. The men and women that gave their lives for that. You're going to have a Marxist jihadist Ugandan citizen. Why has he not been denaturalized, put on a plane, and sent back to his country, which is Uganda? Of course, Gavin Newsom, I think, is leading the charge on the war that we must win now. That's the redistricting war. Ohio today puts up a couple more seats into play. Not sure it's exactly the hammer we want, but getting close. Matt Boyle, national political editor of Breitbart News, is with us with a page one story, how the Democratic Party became the party of the rich.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Matt Bull's with us. Matt, you've actually got to go. You've got to go soon. Why, Uncle Matt? What is Uncle Matt doing tonight? Your most important duty, sir.
I'm down in Florida here in Northeast Florida. I'm going to be going with my family to take my baby niece out trick-or-treating for her first time trick-or-treating. So she's a year and a half. She's going to dress up as Boo from Monsters, Inc. So my baby niece, Sadie, who I'm very proud of, and I'm her godfather as well. So we did her christening earlier this year. Her baptism, we were taking her out trick-or-treating tonight. So heading out very
fantastic.
soon. Yeah.
Fantastic. The power of a good woman, that your brother's a living example of that. What a great guy, but man, has been sorted out by a good woman. And now has got a great young baby. Uncle Matt going trick-or-treating. Why is it for the narrative, what we're not going to hear on Tuesday, because I went through and looked at a bunch of the campaign material for Spanberger and Mickey Sherrill, which their prototype is Slotkin. When Slotkin showed she could win in Michigan, their prototype is get these national security, either in the military, CIA, whatever, sell it to the American people that these are adults. They're not crazy, although they are crazy and support crazy policies, but push it like that. And that's their path to victory through these governorships in the Senate, and they think they can take control that way. The one thing, if you look at all of their ads, all of their material is consistent, including Mom Donnie, is that they're the party that represents the working class. They're the party that represents the middle class. They're the ones always on your side fighting. But the reality, it's a con job. And the thing that the mainstream media will fight more than anything is any analysis or anything come forward with facts that show that they're actually the party of the rich. They're owned by the rich. They have the credentialed class, right? The urban credentialed class that supports them. But other than that, they've abandoned the working class. They've abandoned the middle class. And this is why the rise of Trump, the populist right, has done that. Why is it so central to their actual sense of self and going forward? They cannot. Your article is like arsenic to them, sir, kryptonite.
Yeah, well, first off, it's not even close. Like, it's like, if you look at these numbers, it's not like it's like a 50-50 or 55-45 type thing. I mean, we're talking like 3/4, 2/3 type thing of the wealth is concentrated in these Democrat strongholds, right? Both in presidential elections and in congressional elections. And I'm sure you would see, if you start digging deeper into governor elections and really down to the precinct level, I think you would see it even more profoundly than that. But the fact is that the numbers are just astounding. In addition to that, and I think this is why, to your question there, Steve, as to why they're so afraid to have this discussion and why they are so baldly lying about this, is that it's not just the economic data that's important here. It's the quality of life data too, right? Because what's happening is that in these Democrat strongholds, where they are hoarding the wealth away from the rest of the nation, you have a less likelihood to get shot to death in a shooting. You have a less likelihood to die of an opioid overdose, right? So we see the opioid crisis that's ripping apart the rest of the country. And you are less likely, or you are more likely to live longer, right? Like your life expectancy is like something like 5 years longer. In addition to that, the education data shows that what's happened in these places, they're represented by Democrats. The numbers and percentages of them that went to elite institutions have skyrocketed. And among the Republicans, of those who went to elite institutions over the last generation, it's dropped off significantly. So it's just a remarkable sea change political realignment data that we're talking about here. We're just beginning to scratch the surface of it. But again, the numbers and the facts show it. The Democrats are the ones hoarding the wealth and conglomerating it in their communities and sectioning themselves off from the rest of society and cutting themselves off from the rest of the world and hoarding it to themselves. And I think that that's important here as we go about this, is because I think it undercuts the entire narrative of the Democrat Party dating back to things like Occupy in the lead up to the 2012 election and so on and so forth. They are the party of the rich. So when they're out there chanting tax the rich, it's a lie, right? Like, unless they want to tax themselves, which they don't.
I'm not even sure that the Grundoons, remember, I go back to this, all the talk about taxing the rich, correct me if I'm wrong, when they stole the election from Trump in 2020, they had the House, the Senate, the presidency. They came back here, and Bernie Sanders, all those guys tried to work on the taxation committee, Ways and Means, and they came up, they were going to, billionaire tax, they're going to tax the wealthy. It didn't even get to a committee vote. It was never serious. They did some perfunctory thing and went on TV every night and said, we're going to do this. They've never taxed the rich. The reason they don't tax the rich, they're owned by the rich. All that stuff you see down in the foreground this is like some of the revolutionary movements that have happened in the past. What you're seeing, those kids who are yelling tax the rich, most of them are too dumb and too disengaged to even understand who controls the Democratic Party and what's going to happen and what's the reality under Mondami. Mondami is a Marxist, and this is principally cultural, also economics, but he knows the economics of communism doesn't work. He's a Marxist jihadist. And Matt, you know this better than anybody, given the time we spent working on the London situation with Raheem and Brexit and all that. That Sadiq Khan in 10 years has totally changed London. If you're a young Jewish person, you can't walk through there, right, with the yarmulke. You cannot walk through main London without being harassed. And hey, guess what? You give it another 5 or 10 years, you're not going to be able to walk through there if you're white, okay? This is where Sadiq Khan has taken London. This is where Mondami is going to take New York City. And I found a day, because I was doing a day to do some research, that supposedly the 38% of Jewish voters are voting for Mondami. I hear that number now is in the high 20s and maybe coming down. But the number, Matt, of young people, supposedly the polling showing voting for Mondami, I think is like 65% of young Jewish people under 35. These under 35-year-olds have just bought off on this education that's, quite frankly, transformed them into all being radical, not progressives anymore, but essentially Marxist, and they bought into Mondami. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, there's a few things I would unpack there. First, on your point about the lie about the wealth and the Democrats when they had complete control during Biden, the fact is that the single biggest wealth transfer, if you will, back to the ordinary Americans that we've seen in my lifetime, and it has been under President Trump here, especially in the second term. You hear Secretary Bessent talk about this a lot, right, where he says that Wall Street had its turn. It's Main Street's turn now. And you see Trump's policies, and they're trying to get at it. You saw a lot of the things in the big, beautiful bill designed to try to do that. A lot of the tax cuts that they renewed from the first term, all of that stuff is to stabilize the economy and to keep it from being the largest tax increase in history. But the other things that they added into it are important as well. And I think that you started to see the beginnings of a broader economic agenda in that first thing. And I think that a lot of the economic benefits of the big, beautiful bill, a lot of people aren't going to realize that or see it until next year when they're doing their taxes. Tipped workers, people that work overtime, et cetera, they might not even realize they're going to get more money back, right? Like, and also some of the things like the baby bonus accounts and whatnot that they're doing. Now look, there's a lot of room for the Republicans to do more on this, and I think the takeaway from this stuff is that the Republicans should just knock it off in terms of trying to protect any rich people. Right? Like at this point, your voters are your working class people, and they're the union workers. And the unions are kind of getting it. A really good example, and we cite this in the story, is in Ohio, where the unions used to back.
No, go ahead. Finish that, because I think Matt Boyle's about to endorse my text. And keep going.
Yeah, but where I was going with this is that in Ohio, Sherrod Brown is trying to make a comeback run there. He's a former Democrat senator who lost to Bernie Moreno in the last election. But what you're seeing is a lot of the local unions throughout the Mahoning Valley are now endorsing John Husted, who was appointed into the position, the Republican. This would have been unthinkable even just a few years ago. But now it's all starting to happen, and they're talking about shared values when they're endorsing him. So I think that the Republicans would be smart to recognize that's where the votes are, and that's where the long-term power is. So yeah, what you're talking about here.
Hang on. Am I hearing Matt Boyle endorsing Steve Bannon's plan to have the snapback, do another reconciliation bill, and let's take the $1 million and above and have a snapback to 40% tax for the wealthy? Would you? So you're on board now. I can officially announce that Breitbart. I can officially. Wow.
It would be smart politics. There's no doubt about it. For the Republicans, it would be smart politics, right? Like, so I think that's where the votes are, and that's where the future is for the Republican Party.
Norcross, one of the most brilliant young minds in all politics, the national political editor of Breitbart News, and a guy that's a fierce warrior, interviewed President Trump so many times, agreeing with Steve Bannon, we ought to have one more reconciliation before next year, and just have a snapback. Take the upper bracket, and
by the way, they should also cut it even further. Cut it even further on the lower class folks. Cut it even further on the lower class folks, right? And then raise it on the higher one. Like, again, you can offset it, right? Like, so you can make it so that it's a net, equal, right? Like, and so it's you
Lord
can say,
have mercy.
Yeah.
Boyle, wow. Okay, Matt, you're going to take your niece trick-or-treating right now. That's your number one priority. Thank you so much. Real quick, Matt, where do people go? What's your handles on social media? Where do they go to get Breitbart?
At MBoyle1 on X, Twitter, at Real Matt Boyle on Truth Social, and just go to Breitbart.com. All of our stuff is up there.
And Matt Boyle was my relief. He relieved me in the morning. The Saturday morning show is when?
Saturday morning, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Time. So I'll be live tomorrow morning on Sirius XM 125, the Patriot Channel.
Mr. Boyle, I stand relieved. Thank you very much, brother. Have a good time tonight. So great to see that. Matt Boyle's brother's a great kid. Good family, the Boyles. Great parents. It's the backbone of MAGA. That's what it is. Great parents, good kids, good grandkids. Next in the War Room.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Built by patriots for patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that RAV News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, RAV, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored. And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
That Donald Trump could declare a national emergency to take control of future elections. These are suggestions from many election deniers like Cleta Mitchell, who is now very much so still within the orbit. It is not it's not hyperbole to say that we are on the march to these things coming to fruition. The pieces are being put into play here.
Absolutely. And it's done through the normalization of the completely abnormal. So let's take troops on the city streets. You know, it started with, well, we need to send a few troops, a few National Guardsmen to L.A. because there are riots. And then it became active duty Marines. And then it became a second city and a third city and a fourth city. And in Washington, D.C., as you know as well as I do, they're still there. Right. I mean, like, you know, and so the number of cities that we now see are more and more, and it is less and less newsworthy. Like it's just a matter of fact now that you have troops in major U.S. cities. These poll monitors caused a little bit of stir when it first happens. I promise you, by the time we get to 2026, you know, it'll be treated as old news. So there'll be more DOJ people in more places, maybe FBI people in more places. The Insurrection Act, you know, he keeps saying, well, I could invoke the Insurrection Act. I could. He's getting people used to the idea. And when it comes to this idea of a national emergency for elections, you know, how far does it really have to travel from monitors, false claims of fraud, election denialism, city streets with ICE agents disappearing people, active duty military, maybe under the Insurrection Act, to then saying there's a national emergency, right? This is Donald Trump's modus operandi. It is the way in which authoritarians act. And what we need to do, what all of us need to do, is not let it ever be normal, not take the bait to say, well, maybe John Bolton did something. Maybe Black Lives Matter did something. Maybe the congressional candidate shouldn't have stood in front of a car, right? It's like all of these things are just trying to get us to normalize something so that they can further move the goalpost towards authoritarianism.
Okay, Cleta Mitchell joins us. Cleta, every day, I know we're making progress, and every day they're taking your name in vain. So a couple of things are going on here. Let's get to what's happening in the future, and everything with the ICE agents being around. At least make sure that people are not illegal aliens are not voting. This is why they're freaking out. We're never again letting any illegal aliens vote, or any people that shouldn't vote to be there, and you're not going to, no more mail-in ballots where you're stealing. Those days are over. But Cleta, looking at the past, DOJ and Harmeet Dillon have sent this letter down to Georgia and Florida, which you've been obsessed with from the beginning, Fulton County. What is going on there, ma'am?
Well, we've never gotten to the truth about Fulton County and about Georgia generally. I mean, just for people who may or may not know, I was one of President Trump's volunteer attorneys in Georgia following the 2020 election, which was a mess of an election. That's being kind. And we filed an election contest on behalf of President Trump on December the 4th of 2020. And no judge was ever appointed to hear the case, to put on our evidence. 64-page complaint, 1,100 pages of facts and verified affidavits and experts. So we never got our day in court. So when people say President Trump lost all of his election contests, he didn't lose ours because he never got his day in court. Well, since 2020, there have been a wonderful group of patriots in Georgia who have fought every step of the way to try to get information, to try to get copies of the ballots, to get the ballots and the ballots themselves. And that has been ongoing since a lawsuit filed in January of 2021. And last spring, the State Election Board of Georgia, which is now controlled by election integrity supporters as opposed to election corruption supporters, which is what Mark Elias and all those people are. They're not for integrity, they're for corruption. And they subpoenaed the ballots from Fulton County. They subpoenaed Fulton County Election Board to turn over the ballots from 2020, the mail-in ballots, well, all the ballots, so that they could examine those, inspect them, count them, because we know that there were double counts. We know that there were reports of pristine ballots that were never folded, supposedly mail ballots. Well, you have to fold them to get in the ballot envelope for it to be a mail-in ballot. So why do you have a pristine ballot that is one of the absentee ballots? That can't be accurate. So the SEB, the State Election Board, sued Fulton County, sent a subpoena to Fulton County to turn over those ballots. And that was last spring. Nothing has happened other than the Fulton County Election Board, controlled by Democrats, filed a motion to quash, which was, of course, granted by the Democrat judge in Fulton County, and that's now on appeal. And so in August, Ed Martin sent a letter to Fulton County saying, we would like for you to turn over these ballots. And they've heard nothing. And so yesterday, Harmeet Dillon said, we are going to come. The Department of Justice is going. She is the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights in charge of the voting section. She's been terrific and very aggressive because she's an election lawyer. She knows what she's talking about. And she sent a letter yesterday to Fulton County with a subpoena. We're subpoenaing these records. We would like for you to produce them to us voluntarily. And so now we're going to see. We're going to see what the Fulton County Board does. And I just have a feeling that no more playing around, that Harmeet Dillon is not going to let them get away with continuing to try to thwart the ability of the Department of Justice and the people of the United States to be able to get to the bottom of what happened in Georgia in 2020.
Why is this anything more than just another strongly worded letter? Why didn't Harmeet Dillon, the Department of Justice, and I think Harmeet's fantastic, but why doesn't she just get a warrant? They can go get a warrant. Why don't you just get a warrant and go? Those are, correct me if I'm wrong, we were talking about 400,000 actual ballots from 2020 are still kept in storage, correct?
Yes, they are required under Georgia law. Not only, they're still preserved for several reasons. And they're ballots that don't have certain kinds of markings that actual I'm not a computer pro. I'm
but
not a techie.
My point is that you get your hands on these ballots, and you can actually prove with evidence, bring the receipts that the 2020 results in Georgia could not possibly have been certified. Am I correct in that?
That's right. Because this is one part of it. And in our election contest, remember, the difference between President Trump and Joe Biden in Georgia, well, there were 3 different certified results. That ought to tell us something, right? At 3 recounts, they all came up with different numbers.
Hang on. I'm not saying Trump won. You don't need to show Trump won. I want to go back to 2020.
And I've said that to the president. I've said nobody knows who won Georgia because it was a mess of an election. There needed to be a new election.
Well, you can't have a new election. You can't have a new election.
New election. They were going to have a new election in Georgia. They were going to have another election in January, statewide election on January 5th. Don't forget that. They were already having a Senate runoff statewide. And the remedy under Georgia law for an election where you have more improper ballots than the margin is a new election. And they were already going to have one. If we'd had a trial, we probably could have gotten that ordered.
Well, here's my point. I don't know if you have trouble. Maybe you do. Maybe you don't. You had 2 Senate.
Maybe you don't.
You had two Senate.
Right.
But I'm a simple guy. I keep it a lot simpler, like it did in 2020. No, you don't need Trump electors. You don't need all that. It's the Electoral Count Act of 1887 and the Constitution of these good old United States are pretty clear. If you can't get a certified electors at 270. There's a solution, and it ain't another election.
You go to the House of Representatives.
It's a contingent election to the House of Representatives, which we win. I don't know at that time 25, 24, 1 or something like that.
Because it's one vote per state.
Yeah, you vote as a state party delegation in the House, and the House there's 50 votes. We would have won by a couple. There was one tied, which was Pennsylvania. And as Jamie Raskin, in concurring with my analysis on MSNBC, he said, well, Steve Bannon didn't think of Liz Cheney. I'll even give him the Liz Cheney vote in Wyoming. The great state of Wyoming goes to Biden. President Trump wins in a contingent election. That was the entire purpose of the Green Bay sweep. And this is why it's so important. I love what they're doing about 2026. I love this. I love what you guys are doing and setting all this stuff up and monitors, and we'll get into all that, and they're all freaking out. It's amazing. It's fantastic. It has to happen. However, the railhead, and we're seeing this in Arctic frost. We're seeing this in Crossfire Hurricane with the deep state. If we don't get to the bottom and adjudicate what happened in 2020, it's the railhead of problems. Look at the auto pen is maybe the biggest scandal in the country legally. It's not just the pardons, it's the executive orders that were signed that he didn't know about. Okay? The legal liability for that, what are you talking about? The guy didn't sign an executive order. That means everything we did under that is incorrect. Think about the 2020 election, and let me be blunt. In Georgia, they still got the ballots. So you can show and go through there that it's impossible. When you go through it, it's impossible to certify Biden's victory, number one. Arizona, it's in Arizona. It's going to be impossible to certify that election when we get to the bottom of it, and I'm going to throw out the great state of Michigan. Now, The festering sore of all this is Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, of which the President Pro Tem sent a letter to Pence and McConnell before January 6th saying, hey, we need another 10 days because I'm not so sure this thing can actually be certified by the rules that are set up. I don't care what the Secretary of State and what the governor said. This cannot be certified. Pennsylvania is the railhead, the festering sore, and guess what? In Pennsylvania, I believe, ma'am, they done destroyed the ballots. As soon as they got an opportunity to, they destroyed it. So that may be one we have to work on. But just doing my math, the inability to certify Georgia, the inability to certify Arizona, the inability to certify Michigan gets me, 43. It gets me below, you take Biden's win, it gets me below 270. You know what that means? That would have gone to the House of Representatives and Donald John Trump as the President of the United States by the Electoral Count Act of 1887 and the Constitution of this country. Flat out. And everybody should be focused. I love Harmeet. I love what you're doing. But why is that anything different than a strongly worded letter? You're the Justice Department. Just give me a warrant and go down and seize the ballots today. In fact, you got me worried that now you send a letter, they're going to be down there and they're going to set them on fire. You're going to have an event like the Pacific Palisades to burn the ballots, ma'am.
Well, I will say this, why the Department of Justice decides to do or not do what they do is still a mystery to me. I mean, all we can do is present things and give them information and that sort of thing and say, here's what needs to happen. I have a very long list of that. And MSNBC, if you're listening, you can bet I'm sending my list and giving it to everybody and anybody I can find. So you can just rail at me all you want, but you can believe that the reason I'm still working is to try to make things happen. I have a whole laundry list of requests. I mean, I'm not writing to Santa Claus this year. I'm just writing to Pam Bondi. But look, one of the reasons, Steve, is that they didn't appoint a judge so we could have a trial is because we had the receipts. We had the evidence that the Georgia election could not be certified, or it was wrongly certified. And if we had been able to have that trial, then Georgia couldn't have been certified, and then you would have had that situation with the House, going to the House of Representatives. And as you say, the process is all laid out there in the Electoral Count Act, which Congress felt compelled after 2020 to amend.
That was a false amendment. We'll talk about that. Short commercial break. Cleta Mitchell, our legal eagle on all things election, next in the boardroom.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
My name is T.J. Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Cleta Mitchell, what are your coordinates, Cleta? I know you're working on a couple of big pieces that you're going to come and explain everything you're finding in these documents, but now we got the ball rolling. Like I said, I would wish they just get a warrant and go seize the ballots.
Yes.
I can't imagine why you have to play this game, because we played these games before and nothing happened, but we'll see. But it just drags on. Let's boom, boom, boom. Get a warrant, go down and seize it. You're the Justice Department.
Go get the
Cleta
ballots.
Mitchell,
Absolutely.
go get the ballots.
And you follow me on X is at Cleta Mitchell. And then my our website for the Election Integrity Network is electionintegritynetwork.org. And I've been doing a lot on X as I go through these Arctic frost documents and find interesting things. I've been putting a lot of stuff up about that. We're going to get to the bottom of this, Steve. I'm publicly calling on different agencies of the federal government. We have control now, and there's some things I need to do that we shouldn't have to go through FOIA. We shouldn't have to, go and bend a knee. We just need to send somebody to the archives of the DOJ, send somebody to the archives of the White House. We've got a lot of things that we need to pull out those bags of information. So
we shouldn't have to go
the
through.
dots.
Tom Fitton shouldn't be spending money doing FOIA requests of justice. Not acceptable. Cleta Mitchell, thank you so much, ma'am. Looking forward to having you back. Keep making Mark Elias's head blow up. Jim Rickards, one of the best analysts and observers in the world of everything geopolitics, national security, intelligence. Make sure you go to the landing page we set up, rickardswarroom.com. What we've done is make sure that you have access to Strategic Intelligence, which is his newsletters read by chairman and CEO all over the world, and also talks about stock markets, bond markets, all of it. So go check it out today. He throws in a free book, Money Chat GPT, which is really about artificial intelligence and how do you call it? Fiat currency. So go see Jim Rickards today. This newsletter is based upon predictive analytics. It's a fancy term for it. They're pretty good about telling you what's coming down the road. So go check it out. That's what we try to do here at the Worm. One of our contributors, Jim Rickards. Also, Birch Gold. Take your phone out. Text Birch Gold at Bannon, that would be me, at 989898 to get the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump, particularly what's going on. It's going to be quite turbulent. Gold is both a hedge, and now it's becoming a new asset class. By the way, I think I saw something that it's creeping up on the old dollar as a reserve currency, heading that way, going back to the 19th century. Why? Mankind has found gold to be a store of value for 5,000 years of recorded history. It ain't the price, it's the process. It's what drives the value of gold. Don't take it from me. Don't take it from Philip Patrick and the team. Learn it yourself. We give it total availability of how to start thinking through this. Not here to sell your fish. We're here to teach you how to fish. Go to birchgold.com, promo code Bannon, the end of the dollar empire, 7 free installments, all of it free. Study it, then get Philip Patrick and his team on and talk to them about it and about particularly owning physical gold. Mike Lindell, Arctic Frost, you're all over that. Why are they acting so mean to a guy that's from a drug addict and degenerate gambler? The Lord stepped into your life, saved your life. You turned around and built one of the great employee-owned companies in this country. Sir, why is the Justice Department trying to destroy you and the FBI?
Well, Quite frankly, Steve, I think they just want to destroy the American dream. I've lived it on steroids, going from the streets of crack addict to be able to build this amazing company and to where I'm at today. I used to just go around the country like I'm speaking next week. I'm going to be in D.C. all week. I'm speaking at the Museum of the Bible, telling my story of coming to Jesus. And that all changed about 4.5 years ago when I got attacked by just about every government agency now that I can hear, the DOJ, the IRS, the FBI, all of them coming after me because I want to speak out against government contractors, i.e. voting machine companies, and speak out about stolen elections. I mean, it should be your First Amendment right of free speech. This has been their number one attack on me. When Donald Trump won the election last November, everyone goes, Mike, you've been vindicated. It's over. No, the attacks just keep coming, you guys, over and over again. Keith Ellison in Minnesota attacking my Lindell Recovery Network, but they keep trying to take my pillow down, but we're coming back. I'm going to be in D.C. all week next week, meeting with senators and stuff. We're going to grab this Arctic frost by the horn, and we're going to get to the bottom of everything. But in the meantime, here I'm going to be leaving Minnesota this weekend, but I'm here right now. We set up, this is a special time about every 2 months when two sales collide. And the Made in the USA sale, you guys, all the stuff we made here at my factory, the bed pillows, the mattresses, the mattress toppers, all of these products are on sale. You save up to 80% using that promo code War Room. Then if you go to mypillow.com/War Room, it's the new 50% off or more sale. You guys are going to see all the new towels just came in 2 days ago. All the new colors, sizes, bath sheets, bath mats, everything to do with the bathroom, all on sale, 50% or more off. Our sheets, all the stuff that we would carry outside of our USA products. So you have everything, basically everything on sale. We have our Made in America socks. You have our slippers on sale. These are War Room exclusive. $39 plus we're giving you free slipper, the leather spray. We've added all kinds of specials on there. We have our 80% off our warehouse special. Actually, it's basically 3 sales collide. Our warehouse, our special that we're having with our overstock products. So you guys use that promo code War Room. Call 800-873-1062. My employees have been attacked relentlessly for the past 4.5 years. They take those calls. Most of them are from good people out there, and you guys at the War Room Posse, they love taking your call using that promo code War Room. Thank you, Steve.
Mike, we'll see you here. You're going to be here all next week. May have Mike Lindell actually in the house in the War Room. He is packed, but we're going to try to carve him off for a... by the way, is that a threat? Is that a threat? Mike Lindell's coming to D.C. Anyway, love you, brother. We'll see you tomorrow morning on the morning show. Mike Lindell. Right. Look, I love Harm Meat. I love what you guys are doing with justice. Instead of sending a letter, send the U.S. Marshals and let's just secure the frickin' ballots. Let's go. Go, 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 go. Tom Fitton shouldn't have to be doing FOIA requests, and we shouldn't be sending more strongly worded letters about we're going to do this, we're going to huff and puff and blow your house down. Send in the United States Marshals, and let's get those ballots, and let's rub the Democrats' nose in it, how they stole Georgia, and then came back and indicted President Trump on criminal charges, and all those folks down there, screw you. It's time to fight and throw a punch. Stick around for the next hour of the War Room.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, We are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Person who has taken me on this road to that prison is a friggin' Democrat and a Trump hater.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found two lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
Good evening, America. Happy Friday, and welcome to this Just the News, Real America's Voice special report, Reshaping Government After the Shutdown. I want to thank our partners tonight at the AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, for joining us and making this critical conversation possible. All throughout tonight's show, we'll be taking a deep dive into the ongoing government shutdown. Now it's in its fourth week, and what will it mean for America's fiscal future? With federal services curtailed, thousands of workers furloughed, and programs like SNAP on the brink. The situation stems from deep partisan divides over spending priorities, and Democrats have just simply shut the government down. But during that moment, Americans are beginning to be educated. They're getting educated that they've been spending tens of billions of dollars of subsidies to hide the fact that Obamacare is broken. They're learning that Democrats wanted to pay for illegal immigrants to have benefits that we, even here in America, don't always get. It's created a long overdue recognition point for those of us in the American public. And tonight, we're going to explore how Republicans, when this government shutdown ends, can possibly begin fixing things that have long been broken. And in this great conversation, I'm joined by a special co-host, my good friend, Rebecca Weber, the CEO of our incredible partner tonight, AMAC. Rebecca, this is an extraordinary moment, and I've watched AMAC many times dive in when big moments in history come in and get their members to push Congress to get things done. It feels like one of those moments is coming over the horizon.
Absolutely. AMAC members have been talking for years. They've been sounding the alarm. We're in $37 trillion of debt. That's unsustainable. They're worried about not just their own future, but the future of their children and their grandchildren. Now, we know that there are some critical services that are on hold, and that's why I'm very excited to speak with our guests. But what we're seeing is a lot of pointing fingers. Many people are saying this is a Schumer shutdown. He is refusing to negotiate, and he is prolonging the crisis. And of course, the Democrats are blaming conservatives. So it'll be interesting to see how this thing turns out. But John, what's interesting is I'm hearing from people, ordinary Americans, and they're saying this is a fight that we've got to win. We've got to come out on top. We can't cave. We've got to rein in government spending. And that is really what is most important to the people I hear from each and every day.
I have a funny feeling the incredible grassroots army of AMAC is going to be a major solution and a major force in the solution of what comes out of the shutdown. I can't wait to watch that emerge. Rebecca, we got some incredible guests today, two members of Congress, both on the House Budget Committee, two great economists. We're going to make sense of it over the next hour, and I want to get right away to our first guest. All right, folks, time now to get to our first guest of the evening. We've got a good one. Joining us now from the great state of Indiana, Congressman Arlen Stutzman, a member of the House Budget Committee. Congressman, great to have you on the show.
Thank you, John. Great to see you, Rebecca. Appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, fun conversation ahead. All right, you have been a champion of fiscal restraint long before this shutdown. It seems for the first time that Americans are starting to get a sense that, hey, there's a lot in government we don't miss, even though it's been shut down for 4 weeks. Does this give your colleagues on the Budget Committee the license to go and do the sort of cuts that you've always dreamed of?
Yeah, absolutely. John, it's incredible, really. As I talk to constituents around Northeast Indiana, there's a lot of folks that are saying the government was shut down. I mean, it's not affecting me. We're in the middle of harvest right now, and harvest is going well. Of course, manufacturing, retail is busy. GDP is up. The stock market is up 1,000 points since the government shut down. It's not that there aren't things that are falling through the cracks. Of course, SBA loans are sitting on a desk in Washington. 510Ks for new orthopedic medical device products are sitting on a desk in Washington. So those are definitely needed. But we're really 2 days away now from going from the Schumer shutdown to Schumer starvation, apparently, because they're not willing to come to the table, and they're going to cut food stamps. And I think that the calculation that they're making here, this is going to affect their districts more than any others. And I mean, the big cities are going to be affected, but they've been willing to say it out loud, is that people are going to have to suffer, so that way Democrats have leverage in Washington. It's just crazy.
Yeah, crazy.
That's absolutely right. Would you support any sort of short-term measure to perhaps protect SNAP recipients, even if just temporarily? Do you think that's necessary?
Well, that's a great question, because in Indiana, we have about 600,000 people on food stamp program, on the food stamp program. Across the country, it's being reported 40 million. I mean, those are high numbers. We also know that states like California, Illinois, the liberal states take advantage of these programs. And it's not that we want to see anybody go without food, but this is a program that's supposed to be a hand up and not a handout. And I think that that's what's going to really test this program and the circumstances right now, that states are going to make sure that people have the assistance that they need. I know in Northeast Indiana, we have a lot of nonprofit organizations that are standing by, ready to help and assist. Food pantries, food banks. In Indiana, we look out for our neighbors. Do I want to see this stop? No, absolutely not. But, the Democrats are doing this all or nothing strategy, and Democrats are going to be the ones to take these benefits away from Americans who are going to need the assistance. But I do think it also gives all of us as a country the opportunity to look how effective these programs really are, and if there's cleanup that I think there can be done, now's the time to take a good look at that.
Sir, I'm sure you've been looking at things. Do you have a couple favorite programs where you think savings are? I know Lee Zeldin at EPA saved tens of billions of dollars, been cutting the regulations. You got some other places you think we can make some progress?
Absolutely. There's a lot of programs right now in agriculture, which that's the background that I come from. When you start subsidizing certain parts of an industry, it's like you push in on a balloon and it's just going to pop out somewhere else. And right now, there is a shortage of beef in the United States. Well, we keep subsidizing, corn, soybeans, and we're trying to push all of these industries into the energy space when we could really be using our corn and soybeans for animal production. And of course, President Trump is in China and is helping on the export side, which that's huge for the American farmer. And but I think that this is a time for efficiencies. Of course, whether it's the healthcare space. I think that that's what's going to really need a major overhaul, because the healthcare providers and the insurance companies, they're the ones that are making money. And so to subsidize the premiums isn't going to fix the problem. It's only going to prolong it. And as we all know, and we need to look at this in the context of $37 trillion of debt. That is what we as Americans, need to focus on, because that will cause our economy problems much faster than if government doesn't, spend money. So I think that's always the context I look at things, is $37 trillion of debt. We've got to cut spending. And so whether it's USDA, whether it's, of course, the programs that come through our Medicaid and other the programs, it's the abuse and the fraud that continues to take advantage of these programs that weren't intended for that. As I said earlier, it's a hand up, not a handout.
Yes, and I think more and more Americans are vocalizing exactly what you're saying. They see it. They seem to be smarter, it seems, these days, and recognizing that this government shutdown is absolutely essential in order to secure the future for future generations. I want to ask you, who do you think is really winning on the messaging war? I think it's important that we get the truth out and we deliver transparency to the American people. How do you see this really playing out in terms of average daily Americans? Go ahead.
I hear from my folks in the district that we need to stand our ground, that we have done what we were responsible for. We passed a clean CR, which is an extension of the current budget numbers to keep the government open. I really believe that people are starting to see through the politics that the Democrats are playing. This next week is going to be a critical week because Senate staffers are going to be the first ones not to get paid. And I tell you, there's going to be some conversations between senior staff over on the Senate side with their Democrat senators and say, look, I got to pay rent this week. I got to pay my mortgage this week. So it's going to start hitting really close to home on the Hill here soon. And I also think that with the elections in Virginia and New Jersey, that's another mark that the Democrats were looking at, because they're just trying to put a stop to President Trump's momentum somehow. It reminds me of a basketball game in Indiana when one team is scoring points, the other team that's losing calls a timeout to try to stop the momentum. And that's what this feels like. And so I think the Democrats are losing because the American people, they're feeling like the economy's picking up. They feel like, gas prices are down, interest rates are coming down. President Trump is creating world peace around the world. And so I think that as that continues to be the message that people really know, they're going to blame Democrats on this.
Yeah, and also the president giving us trillions of dollars of new foreign investment, which is going to come into that treasury at some point. It's going to be another potential economic growth engine. Congressman, as always, it's a great honor to have you on. The people of Indiana are very lucky to have you. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you. Great to be with you both.
Yeah, you as well. What a great conversation. All right, folks, we got another member of Congress coming up. He's also on the Budget Committee, Congressman Glenn Grothman of Wisconsin. Next, after these messages, Rebecca and I will be right back. Before we do, I want to give you a little homework assignment, because this will be a great benefit to you. Join me, become an AMAC member, and get all the great benefits, the magazine, the podcast, the incredible discounts when you travel on insurance, and also the company of 2 million incredible patriots who think like you and I. All you have to do to join, go to amac.us/justnews. That's amac.us/justnews. You can join and become a 5-year member like me for just over $1 a month. That's an incredible deal. One more time, amac.us/justnews. Go there during the break. We'll be right back. Hey, folks, as an investigative journalist, I've spent my career digging into the facts, cutting through noise, asking hard questions, and getting to the truth. And when it comes to who I recommend to my audience, I hold everyone to the same standard. That's why I want to tell you I've done the homework, and AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is the real deal. AMAC is a conservative alternative to AARP. They're focused on faith, family, and freedom, and they offer real benefits to their members, myself included, including discounts on travel insurance, in prescriptions, so much more, exclusive resources, and their excellent AMAC magazine. And right now, when you sign up for a 5-year membership, you'll save up to 33%. That's just over $1 a month. A smart investment to stay informed, get real value, and support a cause that matters. Visit amac.us/justnews today. I've done the vetting. Now you can take the next step.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, We are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Welcome back, everybody, to this Just the News, Real America's Voice special report brought to you by AMAC. We're talking about the government shutdown and the opportunities for fiscal reform that is now unleashed in America. I'm still joined by my AMAC CEO. I'm still joined by AMAC CEO Rebecca Weber, my host for tonight. And our next guest is someone who's been a leading voice on budget oversight. He's been putting good ideas on the table to shrink this government. He represents the great state of Wisconsin. He is Congressman Glenn Grothman, a member of the House Budget Committee. Congressman, great to have you back on the show.
Good to be on the show as always, and always great to talk about the budget and, of course, talk about the shutdown.
One of the things I like, and you and I had this conversation a couple of weeks ago, when this shutdown began, you did something symbolic, but I think much more than symbolic. If the soldiers and the FBI agents can't get paid during this shutdown, you didn't think the members of Congress should, so you asked that your pay be withheld. Tell us how people have reacted to that.
Positive, because I get calls all the time from people saying, why are you getting paid when the other government employees aren't getting paid? And it makes them very happy back home to hear I am also pushing off my paycheck till after the shutdown is over.
Congressman Grothman, the people that I'm hearing from are saying don't cave to the Democrats. They think that this shutdown is a good thing. Which, the left, they're saying, oh, you're hurting all of these American families and businesses. What are you hearing from your constituents?
Overwhelmingly, when I go back home, and I'll be flying back to Wisconsin tonight, right now I am in Washington, I hear the shutdown doesn't bother me. Quite frankly, you can, keep the government closed for good. Now, of course, my district does not have a huge number of federal employees in it. There are some people, I know some of the farmers, they have their payments due to low prices right now, but they have those payments. So overall in my district, there's not a lot of panic out there. I think the two things that will change that a little bit will happen this weekend. One is people are going to get their premium notices if they're on Obamacare. And secondly, they're going to stop getting their food stamps. I think those are two things that will affect people negatively. And that's why a lot of people feel maybe the Democrats will finally keep the government open next week, because they are going to hear from people on both these topics.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And we see the pressure that Congress is under really to include these extensions of Obamacare subsidies. That comes with a huge price tag. And they're not budging. They're saying they want this rising, this $400 billion cost that's going to be on the back of Americans before the government opens. These subsidies were supposed to expire with the pandemic. Do you believe that extending them would be a major fiscal mistake?
It's a problem. You've got to remember, right now, the federal government is borrowing 26% of our budget. I mean, can you imagine your own life whenever you go to the food store or whatever, borrowing 26% or borrowing 26% of your rent or mortgage payment? I mean, that'd be ridiculous. But that's where we are right now. We do not have the money to throw another $34 billion per year. And that'll be going up over the next 10 years, $34 billion a year, propping up the poorly designed Obamacare situation. Okay, and I know that's one of the many things the Democrats want. Now, the Democrats want to spend a lot more money on other things as well, well over $100 billion total every year. And that's normally what we negotiate over time. But I would hope that our negotiators, even when this shutdown wraps up, are not going to be spending that huge amount of money. Or if they want any more money put in Obamacare, they make spending reductions somewhere else.
Yeah. I want to ask you about Obamacare. Mike Johnson came on the show last week and said, hey, we are going to reform it because it is broken and we just can't keep hiding it from the American people by paying off the insurance companies with tax dollars. Can you tell us some of the ideas that are behind the scene that could revolutionize Obamacare, eventually maybe change the downward trajectory that it's created in the healthcare system?
Well, obviously Obamacare is too generous of a giveaway to people, and including a giveaway to relatively high-income people, right? There are people benefiting from Obamacare are making $300,000, $400,000 a year right now, which I didn't think is what the program was for. But in any event, we're going to have to look at all health-related programs, right? I don't care whether you're Medicare, Medicaid, Obamacare. The cost of health care continues to wildly outstrip inflation. I think we have to make better use of preferred providers. A lot of times you look out there and say the cost of a new hip may cost $25,000 from one provider and $90,000 for another. So we've got to make sure we get everybody in line with best practices. We have to make broader use of HSAs so the consumer themselves is signing off or paying some attention as doctors order more drugs, more tests. I think I myself can tell when I go to the doctor that I think they are doing more than they were doing, say, 10 years ago, because the more they do, the more they make. I think a lot of these big conglomerates, they encourage people to go to specialists right away because that's where the money is. We have to have the people you deal with first in a medical situation not be almost incentivized to go to specialists right away. That's another thing that's costing us more money. But it's something that's just it's eating up small business. You find it's not unusual at all to find businesses that are paying $20,000 per employee for health insurance. That's a disaster for business, for American businesses. But we also have the huge costs of Medicaid and the cost of Obamacare, if that's the insurance company. Utilization varies from state to state, from doctor to doctor. You look at the additional cost of a C-section, and the number of C-sections ordered varies dramatically from hospital to hospital, from doctor to doctor, which would indicate that perhaps some hospitals are doing more than they should be doing, just because the more you do, the more you make. Those are things that are going to have to be looked at. But you are absolutely right. Obamacare was poorly designed. It comes to a head right now. The Democrats, who don't want to do anything to change it, they knew this was a problem because they did not put money in to hold down the premiums past January 1st of this year. But right now, that we're late in the game, they're saying, well, let's kick in another $34 billion a year to prop up this bad program. And we just don't have it. I can't emphasize enough. We are borrowing 26% of our budget. Already 14% of our budget is interest expense. We go any further in debt, think how bad that's going to be.
Yeah.
That's a really important point. Yeah, and so many Republicans have accused Senator Schumer of putting his political career ahead of the American people by refusing to really negotiate in good faith. With the government now, still shut down, how do you view Schumer's unwillingness to bring forward serious plans to reopen the government? And what message might you send to him on behalf of your constituents?
What we have to do is we have to get some of the other Democrat senators to say, look, I don't care if politically you think you're going to lose a Democrat primary if you negotiate with President Trump, or you're perceived as helping President Trump. We've got to keep the government open. Part of the problem, I think, in the Senate is they only run for election every 6 years. I wish I didn't run every 6 years, but let's face it. Some of these Democrats, they just got elected last November. They can be irresponsible as they want because they're not going to be up for election for another 5 years, right? And I think that's part of what's going on here as well.
An awakening moment, I think, for the American people. It's going to be very interesting to see how the next 6 weeks play. And I know, Sarah, you're on the front lines of this on the Budget Committee. What a great honor to have you on. I know how busy you are. Thanks for joining us today.
Sure. Very good.
Yeah, what a great conversation, as always. All right, folks, we got a quick commercial break. When we come back, Heritage Foundation's chief economist, E.J. Antoni. He always makes things a lot simpler to understand. He'll break it all down, particularly the economic toll of the shutdown and the path to prosperity through reforms. And while we're in the break, I want to ask you to do me a favor. Go to amac.us/justnews and join me. Become a 5-year member of this incredible organization. You can join for as little as $1.20 a month. That's a steal. And all you got to do that, go to amac.us/justnews. All the benefits, all the company of great patriots, 2 million strong. Go join me today. amac.us/justnews. We'll be right back after these messages.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning? Introducing RAV Ambassadors, the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Together, we're turning belief into action.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth. Together, we're not just a network, we're a movement.
One voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. RAV is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Welcome back, everybody, to this Just the News, Real America's Voice special report brought to you by our good friends at AMAC. We're exploring the shutdown's impact and possible reform strategies that could flow from it. Now that we've been shut down for so long, people realize there's a lot of unessential government. I want to bring back in my special co-host for tonight, AMAC CEO Rebecca Weber, as well as our next guest, E.J. Antoni, Chief Economist at the Heritage Foundation. E.J., great to have you on the show.
Great to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
I think we look at this extraordinary moment. We've been shut down nearly a month now, and people realize there's a lot of things that we were probably paying for in government we don't need. And when it reopens, do you think Republicans, the president, are aligned to do something, start maybe really take that bite out of government we've been waiting for?
I think so. And part of that now is going to determine, or part of that is determined by, I should say, how long the shutdown lasts. And there are different things. For example, once you get beyond that 60-day window, it really opens up a lot of possibilities for the administration to do things like reduce headcount, for example. So depending on how long the shutdown lasts, I think will actually help determine how much progress the administration can make. But whatever the case, and to your point, every day that goes on makes it clearer just how much of this government is non-essential, is not actually doing anything to help the average American. In fact, unfortunately, more often than not, it's exactly the opposite. We see the government doing things like regulation that are hurting the average American much more than helping. All that to say, again, the longer the shutdown goes on, I think the clearer it becomes. More and more of the government needs to be cut. And more importantly, the more political capital is generated to do so. So I think that's definitely all a step in the right direction. Obviously, it's not good from the standpoint of folks like our servicemen and women not getting paid. That's certainly terrible. So by all means, we want to see it resolved as quickly as possible. And we want to see those kinds of essential services returned. But the bloat and the bureaucracy, that does not need to come back.
EJ, from your perspective at the Heritage Foundation, does a shutdown like this accelerate the national debt problem or complicate Congress's real efforts to bring spending under control?
It's a good question. In terms of the cost, there definitely seems to be an economic cost. However, again, this is in large part, I think, determined by how long the shutdown goes on for. So if the shutdown goes on long enough that it opens up new avenues, new opportunities for the administration to cut a lot of government jobs and cut through a lot of that red tape, you may end up seeing a lot of cost savings in the long run. But in the short term, all the different disruptions that can happen, and some of which have happened, that certainly does impose a cost on the economy. In the grand scheme of things, though, when we look at something like the national debt, it is so large, and what we're talking about right now is so relatively small. I don't think there's really going to be much of an impact, certainly not anything that's significant.
EJ, let me ask you about this. You've made some projections that 2026 could get us to a 4% growth of the American economy. I was just talking to a bunch of small business leaders and small business owners. They are really bullish on next year. What is that optimism flowing from after all the 4 or 5 years of inflation that we've been through?
Well, a couple of things, one of which is the fact that the inflation that we have today is nowhere near what we went through, what you just said, the last 4 or 5 years. So that's very optimistic. It's gonna create a lot more stability in markets. It makes it easier for small businesses to plan, for example. It also makes it easier to save and invest because the money that you're saving is not just sitting there losing value. It's retaining more of its value. So that's all tremendously positive. But more recently, we've also seen tax and regulatory work, reform, I should say, that is going to be extremely bullish for next year. The return of full expensing is a huge provision. I think we've already seen some of the uptick in investment because of that. You should see even more next year. That's going to add to the growth outlook. And then on the consumer side, the fact that you're getting so much regulatory reform in as well is going to help bring down costs for different consumer items. So again, very, very positive on the regulatory and the tax front.
And then as we look ahead, if Congress doesn't adopt major debt reduction reforms in, say, the next 1 to 2 years, what scenarios do you think that we could be exposed to? For example, higher interest rates, inflation, spillovers, credit downgrades. How can American people, how can the American public really prepare?
Oh, goodness. I mean, really, the best way to prepare is I think, to try to prevent, right? You know, the old saying, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. We should be exerting as much political pressure as possible on our elected representatives to get them to cut spending. That really is the problem. And it's not that we don't have high enough taxes. Trust me, our taxes are plenty high enough on all income groups. The fact is, though, that despite the fact that tax revenues are at or near a record high by any measure, you're just spending so much much more money than you're taking in. In other words, spending is growing so much faster than the increase in tax revenue that you're continuing to have this deficit problem. What does that look like? Well, if the government is borrowing a lot of money, then that's money that is not available to lend to the private sector. So in addition to the different things that you mentioned, like potential debt downgrades, like higher interest rates, you're also just looking at the fact that you're going to have slower economic growth. As you move resources away from the productive private sector and you move them towards the unproductive public sector, that creates inefficiencies, and that results in slower economic growth, which means that the situation is going to be worse for everybody, whether you're talking low-income individuals, high-income individuals. So it looks like less economic growth, it looks like higher interest rates, and it looks like higher inflation rates if we don't get spending under control. I mean, really, just look back at the last 4 years under Biden and ask yourself, do you want to go through all of that again? That's what we went through, and you're going to go through exactly the same thing if you don't continue getting spending down.
EJ, when you look at the debate we've had during the shutdown, I think for the first time Americans got a healthy education about what really went on with Obamacare, that it actually brought premiums way up, and the only way we've been hiding it from the American people is to put tens of billions of dollars of subsidies to insurance companies to encourage them to lower the cost to us temporarily. But it never really worked. Mike Johnson came on the show a couple of weeks ago and said, in December, we're going to revamp Obamacare in a big way. It's going to be a massive change. We're going to fix what's there. Pension benefit pharmacy benefit managers and others getting fixed. Is this a historic moment for the American people to learn what happened with Obamacare and to fix it for the good?
Oh, certainly. And the American people really do need to learn everything that happened. One of the people who was responsible for Obamacare and also helped get it passed, Jonathan Gruber, he actually said in an interview that has since become public that they relied on the ignorance of the American people to get the law passed. In other words, he was saying if the American people actually knew what was really in Obamacare, there's no way anyone would have gone for it. And so they had to rely on, as Nancy Pelosi said, we have to pass the bill to find out what's in it, right? As she infamously said. I mean, it's appalling, but these are the kinds of things that happen. Now, in terms of reforms, I think the different ideas that are getting bannered about right now on Capitol Hill are definitely good. I would also really like to see the return of catastrophic plans. In other words, very basic things are not covered. The things that are covered are the big catastrophic events. In other words, you would make health insurance look like what it used to. You would make health insurance look like car insurance. Your car insurance doesn't cover things like getting your oil changed. It doesn't cover things like getting your tires rotated, replacing wiper blades, things that are just regular maintenance items. But that's what we expect health insurance to do today. We try to make health insurance cover everything from your annual checkup to some over-the-counter medicines. I mean, it's crazy because every time you make health insurance cover one more thing, yes, you're getting an additional benefit, but the cost of that benefit just gets passed right on to the consumer in the form of a higher healthcare premium. So the consumer doesn't actually pay any less in total. You're just paying in a different way. But on top of that, now you've added in middlemen costs from the insurance company. And so the consumer ends up actually paying slightly more for their healthcare coverage. And because of all the different regulations and everything that have been piled on because of Obamacare, everything has gotten grossly more expensive. It turns out everything Obama told us was a complete lie. When he said, if you like your healthcare plan, you can keep your healthcare plan. No, you couldn't. Obamacare made a lot of those healthcare plans illegal. He said, if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. No, it forced a lot of doctors out of business, and it forced a lot of doctors to no longer take most insurance. And so when we're talking about reforms, I like a lot of the ideas that are being talked about right now, but my favorite idea would still be just full repeal of the entire ACA.
Well, history is going to show us what happens in December. Mike Johnson was pretty clear on the show. He's getting it done. So we'll see what happens. EJ Antoni, Chief Economist at the Heritage Foundation. You always help us understand these things so much better. What a great honor to have you on the show today. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Folks. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, great honor. All right, folks, coming up next, Tim Dozier, Executive Director at Unleash Prosperity, will join us. But while we're in the break, it's a perfect opportunity to head over to amac.us/justice because you can join, like I do, for as little as $1.20 a month for a 5-year membership. I'm a 5-year card-carrying member. You should join me. Go do it. It's a great organization. One more time, amac.us/justnews. We'll be right back. Hey, folks, as an investigative journalist, I've spent my career digging into the facts, cutting through noise, asking hard questions, and getting to the truth. And when it comes to who I recommend to my audience, I hold everyone to the same standard. That's why I want to tell you I've done the homework, and AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is the real deal. AMAC is a conservative alternative to AARP. They're focused on faith, family, and freedom, and they offer real benefits to their members, myself included, including discounts on travel insurance, in prescriptions, so much more, exclusive resources, and their excellent AMAC magazine. And right now, when you sign up for a 5-year membership, you'll save up to 33%. That's just over $1 a month, a smart investment to stay informed, get real value, and support a cause that matters. Visit amac.us/justnews today. I've done the vetting. Now you can take the next step.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning? Introducing RAV Ambassadors, the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Together, we're turning belief into action.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth. Together, we're not just a network, we're a movement.
One voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. RAV is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Welcome back, everybody, to this Just the News, Real America's Voice special report brought to you by our great friends at AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Tonight, I have a very special co-host. You know her well. He's the AMAC CEO, Rebecca Weber. And it's time now to bring in Tim Dozier, Executive Director at Unleash Prosperity. We're going to learn a little bit about what the economic benefits of shrinking government can do. Tim, great to have you on.
Great to be here, John. Rebecca, thanks for having me.
We love what you and Steve Moore and all the other good folks at Unleash Prosperity do because you're educating us day in and day out. Less government translates into more prosperity, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, this is really the sign of our times as the national debt grows to $38 trillion. And people around the country are seeing the shutdown and saying, what the hell are we getting for all of this money that we're sending to Washington, D.C. and they're squandering? So, yeah, this is a big issue. It's the issue of our times and our future.
Tim, from your perspective, is this shutdown, do you see it as a short-term political standoff, or do you think it really reflects a much deeper issue with Washington's unwillingness to rein in federal spending?
I think it's mostly political. I think it's a bunch of losers trying to get some ground to stand on. And by losers, I mean people on the left in the Democrat Party are choosing to take a bill they voted for many times and sit on it and say, we want actually something else, something massive, something that would completely undo the one big beautiful bill, which was passed democratically through the right process, through all the proper channels. They're holding us hostage. So they could basically nullify everything that the Republicans did. So yeah, of course, this is how desperate they are for an issue. And I agree that this is absolutely going to end after the election, because after the election, maybe they win the governor's race in New Jersey, maybe they win the governor's race in Virginia, and then that's their off ramp to this. They're looking for an off ramp. They need something to get out of this because they know this is not going the way they wanted it to.
And the critics, they warn that the shutdowns are hurting everyday Americans, federal workers, veterans, and so on. But defenders are arguing that it proves exactly what you've said, that much of Washington is bloated and non-essential. From a free market perspective, do you see this shutdown as more of a danger, or is this an opportunity?
Well, look, I think it's an opportunity. I mean, think about, I think because we talk about all the people who are being affected by this, and we should. That's absolutely important. And that's been one of the main talking points that the right has been saying. But that is exactly what I've seen come of this, is the unification that's happening on the right to dig their feet in, stand on the moral high ground that they have. They're not asking for anything more than just continuing the garbage that's been happening in this country. They're not asking for cuts. They're not asking for anything. They're simply standing on the moral high ground. And so it's been remarkable to see so many confident people on the right stand up and say, we're not going to, be held hostage here and pay these hostage takers a ransom. We're not going to do that. And they've held strong, and it's working because we see President Trump's popularity really isn't fading. And we see that Congress's popularity is not really fading either. And that's exactly what the left was hoping for. So, look, I do see this as a tough situation, but I also see it as a unifying factor throughout the right. And I think if we keep our heels dug in, we will be the victors out of that.
Yeah, and that's unlike Republicans in the past, which often dug their heels out pretty quickly.
Yes.
They would fold, right? Yeah. It's a different group. It's really interesting. All right. I want to play this out down the road. The government finally reopens after the election. Republicans have an opportunity to go in and start surgically removing all of this waste. Tell us where you think they should start. Give us a roadmap of the best cutting that could occur that would make Americans happy.
Well, yeah, we do want to cut. We want to cut so much. Let me just put this in as easy a framework, John, as I possibly can. Most of the damage that we see in this government is because we're held to old standards and old routines that perpetuate big bloated government. And so one of the biggest examples of that, and we saw this in the One Big Beautiful Bill debate, was the CBO and the JTC, Joint Taxation Committee, that have these archaic rules that say you can't score things dynamically. You have to score things statically. And what that means is you can't officially say, hey, we want to pass tax cuts and we believe it's going to cost this much money, but then it's also going to grow the economy by this much. So it actually isn't going to cost money because the growth is actually going to far outweigh what we spend on it. We're not allowed to do that right now. What we have to say currently is if we're going to cut taxes by $1 trillion, that's going to be $1 trillion that we need to make up for. And therefore, it nullifies every possible thing that we could do in order to make it cross the finish line. And so, John, I think one of the biggest things is that I think that the Republicans have, once they get through this, I think they have the high ground right now to go in and start making the case in Congress. Hey, we have the majorities. We want to start scoring dynamically. We don't want to do this static scoring anymore. We have the ability. We have the technology. We have all of the things that we can see to forecast a dynamic score. And therefore, that would help pass spending cuts and it would pass tax relief at a giant level. I think that's a big one.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm curious if these temporary subsidies are allowed to become permanent. These Obamacare subsidies that come with this huge price tag. What kind of precedent do you think that could set for future crises? Do we think, that we could turn every temporary measure into a permanent expansion of government?
Of course. I mean, never let a crisis go to waste is what Rahm Emanuel said in Barack Obama's administration. And they've been operating like that ever since. I mean, don't think for a second that Chuck Schumer didn't see the upside in passing the current CR, multiple times before now. No, they saw upside to it. They saw the ability to keep their hooks into the government and to continue to grow it. But it's only when you start to threaten that. It's only when you start to say, hey, look, these subsidies are going away. We're going to cut this because COVID's over and we no longer need it. Number one. And number two, we're tired of enriching insurance companies. Insurance companies, they're not lowering costs. Healthcare continues to rise. They're not lowering costs. So what the hell are we subsidizing all this for? What do these stand for? And really what it is it's the left's paying off their base. They're paying off their donors. They want to continue using that. So they're using this as their crisis, and they're not letting it go to waste at this point. However, I think that because of the unification, like I was saying, of the right and the Republicans, I think that the American people are actually getting a very good lesson in how the swamp has become so deep, so mired, and so thick here in Washington.
And that it is. That's what this shutdown has really done. It's given us a great civics lesson about how this system got so out of whack. It's been amazing. Tim Dozier, Executive Director at Unleash Prosperity. Always great to have you on the show. Thanks for doing it, my friend.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, always fun to have him on. All right, folks, Rebecca and I have just one more break to get to. But before we do that, head over to amac.us/justnews and join me. Become a 5-year member at the Association of Mature American Citizens like I am. You can do it for as little as $1.20 a month. That's a steal. 5-year membership, just like me. Go do it during the break. amac.us/justnews. All right, we'll be back to wrap things up.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Welcome back, America, to this final segment of our special report tonight. We've been talking all about the government shutdown and whether Republicans can turn this crisis into a catalyst for real reform. Joining me now for some final thoughts has been my incredible co-host tonight, AMAC CEO Rebecca Weber, whose great organization makes these conversations possible. Rebecca, I felt like we got some big news out of this today. Several members of the House Budget Committee telling us, hey, when we get back from the shutdown, Obamacare is going to be substantially revamped, kind of consistent with what the speaker told me last week. It seems like there's a little history right around the corner.
Yeah, Obamacare is bad. It was bad when it was first conjured up. I spoke with people back in 2009. They said this is going to be a terrible mistake. We're going to ruin what I always looked at as the greatest healthcare system in the world, with innovation and doctors that were incentivized to treat their patients. Today, John, so many people have personal stories about how Obamacare has hurt them. So AMAC members are pushing for a full repeal, get rid of it, toss it out. It doesn't work. But, what I found really interesting in speaking with our guests was when Congressman Grothman said that his constituents are saying there's a government shutdown or let's not cave. The majority of American people, they understand that $37 trillion of debt is not sustainable. And so they're pushing, their elected representatives to stand strong and not cave to this Schumer's demands. Now AMAC and our coalition partners, John, we are urging Congress not to cave to the demand to extend these temporary ACA subsidies. They were meant to be temporary. And again, they carry a $400 billion price tag. They were meant to expire when the COVID emergency did. Democrats, they are using this opportunity to really, ultimately what it's doing, John, is hurting the average hardworking American person out there.
Yeah, and I think you in the conversations we had with Marlin Stutzman and Gunn Grothman, that sentiment came through that most people don't even notice that the government's been shut down. It's kind of like you bought a streaming service, you didn't watch it for months, you go to your TV one day and you're like, oh my God, I haven't used it, I'm canceling that. I think we might be in a political version of that moment where Americans are like, it's okay, cancel it, because I realize we're not using a lot of what we're paying for. That is perhaps a once-in-a-generation moment in American history. How do you think AMAC members jump in and push to get those sort of big decisions made?
They really do. I mean, at the heart of AMAC membership is a bit of rugged individualism. They take it upon themselves to think about how best to provide for their families. They recognize that government is not the answer. And we see that in any government-run program. The free enterprise system works so much better. Obamacare, our guest said it. Obama made many promises. Those promises are broken. We couldn't keep our doctors. Premiums were not cheaper. They're rising. And now they're pushing for coverage of illegal immigrants in America. I mean, Americans recognize that this is just not sustainable. It's not going to work. So, we hope that the size of government ultimately shrinks, and we're going to keep holding leaders accountable. We're going to unpack all of the consequences, and we're going to educate the public. But it was just wonderful to hear really from so many smart people who are on the front lines of this debate.
Yeah, I thought when you were talking about Obamacare, you listed something that's really important. A lot of Americans don't realize those subsidies that we've been paying, the $400 billion that you mentioned, they're not going to American people. They're going to insurers who are big Democratic donors. So I think that was really a big education moment that people got to see today. It was pretty fun to have that conversation. As always, every time you come on, Rebecca, we have such a great time together. We learn a lot on the journey. All right, folks, I want to thank Rebecca first for being an amazing co-host. As always, I want to challenge you to do me a favor tonight. I am a 5-year card-carrying member. Every time I go out, I have my AMAC card with me. I just save 40% on a car rental this weekend using AMAC. I love it. You'll love it. Do me a favor. If you haven't joined, if you got a friend who hasn't joined, go right now and thank AMAC tonight. Go to amac.us/justnews and join. Get a 5-year membership for just $120 a month. That is a steal. You'll be joining me, Rebecca, and so many other patriots in supporting one of the great organizations. They're doing great things for this country. All right. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll be back Monday with regular programming. Until then, God bless you. Hey, folks, as an investigative journalist, I've spent my career digging into the facts, cutting through noise, asking hard questions, and getting to the truth. And when it comes to who I recommend to my audience, I hold everyone to the same standard. That's why I want to tell you I've done the homework, and AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is the real deal. AMAC is a conservative alternative to AARP. They're focused on faith, family, and freedom, and they offer real benefits to their members, myself included, including discounts on travel insurance, in prescriptions, so much more, exclusive resources, and their excellent AMAC magazine. And right now, when you sign up for a 5-year membership, you'll save up to 33%. That's just over $1 a month. A smart investment to stay informed, get real value, and support a cause that matters. Visit amac.us/justnews today. I've done the vetting. Now you can take the next step.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. So the number keeps growing. We're now at like 92 conservative outlets targeted by Jack Smith and the Biden DOJ. Hundreds of GOP individuals were targeted, specifically with this Arctic frost investigation. This was weaponization of the DOJ at the highest level. I actually believe it was treasonous because this was an attempted coup on the United States of America. It was a takeover job. And there are many that are describing this as worse than Watergate. Now, think about it. Of all those individuals, 8 of them were GOP senators that they subpoenaed phone records and other things to look and see what they were doing, all related to President Trump. Now we are learning at the heart of all of this. Who was the judge signing off on it all? It was Judge Boasberg. Remember Boasberg? This is the guy that wanted President Trump to turn around plane loads of illegal aliens that they were deporting. He was scolded by other federal judges for overreaching in his decisions to try to hold Trump accountable for this. In the end, Boasberg was Jack Smith's personal federal judge magic man. Wave a wand that turned out to be a pen, and the subpoenas would get signed. Well, you know who's outraged by this? Senator Ted Cruz.
I am right now calling on the House of Representatives to impeach Judge Boasberg. Judge Boasberg put his robe down, stood up, and said, "Sign me up." to be part of the partisan vendetta against 20% of the Republicans in the Senate. That is a dereliction of duty and a violation of the judicial oath. And I want to thank Chairman Grassley and Chairman Johnson for pursuing this tenaciously like a dog on a bone. We are going to get the answers of every person who signed off on this abuse of power, and mark my words, there will be accountability.
Do you hear the tone of Senator Ted Cruz? It's the same tone that I had the moment I heard this. I want to scream. And then I hear, we're going to get accountability. Now, we've heard that all before, but maybe you start targeting senators. Maybe we'll get some accountability because they'll make sure it happens. I don't know. I'm not confident yet. But in total, 197 subpoenas were issued. Most of them signed by Boasberg. Bogus Boasberg, we should call him. And almost all of them surrounded President Trump, those close to him, and anyone that could give President Trump an advantage. Here's Ted Cruz again.
This was a political enemies list from the beginning. 197 subpoenas for 430 Republican entities and individuals. That is an absolute and egregious abuse of power.
Amen, Senator. So here's what I'm calling for. I think the same thing that Ted Cruz is calling for. Judge Boasberg needs to be impeached right away. And I believe we ought to really have a serious look at criminal charges, including treason. And I don't just throw around treason willy-nilly. That is a very serious crime. But I do believe this, again, was an attempted coup to steal power from the people. I want to bring in now political consultant, former advisor to President Trump, one of the men targeted over and over again once President Trump had burst onto the scene. Host of the Stone Zone, Roger Stone, is back with us. Roger, it's great to have you back on.
Grant, it's great to be with you. I obviously am not shocked that I am among those targeted on the Arctic frost list. When it was made public, or at least alleged, that Richard Nixon had an enemies list, the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, they all went crazy. Where is the outrage over this? This is weaponization writ large. There's no probable cause to investigate these people, but they were targeted, along with me, General Flynn, these members of the Senate, Republican and pro-faith and pro-life organizations, targeted because they disagree with our ideas, because we challenge their ideology. There are no crimes here. But Jack Smith was running an extra constitutional operation to spy on people, to entrap people, to charge people with minor or major crimes. This is the greatest single abuse of power certainly since Watergate. But it's really not surprising. The same people who used a phony dossier, the Steele dossier, and the fake claim that the Democrat National Committee had been the target of an online hack by Russian intelligence, both of which they knew was not true, who went to the FISA courts to get warrants to spy on Donald Trump and his campaign, and to use those same false claims to rationalize the appointment of Robert Mueller in the witch hunt. This is just a continuation of the same seditious conspiracy. It starts in 2017. It goes through 2 fake impeachments. It goes through the 2020 election. It goes to the January 6th hoax. And, of course, it goes right into the so-called documents case in which they raided Mar-a-Lago.
Roger, I want to just expand on what you said, because I know you know this, that certainly it's because you and others disagreed. But it was more than that. It was that you had power to reach the MAGA masses. The others had power to do something about it. It was that power, that voice, that they wanted silenced. And how do I know this? My buddy John Solomon had figured out the timeline of this. Roger, listen to John Solomon spell out the timeline, and then I'll get your reaction here.
They're trying to criminalize, in this memo, when they open it up in April of 2022, 15 months after January 6th, and just 4 days after Donald Trump has announced he's going to run for re-election. And I think that's really important. This investigation, if you thought what happened on January 6th with the electors was bad, you could have done it on the 7th or the 8th or 9th of 2021. They wait a whole year until Donald Trump raises his hand and says, I'm getting back in the arena. I'm running for 2024.
4 days after his announcement, Roger.
Yeah, there's actually video at one point where they asked Joe Biden and he blurts it out. They said, aren't you worried about a rematch with Donald Trump? He says, no, well, we're not going to let him run. There you have it. So they did this entire tsunami of lawfare against the president and his most connected supporters, those who, as you point out, could communicate on a mass base to millions of people, to silence him. Look, they tried to keep him off the ballot. They tried to impoverish him. They tried to bankrupt him. They tried to throw him in jail, and ultimately they tried to shoot and kill him. And he transcended all of that to pull off the greatest single comeback in American political history. And now they're really hysterical because he is making America great again, and he's going to right some of these wrongs. They insist at the New York Times, Trump is on a tour of revenge and retribution. No, Trump is on a tour of accountability and justice. If you broke the law, if you violated the constitutions in your mania to quote unquote get Trump, then you should be held responsible. It's not about revenge. It's not about political targeting. The people who weaponize the justice system are Joe Biden, Barack Obama, and the Democrats, not Donald Trump.
Yeah. You know, this is just how biased they are. Arctic frost. People were trying to figure out what the name is. It turns out the name is from a tree that grows Mandarin-style oranges. And it was about the color. There it is. That's Arctic frost. And that's how biased they are. Orange man, bad. Let's name a whole investigation after this. Roger, I guess my last question to you is this. You heard Ted Cruz say we want accountability. We've seen a couple of these guys be charged, like Comey, with lying to Congress. Will we get the accountability I would say the nation deserves? But Roger Stone, you of all people, the